What about highlights of the weekend thus far? If you are allowed to take home, well, I don't know, let's say the blank checkbook allows you to take one car home, what are you going to go for?
Do you know what? I have a real soft spot for the Beast of Turin. It just, every time I see it, I just love it. You know, every time I speak to Duncan, the owner of the car, he's always got another amazing fact for you, and he's so enthusiastic. So one of these days, I'd love to get in it, let alone make a drive at home, as you say.
Right, say that a bit louder, Ed. You never know. He might be listening. Ed, thanks very much. We'll talk to you later on in the day because we're going to go down to the bottom of the hill very shortly, which is where the start line is. Our first batch of cars coming out is going to be those for the sports racing group, and we will have cars from all decades of sports car racing, and also cars from the very evocative Macaluso collection. But before all of that, there is something that needs moving from the hill. On Radio Goodwood this morning, you might have been listening to talk of a robotic dog. Well, this is it. It can walk itself. Whether it can fetch your newspaper and slippers remains to be seen, but this is cutting-edge technology. You don't have to get out of your armchair to take it for a walk. It will do it all for you. This is something else. This is the future of dog walking, and you will find lots of futuristic elements here at Goodwood Festival of Speed presented by MasterCard. There is the Futures Lab as well, where you can have a look at all sorts of technology that in the fullness of time we'll probably take for granted. Right, whilst Walkies continues, let's turn our attention to our first batch of cars for the day. Sports racers are coming up first, and this has the makings of being a perfect way to start the day. Lots more memories can come flooding back as we see these sports racing cars, large and small, including this on the line, which is the creation of Gordon Murray, the fabled Brabham designer. But when he first came to the UK, he had this car in mind, but he never actually got round to finishing it, the IGM T4 Formula 750. That'll be the first car up the hill today. Gives me a chance to say good morning to Bruce Jones, who's had a busy 3 days thus far, top of the hill, in the booth, meeting old friends, drooling over cars. Typical festival, really, Bruce. Morning.
Nothing changes, all absolutely fabulous. Enjoyed every session. Every session, the cars have been on the hill, and also just those early morning and late evening walks through the paddock looking at the cars, some under their covers or not. It's still a magical place for me. I've been to literally every Festival of Speed, bar the first one since then. And they're all a different mix of the pot, a different stirring, and you see different combinations. And every time, like Gordon Murray's IGM, you see something you've never seen before.
And I had my Goodwood moment yesterday. I went for a brief wander, and as I came through the paddock, I saw somebody who I know, and he was stood next to a car, and he said, "Do you want to get in it?" And I said, "Oh, I'd love to." But this is the 1971 Le Mans winning Porsche 917.
Oh, stop now, come on.
So my life is complete now. So it was quite a moment now in the Martini colours. It's a static display, so you won't see it on the hill. And there are, just to make the point, quite a few cars that are only here as static displays. So you're looking down onto the paddock on that shot on the big screens. Some of those cars, like the Alfa Romeo, the Marlboro liveried Alfa, that won't go up the hill, but you can see them obviously in the paddock. So make sure you go and have a wander. Do it early before Goodwood gets even busier, because you don't want to miss a thing.
You always see the wise heads coming in early on, and they go through a tick list, and there's nothing like an uninterrupted shot. You do have endless opportunities for photography here, and I just find you will get home and you go, I completely forgot to go to that particular point. I didn't get to the cathedral paddock. So do make sure, everyone has to buy a programme. It's like a military operation if you're trying to hit all your targets. But don't fret. You can always come back next year and do it all over again.
So we are looking forward to the sports racing cars getting underway. The competitive element, the on-track element of the weekend, all organised by the British Automobile Racing Club and their officials, and all of our volunteer marshals working so hard to put on the event. So a big vote of thanks to all of those marshals and other volunteer officials for making this long 4 days possible. We start very shortly with sports racing cars. At 9:10, we go to the very early days of motorsport, just after the 1900s, with some of those pre-war cars. At 9:50, drifting, NASCAR, touring cars, rally cars, great batch that. And then we will have our BRM set, the Grand Prix Greats, presented by the FIA. A Roger Penske moment at 11 o'clock, followed by a tribute to Jackie Ickx, Roger Penske, Mario Andretti's careers, and motorbikes. Don't forget the bikes, because they are an integral part of Festival of Speed. To the skies at 11:40, the Red Arrows will be with us. Then we go to supercars, our Lotus moment ahead of more sports racers, another chance to see the Ickx, Penske, Andretti machinery, and Mario himself will be on the balcony at 2:10. There's Drift Kana, more of that anon, you don't want to miss it, followed by more of the Grand Prix Greats. the Blades Air display is just before the shootout final, the highlight of the day at 4, and then we have the pre-war, the touring cars and rally cars and the supercars to round out the day. So it's going to be a full day, it's going to be a busy day, and we are in business because away blasts a car that was started to be built really in 1972, this IGM T4 weighing in at just over 284 kilos. Gordon Murray designed it, Steve Hayes is behind the wheel, and the last day of Festival of Speed for 2021 is go.
And if you think Gordon Murray was just dipping his toe in the water at that point, designing a car for the Formula 750 category of racing, he was very keen to point out, David, was he not, that look, if you actually look at it, I had rising rate suspension way ahead of anybody else on this car. I talk about not from the ridiculous to the sublime, but you could almost say that the BMW M1 Pro car being driven with, well, considerable vigour there as the blob by Sam Hancock, the tail switching personal favourite of a lot of us, that M1 Pro car. Beautiful, beautiful machine.
It looks beautiful, and it's from 1979, but it's not dated as a shape, and it makes a fabulous noise. And Sam Hancock is on it this morning, isn't he? Because he's absolutely flying as he heads up the hill. So Sam Hancock with the BMW M1, it was raced in theory by Elio by Bruno Giacomelli. Pro car was a brilliant one-make series. Imagine a grid of 30 of these all going at it. It was brilliant racing.
And then they supported the Grand Prix, and 5 drivers in each of the Grand Prix would be slotted into 5 of these cars. So it was a real chance for the sports car heroes to have a tilt and see how they stacked up. Hard cars to drive, but Sam Hancock, he gets the first feather in his hat today. That was a brilliant run, 55 seconds.
And behind him is the absolutely charging Jeremy Smith there in the Spice. It's a 1988 built Group C2 car, so the type of car that would have raced at Le Mans and in the World Sports Car Championship. It's carrying the colours in which he raced at Mexico in 1989. Henri Pescarolo, Claude Barolena, Costas Loss amongst the drivers of this over the years. It's new to Jeremy, but he's very, very quick in it. This is the American equivalent of Group C2, IMSA Light, and this is the William Ianson driven March.
Fabulous sound, great big engine, March 84, G, the Cosworth power, not being driven with full speed. Certainly Jeremy Smith is attacking much more in the Spice, but then he's going to be in the shootout later on. Jeremy, always one of the top exponents, so every run for Jeremy is a preparation for this afternoon.
Absolutely. This is Kenny Atchison in the car. He owns the Sauber Mercedes C9. He won races with this in the World Sports Car Championship in 1989 at Brandon and Spa. He's never been to Goodwood before, amazingly. He's not really been in a racing car for about 25 years, amazingly, and yet he's not lost it.
No, he certainly hasn't, but yesterday, rather sweetly, in the collection assembly area, before going down to start, he said, I don't know what I'm doing, but it's coming back. The Cookstown Flyer really getting it to move, and it's a big car. One of my favourites in racing, I must say. The Sauber makes a brilliant sound with that Mercedes motor.
And also, you're going to see the Porsche 962 on the hill in the hands of Alex Ames. And there it is, with one of those great charismatic liveries of the period, the FA Turbo Express colour scheme, the 962C 3-litre turbocharged car, that which was taking on the Jaguars and the Saubers within sports car racing. Now Jaguar in C, very successful in Europe, and that is Justin Law, who has had a big moment at the end of the run, and he, I was about to say, is going to be one of the favourites for the shootout, but not anymore, because that is a damaged car, and that's a really sad start to the day, isn't it?
That really is. Of course, every single run for Justin, he knows the car, he knows the hill, but he's still pushing because the competition was really tight. The red flags are out on the hill, so the Praga having to back right off. That's Miles Lacey. And Justin is out of the car. That's good news indeed, but that was a big hit. The straw bales have done what they needed to do in terms of stopping him. I think, David, that, yes, it's just after you've gone past the Flint wall, you turn right past the Flint wall, little left flick, but of course we had heavy rain yesterday afternoon, and I guess the track was still a little bit greasy. And
Justin Law has done, as you can see, quite a bit of damage to that, very sadly, because that Jaguar is a very valuable car. It's a very quick car, and let's find out exactly what happened. We're going to go on board for that run. So this is Justin Law from the start. He blasts away. Now remember, stone cold tyres, no warming up lap, so it's trying to get the temperatures up and the pressures up as you attack the hill. Bit of correction there as he went through turn 1. This is where the road opens up. Remember, it's a cold early morning track. It's bumpy as well. The Jaguar engine growling its way uphill over the rise up towards Molecombe. Down a gear or two, turns into the left and back onto the power. Twitch there. Justin Law grabs a gear under the trees. This is where it starts to go wrong. Let's piece it together. Goes right, goes left. There's the back, corrects it, tries to, slides off, and bang! Big hit up onto two wheels. And Justin Law into the bales. He's okay, but it was a big impact, I'm afraid to say. And this in slow motion, Bruce, is what it looked like.
It's just the smallest of twitches, and Justin nearly caught it, but there's so little space, as you can see there, and the big XJR12 going round. You're quite right, up onto two wheels. Good to see Justin, as soon as it was back on terra firma, popping the belts and getting out. But you see, Justin couldn't afford not to be pushing on that run, because he's determined. There are about 5 drivers really close on times. He wanted a quick time this morning to build on for this afternoon's shootout, but I have to presume we can put a line through Justin's participation in that. But the Strawbells doing what they needed to do. It's always sad to see a competition car with such illustrious history getting damaged. They can be fixed though, but to me the important thing is that we see them out there on the hill, David, being driven as they were supposed to be driven.
Indeed so, and Justin Loeb has won the shootout in 04, in 05, in 08, in 09. He was very much one of the drivers that we were looking forward to seeing. 2017 as well, he won, so he's been a regular winner of the shootout, and that rather proves just how the hill can bite even one of the experts. So Justin, glad that you're okay. Really sorry to see the damage to the Jaguar, and thank you for trying, and thank you for giving us a great show all weekend. Now, somebody that was also spectacular but got away with it is Jeremy Smith. He might have a view on what happened because he knows what the course feels like this morning. Jeremy's with Ed Foster.
Jeremy Smith, you've just come up the hill, very committed, but we've seen there what can go wrong. What happened? Did you see it?
I didn't know. I think it's very slippery still around the flint wall. It's obviously early on the morning, bit of condensation. Some parts are dry, some parts are a little bit greasy. So fortunately he's out and he's okay, so that's the main thing.
So here we go. He's coming up past the flint wall. Just talk us through this.
Okay, so I think it's just a little bit wet on the inside there, and the problem is once it's gone and you can't get it back, so it's a little bit too much commitment. Oh, such a shame. Such a shame.
Yeah, the main thing is he's out of the car, he's okay.
He is,
We
yeah.
can see here, he just gets on the power and does the back.
And you can see just like the damp patch just there that is just clipped.
You were telling me just before we came up here that lovely sports car that you came up in, you haven't driven before this weekend.
No, we've not driven it before the weekend, and we've also had a few clutch issues as well. So we had the car literally in 2 pieces on Friday night. Had somebody drive down from Birmingham with a new clutch, put it all back together again, and anyway, it's working and it's going really well.
You're wonderfully committed coming up the hill. I know lots of people have coffee in the mornings, but that surely is the best way to wake up.
100%, yeah. There's no better way to wake up in the morning.
Now, you are obviously running time this weekend. You get faster and faster through the weekend, but how do you actually prepare yourself on the start line? Because every run is a journey into the unknown, isn't it, in terms of grip, as we've just seen?
It is, yeah. I don't think you can go in with any sort of like preconceived ideas of how the run's going to go. I think it's just, you take it as you find it, and as Justin's just found out to his cost, sometimes the tracks are wet in parts, and a lot of it's a little bit of luck as well, and things going your way. So
we always talk of Moulton being the difficult corner because there's the blind crest before it and when to brake, but we've seen quite a lot of problems at the flint wall. Is that because it's damp there?
Yeah, obviously the weather's not so really helped this weekend, but again it makes it the event that it is. It's a little bit hard for the drivers, and the flint wall in these Group C cars is just so quick. In the Penske a couple of years ago, it was a downshift to second there to keep the RPM high. In these it's not, it's third, and it's a little bit of a lift. And it's interesting just how fast you can put the cars through them. But you only need a tiny little bit of damp on the inside like that. And like I say, once it's gone, and you don't get it back. So,
Jeremy Smith, thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks very much, Ed. Good to hear from Jeremy Smith. You would not think that he'd never driven that car before, given the commitment he's put in, Bruce Jones, would you?
Every single run, he's been right on it. Really interesting now, looking at the big screens, we can see that what they were talking about, the tiny damp patch that only the really brave and accurate would get towards. That's Justin, cutting as close to the left as he went through the flint wall as possible, and that was his downfall, unfortunately. It's less than, well, it's about a tyre's width wide, but just enough to change the purchaser, because of course he's on the power at that point, really trying to, you've had that very slight lift, but you don't want to unbalance the car going towards the flint wall. Job done, and just a scintilla undone.
And as I say, he's a multiple winner of the shootout. He's raced this car many times. Justin is no dummy behind the wheel, so it does show how this place can bite. It's caught out one of the best up the hill. Here it is, slow-mo on board. Suddenly, the grip just disappears, and with all that arm twirling, There's nothing Justin Loeb can do to get it back.
But the most important thing, it could so easily have snapped the other way and hit the upper part of the flint wall. So, in fact, flint wall or straw bale. Straw bale's really compacted and very, very solid, but flint wall even tougher. Yeah, so, yeah, a big, close miss. And ironically, it was his accuracy that was his downfall this morning.
Yes, indeed so. Well, it's a great shame that the car is so damaged. As I said earlier, Justin, thank you for giving us entertainment over the weekend thus far. I'm glad that he's out of the car okay. Red flags fly. Of course, that means that the run is halted. The next one to go, Stuart Middleton, I think, had been already on the hill. He got the red flag, and that's Miles Lacey in the Praga that runs within Brit Car Endurance. We've seen Ben Collins and Alice Yerostek driving it over the course of the weekend. Miles Lacey, hello, morning. Very accomplished esports racer as well, and has been doing great things with that car within the Brit Car Championship very successfully, where Prague is really other cars to beat. And there, hill climb star Alex Summers with the McMurtry Spearling, which, as you all know, is Gaelic for thunderstorm. I didn't have to tell you, did I? That's on the line, ready to go with this amazing combination of electric power and fans. It's got the most remarkable downforce.
And it's tiny. I mean, literally, if you've got sticking out ears, they will be touching either flank of the cockpit. But what gets me, this is a future of racing in some form or other, with so much advanced technology. In the background, you've got the Glickenhaus that's just started competing in the World Endurance Championship. Jim Glickenhaus's amazing project, you know, going in where a lot of manufacturers feared to tread into the hypercar world. And again, it's just this mix that I always find just so intriguing. And just going back to that little Praga R1 we saw stopped in front of the house, again, another exquisite little sports car in its own right. I can only see the championships for that growing. And I think people want the chance to race sports prototypes. And with manufacturers like Praga, I dare say, as well, with the Spearling there, the McMurtry Spearling, you know, that will have a series of its own, or it will blend with something of a similar sort of performance. But the tech that's coming in now, it's coming in as like a flood.
And then behind us in the queue there, you've got the current Porsche Super Cup, which is the Porsche that will be raced in the UK next year. Harry King is at the wheel of that silver 911, and we ought to have a Harry King moment at some point, because any time he takes the hill, he is very, very spectacular. Now, somebody else that's been spectacular this morning, another good Goodwood friend, is Sam Hancock. He has been on that loud pedal in the BMW M1. He can reflect on his early morning wake-up call with Ed Foster.
Sam Hancock, you get more and more committed in this M1 Pro car all the way through the weekend, but then you see something like that accident with Justin. Does that give you pause for thought before the next run?
Definitely, because, you know, this morning was damp, greasy, and it's Sunday morning and it's the early run, and so we're all feeling a little bit, well, I speak for myself, I'm definitely feeling a little bit jaded, but then, you know, you kind of dump the clutch off the line and everything just wakes up straight away, so you can't help but attack the hill a bit, and I certainly did, and I loved it, and it was the ultimate sort of Sunday morning wake-up call. But you definitely find the grip level changing as you work your way up the hill. There was a little bit of water, I think, laid down on the run up to Morecambe, just from the previous session, but luckily that was in a straight line, so it didn't really affect anything for us. And then as you go into the flint wall area, under the trees, funny enough, there was a dry line all the way through, but certainly the outer edges were still quite damp, and it's very hard to pick your way through that, because, of course, when you commit to a braking point and an entry speed, you've made your decision then. It's quite hard to make adjustments later as you then arrive next to the wall under the trees and see a different level of grip to the one you might have been anticipating or the one that you were experiencing on the way in.
I always see you smiling when you get out of cars, but your grin has been even bigger this weekend driving this amazing Pro car. Tell me a little bit about it.
I mean, the M1 Pro Car Series for me is just etched in my mind from years of being obsessed with Formula One as a kid, but therefore also with the support races that they had, you know, in the early 80s, for example, when I grew up watching Formula One. And I've got images, grainy images of, you know, the Renault 5 Turbo Series and the M1 Pro Car Series supporting Formula One Grand Prix, often on the Sunday morning, often with a grid that was half filled of the then current Formula One drivers going up against pros, proper quick guys, but not from the F1 grid. And it was just amazing competition. And I think, unlike a lot of single make series that end up with cars that are road car first, adapted for racing perhaps at the last minute, these are proper race cars. You know, I understand the M1 was a road car first, but it is a mid-engine, straight six, 3.5 litre, 450 odd brake horsepower, naturally aspirated, 5-speed manual gearbox. it's everything that you want in a car, and it's got a long enough wheelbase to make it slide progressively, but not so long that it doesn't feel nimble. It's got quite a wide track and wide slick tyres, although we're running on wets, even dry conditions here, because we need the softer compound to give us some sense of tyre grip, tyre purchase, without the chance to warm anything up before we head off from the start line. And they're just fantastic fun, and everyone loves the sound. They throw flames out the back on the overrun, and the induction noise that you hear from the driver's seat is just as sort of spine-tingling as it is, from the exhaust for people in the stands and on the sidelines. There's something really magic and special about these cars. There's not that many of them built. I forget the exact production numbers, but they're pretty rare things, and the fact that a few of them are raced actively and competitively and aggressively today is just superb.
You mentioned the Formula One drivers that race them, but they were often humbled by the regulars. And I think that there's a few tricks to A, setting these up, and B, driving them. Are you discovering some of those this weekend?
Definitely. So I'm completely spoiled with a lot of the cars that I drive, and the M1 thing has been a sort of a theme of the last few seasons that I've been working with clients that I coach who own these kind of things. And through the coaching process, you obviously get a reasonable amount of seat time, but also you very quickly learn that there's a lot of lap time to be found from not very much input on the setup side. So I've had the luxury of going away for a day here, a day there to circuits without a coaching brief, and instead with a setup brief. And as soon as you start playing around, stiffen the car up a bit, adjust the cambers, get the car working a bit more, you suddenly find heaps of lap time. And there's not too much to be found in engine and things like that. It's basic setup stuff, so we're not reinventing the wheel. It's just a case of actually focusing on it and finding that actually you can really wring a serious lap time out of these cars. And that's why in some of the European historic racing, like Peter Auto's classic endurance racing series, this falls into the GT class of the classic endurance racing 2 grid. That's what it's called, CER2, and it is outgunned on power by things like 935 Porsches and Ferrari 512 BBLMs. But unless you're on a really leggy circuit like Monza or Paul Ricard, you tend to balance that disadvantage with the fantastic handling that this has. So you end up in these amazing tussles. It's brilliant.
Sam Hancock, it's brilliant to see. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Yeah, Procar only ran for 2 seasons, 1979, 1980, the very first champion, Niki Lauda, who was a Grand Prix driver of the time. That's Stuart Middleton's Lamborghini that stopped because he saw the red flag, so had to park. Niki Lauda was a Formula One racer, so he was eligible as a Grand Prix driver to race one of the BMW Motorsport provided cars, but he did the whole season for Project 4 Racing, Ron Dennis's team, with the Marlboro back car, because Niki, being savvy, had worked out that if he had Marlboro sponsorship, he could earn, and if he won the championship, he could earn. Ka-ching, he did the whole season and he won it. Now, there is the paddock where we've got lots of Grand Prix greats that we'll see on the hill. Bit of clearing up still to be done up at the top after Justin Law's dramas. We'll be back in business as soon as we can.
Electric cars are in all our futures. To power them, we'll need battery cells, many millions. But instead of importing those batteries, we need to build them right here in Britain. Because without battery factories, our car industry will simply move somewhere else. British folk will build a battery gigaplant so our car makers have all the batteries they need. Visitors at Electric Avenue and look at the future powered by British batteries made by British folk.
So the call's now being cleared. Justin Law's Jaguar has been retrieved. Stuart Middleton's Lamborghini has driven back. Miles Lacey's Praga will turn around as well. Whether they're going to get a second opportunity, those last two, Stuart Middleton and Miles Lacey, will wait and see. I think they are indeed, because that's the Lamborghini going down towards the start. The Praga is already there, so they'll get another go. The timing system for the competitors operates as it would for a hill climb, and therefore if you don't get to the end, in the case of, for example, Justin Law, perhaps a little churnishly, it says fail, which was a real shame for poor old Justin, that big moment up the hill. But hopefully that car isn't as bad as we thought, and not for today, I know, but will be made good in the fullness of time. Right, let's just go and catch up with one or two more of the drivers who've been chatting this morning. To Gemma Scott.
Well, we're down here now with Sally Mason. Sally, I've heard a little rumour that you are you are the only woman to have held the record here on the hill climb.
I honestly don't know.
So
I mean,
modest.
Well, no, it's not even that. But I raced the little F2 Tasman car Ferrari, which was brilliant. And of course, it was an ideal hill climb car because it's very light, lots of power, etc., etc. I always thought Lorena was a lot quicker in the Benetton, but who knows? Somebody will have to do the research.
We will indeed. We'll set somebody on that. But of course, this weekend you're here with your Ferrari.
Yes, the old 166, dear old Barchetta. He was the first car on the hill, I think, as you know, in whenever it was, 1989. I can't remember, it's so long ago.
It was 28
years ago, yeah. Exactly. And here we are, still doing it. Keep winding us up.
And you've done every single Goodwood
Every single one. I mean, how lucky is that?
What an absolute joy. And do you do other hill climbs throughout the year as well?
We used to years ago, but, you know, we're getting older. How much energy is left in us?
You've certainly got a lot of energy, I have to say. Now, I hear that you were at the ball last night. The Who were playing.
It was the... Now, how does he do it? The Who were absolutely amazing. And Roger Daltrey starts off by saying, you know, we've got a little band together, a bit of an Irish puppy lot tonight, but it was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, the Duke certainly knows how to throw a festival and a party. Sally, have a fantastic run.
Thank you so much.
And we'll see you again later.
Yes, thank you. Thanks.
Good to hear from Sally Mason-Stiren as you see the Praga arrive in front of Goodwood House, and Miles Lacey is going to treat you to a standing start for the Praga are one blast away. It's a slightly futuristic looking sports car, but they're in production. There are plenty of them racing in the UK, and Miles Lacey hammers up towards Moulton Corner now. We're back and running through our sports car match.
I can't quite understand why he slowed and stopped before the house. Maybe he made a mistake off the line and realised the run has gone away from him in terms of quick time, but it certainly made a spectacle for everyone there. Now, Alex Summers, the McMurtry Automotive GT, or the Spearling, as we like to call it, David.
Indeed, the Irish thunderstorm. It's got the downforce of about a tonne. Because of the way that it works with this fan, it's got the same downforce really, whether it's a quick corner or a hairpin, and it's a remarkably quick thing. Alex Summers, the second fastest man up the Shelsley Walsh hill climb in its 116-year history or something outstanding. He's a brilliant driver, very, very good engineer, works for Aston Martin and has had a big part to play in developing the cars that we now see as the Formula One safety car.
And don't forget, of course, very famously, back in 1978, there was a famous car with a fan, or suggested as a fan underneath it, won the Swedish Grand Prix for Brabham, and thereafter invited not to play again. But the technology coming back round, and certainly looking at the way it handles up the hill, not just Alex Summers' skill, making that look as good as it is. I think this is a serious piece of technology. There's a lot more to come from McMurtry, so great to see that here at Goodwood. Still the fastest time, Jeremy Smith, 48.92 seconds. Romain Dumartin won't break that speed record in the Glickenhaus. Of course, he has set the fastest ever time up the hill here, but that was in a qualifying run, not in a shootout, so it doesn't count. But different cars, different days.
Now, this is Harry King getting to the end of his run. Harry is always on the money and blasts across the line. You wait till we get to Harry in the shootout, because the 20-year-old is just an outstanding talent, I promise you.
I've been super impressed with him, and every single run he's done what everyone wants from someone. He's gone a little bit faster. He is right in the mix in that Porsche. Now, Liam Lawson, young Kiwi racer, going up the hill in one of the DTM, the German Touring, Deutsche Touring Wagen Meisterschaft, not Tourenwagen anymore, it's GTs from 2021, and his Red Bull Ferrari over the finish line, but still the best time of the day so far, still in the hands of Jeremy Smith, and that taken, of course, out by Harry King, I beg your pardon, in the Porsche.
Now, this is a wonderful car as well, the original GT McLaren, again, a Gordon Murray design car, D-Mapped out with the wheel of it. It was owned by Thomas Boucher, the original racer owner, in the mid-90s, in the initial days of the BPR Global GT series, the type of car that had a lot more win in 1995 in the West against the prototypes, but it was a fabulous car, that McLaren.
It was absolutely brilliant. Thomas Boucher actually was one of the people who encouraged McLaren to make the GTR from F1 road car. He had an F1 road car. He was the first one to even get it serviced because he hit his miles all the time when he took it in to be checked out. They said, there seems to be a problem here. Every time you've been in the car, the telemetry is saying you've done 200 miles an hour. He goes, yes, that's why I bought it. That was for his drive to work. How about that in Munich?
Now, you've just seen Emanuele Pirro in the Lancia Delta S4 out of the Macaluso collection. This, the Lancia Rally 037, is his son, Cristoforo Pirro, and the 037 from the early 1980s. Brilliant tarmac rally car. Struggled on the loose surfaces on forest events against the four-wheel drive revolution that was starting to take over. And then when the regulations for world rallying went to Group A, so the Lancia Delta HF Integrale was the car that had straight away from 1987 onwards. This from 1992, another championship-winning car.
And absolutely fabulous to have Fabrizio Giugiaro here from the great Giugiaro family of designers, and he's got a car in the supercar run as well, a really interesting, how did he call it, a hyper SUV. You can look up the GFG style car, phenomenal. But right now I'm just loving the lines of that Delta Integrale. Brilliant road car.
And also the Martini colours on anything. Race, rally, Lancia, Porsche, you name it, they work.
But they could make a car as slab-sided as the Integrale look sleek. That's an achievement. Also, now Stefano Macaluso, obviously from the Macaluso family. This is a prototype Fiat X19 developed in conjunction with Abarth, and the great periscope is very distinctive indeed.
And how about 9 times world rally champion Sebastian Loeb here doing donuts in the BRX Hunter, built by ProDrive for the Dakar Rally. And Sebastian Loeb, rally legend, been fastest up the hill at Goodwood. He's raced at Le Mans, he's racing the World Touring Car Championship. He's another of the great all-rounders, and Sebastian Loeb is just one of the many stars that we are delighted has made the effort to be at Goodwood Festival of Speed this weekend. It looks an ungainly type of machine to throw up the hill, but across the dunes, across off-road events, it is a mighty piece of kit.
And he drives it like what he was beforehand, a champion gymnast. And I think all that skill and balance and spatial awareness has paid dividends since he went over to cars. But it must be so hard. Well, you can see over the top of the straw bales, that's for sure, with the BRX Hunter. But look at the sort of polar moments of that car. But he's sliding it through the final corner, just trusting there is enough grip. And don't forget, we saw earlier with Justin Law going off, it's still greasy at the top of the hill. But that was confidence and balance personified.
This is the ProDrive built Subaru Impreza WRC 99, 2-litre, flat-4, turbo engine, type of car that Richard Burns and Ewan Cancanen drove that year. Richard Burns, the late Richard Burns, much missed sadly, runner-up in the World Rally Championship. And for many, this is the only colour scheme in which you can have a Subaru Impreza, those 555 blue and yellow colours that made so famous in World Rallying in the period.
One, but a road-going version actually followed me into the circuit this morning, and they really do stand out. It is, you're quite right, David, the only colour. Right, there's still 47.53 seconds. Harry King, fastest time on the board. Jeremy Smith, who was the first one to set a really quick time, he's second on 48.93 seconds, but it's great to see these rally cars up the hill.
It is. You'll see another Subaru in a moment, because Jimmy McRae has just gone out of Molecombe in one of the cars, of course, immortalised by his late son, Colin, and Jimmy, another big enthusiast for the event, still competes. They say he's getting a little bit slower in his older age, but there is Jimmy McRae charging on to the top of the hill in the Subaru Impreza, that car that was from 1996, the pride of ProDrive's collection. It was the Colin McRae World Rally Championship car from that year, and in his and the company's history. We're celebrating ProDrive as one of the great all-rounders, not just drivers as all-rounders, but engineering companies as well, because ProDrive built rally cars, built this, the Aston Martin Vantage GTE.
Marco Sorensen, part of the one half of the Dane train in conjunction with Nicky Team, so many great things in the World Endurance Championship. And he's actually putting in a sensible run rather than a really nailed-on one, so maybe he too was at the party last night. Great to see those crisp colours on the Aston Martin. And then Stuart Middleton, he started before to be called back, and of course he couldn't turn around at the front of the queue, had to go down to the back to turn around. Here he is now.
Indeed, in the car that runs in a one-man championship across Europe, the Lamborghini Superclair. And Stuart Middleton, quick young Brit, races these days in the Italian GT Championship. He's been busy this week up the hill for Lamborghini, both in this car and in the supercar run. And Stuart Middleton is another one really attacking the hill. Not timed, that run, it's purely a demo. but he's certainly quick as well. And I think I'm right in saying he's the last driver through that batch, because now I look left and I see the course cars from BMW and others making their way up the hill. So that is the end of our first batch of cars this morning. Sorry for that delay while we cleared the Jaguar out of harm's way. Great to see so many of you here. It is feeling like a proper Goodwood Festival, isn't it? With so many people all smiling. Plenty of places on the opposite side of the hill from the paddock to go and get something to eat or drink. All the manufacturer areas are there, and lots of trade stalls as well. You won't get bored today, that is for certain. So much to see and do. And being busy at the top, talking to drivers this morning for us, Ed Foster.
Alex Summers, we've got sports car drivers, we've got Formula One drivers here this weekend who are all really sort of trying hill climb as a one-off thing, but this should be like second nature to you.
You would have thought so, yeah. No, I'm still finding it quite nerve-wracking, but it's a lovely event and it's a great privilege to be here, you know. So really, really grateful to the club and everyone to let us come and try this amazing little car out, and yeah, hopefully I can come back in the future.
We were talking to Derek Bell, who was driving it the other day. Just tell us a little bit more about it, because it's an amazing little thing.
Yeah, so McMurtry Automotive is an EV startup company. They've developed this car from the ground up. Everything on it really is groundbreaking. It's almost too much to talk about, but it's a sort of 1,000 brake horsepower per tonne EV, aiming at between 30 and 40 minutes of range at a GT3 pace, and then obviously a bit less with all of the GGs. It's got two big fans behind the driver which stuck it down to the ground, and we call that downforce on demand. The principle there is to get all the wings off the car, so the drag coefficient is ultra low, and you get a lesser energy penalty for having the fans than you do for having wings, is the main idea with that. So it's a real evolution of the fan car concept.
Now, I know you're still sort of in the stages of development at the moment. What do you think is a possible time up here when this is fully sorted? I
think we have all of the right minerals to have a good look at the record in the future. You know, a huge amount of power. We're similar weight, I think, to the IDR. Obviously, Roman has got a bit better CV than I do, but you know, I think the car in itself is a hugely capable bit of kit, great power. I mean, all the systems work really well, and with with say 500 kilos of downforce from 0 miles per hour, that gives us a real advantage in traction events and low-speed corners, you know, particularly off the start lane. So, yeah, I think that's what the guys are aiming at, and I think, you know, all credit to them. I'm sure it will.
Brilliant. Alex, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Emanuele Pirro, I think you're having a competition with Jochen Mass in terms of the number of different cars you're driving up the hill this weekend. How's the weekend going?
There is no competition, it's only pleasure, privilege and wonderful feeling. Forgive me about the jersey today, but it's a special day in the enemy's territory. But no, yeah, it's an incredible privilege for those who really appreciate the history of motorsport like me. And right now I'm driving a car that I actually drove in a rally special stage. It's the Lancia Delta S4, which was driven, you know, the car of Marco Allen and Iki Kivimäki, which were two icons. And this, you know, this category of cars really wrote the history of motorsport because of the brutality, because of the fatalities, unfortunately, and of that time. After these years, they down-tuned the rally cars big time. So also emotions, because old friends were driving these cars. Yeah, Mickey Biasion and Attilio Bettega. Crazy times. It's really, we have to be grateful that these cars are brought back, because the brutality of this engine, and you're sitting in a fuel tank, it's hard to describe. It's hard to describe.
Emanuele, you're being called to get back in your car. I'll let you get on with it. Thank you very much.
It would be a pleasure to go back in my car. Thank you, and Forza Festival of Speed. Forza Italia, and if UK wins, we're still good friends.
That was going so well until Emanuele brought football into it. Yes. Anyway, we hope it's the right result for one of us, Emanuele, later on. But it's great that he's here again, a great Goodwood friend. And he is, of course, loving every minute of driving this tremendous batch of cars that is at his disposal. Lamborghini ambassador, so he's leaping from Lamborghini to Lamborghini across the supercar runs. And then anything else he can find, like the Ferrari 250 Brad van, plus all these Lancias during the course of the day as well. Let's have a look at some of the best bits of that first batch of cars then, that's blown away the cobwebs this morning, right from the quirky little IGM, the Gordon Murray designed sports racer, to Sam Hancock in the mighty BMW M1, one of the highlights of the weekend. But so is Jeremy Smith, who's never driven this car up until this weekend. You wouldn't think it as he pounded on. Kenny Atchison with the Sauber Mercedes, first time here, and with his own pride and joy, taking it moderately carefully. So was Alex Ames in the 962C Porsche, and Stuart Middleton blasted away only to have his run terminated by Justin Law's incident up the road ahead. Miles Lacey showcasing the Praga, Alex Summers with the McMurtry, and then Harry King hanging out of the tail in the next generation of Porsche, on the grass as well, dancing his way up the hill ahead of Romain Dumas in the Glickenhaus. And then you had Liam Lawson driving the DTM spec, in other words, German Championship Ferrari, the original McLaren F1 GTR in the hands of Dean Lanzanti, who prepares this car. Glorious looking machine, the Lancia Delta HF Integrale, that really was the ultimate Group B rally car. An earlier Lancia rally car was this, the 037. Current technology as well from 2021 out of that ProDrive collection, the BRX Hunter, which was dubbed the Ferrari of the desert by David Rich and Sebastian Loeb at the wheel of it, and laying down plenty of rubber in front of Goodwood House with that 400 horsepower twin-turbo Ford engine. Celebrating ProDrive's rather more conventional rallying exploits. For example, the Subaru Imprezas there with the big hose on the side for the ventilation for things like the Safari Rally, and then looking at ProDrive sports car heritage too, the Aston Martin Vantage GTE, another car that's been a Le Mans class winner. So great variety to start off the day. Now, we've been fully aware over the last 3 days of you all enjoying yourselves here, or indeed watching at home. You can get in touch, hashtag FOS, FOS, at FOS Goodwood on Twitter, goodwood.com/FOS if you want to get in touch. So tweet away, and let's see what people are saying this morning. Richard Howlett, final day on the hill. That's a good collection of wristbands. I like that. Keep those if you can. Don't snip them off for a week or two, because that's quite a good collection. One last dance. It's Sunday. It means it's the final day of FOS Goodwood with the badge there. Showcase where you've been. That's great. What else do we have? Darren Collins, 6 a.m. day 4 at the Festival of Speed, next to the Beast of Turin that you're going to see on the hill very shortly. So smiles all round, everybody having a good time, and so too out and about, also enjoying the atmosphere of Festival of Speed is Gemma Scott. Gemma, what have you found next?
We're down here in the Paddock area, where of course people are flocking, literally flocking down to see some of the old Formula One cars. I've got Williams Racing just to my left here, and look at this, a step back in time as you look at the classic, look, the red 5 there, of course, that was raced by Nigel Mansell. This takes me back to my childhood, the 80s, growing up, watching the Formula One and being a huge, huge fan, where it sparked my passion for motorsport, but going all through the eras of the sport, of course. So that's the Williams team are down here. Over this side we've got United Autosports. Look, you've got the John Player special car. You know, that again, it sparks nostalgia, it sparks memories, doesn't it, of what you saw back in the day on the TV. The Andretti car, and of course Mario is here this weekend. He's been driving up the hill in this car, and he's here of course throughout the rest of today. And then come down to, there's a stack of people at McLaren, and of course that is going to be an exciting day, because Lando Norris is here today. Danny Rick's been here throughout the course of the weekend. He was driving the 1990 McLaren of Ayrton Senna, that apparently was the one that went straight into the back of Prost in that year. So he's been racing that one up the hill, or driving that one up the hill. But look, all these people here, so excited to see the McLaren F1 team, excited to see who they can meet and get a photo opportunity with, and you too can be part of that. Let's keep heading that way where the sunshine is, and come across here, because of course you've also got modern racing cars on display. Mind yourself, Heath, I'm just pulling my camera mount through the crowds. I just want to bring you across over here to show you some of the Ferraris that are currently racing in the GT World Challenge. This here, the Tempestra Ferrari of Chris Froggatt, who's here this weekend as well. They won the championship last year, and this car is an active race car. It's just come back from Misano in Italy, and it's here this weekend for you at the Festival of Speed. And look over this way, the hill is just here. we'll be seeing more and more runs throughout the course of the day. So make sure you get your photo opportunities. #FOS is what we want to see, and we want to see where you are and what you're up to. Keep enjoying your day here at the Festival of Speed.
Now, there is so much to see on the hill, there is so much to see around the hill, and then there's also the off-road course, which has its own wild and wacky set of cars, and there's also the rally stage. Now, in all the years I've been to the festival, I still have not yet made it there. We see the footage from up there, and it looks stunning because it's a proper rally stage. Don't think this is a car park with a handful of cones. This illustrates the point. This is a proper rally stage with proper rally cars in proper period colours, and everybody out there is going for it because it is timed and it's a proper competition. And up there watching all of this, Sam McCartan and Tony Jardine, and they've been treated to a great weekend of action thus far.
Yeah, we absolutely have, David. You're right. It has been tremendous. Super slimy, super sticky with all that rain yesterday. Incredible entertainment. Very brave yet skilled drivers going out, and you see how dark it is under the trees and the canopy there with the lights on of the Golf GTI, which is the original Riola car. But you, David, have got to get on that tractor and that trailer sometime. You've got to get your way up to the top of this hill and come and have a look. But you know, it was so great yesterday because we had Ari Vatanen in here, we had Mickey Biazion in here, then we had David Richards in here, and they were just loving and watching all the action going on as well, really enjoying it.
Now, yesterday, Tony, we had all that rain early in the day, and that made what was a pretty tough course anyway really treacherous, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Greg McCormack, for example, he was the most entertaining in the Super 2000s Fabia. But he was doing what the Golf just did there. He was spinning, but he was climbing the banks, and there was one particular corner we named after him, and over 60% of the field either spun there or went off the banks. Fortunately, there was very limited damage to the cars other than superficial bodywork, etc., and they're all out fighting again.
One of the things we've been saying, Tony, down on the hill is how you forget, how you then reappreciate, if that's the right word, different cars, different manufacturers that have come in and out of the sport. You must be finding the same in the rallying with some of the names that have gone from the scene in terms of the manufacturers of cars.
Yeah, I mean, you've competitors such as Skoda and DAF that come and go, but the cross-section we have up here has been magnificent over the weekend. We run from the 50s right up to the current crop, and as you can see, you know, an ex-Allied polymer car, David, that just brings back memories for all of us. It's not an easy run this morning.
Well, there, drama, as you see, as the escort rotates. Guys, thanks very much. We'll be back with Sam McCartan and Tony Jardine later. If you want to go and join them, then there is the shuttle service, the tractor with the trailers that will take you up to the rally stage. You've got to walk back, but it's well worth going up there because there are some brilliant cars, and it's a proper rally stage, as I say. Now, Batch 1 takes us to the very early days of motorsport. This is a chance to wallow in the sights and sounds of lovely creations from a bygone age. That's not Chris Druitt, who's standing alongside me. It's the cars that come out of Batch 1. But Chris, this is an outstanding selection of cars, isn't it? And each one is an eye-opener in itself.
Good morning, David. It really is. And we're kicking off with this early Aston Martin, 1931. Reminding us the amazing successes that Aston Martin had in the 30s with their Bertelli-designed cars. This one competed in the 31 Le Mans. And of course, in 1959, we'll see the DBR one a bit later on, they won the race. Little 1.5 litre engine, not a huge amount of power and a fairly heavy car, but despite that, the Aston Martin was very quick and very rugged.
And rugged was key, wasn't it? Because we're not talking at the time billiard table smooth roads, we're barely talking a sealed surface.
That's right. In fact, in the Bentley days, Bentley versus the 7-litre Mercs, they were chucking stones at each other.
And you had the pedestrians to dodge as well, because they weren't really used to seeing cars.
And we're celebrating the glorious Alfa Romeo 8C engine. And here's the single-seater P3 Grand Prix car. And this one went off to the States and raced at Indianapolis, driven by James Wood. Here, always successfully, always quick. Extraordinary technology, 3-speed gearbox, because there was so much torque for the engine you didn't need more than 3 gears, and then the drive shaft split up before the driver to get the driver a bit lower down. Sally Mason-Steering, we saw her talking to Gemma earlier on in this delicious little 166 Barchetta Ferrari. Barchetta means little boat. It is a lovely little boat. And nowadays it lives in the Ferrari Museum in Italy. Sally and Dudley just have to phone them and say, we want the car somewhere, we're going to drive it, and out it comes, polished nicely, which is one way of keeping your Ferrari, isn't it? But you can't go down to Tesco in it.
And what was this, 4th in 1950 in the Mille Miglia, this car, which is an amazing accolade for it.
Yeah. And it started the run of famous Ferrari V12 engines. In contrast, flat 4 at the back, RSK Porsche, French Ford Kurz.
This, the 718, the type number, of course, has been brought back by Porsche for the latest iteration of the Cayman. And this ex-Peter Whitehead Privateer Aston Martin DBR1, a lovely, swoopy shape, isn't it?
It's a lovely shape, lovely straight-six engine, rather horrible gearbox it had, which was surprising since David Brown owned the company at the time. But Tony Brooks was waxing lyrical at FOS a few years ago, but he said the gearbox was a nightmare.
Now this is David Donahue, son of the late great Mark Donahue, great American racer, in the Cooper Ford T61, the so-called King Cobra, 4.7 litre V8 engine in the back of this.
Yes, it's a T61 Cooper chassis which went over to the States and had a big V8 engine squeezed into it, but it was still space frame rather than monocoque, so pretty soon it was superseded by the McLarens and other Can-Am cars with monocoque tubs.
Ex-Carroll Shelby car, so it's got a good pedigree. You haven't seen this actually, I don't think, since Thursday. David Donahue's not done that many runs up the hill, but it's good that he's out again this morning.
Nicely run, Loeb, taking it sensibly, carefully. At least it's dry, but then you get to the fifth and you just have to be so careful. Sad to see poor Justin Law shunting the at least had a very, very strong Tony Southgate design tub.
This is very true. Behind the Cooper, you've got Rainer Becker with the Porsche 550 Spider, and then it'll be the 904 Carrera GTS of Philip Basil. But there's the little 550, and this driver sitting up proud in the fresh air, Rainer Becker, with limited protection around him. But again, that was a good small engine sports racing car, reliable as well as quick.
Here's the 904. Could be rallied, could be raced. Fiberglass body, bonded to the chassis, 4-cylinder engine. A friend of mine has built a replica of this 904 at home in his garage from scratch. Wow. And he rang the windscreen company. He said, have you got a windscreen for a Porsche? They said, which model? He said, 904. We'll have a look. Yes, we got 3 in stock. So that was incredible.
Finally, we found a customer then. Yes. So the very, very pretty 904 heads to the end of the run. Now, if you go back to the start of the run, we're almost at the dawn of motoring, because the next car to go is the Mercedes 60 horsepower. Here it is, this car from 1903.
1903, 118 years old, but the driver is 16 years old. That's Archie Collins, Ben Collins' young son, having his first competitive drive. I'm sure he's driven at home, probably drives it to school in Prestane in Wales. But Archie and his sister Felicity have been given this drive by their father Ben, who's driving the Blitzen Benz a bit later on, we'll see. And he's at the 1903 Merc, which is not a slow car, is being followed by the Hairy Canary,
which is the AC Cobra, which had a great pedigree in American GT racing. Nick Sleep is the man at the wheel of it, and again, this was a car that needed to be tamed. The ever snaking Cobra, dare one say. You had to be on top of it if you wanted to bite.
It did. Cobras are not easy to drive. It's fun watching them at Revival and Members meeting, battling with the E-types, which are much smoother and, dare I say, easier. But it's a challenge. Here comes Archie over the finishing line in the 1903 Mercedes, which is capable of well over 80 miles an hour. Imagine that.
Then you've got the Bugatti Type 51 of Lucas Hooney, the ex-Louis Chiron car, 2.3 litre straight-8 supercharged engine. You'll see that on the big screen in a moment. There it is.
Yes, Anorak Moments. It's got the twin cam head that Ettore Bugatti if you like, borrowed from the American Miller Grand Prix cars. Roller bearing crankshaft, everyone will know what that means. In the early days, they only lasted 1,500 miles or so, but now with modern oils, you don't need to rebuild the crankshaft every so often. He's followed by this lovely early, the original 8WM Jaguar, Hersham and Walton Motors in Surrey, John Heath and George Abacassis produced Grand Prix cars with 2-litre Alta engines. Gave Sterling Moss his first Grand Prix drive. E-Type, what more is there to say about the E-Type, except that this is a famous car. This is E-Type number 5, the first E-Type to race, the first E-Type to win a race in the hands of Graham Hill at Alton Park. Found derelict in a North London garden and beautifully restored.
And this is Gary Pearson, who is absolutely on the edge.
Gary,
well saved.
I was worried for Gary there.
This is the ex-Jim Clark Jaguar D-Type into the car, but Jim had a lot of success with the small Border Reivers team, something like 12 wins in 20 races, and was the catalyst for people becoming aware of the race.
Yes, this one doesn't have a fin. I think you mentioned, David, the fin, we always think it's fore and aft. It's actually angled 3 degrees to the right to compensate from the drag of the Jaguar. Talking of Jaguars, C-Type, the glorious C-Type, designed for one role only, which was to win Le Mans, which it did twice in 1951 and 1953. This one run by the Scottish Ecurie Castle. Here's the Blitz and Benz. We were talking about Ben Collings. This is the 1909 Blitz and Benz that's based on the fantastic Technik Museum at Sinsheim in Germany, which, if you're driving between Hockenheim and Heilbronn, you must visit. You'll see Concorde and Konkordsky on a pedestal on the left-hand side of the Autobahn.
So Ben Collings heads up the hill. This car, with its 21.5-litre 4-cylinder engine, we're going back to 1909. And although this is of a slightly later generation, the ERO, going into the 1930s now, we've got the ultimate pre-war car still to come. Now, English Racing Automobiles made the R3A, the ERA, the Voiturette period of Grand Prix racing. Everyone a character. Each car had its own personality.
Yeah, this one, in the hands of Raymond Mays, won the 1935 Voiturette race at the Nürburgring. I wouldn't have liked to drive it, bouncing along, but Raymond was a great driver. Here's Indianapolis history. Fabulous Curtis Craft Offenhauser with the big four-banger Offenhauser engine, which Geraint Owen has had for a number of years and races in historic racing in this country. Still only got 2 gears, fast and faster.
And designed to go round and round and round banked ovals, not European road circuits.
Yeah, and doesn't need much in the way of brakes.
Behind this is the glorious Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ2, owned by Simon Kidston, and it's just going up towards Moulton Corner now. In fact, the Alfa Romeo, there it is. That is one of the prettiest shapes here. The 170 brake horsepower car, launched in 1964. This car, ran by Auto Delta, it was used in the 1966 Targa Florio, and it finished 4th thanks to Enrico Pinto and Nino Tornaro. But just such a nice car. Please, can I take one home?
Take this one.
I'm not entirely sure I can quite run to the prime, just a pound short, Chris, you know, nearly there.
We talked about Bentley at Le Mans, and here's the famous Bentley. Just amazing. 4.5-litre, 3-litre Bentley 1 or 6.5-litre. They had a great success, but financially not a success. And in 1931, Bentley Redbuster was bought by Rolls-Royce.
So there is the Beast of Turin. This is perhaps the ultimate car out of this batch. I'll give you the boring bit. 28.4 litres, 4 cylinders. The interesting bit, Chris, go for it.
136 miles an hour on a straight road in Belgium. Duncan Pitway found the chassis in Australia, proved that it was the genuine S76 landscape record car, of which Fiat had 2. Fiat had one remaining engine, which Duncan managed to acquire. It took him years to rebuild, recreate, had to make lots of parts, big chain drive, but isn't it wonderful? Don't stand alongside it when Duncan starts the engine, because you might get your hair singed. He drives it on the road, and it keep saying this, it passes everything except the gas station.
Yes, you can imagine that had there been more than two, it would have taken up an awful lot of space. You can imagine people at Rybrook, for example, thinking, where am I going to put them all in my dealership? On goes Duncan Pittaway then, pressing on, and behind him you just had Bruno Laumann go through with the Ferrari, the type of car that was a Ferrari designed really for Indianapolis when that was around. There it is, of the Formula One World Championship. You look at the colour, you think it can't be a Ferrari.
I know. It's like the Eldorado Special Maserati that Sterling drove at Monza. Certainly brightened up the scene for all the advertising inside. And I believe it was Colin Chapman going to Indy who got the inspiration for earlier Indy car. The Indy Roadster got progressively developed and again, a lot of Cooper with the rear-engine Cooper did a test at Indianapolis and really showed them what could be done. Look at this. Isn't this pretty? This is the new Emira from Lotus. Maybe the last combustion engine car that Lotus will ever build. But I'm very glad they're building it.
Just seeing Jochen Maske up the hill in the Curtis Craft Offenhauser Belanger Special. This is Rory Reid, motoring journalist at the wheel of the Lotus, and accelerating through a golden corner. A really good mixed bag, celebrating pre-war racing, the 110 years of the Indy 500, and for television purposes, the Lotus going up the hill as well. So just such a variety. Chris, before I let you go, pick a favourite car out of that batch for us. I think you might go for the Beast of Turin.
You guessed it.
But it is such a remarkable car, isn't
Wonderful. It? And a remarkable and lovely driver as well.
Do we know why it ended up in Australia? What was the catalyst for getting it there?
It was bought by a Russian aristocrat, Count something or other, who took it out there to race in Australia and to drive on the Australian roads. I think he put it in a ditch and it stayed there.
He just left it there?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, Duncan Pittaway has done a great job of finding it, restoring it. It's great that the car is here. So Jochen Maas, who's found something else to drive this weekend, just goes out of shot there at the top of the picture in the 1951 built Curtis Craft Offenhauser, the 4-litre 4-cylinder car that Lee Wallard drove to win the Indy 500 in 1951. There in the top paddock are another glorious assortment of cars to whet everybody's appetite. And before that batch went up the hill, Gemma Scott was able to catch up with more people here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard.
Well, down here in the assembly area, things are very well run. It's a tight ship by Alex Kinsman. Alex?
Oh, I'm not really running it. I just sort of float around in the background talking to people and helping make things happen. I'm definitely not in charge.
We definitely see the organisation, though, and helping to manage kittens, wild kittens, and get them into their cars. And
oh, the wild kittens, it's more like that's more revival with the Sections and Cup. It's like cat herding, trying to get 74 excited children and whatnot into their cars and on the start line. This is relatively easy. It's just a bit of microphone work, asking people not to smoke or vape or get into your cars because you're late. Poor chap behind me missed the badge completely yesterday because he popped off for some lunch.
Oh. Well, what I do like to hear is a little bit of the behind the scenes, because you're actually very much the eyes in here of the assembly area. You see everybody that comes through, a lot of big names.
Yes, we get to see pretty much all of the cars, well, all the cars that are taking part from the main paddock. Cathedral has the touring cars in it, so they go from there. Most years we get everything through here. Yeah, and we see the big names. We've got Lando later on. We've had gents through. We've had Danny Rick, who will sign anything. Funny story about that. I can't tell in public.
Oh, go on.
What was. One of my colleagues was doing start line wristband duty 2 years ago, and he stood very respectfully with his clipboard next to I think it was Renault McGann or something. He got all the Renault team there, and Danny Ricciardo, and waited for an appropriate pause in the conversation. Stepped forward with his clipboard and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Ricciardo," and Danny goes, "Yeah, no problem, mate." Grabs the clipboard, gives him a flourishing an autograph, hands it back, and Ben then said, "Could I check your wristband?" So he's now got an official check sheet.
Brilliant. Signed by...
The team loved it, and obviously we're
Yeah.
mocking him somewhat.
It's lovely here because the drivers are very much off duty, aren't they? They're having a great time, and you see their true personalities.
Yeah. In the modern F1 world, you can't say or do anything without your PR person next to you with a tape recorder. I'm surprised there's nobody behind me now. But here, you can see the ones that really get it. Was it 4 or 5 years ago? Nico Rosberg came with Mercedes to his championship-winning year, and he really, really got it. He was interacting with the crowd over the bales and the full 9 yards, and yeah, you can see the ones that really get it. Jensen's one of them, he loves it.
It's a great festival. And now I need to ask you just one quick question. How many of these waistcoats do you have?
I've got one waistcoat, plenty of shirts, and I think I may need to expand the collection.
I think so. Obviously a clear mini fan.
Very much so. Well, yeah, we used one of mine at Speed Week last year to fill it with 2.5 million M&Ms.
Awesome. Still finding them now?
Still finding them, can still smell them.
Can you still eat them?
Very much not.
Oh, it's been lovely chatting to you, Alex. Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
We'll let you carry on with your organisation of Wildcats.
Thank you.
Just to illustrate how much effort goes into the Festival of Speed. Plenty of highlights from that second batch of the day. That glorious Alfa Romeo being hustled along by Roderick Jack, and James Wood will see in the shootout in his P3 later on in the day. James Turner at the wheel of the 718 RSK Porsche, the lovely little Ferrari 166 of Sally Mason-Stirren making its way, having never missed a Festival of Speed, to the top of the hill. The DBR1X Peter Whitehead car, podium finisher at Goodwood first time out, and that's Rainer Becker ahead of Philip Basil with the 550 Spider and 904 GTS Porsches respectively. From 1903, the 60 horsepower Mercedes on a demo run, no need for a crash helmet there. Nick Sleep in the AC Cobra, a car that takes a little taming but getting faster and faster over the weekend. There was Lucas Hooney with the Bugatti with the starting handle flapping in the breeze as he made his way up towards Moulcombe, and the HWM Jaguar as well, showing the diversity against the Jaguar C-Type, with which Akira Kos had great success at Le Mans. Contrast that with the D-Type in the hands of Gary Pearson, the ex-Jim Clark Border Reavers car dating back to the mid-50s. The Blitz & Benz, all 200 horsepower on it, nothing being left on the table by Ben Collins on the skinniest of skinny tyres. James Ricketts in the magnificent ERA R3A from 1930s Grand Prix racing. From Indy in the 50s, Geraint Owen with the Curtis Kraft Offenhauser, and possibly the nicest car of the lot, the Alfa Romeo TZ2. Fantastic looking car in the hands of Simon Kidston. Bentley's also taking to the hill this morning, and the ultimate out of the batch, the Beast of Turin, flame spitting, all that commitment being put in by Duncan Pittaway. Wonderful variety of cars on the hill, and it's time we heard from some of those drivers from that last batch with Ed Foster.
James Wood, a very good morning. These older cars, this P3, there are a few things you need to think about. We just saw you jump out of the car and open the fuel cap. Talk us through that.
Yes, well, it's a pressurised fuel system. So it's a straight 8 with supercharged engine running at high pressure, so over 1 bar of fuel pressure, which is pumped up manually with fuel taps on. And the quickest way is then, having closed off the fuel taps in the airline, is then to open the tank, and it lets out that pressure. Otherwise, it's still trying to force things through to get your 3 miles a gallon or whatever you need.
Now, this P3 has a wonderful history from Formula One, Grand Prix racing, through to Indy. Just tell us a little bit about it.
Well, it was a works Alfa car, Alfa Corsa, but the Scuderia Ferrari, before being sold privately to race in Europe, and then to the USA, where it raced in Indy 500 a number of times, I think 5 times.
What a privilege it must be to drive it. James, thank you so much.
Not to worry. Thank you.
Now, in my mind, this is one of the most beautiful batches we have all day. We've got the early sports endurance races behind me, and then we start bringing things more up to date. Next to me, we've got the Hairy Canary, the wonderful V8 Cobra. But if we rewind the clock a bit, back to the pre-war category, we've got Archie Collins here in the Mercedes. How was the run?
Oh, it was great fun, yeah.
So tell me a little bit about driving this car, because how much driving have you actually done before this weekend?
Quite a lot, but it's really good, yeah.
So what are you doing on board? There's a huge number of levers. There's one more pedal than I'm used to. There's 4 pedals there. What do they all do?
Yeah, well, 2 of them are the brakes, but you mainly have to use the handbrake, and then obviously you got the clutch and the throttle.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that, Archie. Enjoy the run back down the hill. Now, I'm going to turn round because over here I can see, chatting to Jason Fong, the photographer, we've got, sorry everyone, just coming through, Nick Sleep. You've just come up the hill in the Hairy Canary. What a wonderful way to wake up.
It's quite good. Yeah, you definitely wake up. It's very loud, and I think all that people really want to hear is the revs. So you just let it rev more than you might do, and it's just, the car's just fantastic. It's going very quick, yeah.
These Cobras, they always look like quite a daunting prospect to drive. Are they, or it's quite easy to get used to?
Not if they're set up well. I think if they're set up, I mean, you don't start on that car. If you want to learn to race, you don't start on it, but you work your way up, and it's fine. And they're perfectly, if they're set up well, they're safe. And that's not the 7-litre engine in there, that's the 4.7. So the later models got this reputation for being widowmakers, didn't they? And they're not. That's fine. It's absolutely fine.
Just the mere 4.7 litres.
Just the 4.7, yeah.
Because obviously you've got plenty of power still. But it is quite progressive. It's quite easy to use.
Yeah, it is, especially with that one. There's tons and tons of torque, so you don't need to. I mean, it's pulling really nicely from quite low down, so you actually don't have to take it to 7,000 revs. It'll go anyhow. So the car's and it's not very heavy. So you've got a big engine with lots and lots of torque on a little body. So it's a really nice car to drive. Lovely. It's a proper sort of racing car, isn't it? It's going to be great. Yeah.
Nick, thank you very much.
You're very welcome, man. All right, take care.
The AC Cobra, another great car. Still so many of them that we see racing in historic GT events today. Of course, come back to the revival in September, the members meeting in October. You'll see plenty of them on track.
You can pick whichever colour you like, whether you've got one with a sports tail or just an open top one. They are fantastic cars, and I think visceral is a word that just sits atop, particularly. We heard from there 4.7 litre, but when you're having the full Monty, the 427 cubic inches, there is no substitute. Absolutely fabulous.
The Beast of Turin has just rattled its way back down the hill. More cars coming up, our next batch in a few minutes' time. Before all of that, though, let's go back outside and catch up with Tom Clarkson and Gemma Scott.
Well, we're down here now in the Paddock area, and this is where the cars come off at the top of the hill once they've done their runs. So if you want to get a very close look at the cars as they're coming in and before they get to their pits, then this is where you need to get to, just in front of the Sky stand in the paddock.
This man needs no introduction from me. A great friend of Goodwood, Tom Kristensen. It's great to see you. And, mate, you're standing next to a very unusual car. What's about to happen?
No, I mean, it's always unusual at Goodwood. You get the opportunity to drive fantastic cars. Cars with, obviously, history, heritage, and now I didn't speak with Damon about it yesterday because I was not confirmed yesterday to drive his very first Formula One car. The Brabham V10.
He qualified for the British Grand Prix in this very car. I have spoken to him about it in the past, and all he said to me was, it wasn't as good as the Williams.
Yeah, but it's very tight, it's very narrow, and that Damon had been fitting in it is all that's accomplishment in itself. Yeah. But I look forward to hear the engine driving it up between the raindrops and get it to the top of the hill.
It's going to be wonderful to see you in that. Just quickly, TK, what else have you got lined up for the rest of today?
Wonderful cars. I look forward to be with in Mario Andretti's, the Lotus 79 from the
Is Mario going to be there with you?
Yeah, he will drive it in the afternoon and I'll drive it in the morning. That's also a little bit of
Is he one of your racing heroes?
Absolutely. He's the maestro, the versatility he showed in racing, and the determination he showed in doing many, many different kinds of, let's say, 1967, I was born, he won the Daytona 500. He goes on to Sebring, winning Sebring with a Ford. He jumps then next year to make his debut in Formula One at Watkins Glen with a small Lotus, and then from there he's just been and done everything. The only thing which is we have in common is he's always getting a little bit grumpy when we speak about Le Mans. He has had some great races around Le Mans, but I kind of keep that subject away. But I was there at Anderstorp in '78 when he was leading with with a Lotus, and I took a picture of him. I was a little boy, 9 years old. So I look forward now to get behind the wheel and get to taste a little bit of what Mario and Ronnie went through that year.
Tom, we can't wait to see you in that car. Thanks very much.
Pleasure.
Thanks.
I look forward.
Terry Grant, regular man to appear here at the Festival of Speed. Terry also doing tricks and impressing and wowing the crowds once again this year.
Yeah, again, full range of cars, three models of the Jaguar, a little Legend, which I always bring, and I bought my Aston Martin as a bit of a backup as well in case I run out of cars.
In case you run out of cars. Are you planning on trashing any, or?
Not planning, I never plan on it, but in the past, as we've seen, it does happen.
It does indeed. Now, we're down here in the assembly area waiting for the one and only Tom Cruise to come and join us. Now, I understand you work quite often with Tom.
Yeah, I work regularly with Tom and all of the gang, so it's going to be good to see him. The last time I saw him, we was all in Rome doing car chases around the Colosseum and stuff like that. We was out there for a couple of months, actually. It was a lot of good fun.
So not only being a stunt driver yourself, you're training other people into doing stunts and training other people in driving skills as well?
Yeah, of course. I've been doing that for a while, and I put a team of girl drivers together, which was great. They do a choreographed drift routine to music. One of them's driving here for the first time this weekend, so Tessa, she's in one of the drift cars, and they've been to some really cool places. I took them out to Saudi Arabia, and they performed in front of the Crown Prince, like about a week after he made it legal for women to drive in that country, so that was pretty epic, to be honest.
That's very cool. You know, you've had such an amazing career. You've done more than most of us put together, I'd say.
I kind of guess it's amazing because we've known each other for a long, long time, and you would think, how on earth is that man still getting employed by anybody? I am joking, of course. I'm amazing, really.
No, but you actually really are. Are we going to see you doing some tricks in here later on?
Yeah, we're going to mess about. We've done a couple of shows in here as well. Not planned, but we just done them because it was empty and there was people standing around. So we'll probably do the same again today. We'll try a run up the hill later in the shootout. So I'll attempt a two-wheel run, see if we can make it from the bottom to the top without falling over or hitting anything. So that should be fun as well.
Continuing to give the people what the people want.
Exactly that. They come to enjoy themselves. It's Goodwood, isn't it? You have to give them what they want.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Terry. Have a fantastic time, and we look forward to seeing your tricks.
See you later.
He's always great value, Terry Grant, and the two-wheel attempt, he has done it before, all the way up the hill on two wheels. He is promising another go later on. That's going to be well worth watching.
What I really love, you get the clips when you're up in the top pack as he comes up, but when he lands, the adrenaline is absolutely pumping out of every pore. You never know what he's going to do next, say next. So entertaining, but he's really added something for everybody who comes here. And I think it was on Thursday he got within a matter of meters of the top of the hill before he dropped it down.
I was talking to him about it online. Go quiet as you go past, because everyone's sort of holding their collective breath, thinking, can he do it, can he do it? That's to come. Now we're going to have a look at rally cars, we're going to have a look at touring cars, and Steve Rockingham, Subaru Impreza, kicks us off in this next batch, and he's got a nice collection of rally cars, including this ex-Tommy Mackinnon Subaru Impreza.
Yeah, he's one of those collectors who said, I started and somehow I just can't stop collecting. And we're not complaining at all, particularly when he gets to bring them here. And of course, the Subaru Impreza just almost reinvented rallying. Rallying is a sport, a branch of motorsport that constantly gets reinvented, but its ability with four-wheel drive really, really marks down. And of course, Colin McRae's absolutely full attack, maximum attack approach won it a whole legion of fans. Now, Anthony Reid, we're more used to seeing him in sports cars, road cars, but really having a hack up the hill in the Escort WRC, just going through Malcolm now. But Travis Pastrana right on board with him in the Subaru WRX STI. Look at the concentration, if you can see the big screens, and he's absolutely focused on all the corners ahead, reaching for the really fast gear changes.
He was fastest in the qualifying for the shootout yesterday. You can see why, because this is a proper flat-out run. Cold tyres, no chance to warm them up. He arrives at Malcolm Corner, he goes down and down and down through the gears, fires it left, slides it wide, corrects it, he's back on the power, grabs a gear. He's not blinked yet since he set off.
No, it's always a focus of the drivers, and as he said, it's not just the complications of the course, it's finding how much grip, and it changes the whole way to the top, particularly in the mornings here when the track is still cold.
I'm sure he's also breathed out yet, because this is an absolute study of concentration. Heads up towards the timing line, he's on the limit. Look at the work going on behind the wheel. Dances over the line, and that was, what, 47.96 seconds. Wow, that was a run.
That's the second fastest run of the day. Still Harry King with that 47.53 second run in the Porsche. Now you want flamboyance, you want tyre smoke. Here is the Ford Mach-E 1400. So much power from this electric car. Ford have just been down to take a look at their stand. Really, really rock solid in pushing the electrical revolution forward. Paul Swift, son of Russ Swift, he is a superstar in so many ways. His car control is phenomenal. Not going for time, well, because he's got time to turn it around. Don't put it on the grass in front of the house. We'll pretend we haven't seen that.
Yeah, another great stunt driver is Paul Swift. Very handy rally driver as well, because he has an Escort Mark II, which can go so sideways for single venue events, and he is somewhere in all of the tar smoke, about to emerge there. Not enough smoke, so lights up the rears, leaves 11s on the road as he heads up the hill. You've also seen go through the Ford Puma with the hybrid technology. Matthew Wilson at the wheel of that today, and here towards Molecombe comes the Mustang Mach-E, and the big thumbs up from Paul Swift. He hooks a gear and accelerates, not quite as sideways as I thought he might be, through the corner, but this has got demon amounts of power.
It really does, and again, just talking to Terry Grant moments ago, of him popping and banging, certainly when he gets to the top. Paul Swift will be the same, and I dare say Tom Kristensen. We just heard Tom Clarkson interviewing him. He's in that from 1992, the BT60B Ford Power. This was the car they couldn't qualify at the start of the season. David Hill joined mid-year, immediately qualified for his home Grand Prix, the British Grand Prix. But for Tom, he's just dipping in the toy box and picking out whatever he wants to drive, and quite right.
So here is the Brabham there, which made that great noise. The engines of the time, real screamers. And Eric van der Poel and Giovanna Amati started the season for Brabham. Something completely different. Let's go drifting. This is Martin Richards, massively successful drift star from the UK with the Nissan Skyline that's got a truck full of power. Don't forget, we've got Driftcarna coming up later this afternoon, which is timed competition with style points as well. But for now, this is really a practice, and to see how much rubber can be burnt, how much smoke can be in the air, and how smelly we can make Goodwood with that lingering aroma of burning rubber.
When we were treated, that's not the approach to Molecombe you'd make in a regular car. You wouldn't flip it left and right, you'd just hold onto the steering wheel and pray a little bit. But when we first saw these cars, David, we thought they were just layering. We didn't realise the sheer level of precision. Yes, they're hanging their tail out, but you look at them, run after run, almost inch perfect. Tessa Whittack, it's her first appearance here. We heard Terry Grant talking of her, and she's loving the experience, and of course, it's a lot about the show as well as the go. So putting up in front of Goodwood House, she will get the tyre smoke going around. Of course, when they do the Driftcarna, that's at 2:20 this afternoon. They will have barrels there, and they'll have to get points for getting as close as they can as they do the donuts in front of the house, and at other points up the hill.
Tessa Whittack, stunt driver in Mission Impossible 7, and has got a problem. What have you done, Tessa? It doesn't want to go. Is that because it's had a pounding off the line? She got a diff drama or a gear? Let's see. But that, oh, hang on. There is movement. There is tar smoke. But whether the car is going to play ball, yeah, I think it is now. So some gremlin in the system. Tessa is away, but it looks a bit one-wheel drive-ish, that.
It doesn't look the full complement. She gets 2 points. They have to get points for driving with the hand out of the window in the Driftcarna later on. But right now, I think that's to indicate there is a problem. Hopefully, she can pull off to the left into the assembly area. That's a shame, because she's been relishing each and every one of the runs. And all of the drift drivers, when they get to the top of the hill, they leap out and they just high-five each other. They're pumped up.
So that, I fear, is going to bring a red, isn't it? It is. The car has stopped. The good news is there's an access point just up there to the left, but the car doesn't have the drive to get that far up the hill. The next one to go is going to be Axel Hildebrand's Nissan 200SX, the 700 horsepower Nissan. There it is. Now, this has been one of the most spectacular cars of the weekend thus far, but Axel, who's all pumped, he's all ready to go, is being told, just chill. We've just got one car to move.
And I'm delighted to see it's got all the elements on the car. By the time that reached the top of the hill yesterday, David, they had to go close to a barrier lined with 4 sensors, and he got so close he knocked the whole lot down. The rear valance of the car dropped to the ground, and the front end was looking a little tatty too. So they're really, really pushing. It's not just about the show, it is about the go as well. No go, clearly, for Tessa Whittack, and that should be remarkably easy, hopefully, to get those last 50 metres up to the exit road. So, quite right, Axel Lindstrom just sitting down at the front, sorry, Axel Hildebrand, and he'll just have to do that thing where they have to step back a pace, don't they, David?
That's right, but it won't be long, as you say, before the car is out of harm's way. Big vote of thanks again to our marshals, who are thinking, why do we have to push it uphill? It's not in the script, but anyway, all volunteers. Without them, we couldn't have events like the Festival of Speed, so thank you, chaps. Good job. There were three shredded wheat this morning, because that's a heavy old Nissan, but you're almost there.
Just regretting they sent the fourth of their number off to get the coffees a few moments ago.
Big wave from Tessa. Big round of applause, please, for our marshalling force as well, for their sterling efforts as they get the car off the course. And as soon as we can, we'll get the next car on the hill. But while we're waiting for that, let's hear the thoughts of Travis Pastrana, who has attacked the hill this morning in fine style.
Travis Pastrana, we rode on board with you up the hill. We're pretty sure you didn't blink. Did you even breathe on that run?
Not usually when I'm driving these. You know, it's a pretty short hill, so any mistakes and you're going to lose. So there was 4 of us really close. Unfortunately, maybe the fastest went out this morning. So yesterday we went out on dries. We had the Yokohama Advans on, and everyone else went on wets. That gave us a pretty good advantage, and plus all-wheel drive in the wet is good. It was kind of half wet, half dry, very slippery. If it stays dry today, it's going to be very tough for us, but I think we can hopefully have what it takes to get on P1.
Is there any more time to find out there? I know it was slightly damp yesterday, but when each time you go up, you must think, ooh, I think I can go a little bit quicker into that.
You definitely can. This run I was going to use to push, and it's just tough because if you over push a little bit, you lose a lot more than you gain. There's a couple corners out there that I think we can gain half a tenth, maybe a tenth. I definitely think we can get into the 46s, but I think it's going to take a 46 to get the win today, so we'll see what we can do.
I did notice as you pulled away from the line, as you're furiously grabbing gears, you had time to wave out of the window. How is your Festival of Speed weekend going?
It's going awesome. No, it's cool. Saw a friend out there, but actually my window was down, so I was putting it up because it gets a little breezy in there at 130.
Travis, thank you so much, and good luck this afternoon.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
How cool is he?
What an entertainer. He took what we in GT racing call the Mirko Bortolotti no blink prize for the morning, but the level of concentration when you look at that onboard footage, never doing nothing for even a second.
No. He says it's a short hill, but a lot of effort goes into it.
Oh, entirely. But I just love that real American approach to entertainment. He's such a personable guy, really gets it, and he's more than a little handy behind the wheel.
Oh, is he ever. He's going to be a driver to watch in the shootout later on. Now, we have seen the rally course. That's just a quick look at the off-road arena. There are some remarkable machines there as well. So that is another element of the weekend that you need to add to your bucket list of things to do. I know you're going to go home and say, oh, I never got round to seeing ... but do try if you can to cram as much as you can. Now, Axel Hildebrand is away, and straight away decides that set of tyres he won't need again, so he starts to destroy them even before he gets to the first corner. This has been one of the most dramatically driven cars out of this back all weekend.
Yeah, what he was doing there was when he does the drift car this afternoon, he'll have to get points for going snaking up that first drag to the first corner, and then they do what they do best, put the front of the car in, but only after you've wagged the tail first. Around past Goodwood House he goes, but to entertain is the aim in this first run. He'll build towards the drift corner, but he has been almost inch perfect, apart from that moment when he took the whole wall of sensors down at the top of the hill.
Oh, but he will tell you he aimed to do that, so
of course.
In his own mind that was precision personified. Right, here he is, heading up towards Molecombe. Now, does he chuck the nose the wrong way and then drift it round the corner like we saw from Martin Richards? Kind of. Fabulous noise as the car howls its way out of the corner. Next to go is Kevin Quinn, and he is doing exactly what Bruce described, flicking the car left and right, snaking towards the first corner with the Nissan Silvia.
Diff lock on, diff lock off, doing whatever he needs at each of the separate corners on this circuit, but still the desire to entertain is phenomenal. But we have admired the artistry over the last 2 years. It's developed all the time, and Kevin Quinn, he gains his skill every year. You know what, all of them gaining horsepower. What have you got this year? Oh, another 100 brake.
Well, this is a mild 800 horsepower in this car. We have got one of over 4 figures we'll get to shortly. But here, do you need all that horsepower? Well, remember in the competition later, the style points as well as the time. And in terms of style, in terms of smoke, so far Kevin Quinn is top. Apologies if you can't see anything anymore, but I promise you that through the smog there is a car.
We'll have to watch the TV highlights when you get home to see the front end of the car. You can only see the smog at the back, but light is good, and so that heavy rubber is being stripped off by Kevin. Less and less grip to play with, but one set of tyres, 15 litres for a run up the hill. That's what they get through.
Right. Everybody enjoying themselves. Some big names here as well. So the drift cars being very spectacular indeed. And there is James Dean on the hill. Now, James is one of the top drivers, great ambassador for the art of drifting, and he is about to arrive almost pointing the wrong way at Molecombe Corner.
James Dean, laconic as could be out of the car, but on board he is working so hard. So absolutely fantastic run.
James Dean up to the top of the hill. We saw Tom Cruise a moment ago. We'll catch up with one of the biggest names in Hollywood a little bit later on. Right now, though, James Dean is trying to smoke everybody out of Goodwood as he makes his way up towards the end of the run. So from one to another in a sense. There is James Dean, not that one, but this one, and he is a real star of the drift art. So is this man. This is Paul Smokey Smith, and he heads towards Malcolm for the chance to beat Nissan.
Every single one of these drift drivers taking a different approach today. They are building to later on. Tom Cruise loving the action down with the Duke of Richmond and Gordon, our host, of course, and so instrumental in getting famous faces and these brilliant entertainers here to the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And not a single one of these drift drivers disappoints. And perhaps the most extravagant of all, Steve Biagioni, actually better known as simply Bagsy, such an entertainer. And yesterday in the drift corner, he forgot the very top principle. He forgot to swing it round and throw it into a car parking bay. But we forgive him because he's been so brilliant at that. The top paddock cannot be seen because James Dean hasn't had enough yet. Not at all, sir.
That car received Biagioni, 1,200 horsepower. It's arrived at Malcolm. There it is. 4-figure horsepower, 1,200 bhp kicked out by this Nissan. It is insane.
One of the nicest guys you will meet in competitive motorsport. Just such a fan. There's not much space past the fifth wall, and certainly not if you're going 45 degrees to norm.
That was precision for you. Even at low speed, look at the rears, kick the back of the car out, a little bit of tyre smoke, and then back on the loud pedal up towards the line. Oh, this is Ian Phillips, who's going to complete the drift element of this batch of cars.
Seems calm. A drift car is never calm for long. Gets to Malcolm. Flashes of flames out of the exhaust. Puffs the way up the hill. But it's just the ability to put that power down. And this, actually, by drift standards, is quite a tame run. Of course, we had poor Tessa Wissock pulling off. But anything that follows Steve Bagsy up the hill is going to look a little bit tame.
Ian Phillips, though, loving being here. First time he's been to Goodwood Festival of Speed. And getting more and more committed every time out. Watch him in that Drift Carno competition that comes up later on in the day. That is going to be all action, and it's at 2:20 past 2 on the hill later on. Right, to the finish goes Ian Phillips. We're going to go back to rather more conventional, in quotes, cars, because there is the much modified Jaguar type of Chris Keith Lucas that is the next one to hit the hill. Put that on a GT grid, it is a mighty car. Against the drift machinery, it's almost modest.
Yes, even with the visual clues that they've got a bit of power there with those big side exhausts. Certainly not how it left Coventry, but yeah, indeed, how to make a mean car look tame. Put it next to the drifters.
There are decades between as well, admittedly, but even so, the Eagle, the E-Type there, goes through. Now, this is from NASCAR's early days. Go to 1963 here for this Ford Galaxy 7-litre V8, a genuine race winner from the time in the hands of Dan Gurney, which won at the Riverside International Raceway in California. John Breslow is at the wheel of it, and that is as it was. Period livery, period spec. Look inside, no roll cage, it was just the driver, steering wheel and a right foot to avoid any drama.
And one other problem, a bench seat. And the strength to drive a big rig like that is enormous, but when your tail end is starting to slide away from where you're supposed to be, it's certainly another issue. But I love that car because it just doesn't look like a competition car in the way my mind has created that. But certainly get it up on the, well, they weren't really ovals, they were smaller ovals, not banked ovals, particularly in those early days. Phenomenal machinery, that Galaxy 500.
Now this is Paul Yorkshire in Ross Pannell's 2007 Dodge Avenger, so a more recent NASCAR style machine, 5.9 litres, V8 and a mobile billboard, all of those different sponsors. If NASCAR does anything, it does brash, it does sponsorship. This slightly later car, the Ford Fusion of Simon Chalkley. Carl Edwards drove for the Roush and Medway racing team for 8 consecutive seasons. He won 18 races during that time, second in the championship in 08 and 11, and this is the 2007 Carl Edwards Ford Fusion.
And if this was to win something, I would really expect that the Carl Edwards style of celebration should be achieved by the driver, where Carl used to get on the roof of the car and do a backflip off. Don't try that at home.
Now, Jack Tetley here was very dramatic yesterday, had a big tank slapper at the top of the hill in the morning session when it was wet. This is a Chevrolet Camaro from 2012, 5.9 litres again, V8 engine. This is 850 horsepower, and a noise that shatters the morning air.
You can feel it right up through your solar plexus. A great sound. And to me, David, it's the sound of cars that draws me as much as the vision. Anyone standing close to that when it gets fired up, you don't expect it to phone home at that particular point.
Jack's on the edge again, but he managed to just about catch that. He's going to catch traffic as well, Luke, because he heads up towards the line. There, just ahead of him is Paul Yorkshire, so the two NASCARs hurtle to the top paddock together. Brilliant to see.
Well, Jack used to work here at Goodwood. He knows the hill, probably from walking up it more than driving up it, but he's been maximum attack all weekend. Now, our man at the top of the hill is Ed Foster. He'll be having little kittens because his massive Impala is now being driven up the hill, and certainly that is a fabulous car. But when Ed got it not so long ago, it didn't really stop or corner, and now it's being improved all the time. The Chevrolet Impala SS. And so let's follow this up the hill. It manages to weave its way between the straw bales and the flint wall. One sign relief for our man at the top of the hill, but a big, big beast of a car.
And that is Jason Stanley at the wheel of it this morning. Jason, who is a very handy mini racer. He's been up the hill a lot this weekend for Toyota in the road cars. Now, Grant Williams in the Mark II Jaguar, another Goodwood hero, because Grant has a unique style of driving, and it doesn't involve straight lines.
It certainly doesn't, and you just beg him, particularly on the circuit, to hang the tail. You don't have to ask, he's going to do it anyhow. He knows it's not the quickest way, but it's how he likes to drive it. And then when he gets to the top of the hill, you watch out, he will make the drift drivers really applaud, because he gets as much wheel spin out of this car with far less horsepower when he does standing donuts than they manage. So he loved it. He's a real showman, and the family blessed with Jaguar Mark IIs ever since his grandfather bought by one back in the 1960s.
And he gets to the Vales, and behind him there's another Goodwood favourite, Nick Swift, attacking the hill in the Mini 1275 GT, a car built to look like Richard Longman's 1978-79 British Saloon Car championship winning car. That's the Jaguar that's done for the moment. Nick Swift is hurtling up the hill in the Mini behind him. And then after Nick Swift, Sam Hancock again in the Rover 3.5 litre. There it is, the Dave Price Racing built car. Sam Hancock gets his hands on some nice machines, doesn't he, every weekend at Goodwood?
And he doesn't just sit in them, he drives them with real gusto, and I love that epic engine nose of the 3.5 litre Rover, derived originally from a Buick unit that expanded in many sports car ranges. TVRs included, used them, bored out to a lot more power, but the Rover SD1, oh, Grant's got to the top. Grant Williams, it's just grandfather driving to the shops at the moment. Oh no, it isn't.
Let's see how much smoke we can get off the tyres of the Mark II Jaguar. There's a fair amount, and there are all the witness marks left by the drift guys. Anything they can do, Grant can do better. Look, big grin on his face. Are you really meant to do this with a car of that vintage? Oh yes you are, says Grant Williams. Fantastic stuff.
Not what the car was made for, but it's what the public come for. And he's acknowledging every time. He has a very big tyre wear bill, but he loves every second. The drifters will be just out of shot, and they will be applauding him. They thought he was fantastic when they laid eyes on him.
Right, other great touring cars on the hill, the Sierra RS500, the ex-Andy Rouse car, this Renault Laguna, and our menu had massive success. It was the type of car that brought Jason Plato into the British Touring Car Championship, Mark Jones at the wheel of it. If you want to be really picky, the wheels are the wrong colour for the period, but let's not bother about that because it is a beautiful bit of kit. And by this stage of touring car racing, the manufacturers were throwing so much money at everything. Williams had helped develop this car at one team, for example. It just wasn't sustainable, and eventually, a year or so after, it all went pop and a different rule set came on.
It went all, so not nothing, but certainly far less, but from 11 works teams. I mean, for the drivers involved, they were the best earning years of their lives, and for the public, the pleasure of watching the best drivers really going at it, hammer and tongs, not too worried about the repair bills. Magical days.
From 1975, this another tribute car made to look like Stuart Graham's Tourist Trophy-winning Chevrolet Camaro. This from 1992 is the turbocharged Nissan Skyline with its four-wheel drive. It's got Jake Hill at the wheel of it, and he's absolutely flying. Jake, British Touring Car Championship ace these days in his Ford Focus, loves driving this car. Very versatile because drop him into historic pre-66 touring cars and he can win races. And look at this, the Nissan dancing its way up to the top of the hill. Ride with him. This is a really committed run by Jake Hill. Great stuff.
His father also a racer before him, and you can see that bloodline is very strong indeed. Simon will be probably holding his breath, but Jake powers it over the finish line, and yeah, the car, the Godzilla, just such an epic mobile, so fast. Another Rover 3.5 coming up the hill. and going towards the Flint wall. Sharp intake of breath, but no, nice and cautious through there at this moment. I think a lot of the drivers saw what happened to Justin Law early on. They're just giving another foot either side of the car. They're not fools, you know.
That's genuine 1983 Rover Vitesse. This is the Audi Quattro short wheelbase. So you're going to 1986 now. The last year of Group B rally regulations, it was shorter. It had these amazing wings fore and after. The power delivery, like flicking a switch. From 2008, the Holden Special Vehicles, as it was built for Holden Commodore, the original Rick Kelly car, had a huge accident at Bathurst that year. Paul Ramsey put it off on, I think it was race day morning warm-up, and Paul was quite badly hurt in that. And really affected him. It went through lots and lots of hands, ultimately to Brad Jones Racing, who sold it on to Rick Wood, who's put it into a different livery set altogether, the Holden Racing Team Garth Tander colours, but Holden Commodore, brilliant from the V8 supercar period. Now it's supercars by title, and that running in that colour scheme, brilliant to see.
Just such great competitions, those wonderful Ford versus Holden battles that went across not the years, across the decades. Anybody who's been fortunate enough to get down to Mount Panorama at Bathurst, it's still a febrile environment to enjoy. But, of course, Citroën C4, such a successful car in the World Rally Championship, being driven very, very well this morning up the hill. And Max Girardo, Marcus Willis driving this morning. But, again, rallying cars constantly changing shapes. And just look, a short while earlier, but an awful lot higher, the Citroën of an earlier age and much more Paris-Dakar.
Indeed, Harry Vasselin drove one of these, for example, to victory in the 91 Paris-Dakar rally. This was the sort of evolution of that car. But, again, sitting up high for all that ground clearance that you needed for off-roading. And as the regulations of rallying changed away from here, Group B, it was rally raids where the manufacturers tended to gravitate. This car, 1986, it came into the World Rally Championship. Ford was a bit late and a bit undercooked, really. It wasn't really the match for the Lanciers, but it did win the British Championship years later in the hands of Mark Lovell, the late Mark Lovell. This is a current day British touring car. Sam Smelt and Rory Butcher sharing the driving duties of Rory's car. Sam Smelt driving it at the moment against Volcom. This is next year's Toyota Corolla for the British Touring Car Championship with James Cole at the wheel of it. This has got the hybrid technology that moves the BTCC that many of you, I hope, watch on ITV4. I hear it's jolly good. This is next year's technology today.
Take a look, and is it easy to differentiate any performance difference to the current car? Not at all. And when you get the might of Cosworth developing an engine system for you, but hybrid we're moving forward all the time, and it's great to see that here. Visually looks no different, but under the skin, clearly very, very different indeed. It'll be really, really interesting to see how the championship shapes out. I don't expect a great deal of difference, but just new technology under the bonnet.
That hybrid system is going to be interesting to see how ultimately it's brought into the rules, whether it's going to be a push to pass, push to pull away, how many uses, whether it's going to be a number, for how long you can use that technology in the car. So it does give extra scope for the racing. Personally, I would say the racing is pretty good already. Might even get even better, you know.
I think there's a fair basis from which to start. But yes, maybe they change the rules from round to round, so you don't know how to use your power when you arrive at the circuit. No, maybe not. That would be a terrible idea.
Alan Gow, are you listening? Yes, the boss of the BTCC. He's probably filed that one away. Yeah, we'll do that for a one-off event. That'll be sneaky, he thinks. Right, that's the end of that batch. More fabulous machines heading up the hill. And they're the two Speedworks Motorsports Toyotas, the Northwich-based team operating Toyota Gazoo Racing UK. Arrive at the top of the hill. Sam Smelt slots into place, and so now they're James Cole, or Hybrid as he's now known because of the word on the side where the drivers' names normally are. He arrives into his parking space, and we'll have those cars heading back down the hill shortly. We might even be able to grab a word with the driver or two, but all of that is after we've caught our breath here at Goodwood.
Electric cars are in all our futures. To power them, we'll need battery cells, many millions. But instead of importing those batteries, we need to build them right here in Britain. Because without battery factories, our car industry would simply move somewhere else. British folk will build a battery gigaplant so our car makers have all the batteries they need. Visit us at Electric Avenue and look at the future powered by British batteries made by British folk.
Now, whilst this is the drift batch, the touring car batch, the rally car batch, we've got a sneaky Formula One car here with Tom Kristensen on board. And here we have Anthony Reid. Anthony, I'm used to seeing you in sports cars and touring cars. What are you doing in the rally car?
Oh, just one of these crazy, which can only happen at Goodwood. I was driving down on Thursday and I got a phone call from Nick Jarvis, who owns the car. He said, I'm stuck in Singapore, I can't make it. Would you like to drive this car here? What a fabulous opportunity. It's bloody quick. And I tell you, conditions like this where it's not perfect, it's a bit damp in places, the four-wheel drive is a fabulous bit of kit.
You are the master of the shootouts. Have you got any more time to find for this afternoon in that?
Yes, I have. Yesterday we were running on wets and we managed, I think, P7, and the track was less than perfect, so I can definitely go quicker. But it's just a question of what the opposition are going to do, people like Travis in this incredible machine here. So we'll see.
Well, Anthony, best of luck. I can see Tom Kristensen sat here in the Formula One car, so why don't we dive in and see how Tom's first experience with the car was. Tom Kristensen, I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in. First time sat in the car, you just about fit. How was it?
I have no seat in the car. It fits very well, and that was a type of cars for. This is from 1992. I can imagine Damon Hill has been a bit squeezed in it, I'm sure. But yeah, the car is a demanding car. I feel I always have to overcorrect driving up. It's incredibly peaky, agile, but I think just driving up here it becomes narrow and more narrow and more narrow. But it's a lovely experience, and cars from this time was when I was in the younger junior formulas, ready to and inspiring to go towards Formula One. So it took me a little bit longer than others, but now I'm here.
These Formula One cars are tricky cars to drive at the best of times, but you've got cold tyres, cold brakes. How much more difficult does that make it?
Yeah, it's kind of nice. That's a lot of drivers' excuses you put right there in my mouth. But yeah, it's cool to experience, and that's what Goodwood is about. Try different cars, different eras, and I'm very thankful. And now I will listen to a lot of good stuff over here from overseas, from Travis, right after this. So thanks.
Tom, thank you very much. Kevin Quinn, when I saw you come up the hill on Friday, I didn't think you could get any more dramatic, but each run there's more tyre smoke, you're ever more sideways. Have you got more to give this afternoon?
Yeah. This afternoon's one to watch, definitely. It's just a great experience to be here, and coming up that hill is just amazing. Like, there's no words for it.
Now, you're always very careful with your car. You're always checking everything after the run. What are you looking out for?
Just making sure the engine's running cool enough, because that's a hard-out battle coming up that hill. Like, so no, all's good for this evening, thank God.
Of course, because what we don't think about is that because you're going sideways all the time, there's no air coming in the front. Yeah. So I guess it takes a very short period of time to get very, very hot.
Yeah. As I say, temperature's working up there, but like the way I was driving it, how can you blame it? You know what I mean? My engine builder will be coursing me, but sure, what can you do? We're enjoying ourselves.
It's very close in the drift car competition at the moment. You're right up there.
Yeah.
Do you think you're going to win?
I'll try my best.
We look forward to it.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Thanks, boys.
Jason Stanley, I've asked this question many times before this weekend, but I truly mean it this time. How was your run up the hill in the Chevrolet Impala?
Fantastic, Ed. You know, what a privilege to drive the 1961 Chevy Impala that Dan Gurney came to Silverstone to take on the Mark II Jags. And an amazing car, great history. The sound of the V8 on the open pipes is just incredible. It scared me a little bit, I have to be fair. It's just a little bit different from an FIA Mini Cooper, isn't it? Not much.
Now, the problem with this car is that it is a bench seat, so you have to hold on, don't you?
Yeah. So first corner, a bit like this. Second corner, like this. And Volcom, like that. So yeah, you slide across. I couldn't quite get my hands device to work with the belts head. There isn't any belts.
Yes, safety took a day off when they designed this.
They did.
But you managed to open the engine up, open the throttle up, get the engine going. How was that?
Yeah, well, I listened to you. Unlike most people, listening to the owner is quite important. And as you said, give it full throttle. That last inch of travel gives you the full 4 barrels. And just incredible. The power is incredible. I would love to try this on a track one day and see what it can do. It's just a thrill to drive, and the noise is the abiding memory, I say, and sliding around in a seat like I've never done before. So that's unique on many levels. So thank you very much for the opportunity, Ed.
Jason, thank you.
Thank you.
So more great action on the hill. Another great mixed bag of cars, from the WRX Subaru in the hands of Travis Pastrana to Paul Swift doing donuts in the Ford Mustang Mach-E. We had NASCAR technology hitting the hill as well as Formula One machinery. Tom Kristensen in the ex-Damon Hill Brabham, all the way back from 1992, exploring all the real estate. Martin Richards doing dramatic things in the first of the Driftcarna cars. Tessa Whittock having dramas on her run, but those cars are going to be back out later on. Axel Hildebrand, very, very spectacular indeed, and he's going to be one to watch in that competition later on in the day. So too is Paul Quinn, because he has been another of the Driftcarna stars, and with smoke hanging in the air, James Dean is one of the most dramatic, and he should be a real man to beat later on in the day. But Steve Bagsy Biaggioni could be the tough opposition to him. He too was able to shroud everybody in tar smoke earlier on. Ian Phillips took to the hill in his Nissan, and then things calmed down a little with the ex-Dan Gurney Ford Galaxy making his way up the hill. We have the NASCARs from the likes of Simon Chalkley and Jack Tetley with their earth-shattering noise making their way through Moulcombe Corner. Jack Tetley in particular getting more and more committed as the weekend goes on. Grant Williams burst out of the tar smoke and then produced more of it at the top of the hill as he blasted through in the Mark II Jaguar and the Stuart Graham Nigel Garrett Chevrolet, plus here the Rally Raid Citroën, all the way back from the 1990s and the 1980s with Ford RS200, Ford's Group B Challenger. Such variety, Bruce Jones, you only go to Goodwood.
Entirely so. So let's look ahead. The next batch of cars coming up, starting with the BRM, the Grand Prix Great. It's Formula One time and celebrations of Ayrton Senna's 3 World Championships and 50 years since the first Tyrrell World Championship in 1971. That's the next set of cars on the hill, and then in front of the house, celebrating the amazing career of Roger Penske. A moment at Goodwood House, 11 o'clock. Batch 3 cars, that's celebrating the career, the multifaceted career of Jackie Ickx, of Roger Penske, of Mario Andretti, and for the first time today, the bikes hitting the hill. The red arrows at 11:40, and then the supercars, the road bikes, and first glance, yes, cars that have never been seen in public before. They will be at 12:05. Another moment in front of Goodwood House, celebrating the revival of Lotus, and there is so much momentum behind the mark in 2021. Then it's the turn at 1 o'clock of the sports racers, an incredible collection of cars from the Macaluso family, principally Lancias of every type and every stripe, and ProDrive, the career of this great British engineering company, being celebrated with Batch 5. Another person who's achieved so much, Jackie Ickx, Penske, Andretti and the bikes all over again at 1:35. Then Mario Andretti, the great man, will be celebrated with an interview on the balcony at 2:10. The Driftcarna, it's going to be wild, it's going to be leery, it's going to be fun. That is at 2:20. Then it's the turn of the Formula One cars again. The BRMs, the Grand Prix Greats, Senna and Tyrrell groups at 3:10. The Blades in the sky at 15:45. to give you a chance to crank your necks upwards. And then we go back to the very earliest runners from 1903 onwards in batch 1. That's at 5 o'clock, but I've skipped one, the big one. That was unintentional. How could I avoid that? The shootout at 4 o'clock. We're building towards an incredible finale in there. And then the final 2 batches of cars, the NASCARs, the touring cars, the rally groups we've just seen up the hill, out at 20 to 6, and finale will be the supercars, the first glance, and the road bikes to bring the 2021 Goodwood Festival of Speed to a glorious conclusion. So yes, indeed, how could I have forgotten the shootout? Maybe I'm just simply overexcited. But now Lando Norris dropped in on Sunday. He's having a cracking year in the World Championship for McLaren. But he's going back in time. In fact, lucky driver David, he's slotting into that. I think it's the McLaren MP45B with which Senna won the middle one of his titles in 1990. Getting last-minute instruction, an amazing car and an amazing young driver.
Absolutely, and he's not peaked yet. He's getting better and better, and so too is McLaren. They've guided him to podiums already this year, but let's see whether he can emulate that again next week. British Grand Prix, of course, Silverstone, with gates open to a big crowd next week, and Lando, I'm sure, is going to be eager to put on a good show. The McLaren's getting more and more competitive all the time in what's turning out to be a really interesting Formula 1 World Championship this year.
Yeah, you could never tell with not a lot of mixing of the pot that it would be different, but I think what we are seeing in there is McLaren crept their way forward last year, and they've really come into the mix. Mercedes have got to pull up their socks now, and Red Bull, where I heard yesterday from Harry Newey that his father, Adrian, has never worked as hard because there's a championship to be chased for, so yeah. Red Bull, they're definitely with their tails up at the moment.
So Lando Norris, only seems 5 minutes that he was a guy in Ginetta Junior racing with an unusual name, but boy, has the world heard about him since. He's done a huge amount of racing very successfully through Formula 4, Formula 3, towards Formula 1, and now Lando Norris is strapped into one of the great charismatic cars here at Goodwood this weekend. A Marlboro McLaren, for many, is still the only livery. Others might say it has to be the original orange colours. Others might think of the next generation after Marlboro, which was the West Silver Tobacco. But for many, Ayrton Senna and a Marlboro McLaren ticks the box.
It's clean, it's crisp, but it's got a V10 engine in the back, and that ticks an awful lot of the boxes for me. But also all that history tied in with Ayrton Senna. And when you think about the clash of the two titans, Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost, teammates for a while, and then definitely not teammates in the third of those championship years. But we go back in time, back to the early 1960s. We've got huge Lotus presence here, and it's great to see one of the cars, several of the cars coming down that shaped their history back in the early days in the 1960s. Really looking forward to this next batch of cars, where we're going to celebrate Formula 1 cars from, I think, the earliest indigenous group is from 1952.
Yeah, our Grand Prix greats presented by the FIA, the governing body of world motorsport, and not just, of course, involved in Formula 1, but rally, circuit racing, touring cars, GT, electric racing, truck racing, off-roading, historics, and of course motoring in general. There's a huge FIA road safety campaign as well these days, which has been very much a personal will from the president of the FIA, Jean Todt, to try and improve road safety, and the way that he's gone about it has been very, very determined.
It has indeed, and I mean, you go a long way back, and motor racing and safety were hardly even on nodding acquaintances, and the progress made through the years, sadly often after something really terrible had happened, but we've gone so far forward that it's really hard looking back, and it actually, with cars like that, MP45, yesterday Daniel Ricciardo was saying the great thing about this car, I could see the bottom of the front tyres, which you no longer can once the body sides came up and the halo was put on. So very, very different driving environments, but everyone a different shape back in those days, David.
Forget wind tunnels. A designer will get his pencil, his sheet of paper, a bit of string maybe, a protractor, and work out the best way, the best shape to go fast. And there you see the Tyrrells. We have a Tyrrell appreciation within this batch. The earlier one that went out and shot, the 1971 car, just going through the corner there down the start line. Jackie Stewart at the wheel of his 1971 World Championship winning car. And actually there's a couple of examples within that Tyrrell set there of cars that were launched the year before when data gathering, if data was a word used in 1970-71, I doubt it was, but lessons were learned to make the car better for the following season.
They were indeed, and of course in those days, David, you're quite right, it was literally sketched on a pad, but you knew who designed pretty much every part of the car because it was the same person.
Indeed, and also every car was a different shape. You know, now take the livery off, they all look the same pretty much, because a wind tunnel tells you what another wind tunnel is going to do. And an example of trying to push the envelope is the 6-wheel Tyrrell that you're going to see in this batch. We saw it on screen a moment ago, going down towards the start, the Williams FW 08 there from 1982. Another great car.
Well, don't forget there was actually a 6-wheel Williams as well, but that was a different take with the 4 wheels at the back rather than 4 small wheels at the front. But that was outlawed. But I think Patrick Head was particularly, how should we say, gutted about that, because distraught, might be the better way of putting it, because the car, when it hit the track for testing, was phenomenal. It was outlawed. And so, alas, another novelty went west. But actually, looking back over the history of Formula One, David, sometimes it was the heroic failures that drew the sort of affection, the ones where someone had designed something and quite simply it didn't work. But you know what? They tore it up and they tried all over again.
Red Bull hasn't had many failures, and as soon as this fires up, it'll head down to the bottom of the hill. So away goes the Renault engine Red Bull. Ferrari will be in this set as well, and don't think that this is just a bit of fun for the teams, because these are complicated cars, the more recent Grand Prix cars. There's an army of mechanics sent here to operate them. So carry on that thought. This underlines how important an event this is to the likes of Red Bull, to Mercedes, to Ferrari Formula One team, because there are minibuses full of engineers that will go to the top of the hill to fire the cars up. It's not done on a button, it's done from multitudinous laptops before you can fire the engine up these days.
Absolutely, David. And of course, what was probably cutting edge in some of these cars that still look new to me but are now 10 years old, their start process would be entirely different to what they have now. So they probably got to bring many sorts of different laptops with the right sort of hardware to get it all going. But
your Commodore 64 to bring one of those.
Yes, waiting for the valves to warm up. So we're going to be good in 5 minutes.
Yes, the ZX81 has just been plugged in. We can fire up a car of that vintage. Nowadays, probably a USB stick you need. Right, to the start goes the Ferrari of Marc Genet. But yeah, you're going to see all manner of shape and size in this to see how Formula One has evolved. Not just the category, but also different brands, different manufacturers within it. You'll see the different styles of Tyrrell, the different styles of Ferrari and of McLaren, for example, as well. And Mercedes making Grand Prix cars in the 1950s, and the Silver Arrows returning after Mercedes bought Braun, which had bought Honda, which had bought BAR, which had bought Tyrrell, which is where we get to with our Tyrrell appreciation. Which one did I miss out?
I think you've done pretty well on that one, but I had to follow through. It's a lumpy process, not as far as you have to go from Jordan to Aston Martin over that corrugated road. But anyhow, great to see the last few cars. James Wood, we saw him earlier on the hill in Alfa Romeo P3, and he's always a busy driver here. And he's just got going back down to the start area. What you have to understand, they go down from the assembly area, doing the course, of course, going downhill. And you have to go to the far end, past the start line, a very tight turning circle, and the cars queue up and line up to take their starts at suitable intervals. And obviously, in this batch of cars, we're not going to have people doing donuts. They know that if you get... not intentionally.
I think some of the F1 modern cars might.
Yes, maybe one or two in front of the house. But, okay, that's a good point.
Now, the Mercedes yesterday, the Mercedes from 2019, so pretty close to the current day, that was driven by Esteban Gutierrez. Today, it is going to be driven by Anthony Davidson, Grand Prix racer himself, turned broadcaster, still a very successful sports car racer, and I'm sure he is going to play to the gallery as the cars get set. There is one slight quirk from Formula One machinery in this, which is a Formula One support class W Series, the Formula 3 style car that Caitlin Wood will drive, the female-only single-seater category that will race for the first time at Silverstone next weekend at the British Grand Prix. So we are almost good to go as the cars are down at the start line, and our first of 2 opportunities to see the Grand Prix breaks presented by the FIA will be getting underway shortly. Notice an increasing number of England flags on the hill today. Some football going on or something tonight, is that right?
I'll check that when I get home this evening. Take a look. But yes, I feel that a lot of you are going to have to cram an awful lot of your visit here into the first half of the day, and then see how you feel. How good is your escape route to get out of the car parks, out of the gate, and on home. Even going down in the support vehicles, and of course with the Formula One group we have more support vehicles than anything else, because as David said, you need a lot of machinery and equipment just to fire it up again. But it's not just the British. We had Emanuele Pirro waving the tricolore, the Italian tricolore earlier at Ferrari. Who else?
It's like being in the Italian job, isn't it, with the vans with the flags out the side. So good luck to both nations, he says, trying to be equal to all. We are looking at the teams heading down to the start line so they can operate the cars to get them to the line, to get them away. They'll then be transported up to the top of the hill, ready to, again, fire up the engines and bring them back down into the paddock at the end of what promises to be a really spectacular run. Can't wait. Great machinery on the hill from the F1 set. The Aston Martin Formula 1 safety car is there on the hill. You can see a big screen near you. Needs a wash before next week. It's been given a fair amount of hammer up and down the hill this weekend. But carrying on a tradition from Mercedes, we have Aston Martin supplying us with the course cars here this weekend, and it's great that we have Aston Martin joining in this way. Great to see so many of you here at this biggest sporting event we've been allowed in the country to have, not just motorsport but any event since the pandemic hit.
Has it worked? I can guarantee it has. I walked out even yesterday when it was raining and every single person was smiling, and particularly for children who haven't had a big event to hang their hat on over the past 18 months, probably since the summer of 2019. But if you're just buying a coffee or some food from the catering stalls around the circuit, I urge you now to get to the front of you quickly and get to the edge of the hill climb, because it's going to be loud and it's going to be the fastest cars you would have seen so far this morning. The F1 cars are just about to start their run.
Sort of whets one's appetite for the shootout in a sense, because fast and noisy is how we're going to end that shootout later on in the day. But you can see how popular the holding area has been and how popular the paddocks are. There you see the Sky Tempesta GT Ferrari, which isn't going to be competing, but it's part of the static displays at the hill. Right, some of the support teams, their vehicles are now being brought back, so you take the mechanics down and then the minibuses head back to the paddock. The course car blasts away.
I rode up the hill in that course car on Thursday morning.
Oh, very nice.
Very nice indeed. I was expecting something different, and I said, yes, I seem to have had a rare upgrade. The sort of thing you never get on an aeroplane.
We did organise the tractor for you. I wonder what went wrong. The F1 safety car, I think it's Trevor Williams, the clerk of the course, at the wheel of it, and he's been revelling in that all weekend. It's getting quicker and quicker as, of course, 4 days goes on.
When I went up with him, the hill was wet, greasy, muddy, fabulous.
Right. Batch 4 is all about Formula 1, all about single-seater racing. BRM, the Grand Prix greats, presented by the FIA, cars from Ayrton Senna's time and from the Tyrrell constructor as well, which was a shame in a way that Tyrrell faded away the way it did with finances being short. Ken Tyrrell hung on for as long as he could, but in the 1970s, Tyrrell had great success, largely with Jackie Stewart, but not exclusively, and of course pioneered that six-wheel Tyrrell that we're going to look at. The P34, the car we will see in due course, but it isn't one from the period because they are virtually impossible to buy. So with the approval of the Tyrrell family, it's been reconstructed to original drawings with, where possible, any original parts, but it is just fantastic to see.
You know, I loved yesterday afternoon. There was a red flag on the hill, so I had actual time, a decent amount of time to talk to Sir Jackie Stewart and Paul, and they're still so proud of what they achieved. And you know, those cars in that livery still look so crisp, but the detail, and you could just see it creeping into the teams. First came sponsorship, and then came that professional approach. And of course, when you got Ron Dennis with McLaren, he took it to a whole new level, and everyone has had to follow since. But back in the early 1960s, there were plenty of privateers who ran cars, including Lotuses, and Rob Walker racing that famous dark blue with the white band over the nose, and so famous for Sterling Moss being their arch proponent. And of course, this car, Jeremy Thompson, is driving one for Rob Walker racing, the privateer team. I have to keep reiterating that point. Monaco in 1961, with the sides off for a bit of ventilation.
Yeah, exactly as all the famous photographs of the occasion showed. Sterling Moss held off Richie Ginther to win the race, and it was another of the late, great Sterling Moss epic drives. Of course, at the time, he was racing sports cars as well and leaping from car to car, weekend to weekend. And Jeremy Thompson then hits the hill in the Lotus 18. This is Andy Middlehurst driving the Lotus 43 with the BRM engine. Lotus decided that something else was needed in the back of a car while Cosworth was working away on the DFE, so Colin Chapman plumbed for the BRM unit and instantly regretted it.
It wasn't. In fact, you could see, just as the car was coming up with Andy Middlehurst, immense amounts of vibration from the car, the side mirrors, the rear mirrors, vibrating around. One engine effectively on top of the other. We went from a 1.5 litre Formula to a 3 litre Formula, so two 1.5 litre engines were conjoined effectively, and it was relatively fast, but heavy and oh so unreliable, even in the hands of Jim Clark. You know, you just took that one win, but of course greatness followed in 1967 when the Ford Cosworth DFE arrived only with Lotus, and they made it sing, they made it work. Then everyone had to have one, and the face of Formula 1 was changed forever.
While Jack Brabham was building his own cars, and he went with the small Repco company's engine in the back of it, but Jack Brabham raced them, won with them, constructed them. Nobody else has been able to win a world championship in a car bearing their name.
And if you want to take a car that moved Formula 1 forward, this is it. Nick Fennell driving the glorious Lotus Climax 25. But the key was this was the first Formula 1 monocoque, and suddenly all the other cars with their space frame structure were just not quite at the races. Combine that with the excellence of the design and the brilliance of Jim Clark, and it was a glorious, glorious year for the Lotus 25. Back to the world of BRM, they did get it right. They tried for years, and then Graham Hill in 1962 took them to the World Drivers and Constructors titles. So at last the man from Bourne up in Lincolnshire got some suitable reward.
And the earlier BRM, this is Andy Willis at the wheel of the Type 25, the car that gave BRM its first win. It's a 1958 car, this 2.5 litre 4-cylinder engine, and it was Joe Bonnier in 1959 at the Dutch circuit of Zandvoort, which will return this year to the Formula 1 calendar, that gave the British-born-based company its maiden win. And how about this Ferrari, the famous sharp nose, this recreation of the chassis 0002 Olivier Jean-Demien's car. Jason Wright at the wheel of it. We're into the 1960s now. 1961 was when the 1.5 litre V6 Ferrari sharp nose hit the circuit, and that was another wonderful shape.
Yeah, the rules changed for 1961 down to 1.5 litre engines, and Ferrari, as it happens, had one ready. And that year they achieved the astonishing feat in one Grand Prix of filling the top 4 places at the end. The Sharknose was a fantastic car. It took the rivals from Lotus and BRM a little while longer to get up to pace, but Ferrari, they took the title with both hands. And there's never been a car, I think, from the 60s that is so distinctive as this. These are recreations because, of course, Enzo was had no sense of it at all. He put them out of the back of the factory, and largely they'd get crushed or just simply put away.
And the V16 BRM in the hands of Rob Hall. Again, it was a good idea. It was a car that made a fantastic noise, but it was never the most successful, and was almost derided at the time by many as it just did not work. But Rob Hall at the wheel, heading up the hill. This is David Brabham driving in the Formula 5000 McLaren, the N10B, run by Frank Matich's team. Frank had a team as well as making his own cars and being a very good race driver himself. And David Brabham finding something really different to drive this weekend.
Yeah, it's good. When we first saw it, David, I think we can own up to the fact we started having to scurry around and look to check entirely what it was. Wasn't in our initial entry list. Now here's someone who, if he had a list of boxes to tick, one would be driving the BT44B Brabham, because he's Marino Franchitti, second generation, brother of Dario and son of George. George used to race, so these boys were brought up with petrol instead of blood. And in the early 70s, one of the most beautiful cars, designed by Gordon Murray, still looks crisp today, David.
Indeed, and it's also time to acknowledge the sad death 3 days ago now, rather, of Carlos Reutemann, who would have raced that car in period, the Brabham BT44B. The Argentine driver died age 79 on Thursday. He'd been suffering from the effects of liver cancer for some time. Carlos Reutemann second in the 1981 World Championship for Formula 1 cars, and our thoughts with his family as we look at David Clark at the wheel of the Fittipaldi F6A. Fittipaldi decided to start his own team with the Copasucar money, and although it's a pretty car, it's not that successful, and it kind of led to the free-fall in the way. That was his final career, final days in F1.
What I like to think of it, David, was it gave him a springboard into IndyCar racing, which is
yes.
one way of looking at it. Will sort of, but it was, of course, you like to succeed with the family team. Brother Wilson tied up with it as well. BRM kept on going through the early 70s and scored some incredible wins, including the closest finish ever in Formula 1 at the time, 0.01, a hundredth of a second in a 5-car group at Monza in 1971, with Peter Geffen getting ahead by less than a sheet of paper.
Now, after Ewan Sergison in the Graham Hill shadow, he's got the Graham Hill colours on his crash helmet, is going to be the Ferrari 500 625A, which takes you back to 1952. And there it is on the hill with Mario Andretti at the wheel. This car that was raced by Alberto Ascari, by Mike Hawthorne, by Maurice Trintignant, by Nino Farina, and Mario Andretti, who's one of the drivers whose career we are celebrating this weekend, is at the wheel.
But you know why this is super special? Before Mario and his brother Aldo emigrated with their parents from Italy to America, he used to sneak into the circuit at Monza, and one of his early heroes was Alberto Ascari. So we complete the circle, and I'm sure for much as Tom Kristensen is so excited about driving Mario's Lotus 78, this is an equivalent for Mario. So he hasn't been here for 20 years, and I think this ride alone will have made his transatlantic crossing absolutely worthwhile.
Only at Goodwood can you complete that story, that now in 2021, a car he watched as a boy, he is behind the wheel of, heading up the hill in front of this vast and hugely knowledgeable and appreciative crowd. Through goes Mario Andretti. Roger Penske, another of our very honoured guests this weekend with His Grace the Duke of Richmond, and we'll see Roger Penske on the hill in the Porsche RS Spider later on. And now the Stewart family with Sir Jackie leading the way, the 3 Tyrrells from his very successful time with Ken Tyrrell's squad heading up the hill.
And the third of those cars, in many ways, is the first of the cars. It's 001, Adam Tyrrell, of course, of the Tyrrell family at the wheel of that. And as he said, their first championship was the year he was born, 1971. But the Stewart family have had the first 2 cars, the 003 and the 006, in their keep for a very long time now. And it's great to have Sir Jackie and Paul, one of his 2 sons, in behind, and Adam Tyrrell bringing up the rear in that Tyrrell 001. Didn't start the 1970 championship using it, but as David said, they got it onto the track by the second half of the season, gathered data, turned it into the 003, and great things followed with that first title, fully 50 years ago for Sir Jackie. And when you talk to Jackie, I still find it hard to think half a century has passed since that time.
Because, of course, he had retired before the mid-1970s, and yet he is still, in the same way that Sterling Moss is still at many years after his retirement. Although, of course, Sir Sterling kept racing. Jackie Stewart hasn't raced, but he's always been involved with it through team ownership and or the sponsorship involvement in 3000 and, of course, Formula 1. Here from 1984, the Tyrrell 012. It was a car that debuted in these colours in 1983. Didn't run in these colours in 84 because different liveries adorned both cars then. It's one of the few times that we had different colour schemes across 2 in a team. But Ian Simmons with the 012, the principal driver, I suppose, really was Stefan Belloff in 1984, although Martin Brundle drove as well before he had an ankle-damaging accident in Dallas. And this is Caitlin Wood in the Alfa Romeo turbocharged engined Tatius chassis. It is effectively a Formula 3 style car, and a grid full of these on track at Silverstone next week in the W Series with female drivers.
That'll be a double-header. They've had 2 double-headers at the Red Bull Ring, first for the Austrian Grand Prix, then for the Styrian Grand Prix. But I think we're seeing the cream starting to rise at the top of that championship. It's a prize well worth winning, and people queuing up this all-female racing series. And Caitlin Wood, Australian racer, really, really enthusiastic, and she will be getting towards the top of the hill. If there's a gold helmet leading sideways out of a car, you know the name of the driver. It is Simon Diffie. He loves this Maserati 250F, just so full of brio as he drives it. But he leans, David, elbows out above the windscreen as though he's riding a bike.
Very quirky way of driving Simon Diffie has in that Prince Pierre 250F as Lando Norris is ready to go on the hill then in the XS and Senna McLaren. This is quite a moment for Lando Norris, and he is going to attack the hill, I'm sure.
Well, he certainly didn't hang around at the start. Immediately the bark of that Honda V10. And in fact, the BRM between them, she should have a big enough gap to go into. But you can see that Lando with helmet bouncing around in the car. He's pushing this really pretty hard indeed.
He is. He's about to discover where all the bumps are. He's not going to necessarily stop and play to the crowd, is he? He's going to attack this in great speed. So podium finisher in Grand Prix, Lando Norris at Goodwood goes through Volcom, and there's commitment in this. Now there's time for a cheery wave as Wade Eastwood is behind the wheel here of the Williams FW08. This is the 1982 World Championship winning car. Wade started rather late in racing. He's raced in Formula 3 and sports prototypes, but a very active stuntman, action director, stunt coordinator on the Mission Impossible movies, other Hollywood films such as Jumanji, Bond films. He's been involved in Mission Impossible 7 and 8. Loves Goodwood. Dream and passion was always to be a Formula 1 driver. Well, today that's realised.
Well, isn't that a fantastic story? He's come here, of course. We've seen Tom Cruise in the paddock already. And when I was told last night, who's driving the Williams? Someone said, oh, it's Tom Cruise's stunt driver. I thought, really? But then a quick look down the record you just read, he's got racing capability. And for him, what a fabulous day out. He's been here before to enjoy the Festival of Speed, and now he's getting to taste it in the best seat in the house, you'd suggest.
Indeed. And then we're going to have something else that is very different. From 1971, the turbine-engined Lotus, the Pratt & Whitney engine Lotus from 1971, Arthur Chapman Colin Chapman's grandson, here at the wheel of it, makes that very distinctive wide, of course, aircraft engine, effectively 45,000 RPM. It did take part in 3 Grand Prix, only finished 1, but it was another example of Colin Chapman trying something ingenious to try and gain the advantage over the opposition.
Yeah, he tried it first and foremost to win the Indy 500 with money from the STP company, corporation over there, the Granatelli family. It didn't quite work there, tried it in Formula 1, didn't quite work, project parked. But you know, David, we were talking earlier, technology does get improved and moved upon. We may have cars and powered by engines like that in the future. It just has to have the right technology to make it work.
Now, this is Adrian Newey at the wheel of the Red Bull RB7, the Renault engine car from 2011. Adrian Newey, having been at Williams and McLaren, took his expertise to Red Bull, transformed the team's fortunes, and the RB7's somewhat controversial blown diffuser made it the class of the field. 12 wins out of 19 races, 18 poles, and Sebastian Vettel, world champion that year.
And you can really understand, having worked with David Coulthard when he was McLaren, obviously worked with Adrian Newey and pushed so hard once he moved to Red Bull to get Adrian to follow. It took a while for the success to come, but you know, the success, David, was phenomenal. And the RB7, just one of their classic cars. But look at it now, that rear wing is so narrow. The constant changing of the rule book to try and make the racing better. I think I prefer a full-width rear wing, but again, it's the experimentation, and sometimes it's a way with that long-standing Red Bull livery to see the differences between the years.
Liam Lawson goes next with this RB7. This car driven by Mark Webber in the 2011 Monaco Grand Prix. It was 4th. And although it was a good season for Mark, he was always slightly overshadowed, dare one say, by Sebastian Vettel, who was storming towards a world championship. Liam Lawson is another very impressive young driver, and he's also pretty good at delivering donuts. So loops it round in front of the house, and an F1 car of that era with that oh-so distinctive scream, a shriek virtually, as it comes up the hill.
Neat and tidy. I don't know how they're doing it, so much in the way as the Wales used to produce brilliant fly-halves in rugby. Now New Zealand is producing a stream of young drivers, and great to see them getting on the world stage. They might have, in years past, just contested championships just at home, possibly in Australia, but spreading their wings, and they are really performing very well on the world stage. Picked up, of course, by the Red Bull Driver Scholarship Scheme, but that's a scheme, it's a hard master. You've got to keep winning to stay on the scheme. As many a driver can attest, they tried and it didn't work for them. But for the likes of Daniel Ricciardo, it worked perfectly, got him into Formula 1, but of course he's no longer with Red Bull, he's moved on, and is, of course, trying to catch up with Lando Norris at the moment. Hasn't quite made it work yet for McLaren since he's moved across, but maybe the second of the half of the season will be kind for him. And Marc Genet, he knows Ferrari, he's no longer a racer, he's very happily retired, but he can't stay away, and he's such a fantastic ambassador for the company. And when they have the Corsa Caliente days, he's there to pass on that knowledge and drive the cars very fast indeed, and always fabulous to have a Ferrari here on the hill. It does have that special draw. So into Molecombe goes the Spanish racer, did all his university studies here in the UK, very international, cosmopolitan guy, and such a gentleman, David. Marc Genet, always a good chat.
He is indeed, and it's a shame in the sense that he's somewhat overlooked as a race driver, because he was very successful, very quick, and this car that was Felipe Massa, Luca Badoer, Giancarlo Fisichella and Kimi Raikkonen car going back to 2009. It was the season that Felipe Massa had that little bit of the Rubens Barrichello's brought his crash helmet, and he was out for a few races, and that is why we had Luca Badoer brought in as the test driver. There was a lot of support for Luca to do that, but it really wasn't a very successful couple of races, so he was soon benched, and Giancarlo Fisichella was brought in as well, having had a pole position at Spa in the Force India. Suddenly people thought, right, actually still quite good, isn't it? Let's put him in a Ferrari.
It was just so sad to see. I really felt for Luca Badoer. He'd done nothing wrong in his career, but imagine being an Italian driver, extra pressure racing Ferrari, and just couldn't get it hooked up, and that really pulled the plug. Now another Ferrari on the hill, F2007 car. Marie Sertang drove it on the first couple of days. Now Stefan Sertang at the wheel of this, and this was a car that gave Ferrari a winning start in 2007, won the season open in Australia, but then it was a patchy season for Kimi Raikkonen then. Kimi Raikkonen is still with us now, still competing 2021, doesn't care for anything out of the car, but on board he just delivers every single time.
Exactly. He's been away, had a spell of the World Rally Championship, come back, won another Grand Prix. After the Ferrari, we're going to have Anthony Davidson in the Mercedes from 2019, the Mercedes Mercedes-Benz F1 W10 EQ Power Plus, to give it its full name, the 1.6-litre V6 turbocharged and hybridised engine. And Anthony Davidson is about to launch off the line and is no doubt going to attack the hill, the Formula 1 broadcaster, but still active sports car racer, and he will be the next one to go through our Grand Prix Great set presented by the FIA. There is the Mercedes with a halo device that has certainly proved its worth for lots of sceptics initially, but certainly Romain Grosjean will tell you all the benefits of it. Anthony Davidson leads the line, but slightly hesitantly gets away now. Launching one of these cars is not as easy as you might think.
No, it's a sequence of buttons rather than the pressing of a pedal by and large. And Davidson, of course, has to... He's driven so many Formula 1 cars, and particularly for Mercedes of late, but of course he's got to get his head around a different sort of car. Next weekend he'll be competing in the World Endurance Championship at Monza, so he's got all the commuting ahead of him. But you know what? Does any racing driver mind having a full diary? Answer, no.
So Anthony comes to a stop. Is this for a launch or is this for a donut or two? Let's see. The rear tyres are lit. And he blasts away and, yep, leaves 11s on the line as he thunders up the hill. So Anthony Davidson in a mighty important part of Formula 1's history, because this car, which, of course, won the World Championship with Lewis Hamilton at the wheel, had 15 wins out of 21 Grand Prix that season, which is, you know, fair record.
And in many ways, as a Formula 1 fan, you never want any team to have that level of advantage. But if it's your team, you lack it up and just thank your lucky stars that all is good. But for Anthony Davidson, very analytical individual. And so any chance to get back in the Formula 1 car will add to his broadcasting next time out.
Indeed, so it goes over the finish line. That, I think, is the last car from our Grand Prix Greats, presented by the FIA group. Also, the Aston Senna McLaren, the Tyrrells, and the BRM. It's amazing how many anniversaries you can find as you go through. There are other Formula 1 cars out of this batch, like the Penske that John Watson is driving, that you're going to see in the Penske tribute set. So don't think that's the only chance to see Formula 1 machinery. And that's another anniversary, just thinking ahead, isn't it? Because it's 40 years this year that John Watson won the British Grand Prix. This year's is on the 18th of July. Watty won it on the 18th of July, but it was a Saturday Grand Prix in those days. And 40 years on, it's still John's day of days.
It was. I remember being on holiday at the time, and I was desperately trying to find some way of finding out what had happened. And I was so delighted because I was really chuffed when he won for Penske in Austria in 1976. Yeah. Very nearly won the next Grand Prix at Zandvoort that year, fighting with James Hunt in that well, if anyone's seen Rush, they'll understand it was a dramatic season. But there was far more drama than even appeared in that film. It was an amazing battle with Niki Lauda's Ferrari.
So the support teams will be whisked up to the top of the hill shortly. The course cars, the course closing cars go up now. The next batch that we will have will include the Penske and Andretti tributes, but before that there will be the Roger Penske moment. After the next competitive batch on the hill, there'll be the Michelin Supercar run, a Lotus moment. Back to sports racers. There's a Mario Andretti moment on the balcony at 2:10. There's Driftkhana after that, and at 10 minutes past 3 the first batch of Grand Prix Greats will go up the hill, and we are going to, of course, have the shootout at 4:05. That promises to be dramatic, and Lando Norris has been up the hill this morning in the ex-Ayrton Senna McLaren, and no doubt loved every moment of that, and Ed Foster has caught up with him.
Oh, good, thanks. Lando Norris, you're having a fantastic season in Grand Prix racing at the moment, but a magical step back in time. You can probably see a bit more out of this one.
It feels completely different, you know, no halo, old school, and it feels and sounds incredible. So I would love to take this on a racetrack one day. If Zach lets me, that's the aim. But now it's cool to be back, see all the fans again, and be back in Goodwood. So.
Now, you're fighting out the front this season, really sometimes the second quickest team to Red Bull. How much more development have you got to close that gap this year?
A couple little bits, nothing which is gonna change the world. So, no, we've made some good progress, like you've seen, and especially last weekend in Austria was one of the best of the year. But repeating that's not going to be easy. So we'll try and make further development and further progress. But a lot of focus is now shifting to next year, and we'll just see how we do for the rest of the year.
Now, you're obviously a racing driver, so you always want to go flat out, but is there a small bit at the back of your brain when you drive this up the hill that just says, not this time?
Yes. I mean, I didn't get out of second gear. I was a bit scared, so it's cool. You know, I revved it a bit and put my throttle down, but I get really nervous driving cars like this. More nervous than I do, you know, in a normal race or anything, so no, it's just a privilege. You know, a lot of respect to the guys who drove this back in the day, and yeah, it's a pretty freaking awesome car. So I really enjoy driving it.
Lando, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Lando Norris, all smiles. It's odd, isn't it, to think of a modern-day Grand Prix driver. He's got to be pretty brave being nervous about driving a car like that. The six-wheel Tyrrell made its way up the hill earlier on, looking fantastic with that oh-so-different construction at the front. James Hansen at the wheel of it, Ian Simmons Tyrrell 012, and Simon Diffie leaning out of the Maserati 250F with his oh-so-distinctive driving style. BRMs aplenty, remembering the British constructor that grew out of ERA. Lando Norris then at the wheel of the Ayrton Senna championship-winning McLaren and the Pratt & Whitney turbine-engined Lotus, just adding to that look at all the variety that Formula One, that Grand Prix racing has had since that first World Championship in 1950. And all the cars have changed, but one thing is sure, the people behind the wheel remain heroes, and they are willing to entertain here on the hill this morning here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard. And whether you're a Ferrari fan or a Red Bull fan or a Mercedes fan, there's been enough to whet your appetite, certainly here with the Marc Genet and Stefan Sertang efforts, and then Ant Davidson taking over the 2019 Mercedes to hustle that to the top of the hill. So, another outstanding set of cars.
Really were, David. I've just been looking out the window while you're doing the highlights and just looking how much people are just enjoying that and using their programs and reading the history of the cars. They've seen them go past, and it is an integral part of the day as they learn. You can just come here to be entertained, but there is so much to learn. And there in itself was a history lesson from the early 50s through to absolutely the present day. The cars keep on changing shape, but you're quite right, the drivers, they too have changed shape, from the great Pampas bull Jose Froilan Gonzalez to today's jockey-sized drivers, including Lando Norris. But
Lando's the perfect size, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, light and quick, but you know, they're all at the same mindset, which is to win races.
Indeed. More cars coming to the hill very shortly in what is turning out to be a brilliant weekend here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Now, very shortly, we are going to cross to the front of Goodwood House, to the balcony, where we will have the Roger Penske moment. It's amazing to think that after everything Roger Penske, brilliant American businessman, team owner, championship owner, circuit owner as well now, has achieved, he has not been to Goodwood since he last raced here in 1963.
It is absolutely astonishing. But one of the things I love, apart from the fact he's back here, that's the thing I love most of all, and we can celebrate his career, is the fact that he said on the very first day someone came up and he raced another event over here. There was a race at Brands Hatch in 1963. Someone came and thrust a programme from that race meeting in front of him, and was there on the day and just completed their circuit in talking to Roger, and that level of knowledge from the fans is something that is really, really dear to the hearts of every single competitor, but particularly if decades have passed, and in this case very nearly 60 years. But what Roger has done in the interim has been staggering. He decided when he was already a driver, he was starting his business career, he became a Chevrolet dealer, and that was the point at 64, went to 65, that he thought, I've got a decision to make, and I have to be a racing driver or a businessman. He took one course, and that might have put his driving career on the back burner, but certainly not the careers of some of the greatest drivers in history who've raced for him. He won title after title, Indianapolis 500 after the next one. It's been phenomenal.
I mean, it's not just in America, it's been in Australia, it's been in Europe, it's been in sports cars and single-seaters. And to get our Roger Penske moment underway, let's go and join Tom Clarkson.
Roger, we're standing here in the assembly area. The Penske moment is about to happen. You've got 11 of your cars behind you. What does this moment mean to you?
Well, it takes me back to all the great people that have made such a difference in our company, our brand, and of course racing being the common thread through our company. This is just outstanding, and to be here with the Duke of Richmond and his wife, I just I can't take it. It's almost as good as sitting on the pedestal at the Indianapolis 500 with the trophy and pouring the milk.
Now, it's renowned that you're so busy. You don't even give yourself that much time to celebrate the victories that you've had in your career. This is a moment to take stock, isn't it, about everything that you and the company's achieved?
Yeah, when you think about 5 decades, and we had our win here last week to bookend 50 years, it's amazing. And every time I see what's Fittipaldi, or you see Jackie Stewart, and you see the people that are here, and it just opens another chapter of the book of what we've been able to accomplish. But as I said earlier, it's the great people that we've been associated with, the loyalty and the commitment.
Indeed. Now, I guess it's like asking you to name your favourite child, but do you have a favourite car that we're looking at here?
My favorite car is the one that wins next week.
I knew you were going to say that. But Roger, what about, I'm looking at the Penske NASCAR, is it number 2? You won in that car driving yourself at Riverside.
That's correct. That was a big day for me. And interesting, because I drove for another sanctioning body, they actually made me not be able to go to Indianapolis because I drove that car. So it has history too.
Yeah. And are you an open-wheel man or a closed-wheel man at heart?
Well, I think that a little bit of both. It depends, as I say, what series we're competing in. We've been open cars, stock cars, down in Australia, and certainly Indy is really my passion.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Now, Roger, don't go anywhere, because John, I'm just going to invite John Watson to join us now. John, if you could come in. I just wanted to ask you, what has this man done for your career and your life?
Well, that's that question. In 1975, when the opportunity came to join Roger and his Formula One team, it was the first proper, I would say, professional at a different level that I'd been involved with. And we had a car called PC3. First race was Watkins Glen. On the outlap, there was a little problem, and I couldn't run the car. So Roger turned to the guys and said, "Where is PC1?" I think it was in the tech centre. He said, "Get that car now, get it now." So the car was brought to the pit lane. I'd never sat in it, never driven it. They made a quick adjustment on the belts. "Get out there, go on, go, go, go." It was a great experience, and I tell you what, I'm eternally grateful for the opportunities that they gave me. We share a little bit of history. It was Roger's Grand Prix victory, and there's never been another American team entrant or manufacturer in 45 years to win a Grand Prix. Congratulations. And it gave me my opportunity to win a Grand Prix, my first Grand Prix in Austria. So it's one of those memories. It's indelible.
Yes. Okay. Well, enjoy the moment, Roger. Thank you. Enjoy going up the hill in this bush. Thank you.
So it was it was Penske for whom John had that first Grand Prix win. The running joke between them was when John had said to Roger Penske, "When I win a Grand Prix, I'll shave off my beard," and he was good to his word. And it was a clean-shaven Ulsterman that then continued with Penske for another season. But in the end, it was trying to run a Formula One team in Europe, but being based in America, that just really became a bit too much for Roger.
Yes, I mean, the European base was at Poole in Dorset, and Nick Guzet, we had him in here yesterday, did great things for the company there. But yes, I mean, the beating heart of the team was still staunchly very, very American. But with those endless successes at the Indy 500, there was so much to enjoy. The first time we saw the Porsche RS Spyder, we must admit, we thought it was being driven so hard, David, that we weren't entirely sure it was Roger Penske, but he's been going faster with every single one of the runs.
He has not missed an opportunity to go onto the hill. When you consider that Roger is 84 years of age, he's had a gruelling schedule to get here. He's got lots of friends that are here he's not seen for a long, long time. He could be forgiven for, you know, missing the odd run to be in the drivers' club and still talking to people. But he has been a real stalwart of the weekend, hasn't he? And this isn't an easy car to drive for anybody.
No, great success in the States, Romain Dumas, Eric Bernard in particular. But yes, if it rained, he still got in the car and went up the hill. But I think he just simply enjoyed being back in the machine.
I think you're right. So the Goodwood House is getting itself set for our Penske moment. And there, Roger Penske at the wheel of the Porsche RS Spyder, about to head down out of the holding paddock there. This car, he didn't race, of course, but run by his team too, as Bruce Jones has just been saying. Great success in America. Not only was it great for Penske's reputation, more wins, but also great for Porsche, reminding Porsche that actually there was prototype racing still out there rather than concentrating purely on GT racing. It kind of kick-started Porsche's return to, ultimately, Le Mans to take victories there as well. John Watson in the Penske going out of the holding area as well, ready for this Roger Penske tribute. So, out of the collecting area, you see in the background there some of the other cars from the Penske time, such as the Porsche 917, the open-top 917, the car that rather dominated the latter days of Can-Am. That's the type of Ferrari 250 GTO that Roger Penske raced at Goodwood in 1963. The car owned by 1010's, Nick Mason's company. That makes its way down the hill as well. And we're also looking at some of the Lotuses there. That's Andrew Beaumont in the ex-Mario Andretti Lotus, because we have a Mario Andretti tribute set as well. So you'll also see a number of cars with a Mario connection and a Jackie Ickx connection, because he's another of our great all-rounders. So the cars from this batch being sent now down to the start.
Obviously being associated with these great drivers means there were some great cars in the mix as well. Not all the cars in the Penske collection will be going up the hill. We can see them at the back of the assembly area, including that absolutely crazy, hyper-powerful Porsche 917-30, the turbocharged car that took Can-Am by the scruff of its neck, left everybody almost a lap down before they'd left the collection area. Phenomenal car. That's been a great favourite over the years here at Goodwood, with the likes of Derek Bell getting to the top, still popping and banging with excitement.
Now we've discussed Roger Penske, we've touched on Mario Andretti, who is here and is being celebrated. We're also celebrating the outstanding career of Jackie Ickx as another great all-rounder. There's a BMW touring car that he would have raced in 1974, or the style of which he would have raced in 74. I don't think Jackie is here. I haven't seen him this weekend, but maybe the dramas of all the travel due to COVID-19 has gone against that. But again, Jackie Ickx, Grand Prix racer, sports car racer, Le Mans up until Tom Kristensen's amazing streak, had won more Le Mans than anybody else. Paris-Dakar winner, Monaco Grand Prix clerk of the course. A very,
absolutely
very
phenomenal career.
Now down in the assembly area, we've got the cars, and let's cross back into Tom Clarkson.
You with me now? Sorry. very noisy here in the assembly area. I can't really hear you. The bikes are going out. The sidecars are going out. We've just had this Penske moment, which has been fantastic. And it's, Alex, if you come over here, so many people are down here just soaking it all up with me. I'm just going to talk you through. We've got former world rally champion, Mickey. I always thought you were a rally man, but you're looking at the bikes.
I like everything that use petrol and tires, so I have everything. Bikes are very interesting, fascinating also because of my friend Giacomo Agostini. He explained me many things about all the bikes that are here, so it's fantastic emotional experience.
Mickey, it's so wonderful to have you here at Goodwood. Lovely to see you. I grew up on a diet of Mickey Biagio in the Lanciers. It was absolutely wonderful. Now, there's a bit of a football match going on tonight. Emanuele, before you go. Who are you supporting tonight in the football? Yeah, okay.
No, the problem is I will be watching it in the enemy's house, which is the Duke's house, but no bad feelings. I think our friendship is stronger than the European Football Championship.
Now, just quickly, Emanuele, we've just had this Penske moment.
Yes.
So many. We've had 11 of Penske cars here. Just Roger Penske.
It's just unreal what this man achieved in life and in motorsport, and the spirit he has. We were competitors with the Porsche against us, the Audis in America. I've always been a big fan of Mark Donoghue, so I read his biography, The Unfair Advantage, and Mark Donoghue was the guy who grew together with Roger Penske into becoming what he is now. And so to celebrate all his life and to see Roger, who is staying at the house with us, enthusiastic after all his achievements in life, it still feels the pleasure and shares the pleasure of being here. And he said, I didn't realize what I missed
Emanuele,
by not coming here.
And this is one of the rare times that he stops and takes a breather and thinks about what he's achieved in his life. But Emanuele, thank you. I'm just going to bring in, if I could, the Duke, if I could quickly just bring you in very quickly.
Last half an hour.
The Penske moment, 11 cars. What does it mean to you as a racing fan to have so many Penske cars here and to have Roger here as well?
Well, fantastic. I've been trying to get Roger here for 28 years. So this is a result. Every year I've written to him, we've developed a relationship just by him saying no. He's always been too busy. And anyway, we had a bit of help from some other quarters this year, and he decided probably was the time to come.
Now,
so we're really excited. I mean, he's won, he's had 592 wins.
18 Indy 500s as well. I couldn't get him to choose his favourite car. He said it's like choosing his favourite children. Do you have a favourite Penske car?
I think it's got to be the 91730.
It's a monster, isn't it?
I've driven it once, actually, very, very slowly up here. No, I think that's a fabulous thing. And these pushrod cars are just gorgeous as well, aren't they? They're so kind of, they really sum it up. But I think I'd have to have the Porsche.
I think I'm with you on that. Thank you. Thank you to the
Pleasure.
Duke.
Thank you.
OK, guys, that is it. All the cars have left. Let's see them up the hill.
Tom Clarkson, thank you very much indeed. It's not just cars, it's bikes as well in this next batch. And it's not just bikes, it's sidecars as well. And we're going to do those on 2 and 3 wheels first of all. We do get a bit car-centric at Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard. There's a lot of cars here, but that is not to consciously ignore the bikes, because there are some very, very historic machines, all worthy of a story in themselves, and there are some great names riding them up the hill. Enjoy the bike batch in the company of Barry Nutley.
Thank you, David. We are celebrating 110 years of the Isle of Man TT, 50 years of Suzuki Grand Prix racing, and right smack bang in the middle, and this is very poignant. The number 4 Rudge there with Mike Farrell on board is the very bike that Murray Walker's father Graham rode in the 1932 Isle of Man TT, finished 6th. He then went on to win in the Spanish TT, and that bike was discovered in a sawmill in New Zealand where it had been dismantled. It was about to be bolted onto a saw bench, the engine. What? The rest of it was under the bench, and someone recognised it for what it was. It was raced a bit in New Zealand, put together as a bike, and subsequently, because it was a Rudge, and Mike Farrell, the man who owns it, is probably the world's best Rudge expert. It was offered to him, in fact it was bequeathed to him, and he brought it back and restored it, and it was identified partially because Graham Walker injured his left leg in World War I, couldn't get his ankle bent properly onto a brake pedal, and had a special brake pedal extended and made. That was still on it. Really? That is astonishing.
Wow.
That is part of the provenance which helped identify that bike, and now it's back here, restored, and Mike Farrell's going to take it up the hill. And the crowd are about to witness some sidecar outfits go up first. Ben and Tom Birchall were at the front of the queue there, and I know you're beginning to develop a fondness for these things, and you are going to get in one. I'm going to sort it.
I don't know about that. I'm not brave enough. I'm the wrong shape, Barry, as well. But they are amazing machines. I mean, you think about a motorcycle sidecar from days of yore. They're nothing like that. These are proper aero-shaped racing devices, and the passenger deserve so much credit because they must be the bravest person in motorsport.
Well, it's like anything. If you're confident in what you're doing and you're confident in the man, you could say the same about a rally coach who's at the controls. You know what you're doing. You know the part you play in the whole package. And if you get it right, and these guys certainly do, then it's a great feeling working together. Those are short circuit British Championship and World Championship style sidecar outfits. The long monocoque construction, the slipstreaming, they're basically a racing car with one wheel taken off. It is a box section monocoque chassis. The fairing drops over the top. The engine is behind the driver in the case of those. When we get to the rugged outfits that do the TT, different animal altogether.
Now you say driver, even though it's a sidecar. So are we saying that they sit in the sidecar like a driver would, or are they in the motorbike riding position?
They are on their knees.
Right.
I will demonstrate on them.
This is making great radio, by the way. Right, Barry's on his knees.
I'm on my knees on the floor, and it's only because you are who you are that I'm on my knees on the floor, hands outstretched, knees on the floor, working the controls with the feet behind. Gears and brakes.
We have a camera in this commentary box. I wonder if we can get you to do that again.
We do it on the table.
You never know. Anyway,
but then I might fall off.
Yes.
But
there you are, Barry. You're in. Right, go for it. Barry Nutley will now demonstrate, with a bit of help, how you ride a sidecar. Roughly, go on.
On the floor.
Okay.
Like this, down here, on the knees.
Okay.
Hands there.
Yeah.
Feet behind. And that's it. That's the driving position.
Do you want a hand up? You're all right. Brilliant. Well done, Barry.
I'm okay.
They make it look easy, I tell you, on the Virtual Brothers, don't they?
Well, the fairings are moulded to suit the driver, you know. I can get up, you know.
You weren't expecting that, were you?
Yeah. But, and behind as well, Craig Curry. He's running under Virtual Racing colours this year. Craig Curry is a saloon car driver. He's a Renault Clio champion. He is currently running in the Ducati Tri-Options Cup, so he's a solo motorcycle racer.
Okay.
And he knows the Virtual Brothers very well. He thought, you know, I want to try that. So they've obviously come to some arrangement. He's running under Virtual colours. Ben's engine is a Honda, a CBR 600, which has been dry sumped. Because of the sheer G-force of it slewing around the corner, it could pick up air when it should be picking up oil. So it's dry sumped. The Yamaha behind.
That's Tom Kristensen, incidentally, that we're sitting with. I have a recollection that he said he was going to drive the Mario Andretti Lotus 79, the 1978 World Championship winning car, as part of our Mario Andretti tribute. So, yeah, I think that's Paul Haig leading in from United Autosports, which is Zach Brown's team. Zach owns the car. It might actually be Roger Penske that goes first, just looking because, indeed, Roger has got the Porsche just ahead of John Watson. So, as we recognise the great contribution to motorsport made by Roger Penske, the American racer, team owner, circuit owner, championship owner, automotive businessman par excellence. We will make his way up the hill, and a chance for Roger Penske in front of what I know is an appreciative audience to have a run up the Goodwood Hill. The first time he has been here since he last raced at Goodwood on the motor circuit back in 1963. He has had the most extraordinary career, and Roger in his 80s is pressing on in this car. He has not missed an opportunity all weekend to get behind the wheel. This Porsche has been one of the more recent success stories that the Penske team has been able to lay claim to, and there is more, of course, in Penske's amazing 592 wins, whether it has been in sports car racing with this car, this Porsche Spider from 2008 that won the Sebring 12 Hours that year, or whether it has been in Champ Car, in IndyCar, whether it's been in Formula One, because the Penske team came into Formula One. The Mark Donoghue drove with Roger Penske initially, but this was the car and this was the man who gave Penske its Grand Prix success. John Watson won in Austria 1976, and John had briskly got his way up through Formula 3, Formula 2, into Formula 1, and piloted Brabhams and the like, and went to drive the Penske, and the win came. And John has huge admiration for Roger Penske and is delighted, I know, to be back behind the wheel of this car. John has been enjoying himself this weekend, and although we're celebrating Roger Penske's great success, let's also just give a nod to 40 years ago when John Watson won the British Grand Prix, not in the Penske but in the Marlboro McLaren, the very first Ron Dennis McLaren, the MP4, and that was at Silverstone on the 18th of July 1981. It was a win that came out of nowhere, and John still gets goosebumps, I think, talking about it to this day. Another of the Roger Penske cars is this Ferrari. This is the type of car that he would have raced when he came to Goodwood in 1963. It was a John Meekham run car. This equivalent, the Ferrari 250 GTO, owned by Annette Mason, and it is a 3-litre V12 Ferrari dating back to 1962, and again, absolutely immaculate. But this sort of car from the Écurie Francorchamps team, the Belgian squad, echoing the sort of Ferrari that Roger Penske raced those years ago when he last came to Goodwood. We are delighted that Roger Penske has come to Goodwood this weekend, and we're very, very pleased to celebrate his great career. Barry.
Ben and Tom Birchall then, 10 times Isle of Man TT winners, not on a bike like this, but on a short one. They are, however, 3 times world champions on exactly an outfit like this, and also a 600cc World Cup winner. So, 2 of the best established sidecar racers in the world. Very smooth, 600cc CBR 600, and look, that's how they can demonstrate it as they come up past our commentary box. Now they're into the narrow bit. Complete precision. Tom Birchall moving from right to left, throwing himself left, close up against. They're not phased by brick walls and curbs. They're used to 37 3/4 miles of the Isle of Man TT circuit with keep left sides, curbs, walls. They actually hit him 3 years ago, and Ben suffered really bad injuries to his right hand. They were careered into a wall. That was not a good time for them.
Wouldn't it be great if you could have one of these in the shootout later on?
Yes. Heading up the hill, that looks like the G50. It is indeed. That's the G50 Seeley frame from the Sammy Miller Museum with Alan Cathcart, the journalist, on board. Colin Seeley, sadly, we lost him earlier this year. His wife, Eva, was due to be here today. My best wishes to her if she's out there. And there is Mike Farrell on that Graham Walker Rudge, the 1932 Isle of Man TT, 6th place, but subsequently went over to Spain to win the Spanish Grand Prix. Was then found abandoned in a sawmill in New Zealand, as I was saying, and restored to the beautiful bike it is today. There, the Jeff Bain Norton, that's Ian Bain on board. That is a Works Norton with rigid rear end girder forks, and the Bain family are renowned for preserving and racing bikes in their original condition. That's the way they like to do it, and he said he got quite a nasty letter from the owners club for doing exactly that. That's the Mark 7 KTT, Andy Barrett, KTT enormous finning, overhead camshaft Velocet. As the G50 goes past. Max Norton, Mike Jones, Maxort 500cc, that's the Max 30. Now, strangely enough, the 350 was called the 40. You'd think it would be 10 but it wasn't. This, the ex-Mick Grant KR 750. Chris Wilson owns it. I don't think that's Chris Wilson on it. It might be. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It's got modern leathers. I'm not sure Chris Wilson's got modern leathers. They're the sports motorcycles, Mike Hellwood. Incredible Ducati. This is the bike that Mike, after an 11-year layoff, came back to win the F1 TT in the Isle of Man on that bike put together by Steve Wynn of Sports Motorcycles, Manchester. And it is an absolutely legendary bike. That looks like the little RS250 Honda Gemini. That's owned by Adam Childs, Chad, former MCN journalist. The number 23 bike, CBR 600, Ian Duffus of TT fame. Duckham's livery as well. V&M, Jack Valentine and Steve Meller started the V&M, the Valmoto, and they were the main bike builders that took David Jeffries to so many victories. The late David Jeffries, just the most wonderful lad from Yorkshire. RC45, Barry Stills owns it. Jim Moody on board, and that is the bike which Jim Moody won the F1 TT on. RC45 was the latest iteration of the factory Hondas with a single-sided swinging arm. Watch as he wheels it over. Where's the other half of the swinging arm? Well, there ain't one. It's only got one. Beautiful for wheel changing. Just whip the nut off. Can you imagine? You know, endurance racing and quick changes. That's an RD250 Yamaha. They became so popular. They were even used occasionally in Grand Prix racing. The Arbus Norton, the Steve Hislop white Charger, Norton Rotary. They were very successful in JPS colours with Steve Spray and Trevor Nation on board. Arbus, the Lock people, put together a package which enabled Norton and Steve Hislop to go to the Isle of Man TT. Guess what? The boy done good. He won it. A good friend, Steve Hislop. I miss him dearly. The SP1 V-twin Honda. The Andy Caddick bike. I'm sure that's the Andy Caddick bike. Vimto Honda. Spot on, Nutters, you got it. There it is. They were built to compete with Ducatis in World Superbike. Colin Edwards did very well on one. Got his scratch in the head. Let's try and get the number. Well, it's Triumph. Looks like a V&M. Looks like a V&M. Triumph looks like Triumph Triple. There, the Schwantz replica. That's got to be Stavros on board. Yes, it is. Steve Parrish on the Kevin Schwantz RGV 500. Those were animals. They were known as the Unridables. They were an on-off switch. There was nothing, and then it was in. And you were off. It was that fine. It would come in at about 7,000 revs, and if you weren't ready for it, you were out of the seat. So many people had vicious high sides in those years. The bikes go up thick and fast, don't they? That looks to me like Tommy Hill. It is on the FHO M1000RR Racing. Hard to pick these guys out, but guys are still doing their job, thank goodness. When they pack up, hardly packing up. Tommy Hill, 2011 British Superbike champion, and has turned his hand now to running a graphics company and supplying most of the paddock. That's the way to do it.
It's a good way to race, isn't it?
It's called contacts.
Yeah.
Another Sealy-framed TR500, that's the air-cooled twin, which was basically the racing version of the T500. No water cooling, it was just a lovely, lovely bike to ride, but like all air-cooled bikes, very prone to seizing if you got the jetting wrong. Now we're into these 50 years of Suzuki. XR14, a version of the RG500s that reigned basically for 18 years. And the most notable, of course, carrying number 7. the number 47 there. That's an XR34 M2, but Freddie Sheen should be on board that, but that isn't Freddie Sheen. It's looking rather large for Freddie Sheen. So I'm not even going to have a guess as to who's on it. Freddie Sheen, of course, Barry's son. And this is one of the later RT500s. Barry took the title on Suzuki in 76 and 77. Steve Parrish, his teammate in the first year, finished 5th. There are a lot of Suzukis out there with the number 7 on. And every one of them genuine, because there are a lot of replicas around in this day and age, but we're looking there at the Yamaha F1, R1, I beg your pardon, and this is a TT bike. Is it the David Jeffries bike? It is indeed. It's David Jeffries Senior, an F1 TT winner from 1991. The late David Jeffries. There, the man himself, John McGuinness, 23 Isle of Man TT wins, going up on the Kawasaki ZX-10R that was built for him, in actual fact, for the 2020 TT, which of course didn't happen. Neither did the 2021 TT. He is going to ride next year, but by the time he gets there, that bike will be superseded. In fact, it is already. So although it's race prepared, ready for the Isle of Man TT, so there'll be a new one. But
so that's going to be one of those bikes that in the fullness of time people talk about, you know, it was built and never raced, but it's got a story attached to it because
it went up the hill at Goodwood, and it's going to be living in John McGuinness's house, I'm sure, which is wonderful. Pete Extons of Bournemouth Kawasaki, very much a fan of John McGuinness, very much a fan of the TT, and basically after John's massive crash at the Northwest 200 where he smashed his leg to bits, ended up on a golf course, and the biggest insult to him was he ended up on the golf course in
he got a bit below par, did he?
He didn't think that was a very good plan at all. Well, this beautiful little NSR 250 Honda is being ridden by a Honda development rider. Just the most amazing, amazing man. Look at that. In fact, that was Ito's bike. Just is that Jenny Tinmouth? That is Jenny Tinmouth. She will be returning to the BSB Paddock. Jenny started her career on 125s and was leading a race at Brands in the Wet until she crashed, and then gradually moved her way through the paddock. And I gave her a bit of media training at Alton Park, actually, because I knew she'd be the subject of attention. And she was a very shy girl. We're looking at the KTM with Sam Sunderland on board. Sam took victory in the Paris-Dakar in 2018, injured himself in 2019. The event did not run last year, and he'll be back for more.
He didn't ride like that on the Dakar, but it's impressive, isn't it? We've had some remarkable control from the riders on the hill, and of course in the gas shows over the course of this weekend. It's interesting, isn't it, how some people come to the hill to display the machinery, others to display their talent.
Giacomo Agostini, talking of talent, absolutely right. A few there, that's the Super Veloce, but there, of course, 10 times an Isle of Man T2 winner, 16 World Championships on 350 and 500cc machine. That's the 800 MV Super Veloce Serie Oro, which is down in the first glance paddock. You can go and see that.
And we have a red flag because we've got one machine that has come to a stop.
Ignominiously, the Rothmans Honda by the side. Ago looks over his shoulder. Hey, what are you doing? You want to talk? No problem.
Giacomo Agostini, of course, became quite a handy single-seater racing car driver, didn't he?
I didn't know that.
He beat funny Formula 2. In the late 1970s, there was a British Formula 1 championship for effectively 3 or 4 seasons of hand-me-down Grand Prix cars, but he had a Williams and FW06, I think, a 1976 car that he raced for a couple of seasons in what was the Aurora AFX Formula 1 championship. Remember the alternative to Scale Extra was Aurora AFX. Well, they sponsored that championship, and I go racing that.
Good man, 79 years of age now. And still a bit useful. He did actually have a tumble here one year. Oh, Sam nearly tipped it over backwards. Steady boy. Lovely to see the sun, and I'm pretty sure, David, that concludes uphill. Sam Sunderland wheeling all the way between the straw bales to the top. And look at that lovely, lovely display of bikes. And the people in the grandstand there having a wonderful view. And I wonder, do they spend their entire day up at the top of the hill? It's a good place to be, isn't it?
It is. Well, I tell you, as ever, car fans are drawn into motorbike racing over the course of the Festival of Speed because there's so much to see, so much to learn as well. Barry Matley, thank you very much indeed. We'll hear from Barry again later on because we will have the bikes back out for their second run. All of these batches get 2 runs up the hill, and there you can see the cars from the Jackie Ickx and Mario Andretti tributes getting themselves ready to have a run up the hill. Tom Kristensen is going to drive the Mario Andretti Lotus 79. Mario himself drove that, was it on Friday that we saw it go up the hill, and that was quite a moment to see the 78 world champion reunited with his very car from what was a bittersweet season for Colin Chapman, because although Mario Andretti won the world crown at Monza in 1978, so that was the Grand Prix in which there was the start line accident, or first corner accident, that a couple of days later, or a day later, claimed the life of Ronnie Peterson very sadly. But 78 was Mario's season, and the JPS liveried sponsored Lotus 79s, so tight numbered by that stage because they were kind of a year ahead of technology. They introduced this ground effect system, the skirts that suck the car to the ground for extra downforce, for extra grip, for extra speed. Well, others had to follow suit. Brabham had a go Bruce Jones with the fan car, and so much of a rumpus did it cause that they never ran it again. It was never banned, but Bernie Eccleston decided just to park it, knowing what could happen.
I think that almost gave him more power in some ways, David. Yeah, I could have done, but I didn't. But anyhow, of course, the others, including John Watson, would have complained about the fans kicking the stones out into their faces at Anderstorp. But come what may, life moved on. And talking of life moving on, the Lotus 49 started without wings, and then in 1968 the vestigial wings started to rise. The 49B, of course, so very, very important in the career of one young Mario Andretti, who decided he was going to join the team for his home Grand Prix at Watkins Glen. What's the best thing to do? Well, not to win friends, but to impress the team. Put it on pole position first time out, and the reputation preceded him, but that was the absolute writing in ink. Indeed. He could do what was required.
From Jackie Ickx's career, this is Alex Elliott with the so-called Batmobile. The tag really came because many of them ran with enormous rear wings. Alex, who's a BMW specialist, came into the sport in road saloon racing in the 1980s, and although he doesn't do that much racing anymore, is still very, very loyal to the BMW brand. From the Jackie Ickx set as well, you have this Porsche. Now this car takes you to effectively Paris-Dakar type events. This 911 SCRS, dubbed the 953, was the sort that Jackie drove in rally raids.
With slightly different suspension settings, quite clearly. Dropped back down for Goodwood, but Jackie Ickx, well, we've had Tom Kristensen here, but the man who was Mr. Le Mans before TK took that role with his 9 wins was Jackie Ickx, and inevitably tied in with the great things of a lot of marks, but particularly with Porsche and the 956 going through to the 962. It's great to see these cars, of course. Mario took several cracks at Le Mans, got within a whisker, but never quite managed to nail that down on his list of achievements, his lengthy list.
Yeah, the blue Porsche going up the hill, Mario Andretti took to 3rd place. This one now that you're seeing on the screens that Martin Overington is driving was another car from Mario's Le Mans efforts in 1988. 6th the car finished. There was Mario and Michael and John Andretti, Mario's cousin, that drove it. Engine problems beset them throughout the race. As I say, 6th the ultimate reward. Let's go back to the career of Jackie Ickx here.
Well, Jackie Ickx, well, it's great to have talk about mixing the greats around. Ford GT40, brilliant car. Jackie Ickx's first Le Mans win in one of those. But have David Brabham getting hold of the wheels of one of these. And of course, he's more and more interested in sports car racing with his BT62C, doing great things, and has his eye aimed at higher scores. And of course, there is no higher score to aim at than the Le Mans 24 Hours. Let's watch, listen, and wait for any further news on that in the years ahead. But certainly, David really pushing on to see if the Brabham family can add to its amazing, illustrious time racing.
Now, another car that Jack Ickx would have raced is the Lotus Cortina Mark II. This is Adrian Miles at the wheel of the car that his late father, John, who sadly died just a few weeks ago, had built for Historic Saloon Car Racing, and Adrian Miles taking over driving duties from the spectacular Dave Coyne from earlier on in the week. But Jackie drove this original Team Lotus Mark II Cortina in the British Racing and Sports Car Club's Saloon Car Championship, that is effectively what we now know as the British Touring Car Championship. And this in the Lola T70 Spider. Tony Sinclair is at the wheel of it, but there's a car raced by Mario Andretti.
Indeed too, but the one that really stood out for many people was Mario's career was across both sides of the Atlantic. He came back to Formula One in 74, 75 with Parnelli, another American racing team, but then moved back to Lotus. Their cars by now were black and gold, and the Lotus 77 was not every Lotus driver's favour. Certainly at the start of the season, they could hardly keep people in the seat, but Mario stuck with it through the course of the season and won the final race of the year in unbelievably horrible wet conditions at Fuji Speedway. The Lotus 77 at least stuck one on the board.
That is the 1978 World Championship winning Lotus, and Tom Kristensen is at the wheel of it. So Mario Andretti took this car, owned now by Zach Brown, run through United Motorsports, to the World Championship, and the Lotus 79 Cosworth accelerates through that long first right-hander. Mr. Le Mans, never a Grand Prix racer himself, which is almost a crime. He's at the wheel of the car that he watched race as a small boy at Anderstorp in 1978. And this is Mario Andretti reunited with the Ferrari 512S, the type of car that he raced in the early 1970s in sports cars.
And you just imagine so much success on the American scene in that 512S, Sebring, Daytona, but back then Ferrari was doing a lot of racing in the States. You can imagine what an important show it was for them. So when the 512S started winning, Mario was earning massive brownie points with all at Maranello. Because clearly, if you can sell a lot of your fine cars in the States, you are going to sell a lot of cars worldwide, and that puts the money in the coffers. And Ferrari, of course, money in the coffers meant more money for racing, which was the driving force, but certainly they needed road car sales as well. Lovely burbling engine note for Mario as he goes up the hill, and again, like getting aboard a car he would have raced in period, won in period, but he was saying overnight how sitting in the ex-Ascari Ferrari, we saw him in earlier, was probably the most special moment of his meeting.
And after the Ferrari, there's going to be the Lola from our 110 years of the Indy 500 acknowledgement, but Mario Andretti taking the Ferrari to the end of the hill, just lifting off a little bit and perhaps savouring the moment now. So Mario Andretti goes to the end of Goodwood Hill. Fantastic to see him here this weekend in this car owned by Nick Mason's 1010s company. This car, third in the 1970 Daytona 24 Hours. Jackie Ickx drove it. Nice link to the Belgian drivers contributing this weekend. Arturo Mezzario and Mario Andretti. They also drove it, or Mario drove it, I should say, in the Sebring 12 Hours. And he took the race win ahead of Peter Revson and Steve McQueen in the race in which Steve McQueen ended up driving with his leg in plaster after an injury. But Mario Andretti won the Sebring 12 Hours in that Ferrari. Ian Beattie's Lola, owned by Martin Bahrain, the late Martin Bahrain's family, has gone through to complete its run. And up at the top of the hill, lots of cars, lots of interesting drivers, and so too there is Ed Foster.
Yeah, it's all go up here in the top paddock. We've got the motorcycles up that tend to rest against the straw bales in the corner. You can see behind me the cars from the Roger Penske celebration and, of course, the Mario Andretti cars. I can see here on the left we've got Tom Kristensen, so I'm going to try and squeeze in. There's a lot of noise up here. We're going to try and squeeze in and just say hello to Tom. Tom, I know you were looking forward to driving this car. How did it go?
Fantastic. You know, it's childhood inspiration. I mean, Mario and many of the drivers from back then, and being a 9-year-old kid to see this car race at Anderstorp, and I have a picture of Mario and Colin Chapman embracing themselves after the race, because that was a race they lost. They were leading and the fan car won, but forever that's something which has always played in my mind through all these years, and to be able to drive it is that's really special. And what a lovely car! It runs up a lot of grunt, very agile, incredibly responsive, and then this beautiful livery. I mean, we see many cars with beautiful liveries, but this is certainly one of them. John Player special, and the special guy is over there, Mario, and I'm sure he's enjoying the maestro of driving the Ferrari from Le Mans and Sebring.
Tom, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Great to hear from Tom Kristensen. I know we keep talking about the likes of him and Emanuele Pirro as great enthusiasts, but they genuinely are. And you have to be careful at Goodwood not to leave the car door open, because one of them will be in it.
It's true, and in former years, Jochen Mass was the other person filling any gap. But what I love, they love the sport in the round. They love every element of it. And in fact, if they can cross-pollinate and drive a different sort of car, that's fine. But if they can drive a car, as Tom has, driven by one of his heroes, one of his inspirations, that is extra special.
Yeah. Now, we're not far off the Red Arrows joining us, because weather today better than yesterday, so we will be treated to the Red Arrows display. Just to remind you that we are all building up to the shootout itself, which is going to be at 5 minutes past 4, and that is one car, one run against the clock. Fastest driver to the top of the hill wins. They've had a practice run on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Some, of course, have been practicing on their other runs out of session, and we saw this morning that the hill can bite if you're not careful.
Justin Law, many-time winner, almost the last driver you'd expect to drop it down, but for Justin Law, it went wrong. He's dropped the Jaguar XJ12, actually R12, into the wall. He is fine, the car is not.
Now, the Red Arrows are with us, and Adam Collins from the Red Arrows is going to talk you through what should be a wonderful display. Let's welcome the Red Arrows.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is Squadron Leader Adam Collins. I'm Red 10, the supervisor with the Royal Air Force Aerobatics team, the Red Arrows. Well, it's my pleasure to be talking to you this morning. In fact, I'm going to talk you through the display. I'm going to let you hear some of the communications from Red 1 and the rest of the team, and talk you through the display pilots and the routine. Well, unfortunately, the weather yesterday wasn't good enough for us to display, but today the cloud base has lifted a little. Still not ideal conditions, but we have the jets airborne. They are on their way. The smoke systems are tested. The pilots are ready, and they're preparing to put on a show for you today. Well, I've just spoken to Red 1. They're running approximately 1 minute late due to traffic in the Bournemouth area, but the jets are ready. The pilots are ready. Are you ready to see the Red Arrows? Well, we have the full, the rolling and the flat display available to us for the airspace and the weather today. It's probably going to be flat or rolling, but the jets are on the way in. The pilots are ready. It is almost time. Ladies and gentlemen, in from over the house, put your hands together for the 2021 Royal Air Force Aerobatics team, the Red Arrows! Leading the team over the top with the patriotic red, white and blue smoke is Red 1 Squadron Leader Tom Bold. Tom is a former Typhoon pilot. He's instructed on the Hawk T2 and has instructed on the Tucano. He's back in the Red Arrows in his first year as the team leader. The aircraft arriving overhead in the very wide wall formation, closing down into 8 Arrow. The white smoke going off as the aircraft bank around to our left, ready to come back in from the left-hand side. As I play the radio transmissions from Red One's cockpit, you'll hear his very metronomic cadence as he calls the commands for the turns and the formation changes. Diamond Go calls Red One as Red 8 rolls back into position, the aircraft forming the trademark Diamond formation. Well, the more observant of you will have noticed that we have 8 aircraft airborne today. The gap where Red 9 would normally fly, you can see in Diamond. He's away due to illness today, unfortunately, but we practice as an 8 ship in various different positions, changing the smoke, subtly changing the formation positions to make sure we can still put on a dynamic and colourful show for you. In from the left-hand side, Red 1 has called for the smoke on as we come through in Diamond. The metronomic cadence that Red One uses allows the pilot to react to the sound and the rhythm of his voice, rather than the movement of his aircraft, which is what keeps the formation positions very straight and very symmetrical. Well, on the right of Red One in Diamond is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Will Cambridge. Will has previously flown the Tornado GR4 and the Typhoon, and is in his 2nd year on the team. As the aircraft move around far on our left-hand side, Red 1 has called them into Swan formation. This is one of the most complex formation shapes we fly. The aircraft on the outside, very far away from the leader, meaning they have to move through a lot more distance than the leader as he banks them into the turn. Red 1 keeping the formation low under the cloud today as Swan reverses to the left, about to come in from our left-hand side. On the left wing of Swan is Red 3 Squadron Leader Nick Critchell. Critch has previously flown the Typhoon on the front line. He's also instructed on the newer version of the Hawk T2. The wide shape of Swan, making it hard work for the pilots, reversing the turn, staying under the cloud base as they position out to our front right, ready for the next formation change. Red 1 now called the aircraft into Big Vixen. Again, a very wide formation shape, very difficult for the aircraft on the outside of the formation to maintain their position. Any small movement in the middle of the formation, meaning a much larger movement towards the outside. As the nose lights come in towards us, you can see Red 6 and 7 tucked in behind Reds 2 and 3. Red 8 all the way out on the right-hand side. Coming right now. In our rolling and full shows, we roll this manoeuvre, and we are the only display team in the world to roll such a wide manoeuvre. Today, with the lower cloud base, Red 1 keeping it to a flat bend underneath the cloud. Well, with us flying the flat show today, there's an extra formation position that you wouldn't see with the rolling show. Red 1 has called the aircraft into this position. First flown by the Nat back before the days of the Hawk. It's time for Fred. On the right-hand wing of Fred is Red 4, Flight Lieutenant James Turner. JT has previously instructed on the Hawk, and he joined the Red Arrows from the front line, flying the Typhoon. Well, despite the low cloud bias, we're still able to give a very dynamic second half to the show, and we're approaching that second half as the aircraft move into one of my favourite formation positions. Red 1 has called the aircraft into Tornado. Red 8 has dropped to the back of the formation. He's going to call for the smoke. The air brakes are out. The aircraft will face up towards us on the call of roll go. Red 8's going to start rolling around the rest of the formation. Get those cameras ready. It's time for Tornado. There he goes, Red 8 into the roll. Red 1 about to make things harder for him, banking the aircraft to the left. Red 8 changing smoke colour as he continues to roll around the smoke. Well, smoke off go calls Red 8 at the end of Tornado. Red 8 is Flight Lieutenant Damo Green. Damo has previously flown the Hawk on 100 Squadron. He then flew the Typhoon on the front line before joining the Red Arrows. Well, the end of Tornado signifies the end of the first half of the display. Red 1 has moved the aircraft into dagger formation, as expected, starting the second half of the show flat. As the aircraft roll in towards us, the nose lights will be on. The 5 aircraft, nicknamed Enid, at the top of the formation. The remaining 3 underneath, as we get ready for the detonator. There's the red and blue smoke of Red 6 and 7 as they break in the detonator. Keep your eyes on those 2 jets staying low. There's smoke changing from red and blue to white. They're getting ready to pull up and pitch around, ready for the first of their opposition maneuvers. We've got Red 6 on the left, being followed by Red 8, Red 7, 8 on the right-hand side. As they pull round towards each other, they'll be descending down, passing 100 feet apart with a closing speed of over 700 miles an hour. For the first of the opposition maneuvers, it's time for the Jibbo Pass. 100 feet apart, Red 6 and 7, 4-point rolling down the line. Red 8 roller coastering down to meet them as 6 and 7 pitch crowd front, ready for the next maneuver. Leading the synchro pair is Red 6 squadron leader John Bond. Bondy has previously flown the Tucano as an instructor and the Typhoon on the front line. Back in towards us, 6 and 7 reversing, the coloured smoke coming on as they cross in front of each other in Cyclone. Now in from the right-hand side is Red 8 again, the white smoke on. He's about to pull hard around to the right. Enid coming in from the distance in an inverted V formation. Red 8 about to fly straight down the middle in the Goose. The red, white and blue smoke of Enid coming back on as Red 1 eases them around to the left. Meanwhile, Reds 6 and 7 are positioning for their next manoeuvre. On the left-hand side of Enid, trailing red smoke, is Red 5, Flight Lieutenant David Simmons. Simo's previously flown the Tornado GR4. He's also flown on exchange with the US Marine Corps, flying the Harrier and the F5, and joins the Red Arrow from that exchange.
Well, what a fantastic display as ever from the Red Arrows. Thank you very much for Adam Collins for guiding us through. My name is Bruce Jones, and alongside I have Erin Baker to help me talk through the supercar batch, the first glance and the road bikes. It's day 4, but some of the cars I'm still starting to see in a new light. But we're kicking off looking back at 7 Lotuses through the history of the marque.
Yes, Lotus, a really strong brand here this year with a lot to talk to us about. Everything from this wonderful outgoing editions. We've got the Elise, of course we say goodbye to the Elise, the Exige, the Evora, all those models that we're so familiar with. We've got the Elise Final Edition and S1, and they will be replaced by the Emira, which will be the last petrol-powered Lotus to go on sale. But here comes this fabulous gold prototype, Evija, however we prefer to say it. We still haven't come to a conclusion about that, have we, over 4 days?
I don't think I've said the same thing twice, but this very much is the future. It's an electric supercar, but 2,000 horsepower. That's the figure that keeps coming back at me. And I spoke to Jenson Button when he got out. He's got his name down for one. He could not stop smiling. He said, if you're going to go electric, this is the way you go. Well, it's not for everyone, but it's a pretty good target to aim at.
Yes, if only we could all have 2,000 horsepower below our right foot. But here's someone who knows how to pilot it up the hill. And I think the point about these 2,000 horsepower electric cars is that they're the standard bearers for electrification. Yes, we can't all have that amount of power, but all electric cars are rapid off the line. And here we're looking at the first of the Aston Martins to come out of the blocks. Looking pretty good here with the roof down the Vantage Roadster. The Vantage, of course, has been a huge success for sports car manufacturing at Aston. We've got all their models pretty much here today, showing everything from the link between road cars and Aston Martin racing all the way up to the hypercars.
Just looking at the way there, Paul Beddoe was throwing the car around and really working it. I mean, you can understand why motor shows became a thing of the past, and somewhere where you can see them in action is just so much more appealing, and particularly with the performance that the Vantage has. It's super dynamic, and whoever's riding up there is probably going to, if they can get their quaking hand to work and they have the money, they'll be putting their name on the line for one.
Yes, look, plenty of smoke here down at the start line. Robert Gray piloting the Vantage F1 edition. Again, the F1 edition and the AMR that we'll see come up the hill, 2 examples of how Aston blends road car experience and expertise with its motorsport programme to great effect. Customers love these limited edition examples of where not only the styling but the chassis, the brakes, the suspension, the power, everything has been given a little bit more.
A little bit more. A lot of people look for that, but Robert Gray shows great style. But definitely, it's been the way of the past 10, 15 years, has it not, Erin, that these limited runs are so attractive. McLaren use them to great effect, and many other marques as well. But Aston Martin, they seem to proliferate. There seem to be more new cars, new little tweaks at the tail from Aston Martin than any other manufacturer at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. Look at the size of that grille on that. The Vantage is a really special car. Of course, chief engineer at Aston, Matt Becker, a genius amongst engineers. I've been saying that all weekend, but it's true. And he's applied his know-how to everything, including what we're looking at now on our screens, the almighty Valkyrie.
I don't want to be insulting. I sometimes think of this as a cartoon car. It's the sort of car I could only imagine in my dreams. It is so extreme, so narrow, but just so purposeful. And Valkyrie was going to go racing, may in the future, may not. But right now it's all about the customers. I believe they've sold every single one that they're going to produce of those.
Yeah, and with good reason. Adrian Newey at the wheel of that Valkyrie. Darren Turner always talks about what a pussycat that car is to drive, but that's Darren Turner speaking. And now we're looking at the Speedster. This is Aston's take on the Speedster with a glorious V12 singing under the bodywork. We'll also see Speedsters this weekend from McLaren and from Ferrari, again limited edition. This one I think will only set me back about 700 £150,000. The Ferrari will set you back quite a bit more than that. But I love that livery it's wearing. And speaking of Ferraris, first one off the line.
First of many, the gold yellow. Does that make it the SF90 Spider? Yes, it does. And Rob Barth, very, very handy drivers. Been torn away from his house down in Cornwall to come up here, and with good reason. He's taken a lot of very, very happy guests up the hill in that. But again, great to see a range of Spiders. We talked about this on Friday, I think, about how in the old days take the roof off and there went all the performance, all the handling at least, the rigidity, no good at all. But these days that's not an issue.
Yes, goodbye scuttle shake, as we used to call it. You used to be able to put your finger between the door and the bodywork on various cars, and it would get pinched every time you went round a corner. There was so much movement in the bodywork, but no longer the case.
But so we move on to different shapes, and that's the 812 GTS. Again, you can have full-on, you can have semi-attack in terms of design and comfort. Rob Major driving very hard up through Moulcombe, but they've worked out that not everybody wants a rock-stiff car to go out in. They want something with a little bit of comfort, but why not go back to the past? We talk about Ferrari with their Speedster. Here it is.
Yeah, I mean, this is an absolutely wonderful piece of kit with a deservedly hefty price tag on it, shall we say. Sporting a really great livery. That's a Monza SP2. I think the SP1 and the SP2 both here, down in the paddocks, both here this year. Just looking at, no windscreen, zero practicality, but a hell of a lot of desirability.
But it's intriguing that the Aston Martin V12 Speedster we saw echoes back to the late 50s, of course. And it's got the same grille as the DBR1 that won Le Mans for them in 1959. Ferrari also back with their speeders to the 50s, echoes of the Testarossa of the period, but and then we get to the McLaren, that will come up later. That's the 60s though.
Yes, and here we are still with Ferrari. Ferrari have got the Portofino here this year, and the Portofino M, which I think is what we're looking at the moment, which is a slightly more hardcore version. I love the Portofino. Great take, great iteration on from the California. Bit of a boulevard cruiser, but nonetheless, immense performance still.
We're talking the Speedsters, and here is the third of the batch. It's the McLaren, Kenny Brack at the wheel, and he gave someone a ride of their life yesterday. Did you see it, Erin, when he was snaking? We thought at first it was a problem. Wherever he could, he was putting it sideways. The hill was wet. He got out to the top. He was laughing. And the person in the passenger seat eventually regained the power of speech.
He's done it all weekend. Sorry to interrupt.
No.
He's done it all weekend, and he's doing it again. I mean, look at this. This guy gives no quarter. Here we go. You see the passenger helmet just wiggling around. He won't let up.
No, absolutely won't. Of course, some of the greatest runs down at the Goodwood Revival in recent years, when it's been streaming wet, have come from the mighty Swede. The flint wall holds no fear for him. The passenger now just hanging on. But this McLaren Elva, you don't get buffeted too much. They've got this air management system. Creates a bubble of air up over the drivers' heads. Maybe not mine, because I'm a bit too tall for all of that, but a great car. In fact, that's the straightest that Kenny has driven all weekend.
Yeah, disappointingly straight. And that rear wing, you see that active downforce management just up and down the whole way through. This utterly hardcore, absolutely massive wing at the back there for this McLaren. Very, very track focused.
Well, it comes from a track car, the 720S GT3 car, but this has an extra letter to its name, GT3X, X for extra. The Rob Bell, superstar behind the wheel, but this is for people who want something to drive on a track. There isn't a race series that this is competed, because it's more than GT3, and I mean, that is an extraordinary situation to be in. But
I was going to say, you look at that car, the 720S in its basic bog standard form is a scary piece of work. 720, of course, showing you what brake horsepower it's got, and yet they've added 2 more kind of extra doses on top of it. Crazy.
Absolutely bonkers, but there is a market for bonkers, and we're quite pleased to be able to watch that. Now, one of the nicest cars to my eye is this Maserati MC20. Have you had a chance to drive this yet?
I haven't. I've sat in it in Italy. I've had a look round it. I know my colleague David Green from the commentary box has driven it. Of course, you look at it, and those familiar with the Maserati birdcage will look at that and see echoes of it. It's actually beautifully, simply styled. If you look at some of the other cars coming up the hill with all that downwork, extra bodywork on them, and all the slats and vents and grills, this has got very little of that. It's beautifully understated for Maserati.
Yeah, I think it's a really good idea, and again, it just shows the diversity we're now getting in terms of sports cars, supercar, GT car classes, and I think that's a really, really good thing. You couldn't put it side by side with the McLaren 720 GT3X because they're worlds apart, but that's a good thing too.
Yeah, and I think Maserati fans have been really waiting for this car. You know, we've had the Levante SUV, we've had the saloons, we've got the Ghibli, but everyone's been waiting for the next flagship to come from that brand. Closely followed on by a little dose of Britishness, absolutely. The Jaguar F-Type, I'm a big fan of that car, and you'll see it's wearing that R badge on the grille, which just gives it a lot of extra, and actually I think punts it into supercar territory, and to really understand that you'd have to get behind the wheel and drive it. There's an immense amount of power, it's got great sound, and the man responsible for so many of Jaguar's brilliant designs is the man behind this car, which I think will prove to be the Ian Callum special. Yes, it's the Callum design for Actors 25. Ian Callum, legendary car designer and all-round nice bloke from Jaguar and Aston before that.
It's lovely to be able to tag that on as well. Jodie Kidd will be enjoying this run, of course, does a lot of road car stuff, but treating someone who's... I sometimes wonder when you see people filming the ride, why don't you just enjoy the ride? And because it does take the eye away, but I think a great-looking car. Now, how do you like your Porsche 911s? Whichever shape or iteration, Singer will be there to produce those great cars of the day, but with a little more oomph underneath.
Also, I had a look round these Singers in the paddock yesterday with David Green when we were doing some stuff for the big screen, and you really need to have a look inside the cabin of these cars to look at the attention to detail of the design. They painstakingly recreated a really authentic, faithful to the materials and the craftsmanship inside.
Yes, every time I see them, they seem to be a step ahead of where they were the previous year. I think they're immensely desirable. This actually is the 230, sorry, beg your pardon, I thought it was Ross Kerno, racing driver, 930 tag, as opposed to Singer. Got ahead of myself there.
Slightly, but still worth talking about, because the Singer is the green one possibly coming up behind it. The green one was certainly in the garages yesterday. But the 911, I was talking to the various design bosses at Porsche throughout the decades around how you possibly tweak such an iconic car to keep it relevant, get perhaps new consumers loving it and falling in love with it, but not lose the old faithful.
Yeah, so you could have a lot of people putting pins in the bottle of such things. Right now, a little more hardcore Porsche technology ahead of us here on the hill. Who's at the wheel of this one? Jeremy Palmer, just waiting for that to come on up the hill. But a lot of 911 fans, and of course the body shape has changed to a degree over the years, but it's still ostensibly a 911. Now, this one on the start line, this is a very special car indeed.
Yes, that's the Rimac, is it not?
It is the
Rimac Nevera, and all electric. This showing again what electric can do when you take it to the nth degree. I think, to be precise, 1,888 horsepower. Let's call it 2,000, why not? And a usable range, Rimac claims, although I think maybe over 300 miles on one charge. But if you pilot it like these guys do up the hill, you'll probably see that range drop off slightly.
Just a tad, as they say, but the way it's been driven by Miroslav Junovic is shows the power, and also shows how handy he is a driver. He kept it neat through Moulcom up past towards and hopefully past the Flint Wall. But yes, these figures are simply mind-boggling. But also just the fact that companies that have flown beneath the radar, but what feels with Rimac, they're associated with a lot of the top guns, and we're going to hear a whole lot more. So they've produced technology that other companies want to get their hands on.
Yeah, and people say, oh, what's the point, 2,000 horsepower in a car? But the point is that flagship moment. Now here down on the start line, this is Toyota's moment in the sun. You'll see this is the new GR86 replacement for the GT86, really ostensibly. But a really lovely, old-fashioned, proper sports car in red and white there, just waiting. This is going to look fantastic. GR, of course, stands for Gazoo Racing. A fantastic little stunt happened earlier, and I think we're shortly going to see that, aren't we?
Well, what a show from Toyota, and now two cars that could well shape their future, certainly in the sports car world. The very, very svelte, and I'm a big fan of these GR86s. You're quite right, they've moved to another generation.
Yeah, they have. At Gazoo Racing, another example there, but like we were talking about with AMR for Aston Martin, of how they take the motorsport heritage and the fan base that builds up around that and applies it to the road cars to great effect.
And I think particularly I've enjoyed watching them come out the hill because they are much more old school in the way of sports cars. That's not an insult at all. It's just the fact that they are small and nimble. And the always in life have been two routes to sports cars. There's been lots of power and lots of handling. In fact, in many ways, I like the handling best.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a prime example we're looking at right now. I think under 300 horsepower, maybe 270. That's not the point. It's the perfect marriage, isn't it?
It is, and also in terms of usability on a good country road, I think you just got much more potential with the handling. Maybe that's just we have narrow lanes around where I live, but come on, mate, I think these are. I'm really, really impressed with the direction that Toyota's taken with these GR86s.
Nice to see two cars going up there together.
Strictly, isn't it? We've seen the video, and they're echoing it on the hill, so we need to get a little bit closer. The red car in behind, cheek to cheek almost, up half.
John Cooper works.
Formula E crowd's busy this weekend in New York, but it's good we've snapped the pace car.
Behind it, Jaguar, first of their SUVs on show today. This is the E-Pace plug-in hybrid. Jaguar and Land Rover got a raft of plug-in hybrid models coming out this year. All good for kind of between 20 and 30 miles on electric power only. So for a lot of people, of course, who are just doing the school run, the local commutes, that'll mean they're driving most of the week in electric only.
I didn't live in an off-grid property. There we go. But anyhow, I think they look absolutely fantastic. Jaguar, and looking at their stand here, it's been shot all weekend. Now from Jaguar we go to the Porsche Cayenne, newly shaped, looking a whole generation newer.
Yeah, well, that's a Cayenne with a coupe roof on it, and I think that's the Turbo GT. Certainly looks like it's pretty pacey. We've been talking about luxury and premium brands bringing out SUVs all weekend, and we know some people like it, some people don't, but you can't ignore the fact that this model, the Cayenne, has sold more than the 911, the Boxer, the Cayman, everything else put together. And so, you know, if fans of two-seaters, middle-class and rarefied performance cars want these models to continue to exist as we go forwards, then we need those SUVs to essentially be the cash cows behind it.
Well, I was among the bunch of nose twitchers when it all started, but I'm starting to understand now, starting to appreciate, certainly looking at the models, and particularly the one that impressed me, because I saw it a lot on the track as a safety car, was the Urus Lamborghini. I thought it's just a large, extravagant car. Well, yes, it is, but I mean, the way that extravagance could be put down was what made me go, maybe.
Yeah. And now coming off the line, the first of the models from Genesis this weekend. A huge moment for Genesis at the Festival of Speed this year. It's their launch in not only the UK but Europe the luxury brand to come out from under Hyundai, so plenty of reliability there and peace of mind in terms of ownership. But Genesis taking it to a luxury level, beautiful interiors, lots of comfort. There goes a GV70 SUV. They've got an electric model coming out later on in the year, beginning of next. But the important thing about Genesis is the retail proposition. There'll lots of online buying opportunities. They're really gunning for female consumers, which I think is great. Female consumers possibly a bit ignored by the motoring industry over the years. Genesis recognising that. And also they do lovely things like coming to collect your car from your house when it's due for a service. So a big thumbs up to Genesis.
How long has Genesis been in the planet? Because they've exploded here with just so many new shapes and sizes. But even, as you say, the concept behind how they want to run the company.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of thought going into it. I think they've really looked at the market and seen where are the gaps? Who's not doing it so well with the consumers? And yes, it's about powertrains. Yes, it's about chassis and how well stuff handles. But it's also about connectivity these days. It's also about interiors. And really importantly, it's about how you engage with consumers, make consumers feel at home, whether they want to go into a pop-up boutique store or do the whole process online.
Well, it probably was a factor that, well, not probably, it was definitely a factor that needed consideration rather than just performance. But in looking at this Ford Mustang Mach-E GT, well, performance is still the byword, but Ford really pushing the electronic car. When do they get, what's cut out date for when they're going to stop doing cars with the combustion engines?
Yeah, in the next few years, and that Mustang that we saw going up there has got an Untamed Plus mode for the track. I just had to get that in before we move on to Mr. Greaves. I see piloting the Alfa Giulia GTA up the hill here, as if a quadrifolio Giulia wasn't enough. We've got the GTA and the GTA M where the 2 seats have been stripped out and it's properly track focused. But this, the GTA has still got 4 seats inside.
Certainly had a lot of the Alfisti, the Alfa fans drooling at the sight of these two cars, and when they go up in tandem they look great, but actually I really think that looks fantastic in that metallic rich dark red. I think that's very much an Alfa Romeo colour.
Yeah, limited edition, lovely V6 bi-turbo, 540 horsepower, very nice indeed. I was saying I followed Giulia from about 60 miles out in Kent down to here on Friday, and I thought you must be going to the Festival of Speed. And he was.
Yes, it's funny how many... That bonnet, is it me, or is that bonnet just sitting up a little bit, maybe not being closed quite properly, but anyhow got to the top of the run, now backing off as it goes under the finish line through the straw bales.
It's all right. Peter Greaves is a careful and steady driver.
And again, in fact, that colour looks fantastic under the dappled light. Now, something very, very different indeed. This will be... this is the Microlino. I just happened to spot that this morning, and if you don't have to squint hard, do you? I'm just going to check with Barry Nutley. What does that look like? Like the Heinkel? Hold on, we're going to get another microphone coming in here.
BMW Isetta. It's a dead ringer, isn't it? And it's got the twin wheels as well from the early Isetta in the late 50s.
And it's got our colleague David Green at the wheel, who always deserves a bit of a ribbing, but I don't think I need to.
It's it is BMW, even to the point where the steering column hinges out with the front door. That was Isetta. The Heinkel, the column was fixed.
Well, I tell you what, I do. I remember the doors being open when I was a child, and he's now either someone's trying to climb out of the roof, but no, David Green's having fun. It looks like a cup of very creamy coffee in a way, with a sort of white whippy head on it. But I actually went down and I thought, what a great little car. And I love the fact we've been talking about cars looking like how they did to an extent in the 50s or 60s. You don't have to squint too hard.
They're talking UK delivery next year and taking orders already. In fact, she said, that the young lady said to me, the order book is already full for delivery, which is astonishing. And I can see the appeal, you know, I can see the appeal in one of those things.
This is absolutely wonderful. David Green was in an Aventador yesterday, I think, coming up here, and now he's driving a latte.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And he's in fact pulled off just next to our Cottage Beef.
He
Maybe
needs
wants
to be
to come
careful
and tell
in
us
case
about
someone
it.
tips a sack of sugar in the top.
Well, something different, something electronic, something definitely fun. And for David Green, well, you can see he was having a big problem with the steering there, wasn't he, Erin?
I don't know what to say. That's just wonderful. It's made my day, that has.
Well, looking across, when that car appeared on the start-finish line, I looked across sort of start line, of course, the hill climb. Erin was just going, what? Now, this is another car that makes you say, what? Intensity on it, plenty of performance. This is the car Emanuele Pirro was driving yesterday and today, quite rightly so, because he's developed the ST V12 Lamborghini the last Lamborghini that will have the V12 engine, and they've decided, much like McLaren, the 720 GT3X, this is more than. This is that noise. It can be heard from the other side of the planet. It's a fantastic car, and actually, every now and again, a bit of excess is a very good thing. So, Erin, as the last car goes up before the bikes come on, the new bikes, thank you so much for all your work this weekend. You've really brought colour to the palette of all the supercars, all the new cars.
Oh, thank you very much.
Next year.
Absolutely, can't wait for it all again.
Thanks very much to Erin Baker. The Ineos Grenadier powering up the hill. That'll be the last four wheeled vehicle going up, and then Barry, it's you and me looking at the latest bikes when they come up the slope. But the Ineos Grenadier, the only vehicle here named after a pub.
That is the fastest bobber, allegedly, in the world. It's from Triumph. It's built by Thornton 100. It's a supercharged. It's basically the Bonneville bobber with a supercharged engine, 202 horsepower, and it's a quick, mean beast. And if you look at the back, it looks rigid, but it's not. It's actually got a swinging triangle a la Vincent. You know, it gives all the impression that it's an old-style, rigid back end. That is the new Speed Triple 1200 from Triumph. An amazing piece of kit. £15,000, the 1200 RS. It's slimmer and it's neater than the previous model. A big beast, lovely. And the move towards motorcycles these days is much more an upright riding position. Days of sports bikes, I won't say they've gone, but they're simply not practical. That's the BMW M1000 RR, which is the latest version of the BMW superbike, built and designed to compete with the V4 Ducati Paddock, and that, of course, is the bike, Bruce, that is now being raced in British and World Superbike. We've got one or two in race trim in the paddock. It's an amazing piece of kit. £31,000, 210 horsepower at 14,500 revs.
As we enjoy these bikes going the hill, we'll come to the next one in a second. When they've come back down, where do they get parked? Where can people go and visit them?
They are right down in the first glance paddock, which is over the footbridge by the start line. It's a long way. It backs onto the edge of the Hancock, so you know exactly where I mean.
Well worth the walk, though, Barry.
There's the R18. Now, the R18 is the 1800cc boxer twin from BMW, but they put a competition out there for dealers to design their own custom version, and that's the PC18 from Piers City of West Sussex.
Oh, so a local bike, and I tell you, the bikes, they're just behind our commentary box at Moulcombe on the outside of the circuit.
Indeed.
It's drawn a lot of attention, like bees to a honeypot.
All of those bikes there are different versions of this R18, the big boxer twin. An amazing amount of torque and horsepower, as you can imagine. CCM, Carl Fogarty, King Carl Fogarty, king of the jungle, king of the World Superbikes, 4 times the champion. Beg your pardon, that's the 2-stroke twin. Where's that Beetle wing?
So does that make it the street tracker?
No,
that's okay.
That is, I've got the name of the other piece of paper. I didn't bring it.
Right, well, here's Dougie Lampkin. He's on the street tracker, and he's on his back wheel. Well, it is Dougie Lampkin. What else could you expect?
That 2-stroke's 252 stroke. It went up the very first time on Thursday, and then we haven't seen it since. I went down there and it's not there, so I don't know where they're keeping it. But that's Dougie Lampkin, 13 times World Trials champion on the 600cc CCM.
He just makes it so easy, popping it up onto the back wheel and keeping it there at will, doing on cue the whole way past the grandstand as it goes out of Moulcombe, up the hill. I guess he put it down onto 2 wheels to go past the flip wall. I don't know, just guessing. No, I'm right.
He's not only got a long association, he's got a very long association here, and did that stunt, if you remember, up on the top of the house, bunny hopped all around the roof on his driveway, rode up the servants' quarter stairs.
It was exquisite. In fact, you've made me want to go and dig that out again when I get home, find it on YouTube somewhere. I mean, Dougie, absolutely super free, but I just love the diversity of bikes that are being introduced now. Sounds so simple, so pure. It's almost revelling in its big old-fashioned.
I was waiting for the Suzuki Hayabusa 1250 Harley Adventure with Mick Exton's on board, because he said he does not want to miss a run at all, and he might well come up on the Hayabusa because John Reynolds has gone for an early bath. For what reason, I have no idea. Anyway, brief but factual.
Brief but factual.
Partially.
That was when you were speaking. It was factual. When I was speaking, it was just a garble. But anyhow, there is the top paddock. Thank you very much, Barry Nutley. And just that is a sight for sore eyes if you're a fan of supercars, cars that you've always dreamed of, and cars that you've never seen before, because it includes the run alongside the Michelin Super Cup run of the first glance of some of the bikes, first glance of some of the cars. But there's a lot of horsepower and a lot of money tied up in the cars, with so much invention. Some up there we didn't get to see going up the hill, the crazy Zenvo with its swinging rear wing, and many others aside. So much technology, so many ideas, all packed in at the top of the hill climb. They will be flagged off shortly to come back down, and much more ahead of us, and coming fairly soon. Well, let's just catch up very, very shortly with Ed at the top of the hill, because he has a host of drivers and he's caught up with some very famous faces.
Now, one of the great things about the supercar batch this year is the diversity in here. It's absolutely amazing. Right down to the front, you can see the little tiny Lotus Elan, which in amongst all these modern monsters looks absolutely tiny nowadays. We've got things from the Bugatti, the Chiron here, that sports car driver Andy Wallace has been driving throughout the weekend. We've got over there, we've got the Valkyrie, that amazing Aston Martin that Adrian Newey has just been driving after driving the RB7 Red Bull this morning. So here's something a little bit different. Marino Franchitti, the development driver for this wonderful singer. Tell us a bit about it.
So it's underneath, it's a 964 Porsche, reimagined by Singer. So we've taken the body off as a carbon body, different suspension, still the trailing arm that we love from the air-cooled 911s. The engine it's a 4-litre flat six, obviously, air-cooled still, and we've done a 4-valve head, which up until now hadn't sort of successfully been done in a normally aspirated engine. About 1,000 kilos, and it's just an absolute weapon. 9,300 RPM red line.
Now, there are a few drivers that I've seen up at the top paddock this weekend, a lot more than everyone else. How many cars have you driven?
I think 4, and I'm going to make it 5 this afternoon.
What are you in this afternoon?
I think my father-in-law Nick's going home, get ready for the football, so I'm going to drive the 512S this afternoon, which will be fun.
Now, with a name like Franchitti, do I need to ask who you're supporting this evening?
Well, genetically, I'm 3/4 Italian, so I don't have much choice. But our son Luca, half Scottish, half English, with the Italian heritage as well, so he's winning whatever happens.
We're all looking forward to it. Marino, thank you.
Thank you.
Adrian Newey, we were talking to you earlier, having just got out of the Red Bull RB7. Something very different you've just come up the hill in, the Valkyrie.
Yes, I mean, it's been a long time in the development, from the first sketches to the first clay model to all the research and design that's gone in since, and then the manufactured development. So to be driving the car is really satisfying, kind of, as I say, from that first concept to a physical piece that you can drive and get the feeling of whether it's doing what I'd hoped for from that basis is great.
Now, is this car going to be raced?
Unfortunately, at the moment, there's no race car category for it. So it's the whole idea of the car is to have a car that's fast but comfortable on the road. And then ideally you would take it on track, and then you can really feel its potential. So kind of in that sense, you could almost picture it like a current superbike that you go out to and enjoy it on the road. You need to have your wits about you because it is a very fast car. To properly enjoy it, a track environment is what you'd really like to do.
Adrian, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bruno Senna, we've watched you come up the hill in the McLaren Senna this weekend, but I think this is the first time that you've come up the hill in this 620R.
Yes, it is. Super cool experience. The car is really nicely balanced. Actually, feels almost like it was born for the hill here. You have so much good balance, brakes and everything gives you confidence. So Yeah, I'm enjoying it. It was the first time I drove this car, so nice debut on the hill for me.
And tell us a bit more about the McLaren Senna, because the numbers on that are absolutely amazing.
Oh, the McLaren Senna is a complete beast for the road, but it really belongs on the track. So going up the hill, she felt like she had a bit too much power for the for the bumps and everything, but it was a fantastic experience, and we're so proud as a family for McLaren to carry the Senna name and such a crazy cool product. And I was happy to be part of the development. So, really nice story overall.
I was going to ask you, do you think your uncle would have appreciated the car?
I'm sure he would. I mean, it's we're getting in an era of transitioning of technologies and everything, and the Senna is one of those cars that has everything sort of old school. It doesn't have a hybrid system, has a turbocharged V8, aero, proper raw car, and I think it's something that we would have really enjoyed.
Bruno, thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
So let's take a look at the supercar run, the highlights of that. Kicked off by the Lotuses, started with the Elans and then moved on to the crazy Lotus Evija, 2,000 horsepower, and the Emira, the last combustion engine Lotus, and the order book is filling fast. Aston Martin, hugely entertaining run of cars, including the Valkyrie and the V12 Speedster, with more than a nod to the car that won the 1959 Le Mans 24 Hours for Aston Martin. Special engineering, development, special models all the way. That seems to be, in 2021, the way the manufacturers are going. They're making cars tailor-made for the individual markets. Ferrari were here with a run of Spiders, always oh so popular. The F8, really, really attractive car, looking fantastic in the blue. They too, at Ferrari, have gone back to the 1950s to build a Speedster. What a fabulous car the Monza is. Some of the drivers taking up the hill were giving their passengers a real thrill with some press-on driving, even past the Flint Wall. And then Kenny Brack in the McLaren Elva, McLaren's 1960s style nod back to earlier days with so much performance under the foot. The range of different models, including another nod back to former days. Think of the Lancia 037, and there was the Chimera Evo 37, a fantastic evocation of past cars. Here's the Zenvo. Look at that tilting rear wing. No, it's not loose. It's how it's supposed to be to give maximum cornering power. Jaguar pushing on very hard up the hill. And now Chevrolet Corvette C8 has got the engine behind the driver for the first time. Also, for the British market, it's got right-hand drive. The Porsche 930, this is a car that is modelled on one that McLaren had back in the day, developed the TAG turbo engine, so a car with history. And then Marino Franchitti taking the Singer up the hill. And Rolls-Royce pushing on. Lamborghini, always so extravagant, great fun, hugely appreciated by the crowds and being pushed up Goodwood's climb with great aplomb. Toyota was here with its GR models, the Gazoo Racing models, that's the latest Supra, the Harama edition. And then David Green driving the fantastic little Microlino with great style. Well, he got as far as our commentary box and then pulled off with an enormous smile on his face. Electronic racing, in trouble with the speed humps there as he left the circuit, but a great run, and that was the supercar run.
Now there you can see the manufacturer batch and the supercars and the first glance at the road bikes making their way back down the hill, and amongst that of course has been Lotus, and we've been celebrating much of Lotus over this Goodwood Festival of Speed presented by MasterCard, and another Lotus moment. We've had one a day is going to take place in front of Goodwood House. It doesn't really matter, Bruce, whether you think of Lotus as a road car brand or as a motor racing brand. Either way, it's got an amazing heritage.
Oh, it truly has, and how often have we thought that heritage is all they're going to have left? But now, with proper money behind the company, I've just walked down and looked at their stand first thing this morning. It's the largest one down there. That shows how much there is a big, big push for Lotus, and I tell you, the clamour for people to get on and have a look. And to me, it's just so exciting. What's going ahead, but really, it keeps the history alive, and I love the long line. Some companies fall to a period of being slightly dormant and they come back, and I really think Lotus, I'm excited to know what they're going to do with racing.
Yes, because you think that there's either a GT3 and or an electric GT car in the offing, and there is now an electric GT championship blessed by the FIA, governing body of motorsports, ready to come on stream for next year or the year after. But, you know, it is there to go with electric touring car racing. So yeah, there's a market for Lotus, that's for sure.
Yeah, and there's a clear bloodline. But looking particularly at the Emira, the second of the two cars on the screen now, this will be the last petrol engine car from Lotus. But just looking at how that handles, it handles how Lotuses have always handled. You know, that was first and foremost in Colin Chapman's thinking as he developed first the Elite, then the Elan, etc., etc.
So it's great to see the Lotus name and the Lotus brand continuing. We've seen many of the 1970s Formula One Lotuses, of course, on the hill over this weekend, and the cars will shortly make their way to the front of Goodwood House. Now, all of the supercars are in the Michelin Supercar Paddock on the outside of the first corner. We keep talking about the paddock. There are paddocks, in fairness, aren't there?
Yeah, and the Cathedral Paddock beyond there, where the drifters hang out with a host of other things. So you do have to go sort of west of the house as well. So do get a programme, look at the map, because you've got to cover a fair mileage, but it's worth it wherever you get to. And then you've got First Glance, which is over another bridge beyond the start line. So you've got to clock up a bit of footwork.
You're right, but it's worth it. It is worth it. So the Rolls-Royce Ghost makes its way down the hill. That is one of our course cars, in fact. So that's at the back of the queue. Past one of the Aston Martin course cars from the Formula One World Championship that we are very, very grateful to have been lent this weekend at Goodwood.
Well, it's particularly it's good to see some marshals who've got a lift down. That's a new Porsche Cayenne being used to good purpose. And again, thanks as ever to the marshals, because we've seen some of them having to leap out and push cars to the side of the track. But I must say, so far, so good today. It's been a day that started in sunshine, David, when we left the hotel at about 6:10 this morning. But it's staying dry, and that absolutely is the key for fun run. Of course, the clock continues to count down towards 4 o'clock when we will be at the verge of the start of the shootout. That's going to be mighty.
We just need it to be dry, don't we? We don't want mixed weather for the shootout, because then it becomes a real lottery for everybody, and it's not fair on those that end up with the worst of the weather. But yeah, the shootout is going to be breathtaking. And although we don't have the Volkswagen IDR this year, or a car perhaps at its pace, what we do have is an entry that is more closely matched. There's no one runaway car. If you'd like, 2 years ago it was Romain Dumas in the Volkswagen versus the clock, everybody else battling for second place, and this year it's going to be everybody, I think, fighting for the top time, or certainly there's a greater number of cars fighting for the top time. That's going to be breathtaking when we get to the shootout. It really is utter commitment for when that takes place. Now, that's coming up a little bit later. Coming up next is our Lotus moment. All this takes place in front of Goodwood House, and as the cars make their way into position, let's go to Goodwood House itself and join Tom Clarkson.
Thank you, Adders. One of my favourite moments of the day, the Lotus moment. As you and Bruce were just discussing, such an iconic brand, both on and off the racetrack, and you're looking at the future of Lotus right here. If we go left, Alex, we're going to see the Lotus Evija. Look at that, in the replica livery of the 56B turbine car that you can see in the main paddock, the F1 car that Emerson Fittipaldi has been driving. 2,000 brake horsepower, all electric, a phenomenal beast. And then, of course, you have the Emira that was launched last week. That's the car we're looking at now. But two beautiful cars. This is the future of Lotus right here. Now, Alex, we've got a lot of Lotus fans. If I can bring you this way. Let's chat to some of the guys in the crowd. Right, let's talk Lotus. You've got the hat. Are you a fan?
Yeah, I love Lotus.
What, when you grow up, which one of these cars would you like?
I love the Amira. It's new, it's slick, and it's just so nice.
Yeah, and what about racing? Do you support Lotus? Do you remember any of their... Well, you won't remember, but I was going to say any of their activities in Formula One. Mario Andretti's here this weekend.
I remember my dad telling me all about old Lotuses and their driving and stuff.
It's fantastic. Great to speak to you. What's your name, by the way?
George.
George, it's great to have you here at Goodwood. Who's going to win the football this evening?
England.
Of course they are. Well done. There we go, guys. Moment's over. Adders, over to you, mate.
Thanks, Tom. So, Lotus, a brand with a fantastic heritage and a very bright future. Our Lotus moment at Goodwood celebrates the past. It appreciates the future of a great British brand. Let's hope that we see many more Lotuses on track, on the roads for years to come. As here at Goodwood, we celebrate Lotus. Lotus moment, everybody. Only Goodwood can do things like this. If you're a Lotus fan, then I'm sure you would agree that the future is looking bright, and you may well have become a Lotus fan over the course of the weekend, seeing the new cars that are due very, very soon. Right, we are going to move from Lotus to our next batch of cars very shortly. Sports racing cars, Pro Drive, cars from the Macaluso collection. They're all heading shortly down to the start of the hill. This is batch 5. That's followed in turn by the Penske Andretti X set with the motorbikes. Then we get to Drift Kana at 20 past 2. And we're building all the time, of course, to our shootout later on in the day. We've also talked about W Series. The 2019 champion is here. That's Jamie Chadwick, and she has been amongst a number of people that Gemma Scott has had a chance to talk to during the morning.
Jamie, just a really quick word before you go up the hill. What are you driving this weekend?
So I'm in the Williams FW 08, so that's good. Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to it. It's my first time up the hill. Technically my F1 debut, so very excited.
Oh, a double header for you there. That's brilliant. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, massively. I mean, I think slow and steady today, but yeah, to be here, have this experience, I'm really excited.
Yeah, it's not an event to push too hard. You want to come back next year?
Exactly. I want to come back every year. Honestly, an amazing event. Great to see fans back, and yeah, to be obviously with the Williams team. Like I said, making my F1 debut is very exciting.
Thank you for talking to us. Have a great run.
Cheers. Thank you.
So the next batch of cars is already on the line, which is going to start with the Steve Hayes driven, Gordon Murray designed sports racer, but although Gordon Murray began to build in 1972, it was only finished relatively recently. That's Gary Pearson in a Rondo, who won the 1979 Le Mans 24 Hours. Jean Rondo drove that car, and Jean Rondo came from Le Mans. I mean, it was very much the home win.
100%. And Rondo had a fabulous series of cars. But actually, looking back, you realise how small some of these races were before the days of Group C really finding its feet. But on point, Le Point, down to up the slight slope, and then it starts to climb from here up the hill from Oldcombe. But if you want a bit more noise, a bit more grunt, the March 74G Blue Thunder Racing dominated the North American racing scene in the mid-80s, and this was one of the tools they had. Bill Whittington and Randy Lanier doing great things in this. You can actually feel the ground shake as the car comes past. Just going under the bridge, having passed the front of the house, working its way towards Moulcombe. On the track map, it looks flat, but there's definitely a little crest. William Jansson taking the sensible approach there to Moulcombe.
Makes a great noise, that, doesn't it? It sort of snarls away, that March 84G from the American sports car scene. He's being chased by very much one from Europe, a Porsche 962C that is owned by Martin Halusa. Alex Ames at the wheel of it, and it appears in the colours it ran in the 1993 Daytona, 24 hours in high downforce configuration. This, a car from a one-make championship that was Jaguar's version of Pro Car, in a sense, that we talked about bright and early this morning. The Jaguar XJR15, 6-litre V12.
Unfortunately, Orlando Lindsay had just got the front going away from him, having passed the house, and he's put the nose into the tyre wall there, so for Derek Bell, he's going to have to slow right down in the McMurtry as he comes round. So Orlando's just had a little bit of a drop in front of the house. The red flags will be seen. Derek will have seen that just as he was putting the power down. He'll back off in the McMurtry Spearling, and a little unfortunate slip up there for Valentine's son, Orlando there.
It's a little bit reminiscent of Spa 1991, the last race for those cars, because many of them were in a state of disrepair at the end of it. It was a rather rowdy race.
Historic accuracy reenacted, unfortunately. Now, a really interesting car is waiting to take the start, and we've talked quite a lot about this, David. This is a very special converted Chevrolet Corvette C8, and it's driven by ex-racer Sam Schmidt, but of course Sam unfortunately had a crash and it turned him made him a quadriplegic. But in association with Arrow Technology, he now drives this car, get this David, by moving his eyes left to turn the car left, right to turn the car right, and he accelerates by blowing into a little tube, a little straw effectively in the corner of his mouth, and sucks to brake it. Those are the only controls. He can do over 100 miles an hour in this car, and he had some fantastic runs, and I think it is truly phenomenal.
100 miles an hour by moving your head and sucking on a tube.
We were talking earlier about drivers not blinking when they were concentrating, like by Travis Pastrana, but the opportunities this technology, the possibilities this technology has, it will spread far and wide, and hopefully we'll get to hear again from Sam Schmidt. But it could, so many people who've had life-changing injuries may be able to re-engage and do things they did in the past.
So the head movement is all infrared, is it, in the car to make it?
Yeah, there are 4 sensors that, you know, I looked at them and thought, I cannot believe something as simple looking as these sensors can do what's required of them. But this is the 3rd generation that Sam has developed, and it's phenomenal.
I know when you were interviewing him yesterday, Ed Foster and I were listening, we looked at each other and noticed that our jaws have dropped. I mean, what we were learning about being able to control a car at that speed by go and stop sucking or blowing on a tube, for example, is just astounding. The technology in that car, it's like a lab, isn't it?
But it's an absolute step in the right direction, because Sam wants to go back and race again. So it may not be immediate, but and they also have developed an exoskeleton for him. He can now stand and move around, and this was something that was never going to happen. No. So it's not just Sam. You think about how many other people in the world may be able to make great steps again.
It is thoroughly remarkable, it really is. There is the car on the line, and just while we wait, because we've got this Jaguar to attend to and the barriers to be attended to as well, let's learn a bit more about the man and the car and the technology, because earlier on in the day Sam Schmidt talked to Gemma Scott.
Sam, the car is absolutely gorgeous to look at, but it's the technology that is really fascinating. Can you just tell us how you're able to drive this?
Yeah, so I mean, through Aero Technology and the work they've done, we use infrared cameras that are positioned in front of me to read the helmet. So when I turn left, it goes left. When I turn right, it goes right.
Wow.
And then I have a straw right here that when I blow into it, it goes like a gas pedal. And when I suck backwards, it's like the brake pedal. So
that's incredible.
It's intuitive. It takes a little bit of time to get used to, but you know, this is such an unbelievable event. I've always wanted to come. Thought I would come as a spectator, but it's even so much more unbelievable to compete. So, you know, happy to be here. We've got just great support from the fans all weekend long, and man, this is awesome.
It's really awesome, and actually, this is a pretty tough hill climb because it's very narrow, and you're controlling it in such a unique way. How hard is that?
Well, you know, it is very narrow. I think what threw me off the most is just the difference in light, you know, between the trees, and then light and wide You know, I wish there was a way to do it just twice in a row instead of 5 hours apart. It would be better. But as you can see by the right side of the car, we got a little bit of a hay bale yesterday. But you know, luckily it's ready to go. And I can't believe all the Corvette fans, all the IndyCar fans here. It's just been wonderful.
It's an insane event, isn't it? And it's great to have the festival back.
Amen to that.
Absolutely. Let's get the world back to how it should be and see lots more racing going on as well with fans. Sam, thank you so much. Enjoy your run. And we look forward to seeing more and more of cars like this and technology for people getting them driving after incidents and things like that as well.
Well, and go over to the Future Shop as well over there. We've got the exoskeleton I used to dance with my daughter at her wedding about a month ago, and a lot of cool aero stuff over there, as well as, you know, the festival has become you know, not only a hotbed for these unbelievable, you know, Le Mans winning cars, etc., but I think you see a lot of car releases and technology and hybrid and electric, and so just congratulations to the Duke and his entire family for putting this on. It's amazing.
Thank you for taking part.
Thank
Have
you.
a great run. Take care, Sam.
The technology is amazing. The story is amazing as well.
And what a great car to have it in as well, because, of course, this Chevrolet Corvette, the C8, is a total, you think for years there's been a very simple format and a very successful format for Corvette, but now it's mid-engined. Now, if you're in the British market, it's a right-hand drive model for the first time. And I think we're going to see an awful lot of these cars out on the roads.
I think you're right. Interesting as well, of course, the car carries a passenger who is there, if required, just to apply a little bit of correction should the car need it. So that is the McMurtry that is going to return to the start line, the McMurtry Spearling, and all of this, of course, needing to just be held while the track is cleared, the course is cleared. The Jaguar looking a bit sorry for itself, sadly. Romain Dumas, of course, the fastest man ever up the Goodwood Hill. He is here this weekend taking part in the shootout. David Richards, the boss of Motorsport UK, but also the co-driver alongside 1981 World Rally champion Ari Vatanen, and, of course, the driving force behind ProDrive. He is here as well, and both have been talking to Gemma Scott.
Dave, lovely to see you here. Quite literally bumping into you in the assembly area. How are you enjoying the festival?
Oh, as always, it's just a great opportunity to meet lots of old friends and just a wonderful atmosphere.
I know you're a big fan of looking forward and futures, developments of motorsport and the automobile industry. Have you managed to have much of a look around at all the future technology?
Yes, we've been over the other side. There's so much to see. You could spend the whole weekend just wandering around looking at different things. It's great to see so many different ideas being put forward, and a great platform on which to do it here at Goodwood.
Absolutely. The Duke does a great job of bringing us old and new, a wonderful mix of nostalgia and excitement.
I still like these old cars, though.
You do. I mean, look at what we've got around us and some of the great names we've had here this weekend.
No, it's been a wonderful weekend. We've been lucky with the weather. Yesterday wasn't so bad as expected, and now it's dry until late afternoon, and then the football.
Absolutely. And is it coming home, dare I ask?
Oh, I'm sure it will do. I'm sure they're going to do very well.
Dave, thank you very much. Enjoy the day.
Cheerio. Bye.
Roman, great to see you. Part of the festival. Back again, once again driving. Tell us about the car you're driving here today.
Well, this is a Glickenhaus car, the car we will use in Le Mans in 2 months, actually. We will use exactly this car next week in Monza for the 8 hours, so I can tell you I don't need to damage the car today. And it's a new hypercar, it's a new rule. It's a little bit more than 1 ton for 600 horsepower. So yeah, actually it's the first time that we present this car, and it's the first time I guess people see also an hypercar here in England, because we never raced before.
When you look ahead at the hill that you're about to drive, and then Le Mans 24, bit of a difference in timing and distance. How does this car run on a hill climb? Because it's not designed for it at all.
Not at all, but actually, you know, it's running okay for sure. You know, the tires are very hard, the gearbox is very long. I use only 3 gears, so it's not so much. We are not on a Renault gear corner at 350 for sure, but at the end it's okay. I mean, enough to have fun. And you know, when you have the chance to drive here, it's already a privilege, so you already have fun, so no problem.
It seems really long.
Yeah, quite long for sure compared to the IDR that I was driving. It's a little bit different. Not so agile and so on, but at the end of the day, the most important is to have fun here.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing on the hill and at Le Mans. Thanks a lot, Roman.
Thank you.
So we'll be getting our cars back onto the hill very shortly. We've had plenty of great action already today, Bruce, haven't we?
It's been cracking. Been really enjoyable. And again, what you always have at the Festival of Speed, immense diversity, every shape, size, sound of car and motorbike, and again, mixed in with these fabulous celebrations of the great dates.
The only downside is it's not been a great day for Jaguars thus far. We've had a damaged XJR 12D from Justin Loeb this morning, and now Orlando Lindsay with the XJR 15 damaged on its run up the hill. So that will be cleared off the course very shortly, and then we'll be back in business in a few minutes' time. So the marshals and the Goodwood staff hard at work, getting the course clear, ready to get this batch back underway. We've already, of course, enjoyed a look at the supercars. They'll be on the hill later on again. Each batch gets 2 runs, and the final batch of the weekend will be the supercars again. So we've seen them on the move, but earlier on, David Green and Erin Baker had a look around the supercar paddock and picked out their favourites this weekend.
We've been given a challenge. We've been given a huge amount of money. We're in the first glance paddock, and we've been given, the producers have said, £250,000 each to buy the cars of our dreams.
They're feeling generous today, aren't they?
Of course it's not real money, because you know what they're like. You'd be lucky to get a cold sandwich out of those guys, but let's pretend.
Okay.
I'm going to get straight in, and I'm going to take one of those. I'm going to take the Toyota GR Yaris, because it's almost for free.
Yeah, I feel that's cheating, but it is a fantastic car, so okay.
29,000 normal, 33 circuit pack. I think I'm just going to go, let's say 30 grand. I've spent 30 grand, but it's kind of pocket change. I've got all my money left.
Okay, I'm no good at maths, so you're going to have to keep a view on this, right? Okay.
What do you fancy? We're on to a little British sort of side here.
We are, and my eye's been drawn, of course, straight to the race, but that would be blowing the whole budget in one go.
I don't even think you've got enough. I think you're going to have to forget that.
Let's just ignore that. Instead, orange has always been my favourite colour, so I'm going to go Aston Martin DBX.
That's going to spend a lot of money, though.
Well, only if I spec it out right. So keep things simple.
You've got to be careful with the tick boxes on there, Aston.
Yeah, I'm not going to tick anything. I'm just going to say I'll have one. That's 160 grand. That feels okay. I'm confident with that.
You good with that?
Yeah.
Will you still get orange for that?
Well, I hope so.
Okay, now what about here? You like this brand, don't you?
Oh, Genesis. Okay, boom, second choice, straight there. I'm on it. I'm on a roll. I'm going to go for the G70 shooting brake because it's elegant, it's quite feminine. I love an estate. It's practical but beautiful. So that people are saying maybe priced from 35 grand. And
are you making that up?
No, that's what I've read, so I'm going with that. And
You're
that
very
means I've
impulsive
still got-
purchaser.
That's the way I shop, baby.
Easily pleased?
Yeah, always.
So okay, so you've already got 2 cars. Quite good-looking cars, I have to say. Genesis. So you've gone for practical cars there, though.
I have, yeah, family.
I've gone a bit of fun, but you could get away with it being a sort of thing, and I've got all my money left,
Well,
pretty much, because I've just spent pocket change on my Yaris.
You can tell I've got kids, right?
I've seen a car I'm going to go for through here.
Okay, let's
'Cause
head then. I'm twitching about the Lotus, but no.
I know. It's sort of a nostalgic buy, that, though, isn't it? I like the S1 still. I think the original looks so good, but that's not for sale. That doesn't count.
Leave it,
Modern
David,
cars.
leave it.
I'm going to go for... I've got a sucker for a car named after a pub. I mean, who could resist?
And there's so few of them.
Ineos, the car dreamt up in a pub, 4x4, going to hit the market this year at £45,000, let's say. Now, that sounds good, but I'm thinking Jim Radcliffe sold so many bits of sort of anti-back that he's probably going to subsidise that car. So I've already spent, what's that? Let's say 75,000.
You're feeling confident, aren't you? Okay.
And I've got 2 good cars there.
Yeah, you have. How did you manage that?
What are you
No, I'm pleased with my choice. I'll stick with it. I'm looking at
What about that?
Mustang Mach-E and then GT spec. No. I'm
No.
absolutely ignoring it.
Orange again? Orange SUV?
Orange.
No?
Oh, I love the Lamborghini Urus. I mean, who wouldn't? But I'd have to start all over again. So this is where I am settling. I'm settling at the Hyundai Ioniq 5 because this looks like a concept car, but you can drive it, buy it and drive it today. I mean, and you can say that about so few cars.
It's
Fully
incredible
electric, It's just absolutely wonderful, isn't it? That's 37 grand. I get that. I've still got 10 grand to buy you a really expensive pint of beer.
I like it. We could go and hold it. I've still got the best part of 160,000 left.
Something's gone wrong here.
But I've kept this one for last because I had to walk around here.
Yeah.
I know what I want, and it's around this corner.
Okay, all right then. Hit
It
me
looks
with
good.
I'm
It's
expecting-
Italian.
Okay. Is it 2-door? Is it 2 seats?
It's 4-door with 2 seats.
Ooh.
Strange.
Ooh.
It is the
Oh.
GT AM,
course
the
it is.
next step on from the Giulia Quadrifoglio in M spec.
Yep.
And this one's actually the GTA. The M was here,
Okay.
but I'll take the A. What I might do actually is take the. This is a little purchasing tweak I heard from Alfa Romeo. You buy the GTA, so you get the extra back seats without the roll cage, but then you order it with the GT AM aerodynamics.
Wise, my friend, wise.
£155,000, a lot of money. Most expensive Alfa, most powerful Alfa ever, but
Yeah, I mean, it's got the 4-leaf clover thing on it. You know that would just go like an absolute dream.
I might have just brushed over my budget, but you can lend me a few quid because you've got 10 grand left.
No chance.
There's a few thoughts for what you might enter the piggy bank on. I might agree with David Green about the Alfa Giulia GT-AM. It is a glorious car, but then again, it's up against some tough competition. Bruce, what about you? What do you want to take home from that?
Oh, I find it almost impossible. I was actually very, very taken with the Porsche 930, which was a 911 that is built on designed based on a 911 that McLaren had when they were developing the Tag Porsche engine. They put it in the back and tested it, used as a test bed. This is a modern iteration of that, and I like the styling from the 1980s. But what a great job the crews have done. Not only have they moved the car, saw Orlando Lindsay walking away having been checked up, and they've replaced these straw bales, and it's really hard work. They also had a tractor come down to thump in some new posts because they'd obviously got bent back and they're put in behind. So really good work, and you have to really applaud the expertise of the people that have done that, but also the organisation to have the spare straw bales in places where they can be taken from and moved down. So they've done a good job. We did actually start that batch, David, marginally early, so we've eaten up all the time that we've clawed back, but great job by the crews here at Goodwood.
So Derek Bell is going to get another go, of course, because he just left the line when the red flag flew. As soon as the clerk of the course is happy from the BARC, the organisers of the on-track element of the weekend, then the red flags will be brought in and the hill will be live once more. There is the McMurtry, remarkable piece of kit. We've seen Alex Summers fly up the hill in it this morning, and Derek Bell has been, if you like, a consultant to the project, very involved. Even though he lives in America, FaceTime and Zoom have been working overtime for him in order to keep in touch with the project.
But I think it's great that Derek's got a project to be involved with, because we don't want Derek just to come here and drive cars and be the fantastic person he is. I think it's really, really exciting that his expertise and his knowledge can be channeled into this tiny but incredibly purposeful little car.
Indeed so. That'll be the first one to go. The last of the course vehicles just leaving the hill, and won't be long therefore, because I can see one of the Aston Martin course cars heading back down to the start. Once that's clear of the hill, we should be good to go. So don't expect Derek Bell necessarily to be going for a course record, but he's showcasing this technology, and it's great that he is still as involved in motorsport, as he will be behind the wheel of the McMurtry once that leaves the line. There's the Aston Martin course car back down to the start, so as soon as the course is clear, we'll be good to go. And again, within this sports racing car batch, there are plenty of fascinating cars, including, just nestling in the background there, the hydrogen-powered Le Mans effort.
Yeah, spoke to Stefan Riquelme yesterday, and this is a car that's being developed. This will not be the one that races, it's an evolution. There are more evolutions to come, but hydrogen electric could be the way to go. We're looking at pure electric with the car at the front, dual electric motors on the McMurtry Spearling, but the good news, that has an uncertain racing future, but certainly there is a certain racing future for the technology in the white and blue car that was just in the background of the shop with the doors up. But Stefan Riquelme, contemporary racer, is very much an interested party, but it's sort of financed and developed by the ACO and various other parties. ACO, of course, the Automobile Club de l'Ouest organise and run the Le Mans 24 Hours, a race just with an epic history.
I mean, we are getting, of course, closer to electrification, and yet there are people still pushing that hydrogen could be an even better alternative. I hear talk that there's a synthetic emissions-free fuel being developed as well by a leading manufacturer. So, you know, despite all the talk about electric, it might not be a totally uniform future, let's say.
No, and as Stefan said, of course, when you're using hydrogen cell technology, the emissions are steam and water, so hardly harming anything at all there. So, right, let's get this batch underway. Any second now, Derek Bell will be given the green flag, or the Union Jack. Now, hold on, got to check the door was quite back in place, or is he signalling? Drivers always like to know what the controls are doing, but sometimes they forget to ask how to release the door. That's the last thing on your list. But anyhow, I think a message has been passed to Derek, and the car with 525 on the rear wing. I'm so excited to see this car. I knew nothing about it before I came here. Shame on me, but 800 brake horsepower, dual electric motors, certainly gets off the line well.
The McMurtry Spearling Thunderstorm heads down towards the first corner then. It's built in the UK factory just outside Bristol, where all the guys that have worked on it have been glued to the live stream all weekend. And good on you guys, because we are impressed by this. You've done a great job building this car.
Yeah, and talking of the live stream, I've just had contact from someone in Hong Kong saying really enjoy watching. We forget the global spread and the global appeal. Well, we can understand that at the Festival of Speed. And here goes Sam Schmidt, the power down. And of course, don't forget, David, how's he steering?
With his head movements, and he is powering and braking with the tube in his mouth. So you blow in order to go fast, you suck to slow, and there's a passenger, of course, with Sam Schmidt, just in case the car needs to suddenly be taken charge of. But Sam is not hanging about as he heads up the hill here.
Well, he's on the racing line at every single point of the circuit so far. He's coming into our view, past our commentary box. Let's see how he fares in Molecombe. He's good.
He is indeed, but it's the technology in that car, and you know, you get a feel for a car through as you brake through your foot, through the pressure on the pedal, but how do you do that through a tube?
Absolutely amazing run. So steered by eye movement, accelerating and braking by sucking, blowing into a straw, but he's nearly completed the course. And I tell you what, the smile on Sam's face every time he gets to the top of the hill. This is something going forward. Up over the finish line goes Sam Schmidt and the amazing Chevrolet Corvette C8 with all that technology developed by the Arrow Group. What a fantastic addition here. Great strides to make in the future with that technology.
Subaru, Karen Chandhok, who's managed to find a way into the McRae car. Then you've got Paul Howard in the Kankkunen car, Richard Burns, your Kankkunen car, and then Stefan Riquelme is going to be next on the hill in this Le Mans prototype hydrogen car. This is Paul Howard up to the end of his run. Marco Sorensen's going to be working, of course, in this Pro Drive batch. Marco, as Bruce has been saying, part of the Dane train with Nicky Team, but before him, this is Stefan Riquelme. Now, is this the future of not just how a sports car is going to look at Le Mans, but also how it is powered?
Yes, I think the look is going to change quite comprehensively, what Stefan was telling me yesterday, but I definitely think it's a move in an interesting direction. Yeah. In fact, it's my favourite direction, not that anyone should listen to what I'm saying. But anyhow, Marco Sorensen, part of the Dane train, pressing on a lot of people's favourite car over the last few handfuls of years, as Aston Martin's had such success at Le Mans.
That's Stuart Middleton in the Lamborghini Lamborghini Super Trofeo Huracan, the car from a one-make championship, very strong in Europe, in North America, and when racing finally gets back underway, there's an Asian championship as well, and then they all come together at the end of the year for the World Finals, which is this year in Pastana, Italy. Stuart Middleton, Ginetta junior racer when he was a teenager, British GT4 champion, so that's the, if you like, less powerful GT cars, raced in Super Trofeo, now racing in the Italian GT Championship, and very much getting to be part of the Lamborghini family.
Yeah, Lamborghini really sort of throwing its arms wide and welcoming a whole host of young racers into its bosom, if you will, his driver scholarship scheme. But Stuart Middleton seems to be, the fact he's here shows he's really quite high in their consideration. Liam Lawson up from New Zealand, racing in Europe this year, and this is one of the DTM division Ferrari GT488 GT3s, and a nice, another tidy run. Liam's been very busy here this weekend.
Romain Dumas in the Glickenhaus. James Glickenhaus, the American film director, is behind this project. It's the SCG, Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus, is what that stands for, the 007 LMH. Le Mans Hypercar is the LMH element of the type number. And then after him, we are going to turn our attention to cars from the Macaluso collection, including the Lancia Delta HF Integrale there, which is being driven by Fabrizio Vigiario, and this car from 1992, the sort of car which went on to win the World Championship, and a Ewan Kankanen car, this from the Safari Rally, so it has to be a rugged as well as a quick car for events like that.
But also to keep it clean, great big mud flaps, but those are period mud flaps just to keep the filth out. But anyhow, right now, Mickey Viazzo, rally driver, but of course a driver who's always enjoyed his race cars too. So he's in the Macaluso Collections LC2, just such a pretty sports racer. Up against the Porsches of the period, he looked incredibly nimble. He was incredibly nimble, and certainly put the fear into Porsche for some while.
And it was a car that was quick but not very reliable, unfortunately. It did have a win in the 1985 Spa 1,000 kilometres, but that was a rather sad race because it claimed the life of Stefan Beloff, and the Lancia LC2 perhaps looked better than it went, the 2.6-litre V8 turbo car. Behind it, this is the LC1, 1.4-litre four-cylinder turbo engine car. It really only had one season of top flight racing in the Group 6 regulations. Lots were run by Italian privateers subsequently, but it was a little bit down on power against the Group C cars. Then the Lancia Rally 037, which is a shape that has not dated. Great tarmac rally car, really, dating back to 1982, 1983.
Yeah, in those days we got so used to the fact that some manufacturers were brilliant on the East African Safari Rally, on all the difficult surfaces there, others brilliant on the Monte Carlo Rally, but when it got to tarmac rally time, Tour de Course, you always looked to the Lancia Rally 037, great shape. Of course, here this weekend we've seen the Chimera Evo 37, which is a modern iteration of that as a road car.
So the Lancia Rally 037 goes to the top of the hill, and Mascherano, Sebastian Loeb to come. Mascherano in the Subaru.
He's certainly approaching and passing us at Moulton in fine style, and Max is getting faster and faster, and round we go. So this is Sebastian Loeb sitting high, sitting pretty in the BRX Hunter, and entertaining so much suspension travel. Car made for purpose, not necessarily for the Goodwood Hill, but great to see it all the same, David.
It is. It's been dubbed the Ferrari of the desert by David Richards. It's a pro-drive developed car, the BRX Hunter, designed by former Jaguar designer Ian Callum. It's got 400 brake horsepower, twin-turbo Ford engine in it, a chassis that can cope with even the roughest of terrains, and it was fifth in the Dakar Rally this year, Nani Roma and Alexandra Winnock.
It's incredibly dynamic when you look at the movement, but it still has fantastic traction. Without that, you think it might roll. Big rumble up the hill. It can only be the cheater, but on our screens, it's Kenny Bragg. Absolutely loves these McLaren F1 GTRs. And, of course, the F1 was a car not made for racing, but Powers, including Thomas Bashir, decided they wanted to push and prod. And eventually they got their way. And, of course, the famous win for JJ Leto.
W Series champion Jamie Chadwick, who is, of course, part of the Williams team these days. She is driving the Williams FW08, so realising the ambition to drive a Formula 1 car. She wants a contemporary Formula 1 car, of course, but Extreme E racer, W Series champion, and Jamie Chadwick of the Williams FW08, the sort of car that won the 1982 Formula 1 World Championship in the hands of Keke Rosberg.
just made for purpose. Always looks quite strange when you look back without any nose planes there. But for Jamie, she'll just love that big grunt from behind. And it's a fantastic car. A lot of drivers have had their hands on that this weekend, almost queuing up to have a go.
It's interesting, isn't it? So, Jamie, as I say, has done the single-seater W Series to take the championship in 2019, part of this new electric off-road Extreme E Series, so being able to adapt from different terrains in Extreme E to circuit racing, totally different style of racing as well, and being very, very cautious of the Williams, understandably, back the car with great heritage.
Yes, and when you've been taken under the wing of Williams, the last thing you want to do to repay them is to say, can you fix this, please?
So Jamie and her brother, in fact, very accomplished Ginetta racer. They started off in Ginetta racing, but it was winning the GT4 class of British GT that Jamie first came to notice, driving with Ross Gunn. Then she had a race win in British Formula 3, or inherited a race win in British Formula 3. Now this is the Rimac Nevera, David Green at the wheel of it.
Well, he obviously put his money where his mouth was. He had that fictitious £250,000 to spend. I'm not sure it would buy you one of these, David, but nice try. But now motoring journalist David pressing on. And Rimac Nevera, one of these cars I think we're going to see a lot of in the future. The Rimac technology has been looked at by a lot of the top supercar manufacturers, and certainly this is their own example.
It's David himself, former racer, on and off since the mid-90s, but these days rather more content to talk about it and write about it than spend money to go and do it. So Rimac Nevera up to the end of the run, showcasing different sports cars from different eras. And that might be the last one from that batch as it accelerates over the timing line.
As I look to the left, I see no other cars coming. Don't see any course vehicles, but if they're coming up, that means the hill will be closed until the next batch is able to be released later today. The next batch coming, just trying to see what particular time will be coming our way. It will be the batch of celebrations of the careers of Jackie Hicks, Roger Penske, Mario Andretti, and at least 50 bikes will come out to play once more. But it's all busy at the top of the hill, and the man who's caught all the action goes by the name of Ed Foster.
Bruce, thank you very much. Now, this batch, you think you've seen everything at Goodwood, and then suddenly you see Karun Chandhok step out of an Impreza, and it's just wonderful. I love it. Anyway, something that even more different is we've got Jamie Chadwick here, who's just had her first taste of the hill climb, her first taste of a Formula One car. How was it?
Very cool. I mean, I went very steady, very conservative, but honestly, yeah, so much fun. Such a cool experience. Great to be here at Goodwood. Obviously, seeing all the fans back as well. Such a special event, but also, yeah, to make my technically F1 debut was really, really cool.
Great thing is not many people were watching, so you were all right on that one. Now, tell us a little bit about the W Series.
Yeah, so W Series, obviously my main programme for this year alongside Extreme E, now supporting Formula One. Yeah, it's a fantastic championship to be a part of. Yeah, obviously 2019 was where sort of a lot of my success came from W Series. So yeah, looking forward to the British Grand Prix next weekend to hopefully, you know, continue the good.
So Jamie Chadwick, yep, Silverstone in a week's time. Sorry for the loss of audio there, but Jamie, W Series champion in 2019. It didn't run last year because of the various dramas trying to get a race program together. Formula One made it, but W Series elected to take a year off, come back this year, and it has done. First two races in Austria just recently, and Silverstone debut next week. So more to come, of course, on the hill. We're building up towards Driftkana as well as to the shootout, and all that's to come here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard.
Introducing the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Now, I'm going to have to be quick up here in the top paddock because the cars are starting to leave and they're going back down the hill. So sorry, Rob. We got the F1 GTR next to me. Just blew my trousers as I went past it from the exhaust, which is great. And what have we got here? We've got Duncan Pittaway. Duncan, we're used to seeing you in the Beast of Turin, but this cheetah's lovely, isn't it?
This is the beast of NASCAR. I tell you, it's just fantastic. It scares the hell out of me. They had an onboard camera on me yesterday, and they've done loads of cars, and the guy said I was the only onboard camera. They can't publish any of the footage because of all my swearing. So it's absolutely brilliant. Really, really good.
But you're literally sat on the rear axle.
Yeah, there's no prop shaft. The gearbox is bolted to the diff. The idea was to give it weight distribution. It has the same weight distribution as GT40, but it weighs 780 kilos with me in it, and I'm only 60 kilos that well, 80 kilos maybe, but yeah.
It's great seeing it on the hill. I think I'm getting told off because you need to get going. Duncan, thank you.
Cheers, Ed.
It is a remarkable car, that, and we'll see it again during the course of the day. I think twice more, that batch again, and also it's in the shootout, isn't it?
It is, but you know, stand hillside and close your eyes, and there are only a handful of cars that you can detect. If you were at Moulcombe, you could detect leaving the start line. That is one of the sound is phenomenal, but I mean, the design is extraordinary. I mean, he is sitting over that rear axle, and beyond him he has about a foot of bodywork. That's it.
Right. Yeah. But Duncan Pittaway never would go and buy a conventional car. I mean, he wouldn't think of buying a Ford GT40. He's got to buy the quirky car that came out to try and counter that.
No, entirely. I mean, that's very much the way he thinks. But that's the great appeal, and that's why he's always so popular here. He brings the underdog or something that was just too extreme for purpose, and that's what we like. as I said, you can't have too much excess some of the time, and he's kept in excess.
It's the Red Bull Ferrari that Liam Lawson took up the hill, the DTM car. DTM for many, many years, a touring car category in Germany. Now it's gone to GT3, which is an interesting decision, bearing in mind there's already a German GT championship. It's sort of GT3 plus, really, but at the moment it's working because lots of manufacturers and key backers have been enticed by the DTM boss Gerhard Berger. But it's going to be interesting to see how that category delivers and develops over the next few seasons. So, Bruce, there's the queue of cars heading back down the hill.
So, busy time for the crews. They come back down, and the next batch of cars being prepared to leave the assembly area very shortly indeed. But, of course, the countdown is always working towards 4 o'clock, where we will have the shootout. But that was a great batch for the sports cars, and it's really, really good to see them come back down past the commentary position into the paddock, including the amazing Macaluso collection of fantastic race and rally Lancias. The Aston Martin Vantage GTE and that beautiful McLaren F1 GTR looking great as they go into paddock. Do enjoy your day, do move around the estate here, all the things you can see, smell, hear, and that's one of the beauties. And of course, if you're walking through the paddocks, you can get to see the drivers in their natural habitat, enjoying their conversations with all and sundry. But so far, the day going very well indeed.
So the cars head back to the paddock, and somebody that's been very busy in the paddock, having a look around all these cars. Tom Cruise, the Hollywood star who is here, and it's not just star names from the world of motorsport, but star names from stage and screen as well. And Tom Cruise having a great day here at Goodwood.
Of buzz down here in the assembly area, and that's because the Festival of Speed is a big draw for big names across the world of motorsport and beyond. Check out who's behind me, none other than A-lister Tom Cruise, along here with his stuntman Wade, who's going to be driving up the hill as part of a birthday present offered from Tom to Wade. It's going to be a great spectacular.
And Tom Cruise overseeing Wade Eastwood at the wheel of the Williams, chatting to His Grace the Duke of Richmond, and also being treated to the stunt display team, Terry Grant in the Jaguar. So Tom having a look at how the stunts are done in the movies and how he looks so cool on screen, and very appreciative of the efforts of the Terry Grant stunt team.
Wade, great to see you here. For the fans here at the Festival of Speed, great to see yourself, and of course, Tom, I understand this is your birthday present.
It is. This is my birthday present from Tom and the Duke and my wife. The three of them put this together, and yeah, I mean, a dream to drive for Williams. A bit late in life, but I finally got to drive for Williams F1, and my first time driving the hill, which was a bucket list, which I can now tick.
It's a mega drive, and you're no stranger to racing either, are you?
No, I did late in life again, but did some Formula 3. A couple of rounds, couple of wins, which was great. On the, I love the UK tracks like Brands and Silverstone, and so I got to do that. A few prototypes and some endurance racing, which yeah, some good results. It was great fun.
Have you had a chance to actually roll in the car yet, or are you about to head out?
I went in the car from the pit, got pushed down to here, and I felt the steering lock. That's it.
And you're quite tall as well, so a snug fit.
It is very snug. It could be a stally start, or it could be a fun stunty start and give the crowd something they want to see. But I've been ordered strictly that no wheel spins, no donuts, no clutch kicks, no stunt driving. I'm on my best behaviour for this museum piece.
It'll be an epic run. I did the hill yesterday in a sidecar, and it was pretty cool.
Was that you in the sidecar?
Yes.
I saw it.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. But it gets quite narrow at the top. A bit twisty.
I went on the sim.
At least it's dry today.
Yeah, I went on a simulator and learned the track. It was a right-hander I didn't even know existed. I come to Goodwood a lot, and I never knew the other right-hander off the Flint wall, so I'm really glad I went on the sim.
Yes, we are too, actually.
Yeah.
Now you say that.
But we'll give it a show.
But a great show as well down here to see the stunts taking place, which is something that you are regularly involved in anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I love drifting and stunt driving. It's been my passion since I was, I didn't get into racing since I was 19, so Terry I know really well. He works on a lot of the films we do. Tom knows him. Good safe precision when we're driving and sliding up close to cameras and actors. So the whole spectacle. But for me, like Festival of Speed is something I always come to. I absolutely love this event, which is why they get so many great drivers and people.
Yeah. It's a wonderful place to be in, and if you could sum it up in just one word, what would it be?
Fun. That's
Love
it.
that.
It's just
Brilliant.
fun.
Excellent. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much for chatting to us, and we look
worries.
forward to seeing you run.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Wade.
Thanks.
Wade Eastwood, South African racing driver who's raced in club level Formula 3 in this country a few years ago. Very, very busy, though, with his film stunt commitments. And Tom Cruise has had a pretty good day at Goodwood, it's good to be said. I hope you're enjoying your day as well. It is really good to see so many of you here helping to add to the atmosphere and making a Goodwood event feel like a Goodwood event. Speed Week last October had lots of great racing, lots of innovation, but it wasn't quite the same behind closed doors, even though it got a massive audience through live stream and television. But it's great to have lots of company this weekend. So, as the next batch of cars and bikes make their way down to the start, there are the Birchall brothers with the sidecars getting ready to go. And whenever there are 2 or 3 wheel machines on the Goodwood Hill, it's time to hear from Barry Nutley, not only about the machines, Barry, but also about the men and women who are going to be riding them.
Indeed, yes. And I'm not hearing myself very well. It's, what have I wound up? To put that up a little bit, that's a bit better. Yeah, indeed, Ben and Tom Birchall, as we've said earlier, multiple TT winners, world champions, multiple world champions. They're down there with their new teammate, Craig Curry. Craig Curry riding or driving. The moot point, you see, we discussed whether they're riders or drivers, and you can take it whichever way you like. That number 42 outfit. The Birchall's Honda, which is their short circuit. They are currently leading the British Championship after the opening round at Alton Park, having elected to do the domestic series, basically because they run the LCR business, the Lewis Kristen Racing business, which is the sidecar outfit they're driving. They've taken over the design and build of that under license from Lewis Kristen. They are now the people responsible for producing those outfits across Europe. I won't say across the world. 1 or 2 go to Australia and New Zealand, but in the main, sidecar racing, for some reason best known to itself, is restricted to Europe. We did have a world round at Laguna Seca when all the outfits were put in a jumbo jet and freighted over to Laguna Seca to run with World Superbikes.
But I can only imagine, Terry, that the reaction to that would have been phenomenal if they've never seen them before. I mean, we love them, we've seen them before. I just think it's got to be put in front of people.
Indeed, yeah. Yes, I mean, it's the sort of thing that the Americans like, there's no doubt about it. And I think they liked it, but the sheer cost and the distance, and bear in mind that cycle racing in the main is not, well, I won't say it's not a professional sport, but it's not manufacturer supported. So there aren't big pots of budgets to enable these things to move around the world. There, Maria Costello, solo lady TT competitor, having now turned her hand to 3 wheels, and her sidecar passenger Vicky Young, and that is the outfit that Gemma went up in yesterday afternoon. Vicky Cook, I beg your pardon. It's the outfit that Gemma went up in yesterday afternoon. That's a Kawasaki 600. All the engines are Formula 600. You can have a tuned engine for the TT, but when it comes to championship races, both in British and world sidecars, it is a stock spec on the engine. But in the TT, you can tune it, do whatever you like. The Birchall boys and their new teammate Craig Curry and Justin Sharp in the sidecar on their way up the hill in formation flying, as it were. Craig Curry new to sidecar racing, but he's had a weekend in Assen, he had a weekend training in Spain, and he's pretty quickly got the hang of it. Former saloon car driver, Renault Clio Cup champion, chasing Ben and Tom Birchall, multiple world champions, multiple TT winners up the hill. He will have learned a lot from Ben Birchall. Not only is he running in the same team, they're doing all the races together. He's going to learn a lot, and very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely, and following up the hill is a really good way of doing it. But what impressed me, and I never thought about this before, I know, of course, the outriders, the passengers, they shift from one side to the other in the corners, but I noticed Vicky Cook coming past the house, no corner ahead, and she tucked down, so she was completely under the fairing just to, boost the sort of aerodynamic efficiency.
Colin Seeley framed G50 500cc single cylinder matchless going up the hill. That will be Alan Cathcart, I'm sure. That is from the Sammy Miller Museum down there in New Milton. And here comes Sammy on his Gilera. Very, very pretty Gilera indeed.
What I love about Sammy Miller, the second he gets off the bike, whatever he's ridden, and by golly, he rides absolutely everything. He's just got a story to tell and a smile on his face.
Oh, well, he's got 3 bikes here. He's got that Gilera. He's got the Matchless G50 you've just seen going up. And he's got his favourite bike, the BMW Rennsport.
Bike number 1 on the list. Is that the Norton Twin, do we reckon, going up the hill?
No, that's that lovely... That's the Vincent Shadow. The one going up before was that lovely pre-war 500 Norton from the Bain stable. That was Jeff Bain's Norton. That's Graham Smith's Shadow. The first bike we saw going up was the 35 Norton rigid rear end. Vincent Black Shadow, built in Stevenage, 1000cc, and at its peak, when it was the fastest production motorcycle in the world, and a bit of the Rolls Royce really of motorcycles. Max Norton and Mike Jones, 500cc, large, thin, beautiful. They reigned supreme throughout the 50s and into the 60s until the Gileras came along. The Gileras were the first real attack by the Italian multi-cylinder bikes to bring the dominance of the Norton, particularly around the TT. The number 15 bike there, that's the KR750 Alex Wilson's. Tom Booth-Amos, the young Moto3 rider, was going to ride this yesterday. Now, if that is a slim young man, which I don't think it is.
I was waiting for the full profile, but I think I might go with you.
It would be Tom Booth-Amos, but he was down to ride it yesterday. Now, this lovely, lovely little RD250 Yamaha. And the RD250 Yamaha was built in many, many forms, predominantly as a road bike, but then it was also kitted and tuned for racing. Chaz Mortimer on board. There the Albus Norton, the Steve Hislop TT winning Norton from the 1992 Isle of Man TT. The return of Norton with the rotary engine, it was always very difficult. It was a 588cc, but because it was twin rotors, some people argued that it was bigger. But in actual fact, the displacement of a rotary engine is extremely difficult to calculate by definition, because each rotor has 3 points on it. So it's, you know what I mean, but
restricted by people's concept of how big it was, indeed, taking that different dimension. But was it successful?
It was indeed, yeah. It was successful. It won a TT. You can't do any better than that. RC45, Phil McCallan, carrying the number 11. 11 TT wins to his name, Phil McCallan. Hence 11 on the bike. And Northern Irishman, very unassuming. Not a name that everybody knows, but just got on with the job, you know? And very much in the vein of Bruce Anstey. And that is exactly the sort of thing that Bruce Anstey would do, would get on and do it. And that looks like the Bruce Anstey Triumph in the V&M colours. It is indeed. It's a CBR 600, Ian Duffus, beg your pardon. That's Ian Duffus, the Scotsman. Again, another solid TT campaigner. There. I'll be going through a lot of RC30s and RC45s, and there's Jim Moody on the RC45, on which he took his TT victory in the F1 class. Look at this one. That's the Padgetts, that's the RC213B, I'm sure. On the Bruce Anstey Road. Let's have a look. Padgetts, there's no Goodwood number on it that I can see. But RC213 was bought by Padgetts and prepared. That, of course, the big Honda is the road-going version of the GP bike. Padgett's very distinctive livery on it. Ooh, the M1000 RR, if that's Tommy Hill showboating on the number 39 bike, then it is indeed Tommy Hill, 2011 British Superbike champion. now runs a very successful graphics company, and despite his relatively tender years, still only in his mid-30s, cannot be tempted back to racing lines. You know, I won't say he left the paddock under a cloud, but he left the paddock in some dispute that he thought really, you know, there should be more money in the job. TR500 Suzuki, which is the racing version of the 500cc air-cooled twin, massive expansion chambers and a deafening crackle to them on the exhaust note. We're now into the 50 years of Suzuki GP racing, and another version of the RG500, the XR14. They went through various denominations, for want of a better word, and there's Steve Parrish on board one of the bikes, ridden to glory by his great friend and teammate Barry Sheene, of course.
But of course, in that livery that just became iconic for fans of Suzuki, fans of Barry Sheene, the red, the yellow and white, black livery, Heron Suzuki, just a fantastic livery that stood the test of time as Barry was winning all those races.
James Hillier on the M1000 RR. And that's the bike he is going to ride in the TT. Only one TT win, a 250cc win to his name, James Hillier, but he's something of an extreme and slightly different rider, and he's always had a yearning ambition to do the Paris-Dakar, and he's going to do that next year before he goes and rides in the TT.
Wow. I mean, you know, fantastic ambition, but it's not a cheap thing to decide to go and do. You think of the logistics of that event, Barry.
Well, yeah, and his background is some trials riding, so not too bad at all. Again, another definition of the RG500. Nigel Everett's bike. A whole range of Suzukis here. RGV 500, that's Kenny Roberts Jr., son of King Kenny. The World Championship, of course, himself. And then, I won't say slipped into obscurity, I understand he's in the property business these days, and did a great job bringing Suzuki back into the fray. There, number 34, very famous ex-Kevin Schwantz Lucky Strike Suzuki, and those were deemed in their day the unridables. Not that particular bike, but that generation. Steve Parrish went up earlier, so we have what looks like, and it's not Adam Childs either, very difficult to determine who's on that bike. You know, you cannot trust motorcyclists. They tell you one thing and do something else. They get us all going, don't they? XR34 M2, all these code numbers, it all comes down to an RG500, which is a square 4 two-stroke, basically four 125 cc's, all bolted together, put a ratchet strap round them, hold them tight, and the job's done. Disc valve, the technology came from East Germany. Dave Hancock is the name I was struggling for. I had a mental block. That is an absolutely immaculate NSR 250 Honda, which was rebuilt with brand new factory parts, a new engine from under the bench, and he was asked to ride it. He said, I can't ride that, it's new. Yes, you can. He was asked to ride it. That man was 28 years development rider for Honda, made 90 visits to Japan over his career, and has a very good, and John McGuinness shadowing him down there, has a very good understanding of the Japanese, and so their culture completely changed at that time due to signing the non-agreement. Serious, you know. Well, their attitude changes. So you could not tell them how to do something, but you tell them they've got it wrong.
Let's just look at the 1978 Formula 1 World Champion Mario Andretti in the car with which he won the crown that year, heading up the Goodwood Hill. We saw this on Friday. It was one of the moments of the weekend for many of us. Mario Andretti behind the wheel of the Lotus took the championship of Honda in 1978, and Mario Andretti accelerates past the flint wall, close to the flint wall, but came back into the sunlight behind the wheel of a car and carried him to his one and only Formula 1 crown. He was the car to beat in 1978 with the ground effect technology, and brilliant to see Mario Andretti at the wheel of a car that, if he wasn't already on the European map, certainly put it there. World champion 1978, Mario Andretti.
That's just the most fabulous sight. You know, the right person in the right car, but very much the right person in very, very much the right car. And so celebrating these great careers, Mario Andretti, Roger Penske as well, of course, great cars celebrating his career here as well. Jackie X Pro Drive, now one of the noisiest cars on hill. Tony Sinclair's Lola T70 crossing the finish line. T70 Spider, that was due to be raced by Mario Andretti, Riverside Grand Prix in 1965. Mario kept on racing in the States, and very much raced in the States when he decided to make his Formula 1 debut. 1968, Watkins Glen, United States Grand Prix, put in the works Lotus, put it on pole position.
There's Marino Franchitti in the Mario Andretti Ferrari, with which he raced at Sebring to win, and also raced in the Daytona 24 Hours. And that car used in the making of the famous Steve McQueen Le Mans movie, where it was quite badly damaged, to say the very least. But it's been beautifully restored. It still sounds magnificent, that symphonic Ferrari engine in the back of it.
Nick Mason, of course, the drummer from Pink Floyd, most fabulous collection of cars, but that one was found in bits after the filming of Le Mans, bought from Soda Productions, found in a lock-up just outside Paris, and the rest is history. So thank goodness for the likes, people, great collectors with passion, like Nick Mason, who decided that it needs to be revived. It has been revived, and it's great to see it out racing again.
It is indeed. That is the earlier Mario Andretti Lotus, the 77 from 1976, with which he won the Japanese Grand Prix, whilst everybody else was watching James Hunt taking on Niki Lauda for the World Championship in the rain and the delayed race, and James winning the World Championship. Mario came through to win the Grand Prix. This is the Ferrari 250 GTO that Roger Penske, or the type of car that Roger Penske would have raced here at Goodwood in 1963. You see Marino Franchitti go up the hill. This is his wife, Holly Mason Franchitti, at the wheel of the family-owned 250 GTO, and it's a Curie Francorchamps car, this.
So had it been Curie Francorchamps, it would have been in yellow, but of course the colour scheme changed as it went on through its life, as sports cars did in those days.
So.
From season to season, many raced for many, many seasons, and certainly one of the favoured cars down on the circuit here at Goodwood, back at the start of the 1960s.
And with the right number plate as well, 250 GTO. This is Henry Miles in the Cortina Mark II, the car that Jackie X raced in the British Racing and Sports Car Club Saloon Car Championship, which is effectively what the British Touring Car Championship is now. It was the country's premier Saloon Car Series. And Adrian Miles, whose late father John attended to this car, he died just a few weeks ago, very sadly, and Adrian driving the Cortina this weekend in his memory.
Ford GT40, Michael O'Brien racing that up the hill, and of course Jackie X really started flying in his sports career when he got into a GT40. Then he moved up to Porsches. 4 wins came his way at Le Mans. Great to see the various versions. Martin Overington in the Porsche 962. Close to pinball there as he worked his way from sunshine into the deep shade. It's always one of the problems, David, on the course here. It does make it very tricky going through changing degrees of light, but now we've got a dry circuit, dry hill. We didn't have that this morning when Justin Law put the Jaguar on, but right now conditions are very, very good indeed.
They are, and there you've got the Rally Porsche that Jackie X, with different suspension admittedly, would have driven on the Paris-Dakar rally. Jackie X, Grand Prix racer, Le Mans winner, and Paris-Dakar winner. Nick Mason is at the wheel of it. Going back to our Roger Penske tribute, John Watson, last run of the weekend. It's been great to see him in the car, hasn't it? The Penske Ford PC4, John's first Grand Prix win, Roger Penske's only Grand Prix win in this car in Austria 1976.
We both sent John messages after he had his run earlier today and spoke with Roger Penske. Got the reply saying, I could have spoken about him all day. Yes, John, you certainly could. We could too, we know. But huge affection for the man that gave him that first win. And Roger Penske, his final run up the hill, I sense he's going to miss it tomorrow. Every opportunity he's taken that Porsche RS Spider up the hill, and he's been driving it faster and faster and faster.
Yeah, I mean, this is just brilliant to see that Roger has finally come to the Festival of Speed after so many years of trying from the Duke of Richmond, and Roger Penske has not been hanging about. He has done every run available to him. He has put back into the event what the event has given him this weekend.
And then some. And everything has been done with incredible grace and dignity. And I saw someone tweeting, he said, Roger Penske just came past. I didn't say a word. He just said hello to me. My life is complete.
Yes, indeed. Whoops. Roger just skimming the bales there. But in the last run of the weekend, I think you're allowed a little bit more real estate to be used, aren't you? Roger Penske has been a massive hit this weekend at Goodwood. He's had the most astonishing career in motorsports and in business. And it's been great, hasn't it, to recognise that in some small way here this weekend. And let's have another look. He just got up against the bales, but no real damage done. He got away with that lightly.
If anything there, it may well have been other people's straw that was already lying by the bales that he flicked up. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt there, but I can tell you what, when he gets up to that top paddock, there'll be a big smile firmly planted on his face. Now it looks like Tom Kristensen has decided to have a Lola Formula 5000 moment, and this was a car that Mario Andretti enjoyed racing very, very much indeed in the mid-1970s, up against Brian Redman, and fantastic battles in Formula 5000. Back in those days, and I think it's a fabulous looking car. Great sound as well, that raucous Chevrolet V8 in the tail.
Yeah, Formula 5000 didn't have a massive shelf life in Europe, but it was very, very popular while it ran, and this car, owned by Zach Brown, it was driven by Mario Andretti to be in the 1974 Formula 5000 Championship, and 3 victories in this T332, but lost out to the sister car of Brian Redman, as Bruce said, within the championship. But Tom Kristensen guiding this car up the hill. Fantastic to see the likes of Mario Andretti in that Lotus, taking him to the World Championship, reunited with it. Only Goodwood can do things like this.
Only Goodwood, and you know, you have to also thank the people like United Autosport, Zach Brown, for bringing their collections down, because it's so appreciated. And in fact, Zach, he pretty much has every sort of racing car I've ever thought I would love to have if ever I had a collection. So great to have those here, because don't forget, teams like United Autosports are very, very busy. They're competing this weekend out at Monza, European Le Mans Series. So in these times, championships have been closed mainly into the second half of the season. It does make scheduling very, very difficult indeed, but great to see these cars here.
And we're going to probably have Mario Andretti as the first one up, the first one down, because we need him at the Goodwood House next, because we're going to have our Mario Andretti moment coming up next. Before all of that, though, we'll have a look at some of the best bits of that last batch of cars, which all began with the bikes and the sidecars heralding the departure from the line of the race cars, with the Virtual Brothers, with Craig Curry blasting away in the sidecars. I still think we should have a sidecar in the shootout, you know. It's probably too late to arrange, but it'd be fascinating to see what time it could do heading up the hill. The likes of Sammy Miller and others went through the motorcycle batch, showcasing motorbike racing technology from days of yore right up to the present day, from sidecars to solos, from track bikes to the Dakar bike as well of South Sunderland, as we'd seen. So lots to see on two wheels, see how the bodywork on the bikes developed, how some of the shapes became rounder as we got up to present day. But of course that batch wasn't only about two wheels, it was about four as well, headed away by Mario Andretti, and recognising his and Jackie Ickx and Roger Penske's achievements as well. So another varied batch of machinery here on the hill at Goodwood, and we're going to be having even more variety coming up shortly, because Drift Kana is where we will be turning our attention to, as you see Mario Andretti and then Clive Chapman in the Lotus's blast off the line, the Lotus 49 that Mario took to pole position for his very first Grand Prix. The ex-Mario Andretti Ferrari, Dario Marino Franchitti at the wheel of that car. That is Holly Mason Franchitti in the Ferrari 250 GTO, similar to Roger Penske's car that he raced in '63 at Goodwood, in the Ford GT40 Michael O'Brien, the type of car Jack Ickx raced. Two ex-Andretti Porsches heading up the hill, and Roger Penske is in the Porsche there, as we can now hear from some of the bikers with Ed Foster.
Justin, Craig, Tom, Ben, you all look like you were having great fun coming up there, racing each other.
Yeah, it was good. Let us all go together, put on a bit of a show, getting it drifting, a few wheel spins, all good fun.
Now, I know you guys are sort of used to racing on the Isle of Man TT with lampposts, buildings and everything to hit, but it's quite tight up by the flint wall here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly dodgy enough for us to get excited about. Yeah, I'd just like to thank Lord March for my hangover today. That's real good.
I was going to ask how the party was last night, but I think you've already answered that for me. Just take me through a little bit of the prep that you do in terms of as a partnership, because you've got to work together very, very closely. So do you spend a lot of time talking through how you're going to approach every race?
Yeah, it's a real obsession, to be honest. You know, an event like the Isle of Man TT, you've got to be absolutely in tune with each other. I mean, I'm lucky because he's my big brother, so I know what he's thinking, really, and what's going next. But you really have got to have a solid partnership and 100% trust in each other for this kind of job.
Guys, thank you so much, and thank you for the show.
Thanks.
It's been really good to see the sidecars on the hill this weekend, and it's good also to hear from Barry Nutley that sidecar racing is on the up in this country as well.
Now, the great thing about the Festival of Speed is obviously the cars and the bikes. However, I've just walked past this Ferrari and noticed Marino Franchitti's been driving it. And then at the bottom, you might see just at the back of the shot that amazingly famous helmet of Mario Andretti. Just talked to Roger Penske. It is a veritable who's who of motor racing up in this top paddock. I'm going to squeeze around the back of this Porsche, and we're going to try and have a word with John Watson. John, if we could just jump in. John, such a well-known car this, with your name on the side of it. It was Penske's winner. How has it been this weekend getting back in it?
Well, I can say I've had 6 good runs up the hill, and I've managed to contain my enthusiasm. I'm not as quick as I used to be, but I'd like to be a little bit quicker next time I get in the car.
John, it's been fantastic to see you in it. Thank you so much for coming.
Pleasure, thank you.
Right, let's head on up. Here we've got Roger Penske here in the RS Spider, whose commitment this weekend has been absolutely astonishing. And I recognise that helmet. That is Tom Kristensen in yet another car. Tom, it's okay. You can keep your helmet on. It's okay. Tom, yet another run, yet another car. How was it?
Yeah, this is the last car for me today. But Formula 5000. Mario finished second to Brian Redman. I believe it was 1973 or 74. A lot of grunt, a lot of noise, but at the same time, very, very sensible car to drive. It's whatever you would like. It's good feel.
Tom, all the cars are starting. You've got to leave the paddock. Thank you.
And so the cars shortly will make their way down the hill, and at the head of that queue is going to be Mario Andretti. As I said earlier on, we have the Andretti moment coming up next, so he will be brought not to the paddock but to Goodwood House, and very shortly we can get that Mario Andretti moment underway. The ex-Mario Andretti Formula 5000 car there just having the engine fired up, and Mario is about to make his way behind the sidecars down the hill. You're riding with him as he comes, of course, now in the reverse direction, the opposite direction, back down to the start line. And a great reception, it's good to see from everybody for another true legend. I know it's an overused word on occasion, but it fits for Mario, whether it's been in sports cars or single-seaters, whether it's been in American racing or in Europe. And 1978 World Championship, but still he is relevant, still he has strong opinions on sport that are worth listening to, and for Mario Andretti to be at Goodwood this weekend and to be recognised is quite fitting.
And every driver, particularly the ones who've got more years on the clock, even than you and I, David, they really, really appreciate all the support and people waving, the marshals all greeting them as they come down the hill. So do wave as they come on past. Mario, just bring that Lotus 78 right now, coming the reverse way down, down the hill, through Malcolm. In front of him, sidecar combinations giving a bit of a blast off, but Mario's got a moment to head for now, a moment in front of the house. And, just fantastic having him come back down. To me, this was a car and a driver from my childhood, and they're very, very special to me.
No, I'd go along with that. Still remember, at the risk of making it about me, sitting in the grandstand at Brands Hatch in 1978, my first British Grand Prix, and seeing those two Lotus 79s sweep through Paddock Hill Bend, and to see a Grand Prix car in the flash for the first time, and that one, driven by that man, was quite something. In 1978, that's a bittersweet year for Lotus, for Mario Andretti. Mario winning the championship and the sad events of Monza and the death of his teammate Ronnie Peterson. But whether you're a European race fan or an American race fan, Mario Andretti is a legend, and a great reception, lots of applause as he drives in front of Goodwood House. That car, utterly immaculate. Colin Chapman's creation, the Lotus 79, the ground effect, the skirts, which suck the car down onto the circuit to give it the extra downforce, the extra speed. Brabham trying to counter it with a fan. Of course, ultimately, ground effect was the way that everybody had to go, but Lotus pioneered the initiative. Everybody else had to learn to play catch-up. The car owned by Zach Brown, the United Autosports team, of which Zach is co-owner, have been operating the car this weekend. And with his driver's club badge around his neck, Mario wriggles clear and gets from the car. Ladies and gentlemen, Mario Andretti, who will be greeted by His Grace, the Duke of Richmond. Handshakes between the two, and Mario will now be escorted inside, ready to make his way up onto the balcony. And a brilliant sight it is to have seen that crash helmet back in that car.
I think it's meant more to more people than most people could have imagined. For years, Mario's been chased to come here, and I think also people who saw him in period, we're all getting a bit older, but I really think it is an iconic car. Even if it hadn't been as effective as it was, and it was the most effective package, it looks brilliant. It still looks crisp to my eye, even now, today. And I guess Formula One cars were so much simpler, but the beauty of that car clearly is on the outside, but the real beauty is under the skin with that ground effects technology. Great shot of the crowd there with somebody in a John Player Team Lotus shirt, which is good to see. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because Lotus didn't dominate that season by winning every race. Brabham won some, Ferrari won some races, for example, as well. Tyrrell was victorious. Arrows also nearly won in South Africa in that race that had all sorts of dramas right towards the very end. But, you know, the Lotuses between Mario and Ronnie Peterson kept on scoring enough points. Others had more reliability woes to a degree, and the ground effect technology got better and better and better. So the Goodwood House is our venue for our next part of Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard, our Mario Andretti moment on the balcony. And as we wait for everybody to be ready there, reminder that after this we have Driftkana and then our Grand Prix Greats batch presented by the FIA as we build up towards the shootout. Always one of the highlights of the festival weekend, and let's face it, there are many highlights this year. Great, isn't it, to be back after having to miss last year and to have the biggest event in the UK thus far since the pandemic hit. Just brilliant. And Goodwood, having worked so hard with local MPs, with the Department of Culture, Media and Sport to get us to this point, it's just fantastic, and it's great that you're all having such a good time. Mario Andretti then is making his way to the balcony, and so looking to the background, I think I can see the great American driver is there. So yes, he is, and very appreciative indeed. Mario Andretti.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been reading about this man. Formula One world champion, 4-time IndyCar champion, Indy 500 winner, Le Mans class winner, Daytona 500, Daytona 24-hour winner, and about 1 billion of other things. Big round of applause for Mario Andretti, please.
Thank you so much. What a moment.
Mario, wonderful to see you here, driving that amazing World Championship winning car from 1978. How does it feel to be here in front of this crowd?
I keep using the word magic this whole weekend, and it's exactly what it is. It's just whatever's happening here doesn't happen anywhere in the motorsports planet. And just so privileged to be here. And thank you to His Highness, the Duke and the Duchess, and just the hospitality has been just superb, unbelievable. So we're culminating here to a wonderful, wonderful weekend. I don't want it to be over yet.
Well, this morning I stood on the grass bank to watch you drive Alberto Ascari's Ferrari up the hill. He was your hero, wasn't he? How special was that?
Well, I don't even know how to express that moment, because that's really when I fell in love with the sport, with the automobile racing, back when I was age 14 in Monza in Italy. And Alberto Ascari obviously was a current world champion, Italiano. And so obviously I fell in love with that. He was my absolute idol. And to be driving one of his cars at this moment, this was something really I could have never dreamed of.
Now you have to answer carefully this next question. You mentioned Italy. Do you watch football?
Yes, indeed.
How are we doing? There's a game today.
How are we doing?
There's a game on today. Who are you going to be supporting? I think the crowd may be supporting someone else. Can we get a shout? Who are you guys supporting? You might be the minority here. Listen, you've also had a chance to drive some other cars this weekend. Are we going to see you coming back again and again to drive up this wonderful hill?
Well, this is my third time here, and if I will be invited, I'm sure I'll be back.
I think you'll be all right.
This is, yeah, it's really so phenomenal here to be able to look back at the different decades and drive some of these iconic cars, and all the owners are so nervous. I like that. You know, they said, keep the revs down, keep the revs down. Yes, sir, yes, sir. You know, so we obey, you know that.
Now, I want to ask you about the fact we're celebrating motorsport maestros this year, which is the all-rounders of our sport, using a cricket term. Just give us some context, because you were going back and forth across the Atlantic. You know, just tell us a little bit about that era of racing.
Well, Karun, it's all about, it's not just the era. It's a matter of the love that I personally had for the sport. I was not allowed to drive anything else except whatever my main effort was. And I remember one Wednesday here during my championship year, after the test in Silverstone, Colin Chapman says, well, you have a weekend off. He says, what are you going to be doing? I said, well, I'm going back to the States, and I'm driving for Roger Penske in IndyCar. You know, he says, well, you can't do that. I said, I know, but I will. You know, so I was doing a lot of that back and forth because I just love race driving, and it's been something that has been gifted to me. And again, it's been my life, and my ultimate reward and satisfaction that I've had. The sport has been, you could see, for an entire family, everything to us.
This morning, Damon Hill, another world champion, described you as the embodiment of a racing driver. It's been an absolute honor to have you here. Once again, a big round of applause for Mario Andretti, please.
Thank you.
Just magnificent, isn't it, to have had Mario Andretti here this weekend, and in such a collection of cars, some that he's raced and others that he had been watching as a small boy, and to drive the Alberto Ascari Ferrari this morning, quite something for him, never mind what he has given to us this weekend. There's more action on the hill coming up shortly. We're going to turn our attention to Drift Kana next, and we'll tell you more about that in a moment.
Welcome to your electrifying experience. Goodwood plug-in hybrid.
This is awesome! This is so cool. It's like being on a roller coaster. Whoa! Whoa! This car picks up so quick.
That was awesome. Fast acceleration, really quick, really smooth on the corners as well. Had a lot of traction. I loved it. I loved it. It was like being on a roller coaster.
Now we're going to turn our attention in a moment or two to Drift Kana. Becky Evans is going to be at the top of the hill for us to describe all of this. Terry Grant, who you've been watching, I'm sure, over the weekend as a stunt driver, he is going to be the style judge, such as it is for this. Terry, Drift Kana is a very Goodwood sport, isn't it?
It's a very Goodwood sport. I would like to say I'm the expert at it, but I'm not. But let's go over to Becky Evans at the top, who'll fill everybody in on all the information.
Well, hello everybody and welcome back to the Drift Corner. This is our third and final time that we'll see our drivers coming up the hill and taking on the course. Now guys, what you're going to be looking out for is speed, sensors, style and precision. They need to get all of their sensors, they need to have their timed area. That's going to denote which points they get to the top of the leaderboard. As we can see here, we have our first car lining up. Martin Richards is sat in his R32 GTR and he's excited to get himself to the top because his lovely fiancée Tessa Whittaker is up here. Guys, this is a Goodwood first. These guys got engaged last night, so big congratulations to them. And he's off the line. Now guys, this is the first section where you're going to see the cars come flying down because this is where they need to get the speed up. As you can see, the timer is going there. That's going to be changed into points. Coming into the first section here. And he's spinning it around. He needs to get within 1 meter of those beacons because he needs to set off the sensors. Oh, we took out a barrel, but it's okay. All for the show. Martin Richards is really putting it down on the track today. I think he's very excited. As I said, he got a little bit too close to one of those barrels there. Terry, he's coming into your freestyle area. Can you let me know what score you're going to give him today? Because I know you've been very stingy on the points recently.
I have. They've really got to earn it. But to be fair, if I had a big button here that had 10,000 points on it for style, Martin would have got those for the way he proposed to Tessa last night up on the balcony of the house. Doing it at the
He's
event.
not an easy man to please,
No.
Terry Grant. But you know what? He's somebody that's been this event here at Goodwood for many years, so he really, really knows where the style points should be. Lovely there, keeping it nice and pinned through the hay bales. Martin is flying up. He only managed to miss just the one barrel, so he's got all of his sensors just bar one, but we've not finished yet. He's coming up to the wall ride, as you can see just on the far part of the course there. That is the wall ride. It got a little bit battered yesterday because a few of our drivers, when the conditions were wetter, it certainly made for a more slippery surface, shall we say, and that poor wall got taken out. Here he comes now. There we go. You can see the beacons lighting up. Perfect job. Coming into the parking bay, he just needs to park the car nice and close. A fantastic job there by Martin. It's excellent to have everyone up here coming to cheer him on. Tessa's up pace, and you know what? This is his last run up the hill for the weekend, so he's going to give us a really big smoky burnout. Okay, so his points, how did he end up? He ended up with 1,100 on the sensor points there, 1,363 on the parking points, and for style, 750 with a total of 4,798. So right now we have George Barkley off the line. This is great for him because I know he was really disappointed that he couldn't manage to get out yesterday because he was having some real issues with his engine. So it's brilliant to see him back out here. You can really hear that V8 roar. He's going to be really pushing it to try and get as many points on the scoreboard as possible. I don't think he was quite close enough there, but he's definitely set that one off. George Barkley will be delighted. You'll see him, he'll probably put his hand up and start waving to everybody, as he always does. Lovely. Oh, there goes a barrel. Look at that, I told you, there he is. Terry, what do you think? I mean, we had a little bit of a boo-boo with the barrel, but I think pretty good.
Really good. Again, this is George's first time here. It's, you know, it's a big ask sometimes to really show off, as we know they all can. They've got dry weather, perfect for all of them today. So for sure he's going to get some, he's right outside my commentary box waving his hand. He's either waving his hand at me or giving me the bird, either or. That was right outside where I am. I mean, that's George, isn't it? Yeah, I think he's just so happy that he's got to run up here today after all the dramas.
Terry, so our viewers at home know, I mean, how difficult is it when you're coming up the hill? Like, it's really difficult.
It's extremely difficult. It's not flat. There's camber. you've got the flint wall and stuff, and it's really tight. It doesn't really lend itself to these guys. You know, they're drifters. They like to go sideways, which is great. They can do it in some areas. There's other areas where they can't. George is
okay.
having
Unfortunately,
some
we have a bit of a fire here.
Yeah,
look at
it's
that.
kind of, I know
Brilliant
it's a fire.
shot.
People shouldn't panic. It's not,
as you can see there, guys.
Yeah, it's under the back. It's not under the front. Yes, it is a fire. He's parked bang in the middle of the road. Someone will get there and deal with that. No problemo. The trouble is, I think, looking at the bottom of that, oil's coming out the engine as well. So we need to be aware of that one. Yeah, come on. We got Martin and Tessa up there. You've got a bit of time. Let's. I bet Tessa starts crying again. Let's have a chat about them and their future.
Well, guys, I have our lovely happy couple here. We hear that you got engaged last night.
Yes,
Look at that. Look at the ring. Look at the ring.
Love it.
It must be just so delightful to be here together.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is a dream for us. We met drifting, didn't we?
Exactly.
8 years ago now. I finally put a ring on it, so to speak. And, you know, we're coming to do one of the best events in the UK, if not the world.
Yes.
Showcasing drifting together as a couple. It's amazing.
Yeah,
Couldn't be happier.
It's really cool. Do you know, I love the fact that you guys can come here together and go out, have some fun in some cars, and then go out in the evening. It's brilliant.
Exactly. That's what it's all about.
So, Martin, tell me about your run. How are you feeling out there? Confident?
Yeah, last run of the day, I wanted to give it my all, and I smashed maybe a couple of barrels. I'm really sorry. I've lost the complete back end of the car, but such an adrenaline run, just trying to push as hard as for all the lovely fans out here. And I don't care about the scores. I just had so much fun doing that.
I was going to ask about that. Everybody wants to know how you proposed, because actually it was pretty special. I'm very impressed, Martin. The amount of time I've known you, and I was like, is he a romantic kind of guy? Turns out he is. Tell us.
Yeah, well, a lot of thanks goes to Charlie Marsh for helping us make this happen, but we managed to take her onto the roof of the house and did the little deed up there. It was amazing, and thank you to everybody involved, and I think it made a special little moment for her.
Well, you're never going to forget this, Goodwood, are you? No, it's absolutely brilliant having you here, Tessa. Really, really love having the fact we have a female up on the hill, finally. And you get married at the same time?
I know, exactly.
Well, not actually married. No, that bit's coming afterwards. You've got a wedding to plan.
Exactly.
So, guys, we're just waiting for some of our cars to come back up the hill, because it looks like George Barkley, as we saw, had a bit of a fire. But I think he's okay. I know he was having some technical issues. Martin, do you know more about that? I just heard that his engine...
Yeah, their team was up through the night changing over an engine because he had a bit of a failure the previous day. And look, here's my run of me smashing a load of barrels, I think. And yeah, his team were flat out all night, and they were desperate to get one last run up the hill with the car, and that's exactly what they did. And unfortunately, it looks like it failed halfway up.
Yeah, that's a shame. I do feel really sorry for him, because you know what it's like when you put all that time and effort into a car and it just doesn't work out on the day.
Oh, yes, I can tell you that one.
How is your gearbox, dare I ask?
The gearbox is still there. It's just we haven't got a drive shaft anymore.
So. No drive shaft?
Yeah, very annoying.
Dear. Well, look, do you know what? I saw you coming up in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, so it's not all bad.
It's lovely.
What's it like in there?
It's luxury.
It's a little bit more luxury than the drift cars, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Stripped out, roll cage.
Yeah.
Is it like that?
Probably aircon as well. Hot.
Yeah. Tell me one of your favourite cars from the weekend. I mean, there's so much to look at, but it's really hard to pick, isn't it?
Exactly. There's definitely not just one that I could pick out of all of them. No, definitely not. There's definitely a variety.
Yeah.
Do you know what? We've been so busy over this weekend, I haven't had a chance to look around. So now that we've done our last run, I'm going to definitely have a good walk around, and I may tell you later my favourite car.
Well, thank you very much. And I wanted to know, actually, because before you go up the Goodwood Hill, what was your words of advice to Tessa? What did you say to her?
Just send it.
Short and sweet. Short and sweet. Just send it. Exactly. All right, we're going to go back to our cars on the start line here. Just have a quick look. Unfortunately, I don't think George's cleanup has going to be any time soon, so we're going to go to a short break, guys. We'll be right back, guys.
Right, so we've got this red flag, of course, whilst we await. All being well, at 3:10, we can get our Formula One cars, the Grand Prix Greats, presented by the FIA, out onto the hill. The Blades air display is due at 4:45, and then at 4 o'clock, the shootout, the final of the weekend. We've had qualifying sessions, practice sessions. This is the part of the day that counts, the shootout final at 4 o'clock. At 5:05, we go back to batch 1, the early races. Batch 2 is your touring car, rally and NASCAR batch, and then the supercars round out the day with the first class and the road bikes from 6:15 onwards. So that is how we are looking for the rest of the day. So we will have the red flag cleared hopefully in a moment or two, and as soon as we can get drifting back on the course, we shall so do, as we look forward, as I say, to the shootout final coming up a little bit later on as well. So that's going to be one driver, one car, one run, all against the clock, and that is always one of the highlights of the weekend, to see who is going to be able to go top of the times come the end of that run. We get to the faster cars because the running order is based on the reverse of the time set yesterday. So the faster the car was yesterday, the later it runs, and therefore you know exactly what the target time is going to be. So great shame that George Barclay's got this problem up at the top of the hill, and hopefully it won't be too long before that car can be retrieved and we can get the remainder of the Driftcarna competitors underway. They've been pretty busy this weekend with 2 runs each from the usual batch runs, plus of course having to do their Driftcarna runs as well, so it's taken a lot out of the cars. It's pretty busy down at the gas show as well in the arena there. Building up ready for another show. You've also got there, you can see the Land Rover Experience, all-terrain, discovering what those cars can do. So much more than just the hill, and well worth heading to the infield here at the Goodwood Estate, going to have a look at what the Land Rover Experience is all about, and indeed going to see the gas shows as well. We've still got the rally car stage going on up at the top of the hill as well, and as I've been saying, don't forget that we will have the shootout coming up at 4 o'clock. Great selection of cars. It's going to be really competitive this year, and the shootout will be taken to the hill round about 4 o'clock, barring any dramas and any more delays, just depending of course on how long it takes to get this car cleared from the hill. But the shootout itself is always a real focal point of the last day at Goodwood Festival of Speed, and this year's will be no exception. Now, over the years, we've had some outstanding runs and a variety of winners. Go back to 1994, for example. Martin Brundle was fastest. Only the second year that the Goodwood Festival of Speed had run. It was an event growing all the time, and Martin Brundle, then a McLaren driver, attacked the hill. He went fastest on 47.80. Fast forward to 1999, the run that stood as the fastest time up until 2019, because Nick Heidfeld managed to get the Formula One McLaren up the hill in 41.6 seconds. The car dancing around Goodwood. Justin Law in 2008 with the Le Mans Jaguar XJR 89, 44.19 seconds. Sports car technology ruling the roost in 2008. In 2014, Sebastian Loeb was the man to beat as he attacked the hill with the Peugeot 208 T16 Pikes Peak. The outlandish Peugeot with all of that downforce, with that massive rear wing, gluing it to the ground, as he did a time at 44.60 seconds. And then in 2019, Romain Dumas was the man that everybody looked for to see whether he could break the Nick Heidfeld time of 41.6 seconds. He had done a 42.32 run on the shootout run. He did a 39.9 the day before when it was a bone dry course. On the Sunday it was a little bit damp. He didn't go quite as quickly. He still won the shootout, but he couldn't eclipse his fastest ever time up the hill from the day before, but it was still a run that got a huge reception from the fans. So we're looking forward to this year's shootout. Another great variety of cars, great mix as well of touring cars, of sports cars, of historic and of modern, and that is coming up at 4 o'clock. And right now, the hill awaits the next batch of drift cars. The Mario Andretti Lotus there, just being returned to the paddock from its Goodwood moment. And as the cars are just about good to go, the course is almost clear. And drivers, of course, that have made their way to the top, milling around, watching what's going on. And up there as well, overseeing all of this for us, is Becky Evans.
Well, guys, we're just having a little bit of a clean-up there. Unfortunately for George, this was not going to be his weekend. We're not going to see him in the top spot with the points. I mean, it's wonderful for people to actually see these cars out here. Like, we're very lucky that we get to spend so much time around all of the drift cars. Lots of our drivers have come from national championships, European championships. Obviously, Martin Richards, he was doing Drift Masters, and we have the British Drift Championship as well. We have Bagsy there. He's brought his PS13 with him this weekend, so he's very, very comfortable in that car. Whilst we just wait for some more cars to come back to the hill, here we go, we can have a quick look there. We can see Axel Hildebrand patiently waiting to put his car in the top spot. So we have coming up, as you can see, I made a mistake yesterday, actually. I said that he had a 2JZ in his car, but actually it's an RB26. So just clearing that one up for you guys, just in case you were wondering. Earlier today, one of my colleagues, Gemma Scott, managed to get herself down to the Gas Arena, where they've got all sorts of extreme sports going on. Let's go join her and see what she saw.
Are you guys excited for a show?
This is the Gas Arena, and it is absolutely buzzing down here. Look at how many people are gathered for the show that is about to take place in a few minutes' time. The guys have been warming up the crowd. The riders have been warming themselves up, and we're going to get a feast of BMXs and motocross stunts throughout the arena. It's a really spectacular show, and I'm super excited because I'm actually going to take part. Stay tuned to find out what's going to happen.
He's going on the platform. We have 10 more. That just coming and he goes 360 court. Don't go take it from you.
Right, here we go then. Dougie's coming to get me. This is the moment. I don't know. I was born ready. Come on then. Come on.
Come on, give that Spike, jump it all over her.
Oh my
it's not the most sensible thing. Good luck, Gemma. Usually putting the MC to the firing line is okay. But one of the presenters is the main Goodwood Festival. Good luck, Gemma.
I think I need
a replacement host for the rest of the day.
Slightly scared. Filming this.
Come on, make some noise for Dougie and make some noise for Gemma, actually, because she's the one who's got the real tough job in this. She looks really worried. Please stop trying this at home. Dougie is an absolute professional. Good luck, Gemma. Oh, she twists it. Regretting this. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, give her a bit of encouragement here. This is scary, believe me.
Amazing.
Dougie! Oh, that's enough. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Dougie Lampkin, please. That's Gemma. Gemma Scott, the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Oh my God, I'm actually shaking. That was more nerve-wracking than a sidecar ride yesterday, Dougie. Thank you. What a big experience and a great way to celebrate the end of a festival here. Dougie, you're up on the hill now.
Yeah, back on the hill now, straight there. So yeah, take it there. It's been fantastic again. So yeah, great to be back. Thank you.
Oh my God, my heart is racing. I'm off for another lie down, but without Dougie this time.
BMX display stage. Turn around. If you've not seen this before, your mind is about to be blown. I have got a world champion.
Well, she is a very brave lady. I don't know if I think that would get me laid down on the floor there with bikes jumping over me, but I would love to jump in the middle and get them to do some donuts around me, so maybe we can make that happen by the end of the weekend. Let's have a little bit of a wander around and see who we can find between us. Do you know who I'm going to grab? I'm going to grab George Clark, one of our rally drivers. George, come on. Here we go. So, George, is this your first time at Goodwood?
It's not, actually. It's our 10th year, I think.
10th, wow.
Yeah. Well, I've been competing for the past 4, but come in for 10, so... No, it's good. It's a great event. I mean, it's probably the best in the world, motorsport-wise. I mean, obviously, COVID's had a little bit of a hamper this year, but ultimately, it's still an amazing event. Watching the drifters, watching all sorts of motorsport. So
It is amazing as a driver, isn't it, that you can just come here and see so many different types of motorsports.
it is. It's just anything from the bikes right the way through to the big off-roading, to the rally stage, to the drifters. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Formula One cars, you just don't get a better event. So, no, it's an honour to be here, and it's amazing. So just race and rally.
So take me through the rally course. For those of you who haven't managed to make it up to the rally stage, what's been going on there?
Well, the first day was great, bit of sunshine, that was nice. And then obviously into Saturday it was torrential rain. We're driving a front-wheel drive car, the Raider Golf, and my God, that was slippy. But ultimately it was good fun. Today's been a little bit better, it's dried out a lot, so I think everybody's been having a lot of fun. I know Dave, my business partner, we've just been having a great time. So yeah, no, it's fantastic. It's always good fun.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, George. All right, let's have a little walk round. Who else have we got available to us? Hi. Hi, so you're part of Bagsy's team. Tell me what's been going on, because I know you had to do a mad dash to go back and get that PS13, because unfortunately the GTR, they just didn't want to push it, just in case something did actually go wrong.
Yeah, so we spent quite a lot of late nights getting the GTR done to be here. We made it, but then unfortunately on our first 2 runs we've had a few minor problems. We had a few minor problems, and the issue is that unfortunately we only get to go up the hill once, so if we fix the problems, tested the car and found more problems, that's a run gone. So rather than keep just trying to find these little small issues or whatever and like fine tune it, we'd go back to the yard, get the PS13, and that's what he's driving now, and then we can have the GTR on show.
Brilliant, and that GTR is looking absolutely fantastic. I know that you've got a brand new kit on there, a brand new livery,
brand
all
new
fresh look.
Brand new engine, the whole lot.
Oh my goodness,
So.
it's coming out the box flying. Well, thank you so much. To see who else is around. We've got, actually, do you know what we have? Bagsy's lovely wife-to-be. We've got lots of wives to be here. Naomi, how are you?
Good, thank you. You
having a good weekend?
Great weekend. Love it here at Goodwood. It's really good.
It's nice to just have some sun, isn't it?
Yes, it is, especially as we thought it was going to rain today. It's great. It's great.
Well, thank you so much. Oh, here we have George Barkley.
Electric cars are in all our futures. To power them, we'll need battery cells, many millions. But instead of importing those batteries, we need to build them right here in Britain. Because without battery factories, our car industry would simply move somewhere else. British Volt will build a battery gigaplant so our car makers have all the batteries they need. Visit us at Electric Avenue and look at the future powered by British batteries made by British Volt.
So welcome to everybody from all around the Goodwood Festival of Speed estate as you join us here on the 1.9 mile rally stage. It's getting drier, it's getting faster. You're looking at Hannah McKillop now in the Ford Fiesta R2. We're building up to the shootout. They could almost have been putting tyre warmers on Xavier McCartan, my co-commentator, because they're really going for it now, aren't they? They want that prestigious prize at the end of the day.
Yes, they do. I mean, we've seen some terrific drives this afternoon. Nice, dry, sunny conditions. Ryan Champion was in earlier and told us that it is drying out. And we've had just a superb run from David Wright on a 2 minutes 53 seconds dead. Bit of a look at what we've had so far today. And of course, we have the 504 pickup Tony. Only 2 in the world, one of them from South Africa, and one of them's here at Goodwood.
Yeah, and that's the Group B Evo. And that normally rallying in Africa. Look at those big safari-style lights to warn off the wild animals. And it's what happened. It was an attempted donut, but that is a long old truck to be able to do that. All the tools in the back, the spare wheels and the jerry cans as well. But a great effort. And we've got all manner of machinery up here. They've been going for it over the last 3 days. Doesn't matter whether it's wet or whether it's dry. It's been a fascinating contest. So out across the Goodwood Savannah and then on to the Metro 6R4.
Evoking memories of Tony Pond and Rob Arthur on the Lombard RAC rally when the British spectators in their hundreds of thousands almost cheered and carried the car home themselves. And a wonderful shot of Ben Lepley in the WD-40 Mitsubishi, and of course one of your favourites here, Tony.
Yeah, this is the 1972 RAC winning car of Roger Clark and Tony Mason. Big breakthrough. This is Dave Watkins, a very, very valuable piece of kit. But he hasn't held back at all. He's been having a brilliant time.
Yep, looks like we've got the track all clear now on the boys. Unfortunately, the boys have been sitting there for a long time wondering what's been going on, so they're going to be a little bit nervous now, I guess. But it looks like we are set to go with Axel again, Becky.
Okay, guys, it looks like we are almost ready to go. Axel's been sat on the line for quite a while now, and trust me, guys, you don't want to be sat there looking up the road for too long because it can get inside your head. It can make you very nervous. I mean, George Barkley here up the top of the hill. We're going to watch this run with Axel. Handies off. Straight out of the gate with a big smoky burnout.
Always a showman, isn't he?
He is a showman, absolutely. A little handbrake there, just coming around the corner. It's very easy to slip off the track here because of the adverse camber, so I know a lot of drivers are kind of taking it a little bit easy just to make sure that they keep the car on the tarmac and not mess up the lovely Duke's grass there.
Well, the straw in the grass definitely adds to that as well. As it blows across the track, it really does make it a lot slipperier than what it looks like.
So I'm just having a quick look there. I can see that he hasn't managed to light up all of the barrels, but he's going to have another go here. It's in front of the house.
Tidy.
Nice. Tidy is the aim of the game. Oh, I didn't see the beacon flash there. Well, Terry, he's coming up to you now. What are you thinking?
Yes, so far, like you said, nice and smooth, very precise. We want him to be a bit of a hooligan now, to be honest.
Absolutely.
So he's found a bit of a lay-by, so we're good. The hands out the window, there's lots of smoke coming.
I feel like by the end of this weekend, most people, their last run on the hill, they want to make it as showy as possible. They just want to do a big donut, big
that
burnout.
was exactly the aim of the game when I went up just now. It's just we got a little bit unfortunate, let's say, and holding the side of the block has prevented us from making it to the finish line.
I was about to ask you about that, but you just told me. And unfortunately, is that engine for the proverbial bin?
Yeah, that's not going anywhere fast. The sad thing is that we spent the last 36 hours rebuilding that engine in the pits, but my team and the guys that jumped in on that, I can't thank them enough for it. We tuned it in the paddock this morning.
Tuned it in the paddock?
Literally.
Walk me through that. How do you tune it in the paddock?
My tuner was actually sat having tea and toast this morning on his laptop. And uploaded one of the old maps and then adapted it to us, just doing a couple little pulls. And to be honest, the car was driving really well, so I think it could only have been something really minor that's, maybe a bit missed or something that's ended the day for us there.
Well, here he comes now. Axel is just coming up towards the last part of the track. Here we go. And look at that, bringing the noise. We are about to be completely smoked out of here now.
Every single time Axel comes up that hill, he is 110%. And every single time he rips that back bumper off, no doubt about it, he's going to do it.
So, having a look at the points here, he got 1,000 on the centre point, so he obviously did miss one at some point at 921 of the parking points. A very good score for Axel there, but is it going to be enough to put him into the top spot? Now, Kevin Quinn is one of the men to beat this weekend. He's here on the line in his S15. Well, guys, I hope you are ready, because of all our drivers, this is one guy that likes to sit on the limiter in second. So, if you don't like loud noises, I'd look away now. So Kevin's car looking really slick there. I know that he's put an all-new body kit on it this year, and as well a brand new livery, Kevin Quinn Motorsport. Terry, what do you think of the S15? I know we were talking yesterday, you said that you do enjoy an S chassis.
I do, especially Kevin. I mean, it looks immaculate, doesn't it? Let's hope it stays immaculate to the top of the hill. But, you know, they're iconic, aren't they? And all the guys use them because they drive and they drift so well. So that's why the guys use the chassis, obviously.
Okay, we are off. Okay, so he's coming down. As you can see here, this move here is just swinging the back of the car left to right, keeping the foot in on the power there. Lovely. Kevin has been actually very precise this weekend. He's doing really, really well. And as I say, James Dean managed to knock him off the top spot yesterday, but we're going to see it's all to play for this afternoon. Here we go here. You can't even see him. I mean, he's making so much smoke. You can see here he's just using that front brake to slow the car down and keep those rear wheels spinning away. So, who have I got next to me here? We've got Axel. Very good. How are you? How was that for you?
I'm delighted to make it. 8 runs. The car still runs fine. It was fun. Messed up a bit at the end, a bit gutted, but I think I put a good show on up to that point. So, overall, very happy. It's been a great experience.
What are you thinking of Kevin Quinn's style here?
He is a man like myself. Full send, but probably even less regard for his engine than I have.
Yeah, yeah, I was explaining that to people. Terry, I want your input here. Is he going to get the golden ticket, the 1,000 points? It seems to have eluded all of our drivers this weekend. Oh my goodness, Kevin. That was incredibly close to the flint wall there, but he managed to save it, because goodness me, that could have been a slight error. That could have messed up that lovely new body kit.
There's not much room for error on this track, maybe. So.
No, there isn't. I will give you that. I mean, it's all fine and good for me being stood up here talking about it, but I can imagine once you actually get behind the wheel of the car,
exactly.
It's quite, I'd say it's intimidating.
It is intimidating.
The
stuff
flint
here,
wall.
the flint wall. That bit's pretty scary. And even just coming down the hay bales, going pretty fast. It feels like you're in the Millennium Falcon when you hit warp speed and everything just flying past you there.
Yeah,
oh, here he comes. You won't hear
on the limiter. Lovely job. He's coming round. Straight into the parking bay there now. Very, very good. Let's have a quick look. I'm really intrigued to see his score. Okay, so time points 1407. I can't even hear myself. Thank you. He's got all of his sensor points. He's also got a very high score on the parking points here, and 1,000. He got the all-in-all 1,000 points from Terry Grant. Oh my goodness, a very, very good score there for Kevin Quinn. That's putting him in the top spot with 5,313 points there. Oh my goodness, I know there's going to be a Cork man on the track who is going to be up or trying to knock him off that top spot. Okay, so as we can see, whilst Kevin was making all that noise, we've now got James Dean back on the track. This is his last chance to get the all-important points.
James out. James is going to be very jealous. Kevin earned that 1,000 style points, so I know that's going to make James very, very hungry to beat it. And, well, he can't beat it, unfortunately, unless I press the button twice, of course, accidentally. good old James, he's pulled it out the hat. He had a couple of problems like some of the other guys. It's nice, it's dry, he's in his element. That's James being all over, isn't it? He loves it.
Oh, absolutely, Terry. You know, like, he's somebody that has devoted his entire life to drifting. I mean, he left school when he was 15 to start on this journey of drift, and in those years, he's managed to collect 19 titles across the world. He's an incredible showman. He's storming up the hill here. He's actually missed one of the barrels, as I can see from the screen, but he can all still be put down on the wall right.
I think he missed it because there was so much smoke. He didn't see it. I'm sure he thought he got it, but he didn't. He was smoking out through the barrels.
Let's have a little look. Let's get the man of the hour. Let's get the man of the hour. Where is Kevin Quinn? Now, Kevin Quinn is notoriously shy, so this is going to be hard to try and get an interview out of him. But Kevin, how was that run for you?
Yeah, not too bad. It was good. Yeah.
We're watching James come in now. He's desperate to try and win this away from you. Can he take the top spot? Let's keep an eye on the scores here. Let's have a look at the points. 1,100 on the sensors. Oh, 1,000 points on style there. He has managed to knock Kevin off the top spot, and I think he's very happy about that. 5,650 points. That is position 1 for James Dean. I know he's going to be very, very happy with that. So, last car. Guys, this is our last chance to see drifting on the hill, so I want to make sure that you are all watching. We've got Paul Smokey Smith and his GT86. Last one on the line. Let's see what he pulls out the bag.
Yep. So, come on, Paul, let's see what you can pull out, mate. The two guys in front of you have just laid it down and gone for it. I know you can do the same. I know you can't hear me, but I know in your head you're thinking, I'm going to beat the pair of them. So, let's see how you get on. He's a great driver. Paul's been a great ambassador as well for drifting. He's been with this team, Jaguar, for many, many years now, using various of their models of cars that they build and obviously sell the parts. So he's looking quite calmish. No, he's all right. I think he's on it. He's definitely, he definitely knows it's Sunday and it's his last run. So fingers crossed. I think he's going to try and impress everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he is a great showman, and we had him at Speed Week when we were over at the motor circuit, and I know that he just loved it there, so he's delighted to be back this weekend. So coming into the front of the house here. Oh my goodness, maybe that was a slight hesitation there. Terry, what are you thinking?
No, I think it was you again giving him the Murray Walkers. You said he was doing very well, and then he stopped doing very well.
Right, he's definitely... he's going for... here we go, showmanship. He's going for the style points here.
He's getting... I think he's almost getting there. He wants me to press that magic button, doesn't he, like the other boys? So, you know, he showed off right in front of the commentary box here. Hand out the window, loads of smoke, spinning, making sure that I looked out at him. So he's going for it. Let's see what happens at the top end.
It's just coming up past the Flint wall. He's nice and fast here. At this point, though, unfortunately, they are out of their time section, so if he wants to take it easy here, he can a little bit. So we've just managed to grab James Dean fresh out of the car, sweating, shaking. Yeah. The adrenaline has definitely kicked in there. How was that for you? An amazing finish.
Thank you very much. That was a long wait at the line, so we were getting more nervous and more nervous as we were waiting with anticipation. But once we finally went, it was great and really enjoyed it. We had a small problem with the car on the way up. The alternator let go, but we got it. We managed to make it all the way to the end. Very fun. Very
amazing, fun. Amazing score. Right, James, I want your opinion on Paul Smokey Smith's wall ride here.
Nice entry.
Very nice.
Good. All of them are on. Very good.
Oh, straight into the parking bay there. He's done a fantastic job. And as always, it's their last run of the weekend, so they're going to do some donuts and please the crowd. Pleasing the crowd there. They love seeing a donut.
That was a good show.
So we have our last car on the line. Steve Baggsy in his PS13. Apologies there, not the last car the line. We have one more, thank goodness. And he's off. As you can see, his VA4 in there as it comes down. He's very, very comfortable in this car. I think he's just going out there to enjoy it. I think you can definitely keep your eye on Bagsy here, because I know he's going to definitely want to put on a show, because it's the last run up the hill for the weekend there. 5,650 points is the top spot to beat. Is he going to be able to do it? Terry, what do you think?
I mean, he's got to keep his eye on those barrels to, you know, style so far is pretty good. There you go, I've given him a touch of the Murray Walker, so he's got to keep it up, and he knocks a barrel over and his back bumper falls off.
Wow, Bagsy is just flying up the hill here. Oh, he must have come for a little bit there, because last on, someone will have to go and pick that up for him later, that's fine. That's the thing with body parts on drift cars, they're actually pretty expendable. They're considered not quite a disposable. There's something that unfortunately takes quite a battering during the year, so they have to be replaced quite a lot. So you definitely have to put into your budget every year for whole new body kits. Thankfully, not too many cars this weekend are going to have to replace their front and rear bumpers. Terry, that's a question for you actually. How many body kits do you go through on the cars that you use for the stunt driving in a year?
I'm a lot tighter than the drift guys. I like to just refresh them. If I hit it and crack it, we mend it, we carry on. You know, and my cable ties are much stronger than these guys. The ones they're using, they've obviously got from a cheap shop.
Okay. We are joined by Paul Smith here.
Hey,
Paul Smith, how was the run for you?
Oh yeah, brilliant.
Let's have a quick look, see what Bagsy can do.
Good effort.
Well, that's not entirely fair, guys, because they've ran out there and they've made the parking bay smaller. They were trying to. Oh my goodness! Here it comes, the big burnout at the end of the weekend. My goodness! Listen to that thing. We're going to see a total whiteout here. I think he's a happy boy. The top spot there, we still have James Dean with 5,650 points. Unfortunately, Bagsy wasn't able to get the points to push him up the leader pack. Okay, we have now Ian Biz Phillips, and he's off. I know that he has really enjoyed himself here this weekend. It's his first time on the Goodwood Hill. He's been doing such a good job. He's had no offs anywhere. Okay. Coming into the barrels. Oh, here we go. He's got his hand out the window. He's enjoying himself. What an amazing weekend for him. Terry, what are you thinking of the style so far? It's a little bit stop-starty, but he's getting the job done.
It is a little bit stop-starty, but like you say, he's had a great time like all of the guys. I have to say they've all done a magnificent job this week. But, you know, everybody, including yourself, Becky, to be honest, it's a big event for you guys. All of the cars have looked immaculate. The guys are all driving superb. They are trying to show off, which is what they all do.
100%.
So he's doing a great job. The two boys that have got the top points from me this weekend so far, as you know, they deserve it. So it's to earn that big 1,000 points, you've really got to pull it out of the bag.
Well, it's quite the party atmosphere at the top of the hill here. Everybody's come round to watch the last runs. And obviously Ian Biz flying up here. I've actually managed to catch up with Steve Bagsy. Bagsy, great run. We were just absolutely sat on the limiter up there. But did you notice that the parking bay looked a tiny bit smaller?
Yeah, I do. I definitely feel like I've been stitched up here. I'm not sure if it was Paul Smith, Jules Barkley, James Dean. One of them stitched me up for sure. Or it might have even been closer to home with some friends and team here, so who knows.
What did you think of the Drift Carna this year? It's just so much fun, but obviously a very different layout to Speed Week. We're on quite a linear hill here. What did you think?
Yeah, it's a fantastic addition.
to Goodwood Festival of Speed. I'm looking forward to hopefully next year having our Drift Arena back.
Absolutely.
I feel like the hill is fantastic for us to showcase drifting in a positive light, but I feel like the Drift Carnival would definitely work better in our Drift Arena. And
Yes.
hopefully, fingers crossed, next year we'll have it back.
Well, here's Ian Bitts coming in to the wall ride. He set off all the beacons. Here he is. Just feathering the throttle there and parking it absolutely lovely in the bay. I think they made it bigger again, so he's lucky. So we're going to catch up with James Dean because nobody has managed to knock him off the top spot, which I know he will be happy about. My goodness. Bringing the noise here. My goodness. I would say we definitely are the noisiest bunch on the Goodwood Hill. So having a look at the results now. So in first place, it is the Irishman James Dean coming in with 5,650 points. In second, Kevin Quinn. In third, Martin Richards, followed by Ian Phillips. A great first showing for Ian Phillips there. Axel Hildebrand in fifth, Steve Baggioni in sixth, Paul Smith in seventh, and George Barkley in eighth. What an amazing day. Really, really high scores there. And also Terry's given out his 2 golden eggs.
I have, like I said, they deserved it. We've got dry weather. The guys were going to go for it.
Thank you so much there, Terry. Great job. James Dean, you've won. How do you feel?
That's brilliant. What a great way to end an amazing Festival of Speed this weekend. It's been brilliant to be back, and it was just so much fun putting on a show for the people watching. It's very tight and technical, not ideal for showing real drifting, but it's still an amazing spectacle, and I'm really, really happy.
Brilliant. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, James Dean. Congratulations. Well, guys, that's it for Goodwood Festival of Speed this year. That is the Drift Corner. Thank you so much to Terry Grant for handing out those style points there. But from me, that's it. Take care, everybody, and thanks so much.
Another fantastic display from the drift competitors. Driftkana, this very Goodwood branch of drifting, has given us some fantastic entertainment over the weekend. And as the cars make their way down to the paddock, still not done yet, because on the basis that they don't need this set of tyres ever again, they might as well make sure they are absolutely destroyed before the cars go in the truck.
The cars, I think it's safe to say, David, sit an awful lot lower by the time they get back down after the show here. Some of them have even still got all their bodywork, but it's not a given after that incredible show. So everyone's giving them a wave as they go down the hill, providing they can see the cars that are making the noise. One of them actually is still flaming out as it goes past us, but quite a show from the Driftkanas.
Doesn't matter how often you see them, does it? They are always fantastic. And proof of the popularity is how many people come back to the event in order to watch them.
Yeah, and let's just reiterate, it's fantastic to be back at the properly attended sporting event, a huge day out, a weekend out. You've had 4 days out, and Goodwood's been lucky with the weather too, so delighted to have everybody here with us at the circuit, at the hill today, and looking forward to the 2 other Goodwood motor events through the rest of this year.
Looking out the window, stage lights, a shock to the system. It's great that you're all here. Hopefully many of you will be at the British Grand Prix next week, which is another big open event, and as we head towards the 19th of July, hopefully it's going to get better and better and better. It's been pretty good today thus far, and we are not done yet, because we've got the Grand Prix Greats presented by the FIA coming up next. We will also have the Blades air display, and then in about an hour's time the shootout is going to be underway, and that promises to be very dramatic indeed. I think we are at something like 37 cars at the moment for that, and it is the fastest car up the hill. There's going to be a extra element to it this year, because apart from the main shootout, there's going to be a touring car shootout as well. As you see there, the ex-Damon Hill Brabham being brought forward down to the start line. So we're having a main shootout and a class within that for touring cars. So we'll be keeping an eye on the 10 touring cars from Jaguar Mark II, from the 60s to the very latest British touring car spec machines. They'll all be fighting for that as well. So Bruce, Formula One machinery, and the Brabham trying to be bump started, but it doesn't seem to want to play ball.
No, it's only moving with gravity at the moment, and the Judd engine nearly fired up. So really disappointing. Hopefully they can get that going. The FW08 Williams, we had Jamie Chadwick driving that earlier. She is about to drive it now, actually. I'd better double check which way round that is. No, we did see her at the top of the hill. Oh dear, what a shame. The Brabham wasn't the greatest car in period. They struggled to get it to qualify, but talking Damon Hill, he joined the team for the British Grand Prix and got it going, got it qualified. But that could have been a car that killed his Formula One career before it really got going, but he really applied himself, and history is what followed.
It's a great photograph, isn't it? Not great for Damon, admittedly, but it's him being lapped in the 1992 British Grand Prix by Nigel Mansell. And Nigel was getting all the adulation. He was on his way to winning the Grand Prix. There was the mass track invasion at the end of it. Damon being lapped in this Brabham that, as you say, was recalcitrant on a good day. A year later, he was a Williams Grand Prix driver. The rest was history.
Absolutely so. He was, and Nigel wasn't, so it changed so quickly.
Yeah.
Williams showing a fairly stiff spine in all of that. They got what they wanted with their drivers.
Yes, they were employees, but
they were.
Now, Formula One machinery to the start line down at the bottom of the hill. We've had Marino Franchitti in lots of different cars this weekend. One of them that he's been driving is the ex-Carlos Reutemann Brabham BT44B. We sadly lost Carlos earlier in the last few days, just a few days ago, age 79, but Marino Franchitti keeping his memory alive because he is at the wheel of the ex-Carlos Reutemann Brabham, and he's been speaking to Tom Clarkson.
The noise is ramping up down here at the start line, and this has to be one of the all-time classics. It's Gordon Murray's first race winner from 1975, the BT44B, and the lucky chap driving it is Marino Franchitti. Marino, just tell us a little bit about what it's like to drive this car.
This is Gordon Murray's own car, and he asked me, my brother's in New York with Formula E, so he asked me to drive this. It's just an absolute pleasure. It's incredibly poignant this week when we've lost Carlos Reutemann. He won the first Grand Prix for a Gordon Murray designed car, in the same car as this, so it's very special to be in it.
It's an absolute beauty. Very short wheelbase as well, isn't it?
It is, but it's not twitchy at all. It's just lovely. Typical Gordon Murray car. It just works really, really well. And DFV power. It's a total thrill driving this up the
Sounds great. Have a great time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marina. Well done.
The teams making their way down to the start line. One or two not being overly subtle about who they're supporting in the football tonight, but as that's the Ferrari team, you can't really blame them, can you? I said earlier on, it's like the Italian job looking at the vans with the national flags on the side, but a great rivalry. Let's hope it's going to be a good game tonight.
Absolutely. Let's hope it's an absolute cracker. But for a lot of these crew, they're going to have to hope they can get somewhere where they can watch the game, because if they're down here working to the end of the day, they'll have had to. The most serious part of planning for the weekend will be, where are we watching the match tonight? And I hope as many of you stay as possible for the shootout that's coming up after 4 o'clock, and then you have our permission
to shoot out.
To shoot out, yes, indeed. And it won't go to penalties, let us hope. But it's been a great day, and it's again, David, I just want to keep saying this. It's so good to be having the drivers, and they really appreciate it, having the crowds to play to. Well, clearly the people who play to it the most were the drift drivers in the drift corner just now, because they love it, and we love the way that you all love them in turn and love them back, and it is a give and take relationship, and certainly it's just good to see, after drivers have been spending the last year and a half racing and bike races as well, but to empty stadia. And it's only when they go missing, no, it's only when they get the people back, the fans back, they really, really appreciate and realise how much they've missed them.
It's very true, isn't it? I mean, the British Touring Car Championship, as an example, has been for the last year and a bit deemed an elite sport, which means it can happen, and it's been happening behind closed doors. It's great for the teams to an extent because they've gone racing, and it's been good for television, but of course sponsors haven't been able to get there to use the hospitality. There's been no crowd at all, and it's had a very strange atmosphere. Now, this is a good atmosphere. This has been a great day thus far. So many star cars and star names, and Tom Clarkson is out and about ticking off them from his list.
Adders, I'm now down with a Lotus 72, one of the classic cars. I'm having such fun. This is James Taylor driving it. Very quickly, mate. Quick word on the car.
I mean, this, of all the Lotus 72s, this is maybe the most special. This is chassis number 5, which is Emerson Fittipaldi's favourite car from his career. So he won his first race in it in 1970 and kept on winning all the way up to 1973, which I think must be the longest winning streak of any F1 car ever.
Well, that's a great resume. Thank you very much. And in fact, I think we had Emo crying in this car not so long ago. Thanks, James. Have a great time. Let's just wander a little bit further down. Can I, Addis, I hope you don't mind if I just keep the camera for a bit.
You go for it.
Because, of course, we have Sir Jackie Stewart leading this army of Tyrrells. Sir Jackie, always lovely to see you reunited with your racers.
Oh, it's nice to be sitting in this cockpit again. It's still comfy. It's still the same moulded seat that was when I last, when I first drove it, actually.
And Jackie, just a quick word. When you're reunited with these cars, does it bring back all of the memories? Is it like an old girlfriend, for want of a better expression?
Well, it's never really been far from my life, ever. I mean, Ken was still alive to begin with after my retirement, and we had these cars at our home, and we still have them at our home. The two of the best ones, the first one and this one. This is the last one that was made that I drove. So I don't know. I don't think of them as another type of memory. They're just so much part of my life.
Yeah, they are indeed. Well, look, Jackie, it's lovely to see you in it. Have fun. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Now, the Aston Martins are making their way towards the front of Goodwood House. Aston Martin has been another big part of Goodwood's history, and it's great to have Aston Martin back as a brand in Formula One. It has taken over what was Racing Point, which was what was Force India. We haven't got time for all of it, because it's been a team that's morphed through many names since it began as Jordan. But if you go back to the 1950s, Aston Martin's raced in Grand Prix racing. People think of it more as a sports car brand, but it is back in Formula One. It's not coming in for the first time, and that's great to see that the history does repeat.
It really does, and also great to see that we have a whole new range of Aston Martin road cars as well, and they're looking fantastic. And again, that presence not just on the grid with 2 cars, but also with, of course, the pace car for the Grand Prix.
Exactly right. Aston Martin, a major player in motorsport and in British motoring. Aston Martin, a sports car brand, a Formula One brand, and a desirable brand for anybody who loves cars. And it's great to see that the company is still going strong as the Valkyrie now leads away our Aston Martin moment.
Adrian Newey, a very, very proud father of the Valkyrie, and he talked as Darren Turner blasts up the hill. Darren's been doing a sterling job all weekend. This is a supercar, a hypercar, and plans originally for it to race, slightly shelved at the moment, but not to say never, but certainly as an unbelievably desirable high-performance car. Darren Turner describes it as a baby to drive. I think maybe if you're of his level of ability, that might be the case, but a fearsome piece of machinery.
Very possibly James Taylor in the Vantage F1 edition. Again, lighting up the tyres, blasting up the hill. Another glorious noise that car makes.
Really does, really quite a stern rumble. But again, these special models that are becoming so desirable. You've got the range, and then you've got the limited edition models on top, and again with that slightly matte livery, really echoing the F1 cars.
And they're one of just 88 of the V12 Speedsters made. Stephen Tompkins at the wheel of it. That car's done some miles up and down Goodwood this weekend as well.
It certainly has, and the front end is so similar in shape. Look at that grille, and then when we get full sight of the DBR1 Aston Martin, the model that gave Aston Martin that win at Le Mans in 1959, Carroll Shelby, Roy Salvadori, and you'll see the bloodline is absolutely apparent.
Something that Porsche has always been very good at, Aston Martin as well, and Ferrari always being able to reflect the history within the next generation of car, the Aston Martin Ulster in the hands of Robert Blakemore. We're going to see that in the shootout as well a little bit later on as he will tackle the hill for the final time. And another of the F1 course cars chasing some up the hill that gets set. Grand Prix rates to be released, the badge presented by the FIA.
I must say, through the course of this 4 days of this meeting, if ever there's a moment where they need a car moving quickly down the course, that Aston Martin SUV DBX really gets a rumble on.
It does indeed. And you've got the Speedster blasting his way over the line. Job done. So the Astons will stay at the top of the hill. We'll turn our attention then to the Grand Prix rates presented by the FIA. We've had Lando Norris driving today for McLaren, Daniel Ricciardo. Yesterday, we had Emerson Fittipaldi out in the car as well, I think, at one stage over the weekend. Remembering, because every time you look out, people have changed cars because they leap into different things as everybody wants to maximise what's available to drive here this weekend.
Safe to say the entry list we get when we arrive here at Goodwood is an item of historic value, but certainly less than it would be if it was accurate by the end, because of the drivers. Just they talk about it in the drivers' club. They decide to see what they fancy driving, and they swap around. So it keeps us on our toes. V12 Speedster at the top of the hill, doing probably not what it was intended for, but certainly the people in the grandstand at the top, they're enjoying it in the top paddock, coming inside pace. Anything the drifters or Grant Williams can do, he can do as well. Stephen Tompkins.
To lots of applause as well as he rides smokily.
In fact, after the charge up the hill for the drift corner we had just a short while ago, there are all sorts of signature tyre marks up and down the slope that weren't there at the start of the weekend. Hopefully they'll brush out in time, but they tell their own story.
Yes, they do indeed. We're celebrating BRN, we're celebrating Tyrrell, Ayrton Senna, and Free Sheep. Made a significant contribution to the sport, and it is Drew Marsco who is going to be the first one away today in the BRM P261. The Jaguar car, 1964 built, cigar-shaped, very quick in Formula One, and also in the Tasman Series down in New Zealand.
Small, sleek and successful. That's what you needed to be in the 1961 to 1965 period of Formula One. 1.5 litres, and then it was time for the power to return in 1966. And all the teams, they might have been on the top of their craft in that period in the championship as BRM were, but then they had to get it right in the next era. We go back to the P25, such a successful car for BRM, very, very special indeed. That gave the market its first Formula One win against the play of traffic, it must be said, in 1959 at the Dutch Grand Prix. Joe Bonnier was the driver, and everyone thought that finally he'd a proper sigh of relief. All that effort, all the investment, and finally a World Championship win.
Yes, it was a four-cylinder engine that they replaced the rather complicated V16 with. Jeff Underwood here in the Brabham BT20 with the Repco engine. Jack Brabham was creating his own cars, he was racing them, he was winning in them, he was winning world championships in them. And say, Jack Brabham, another early hero at Goodwood, of course, the revival starting in Goodwood, used to come and race at that. And the Brabham name continues successfully in motorsport to this day.
This was the first car to win the World Championship in the 3-litre Formula. That was 1966, and then the next year it was the second car to win it, albeit the next model, the BT30. It wasn't Jack Brabham who made it 2 on the trot, where he got 2 back in 59 and 60, but it was Denny Hull who took the second of the Brabham World Championships back in 1967. And then, of course, by that stage, the DFB was a thing, not a thing, it was the thing.
Then we go to the Lotus 18 in the hands of Jeremy Thompson. This car that Sterling Moss took to win the Monaco Grand Prix in 1961. He was being chased by Richie Ginther in the Ferrari, but Sterling Moss hung on to make it back-to-back Monaco Grand Prix wins. Then we turn to the Marlboro Liberid P160 BRM, the sort of car that Jean-Pierre Beltoise won with at Monaco. Great surprise, that win for the BRM P160. Louis Stanley was running the team by that stage in a autocratic way, which wasn't necessarily for the greater good, but equally Louis Stanley did a huge amount of safety and medical provision in motor racing.
He did. He created a mobile hospital built in the back of the truck, and suddenly it meant that in days that were not safe, suddenly at least there was medical treatment on site, and certainly in bygone years a lot of drivers survived accidents, often when they've been thrown from the car, but they didn't survive the drive to hospital, so he had a huge role to play there. And at the same time, of course, Sir Jackie Stewart was putting his hand up quite unpopular time, saying we need more safety as drivers.
Nick Fannell with the beautiful Lotus 25 with the Climax engine, a car that Jim Clark had tremendous success with, dominating the 1963 World Championships. 7 wins out of the 10 races, including Silverstone in this car. Alexander Boswell's Ferrari, the Farina Hawthorne Transitor Ascari chassis from 1952, and Ferrari dominated the season after Alfa Romeo withdrew. Field clear, really, for Ferrari to rack up win after win.
Yeah, it went to 2.5. It went to 2-litre Formula 2 rules, and that Ferrari was ready. And Mario Andretti drove that car this morning and absolutely loved it. It recreated the drive and the car of his hero, Alberto Ascari. Great to hear that today.
William I. Anson here in the BRM P48 from 1960. This was a rather hastily created car with parts of the Type 25, and it shared the single rear disc brake, and it was not the most successful of the cars, but it kept BRM on the grid, but not one that had stellar results.
No, it was their result, their reaction to Cooper and Lotus in particular, putting the engine behind the driver, changing the face of Formula One. It was their first attempt at that, but within a few years, as I said, Graham Hill took that title for BRM in 1962. V16, well, it's loud, it's quick, it's complicated, but it was fragile. And certainly for BRM, it was their first big hope, but it took a long time to regroup. As we said, that first win for them in Formula One eventually came in 1959. Now, Emerson Fittipaldi, 2 World Championships, one in 1972, the second with Lotus, the second one with McLaren in 74, but for 76, he decided to join his brother Wilson and the family team, and Sucar Fittipaldi didn't hit the high notes. In fact, it started relatively well in 76, 77, scored fairly decent points. Thereafter, it slid away, unfortunately.
And the Brabham BT44B Cosworth of Marino Franchitti. Carlos Pache took the race win in this car, and it echoes the Brabham that the late Carlos Reutemann would have raced. And again, it was a very simple shape and design, that massive air box at the time towering over the driver, and the beautiful, simple red, white and blue colours of Martini that work on anything, and that made that a very, very pretty race car.
Yeah, Brabhams that follow went to a new colour scheme. They went red, but never quite as pretty as they were in that white. Next car up the hill was James Taylor. We heard him in the Lotus 72. Emerson Fittipaldi's chassis number 005 looks fantastic. But we always forget, Adders, that at the start of the Lotus 72 career, it wasn't really a car that worked very well. They had to keep going back to the 49.
But once they got it to work, it carried on for season after season. After the Lotus 72, which again in the JPS colours just looked magnificent. You've got Simon Diffie with his unique way of driving, elbows out, yes, elbows up in the air, yes. He sort of works with the 250F, look, leads his way through past Flint Wall. And how about this? Tyrrell's 6-wheel Grand Prix car, with James Hansen at the wheel of the P34, with which J.D. Scheckter took success. Patrick Depailler raced, and Rodney Peterson raced examples of this car. And there was the backed cars, and then the first national bank coloured car, the blue and white, for the following season, and the 6-wheel Tyrrell, just amazing. The earlier Tyrrells with a mere 4 wheels, Jackie Stewart, Paul Stewart, Adam Tyrrell at the wheel as they make the run up past Goodwood House. The 1971 Tyrrell 001 in the mix that gave Jackie Stewart his second Formula One World Championship. And they are going to stop near the paddock. The car's being lined up. Now, Jackie Stewart, of course, has a habit of being able to recognise people in a very special way, and Roy Topp, one of Jackie's mechanics, steps forward, is given his flat cap, and crouches down to have a word with Sir Jackie here at Goodwood.
Well, just yesterday, Sir Jackie was paying tribute to his mechanics, and he said, effectively, I wouldn't be here now, but they produced me cars that stayed together, bits didn't fall off them. And Roy Topp, he thought so much of Roy that when they started Paul Stewart racing, he took Roy to run the team, and then of course that became Stewart Grand Prix. And Jackie has always appreciated mechanics, the Grand Prix Mechanics Trust. He's put so much effort into that, and it's great when people put something back. So a really touching moment there for Jackie Stewart to pass the spanner and the cap to Roy Topp, and it's great to see that level of acknowledgement and respect as he goes on.
It is indeed, yes. It was a very moving moment with Lady Helen Stewart 2 years ago, now recognising another person in his life. And the Tyrrells then make the run up to the top of the hill in convoy.
50 years, this is the celebration since that first Tyrrell World Championship. It wasn't Jackie's first championship win or Ken Tyrrell's. They did it together, but with a Mantra team. But for 70, they developed their own car. That's the third in the group in the 001 with Adam Tyrrell on the wheel. By 71, they had their own car that was a champion, and that was the first of 2 championships, 2 titles in 2 years for Jackie.
Yes, it was a Mantra, as you say, the first championship. Mantra then put in its own engines at the back of Cosworth, and Ken Tyrrell wasn't sure that was going to work, so they got a March for 1970, and that definitely didn't work as well as expected, so they started to develop the 001 Tyrrell, which launched at the end of the season. It was competitive, and data was gained, lessons were learnt, and they came out fighting in 1971. And although it didn't dominate the season, and a World Championship Formula One season was much smaller in terms of the number of races, enough points were banked to make sure that that was a championship win. Now, that is the Tatius W Series chassis, based on a Formula 3 car regulation set, effectively coming up to the line with the Alfa Romeo 1800cc turbocharged engine in the back of it.
I'm just having to lean forward to check it's not Tom Kristensen driving yet another car, but I think we're expecting Jamie Chadwick, the inaugural champion, to be on board.
I think so, although the timing screen says Caitlin Wood once again.
Oh, still Caitlin Wood. Well, we did have Jamie here earlier today, so
yeah, we've been told that she will drive it as well, so it says Caitlin Wood. I'm trying to do some helmet spotting here. Anyway, the purpose really, in many respects, is the car. The W Series launched in 2019, and it is to try to promote women in motor racing, so it is a female-only grid. Now, of course, women in motor racing dating back to the Brooklands days even, and now a championship, one of many that we've had over the years purely for female races. Now, there's no argument about who Lando Norris is supporting in the football tonight, is there? With the England flags all on the back of the car, and it accelerates up the hill, looking very, very racy indeed.
Sort of reminds me of when little tufts of wool were put on the flanks of cars and oily water fired towards them, but Lando Norris, or else he's just driven under a low piece of bunting. But I think we can simply guess that Lando, in the big build-up to the British Grand Prix this week, is looking to start it with victory for England tonight in the Euro Cup finals.
Not the best of aerodynamic aids, is it? But I think the speed he's doing, it's going to work. Lando Norris, podium finisher in Formula One this year. Part of the current McLaren Formula One team, of course, with Daniel Ricciardo, who drove this Ayrton Senna championship-winning McLaren yesterday. Forget the football, more important is the car. It's an Ayrton Senna championship-winning McLaren, isn't it? And Lando Norris revelling in it as he comes across the line.
And as he said when he hopped out earlier, I'd like to take it onto a circuit. And that's exactly what Daniel Ricciardo said yesterday. Sentiment clearly understood.
Now, this is Marc Genet in the Ferrari, the F60 from 2009. Blasting his way up towards the end of the run, and Marc's a regular here, and he puts his all into it. As there you see Wade Eastwood, the South African driver in the Williams FW08.
So Wade's done a little bit of club Formula 3 racing, stunt driver extraordinaire, but a driver, if his career hadn't got in the way, this was the career he would have wanted. So ticking a lot of boxes here. It's all South African. He's good enough to wave to the grandstands as well as he goes through Malcolm. That's a double plus difficulty mark, but this isn't a drift Carter or any driving thing, but for him this is a very, very, very real and exciting moment. Up the hill he goes, the visceral grunt and the downforce still achieved back in the days of the FW8.
It's quite a birthday present that's been organised for him, isn't it?
It's going to be hard to top, isn't it?
Yeah. Gosh. That's what happens when he's 50. Goes up the hill, so over the timing line, and this is Arthur Chapman in the Pratt & Whitney turbine-engined Lotus, which is 500 brake horsepower at 45,000 RPM. It was entered for 3 Grand Prix, did race in them. It wasn't a concept car only, it did race, only finished one of the 3. Eventually the rules were changed to outlaw cars like this, but another example of the fertile imagination of Colin Chapman to try to gain an advantage somehow.
It's actually, I think it's a fantastic looking car. The Brabham BT60B, Max Girardo, motor racing auctioneer, but motor racing auctioneer, he gets his tail into so many cars and he drives them really, really well.
Yeah, yeah. And he's not afraid to push on in valuable machinery, as we saw in the Speed Week rally stage last year. It was him in the Lancia Stratos, he was giving it everything. Most cars of that vintage were just demos. He went for a time. Really does try hard. The 1992 Brabham, then the first car that David Hill drove in Formula 1. The season started with Eric van der Poel and Giovanni Amati. Damon got the car to 26th and last on the grid for his Grand Prix debut at Silverstone that year.
Now this should be Adrian Newey, just checking it's not Harry Newey, but so the man who really has no time free has made time to come to be down here. He loves being reunited with the cars, any historic racing car, but particularly ones he designed, and this RB7, just such a fantastic, successful car, David.
Yes, it was. It gave Sebastian Vettel another World Championship. Mark Webber, of course, was a race winner with them as well. The Renault engine cars, and fantastic to see the RB7, the Red Bull colours, going as well again this year, in fact. Of course, thanks to Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez's efforts, giving Mercedes a really tough time in the World Championship, and that's leading as it comes to Silverstone. Next one away, another of the Red Bulls. This is going to be the ex-Mark Webber RB7, I think I'm right in saying. Yes, it is. It's Liam Lawson at the wheel in it. He heads up the hill in this car that Mark took to 4th place in the 2011 Monaco Grand Prix. And Liam Lawson, part of the Red Bull development team, is going to do some donuts in the car. And it's another of the era of Formula 1 machines that made that shriek, that so obvious engine note that stirred the soul.
Actually, it's one of the perks when you get signed to the Red Bull family, that even if you're not in F1, you often get to try the cars and come and demo them. And it's fun too, and a lot of the drivers are really, really young. Just a chance to come and play is something that's fabulous. But Red Bull have placed him in the DTM this year. Now, a bit more Ferrari time. This time it's Stéphane Sertang. I think we had Amaury Sertang in it before, but another Ferrari, another shape. And by my reckoning, this one is an F2007. Is that correct? Yeah, there it is. So it's Barry Serra.
Yeah, it goes back to 2007. This is the type of car that Kimi Raikkonen won the World Championship with that year. He went down to the wire in Brazil, and Lewis Hamilton had problems at the start of the race, fell back into the pack, and although he caught up, he never caught up enough to be able to outscore Kimi Raikkonen. So it was a World Championship for Kimi. He had a patchy run before things picked up sort of mid-season, and Felipe Massa, of course, in the second car that year, was moving forward in terms of pace as well. It's a gentle run in this privately owned but of course a Clienti run car, and again you can see how Formula 1 cars of that time had been, with all the little aerodynamic appendages, the little wing flicks, all the bits and bobs stuck to the side of the car. Now, taking us to 2019, this is Anthony Davidson in the all-conquering Mercedes-Benz F1 W10 EQ Power Plus.
Could you say that again, please, David? It's a long name, but it was a fantastically successful car, and Davidson likes driving any Formula 1 car, but when you drive a car that is going to be looked at in years to come in awe because of its domination. This year, of course, Mercedes having to fight an awful lot harder. Maybe they'll bounce back in this coming weekend at Silverstone at the British Grand Prix, but for now, Ant Davidson, who'll be very busy at the British Grand Prix in his commentary and analysis role, just enjoying doing what drivers do, and in a car that is simply phenomenal.
A short run like this, a narrow, bumpy course up to the top of the hill, and he's trying hard. Formula Ford Festival winner, far, of course, as a driver into Grand Prix racing. He's now very much part of the World Endurance Championship sports car world, as well as being broadcasted within Formula One. And he powers now up towards the flying finish over the line, and then that run up towards the holding area in the top paddock. So Anthony Davidson goes through, and that is, I suspect, going to be our final car with our Grand Prix greats presented by the FIA batch.
It certainly is. The course vehicles now starting to come past the house into Molecombe and up the hill. Lovely clean run there. Great to see that moving history lesson, David, as we went from, let's face it, 1952 Ferrari right up to 2019 Mercedes.
And I just love the car park there. You know, from, as you say, 1952 Ferrari is there. Goes to the 80s with the Williams, the 90s with the Brabham, the noughties with the Ferrari. Just wonderful to see.
Fantastic camera angle there, up atop the driver's pavilion.
Indeed so. Now let's hear from one or two of the Formula One drivers, because Tom Clarkson has been out and about and meeting a few old friends.
Now this is a very handsome trio. We have Lando Norris, of course, we have Mark Genet, and we have Liam Lawson, who's smashing it up in F2 at the minute. Guys, it's great to see you all together, just catching up. And Lando, you're going a little bit footy mad, I see, for this second run.
Especially with the red cars behind us, you know. We're
waving
supporting
at all
England
the
on this
Ferrari
run.
mechanics. How's it going to go tonight, boys? Yeah.
I mean, I hope it only goes one way, but I'm sure it's going to be a good battle. I'm talking like
about
this
football
F1
right now. Yeah, I don't. Look, just quickly, your second run in this car.
Yeah.
Going to push a little harder? What's going on?
No.
No.
If I think I'm going to go a bit harder, I'm going to be in the wall, and I don't want to be in the wall.
No,
so.
Not a good place to
Just
be.
having a bit of fun. I might get into third gear, and that's my aim for this run.
Mate, it's such a joy to see you in this car.
Cheers.
Quick word with Mark. Mark, you're back in that 2009 Ferrari. We learned yesterday, Lando, that Mark's been at Goodwood Festival of Speed for, I think, 20 years.
Yeah, they told me I'm part of the furniture of Goodwood.
So it's, if that's good or bad.
I don't know if that's a compliment, but it's a fun one. Yeah, I've been here. Actually, I have a picture with him, like, I think it was 3 years ago, you know, with Giovinazzi.
Yeah.
Sitting
here.
like we are here, exactly the same picture.
Yeah.
So, but I'm...
This is where it all happens, right?
I almost
Just before the
have
start.
twice the age of these two kids here, you know.
Yeah, well,
but anyway,
hey,
I'm still here.
Look, have fun. And Liam, let's bring you in, of course. Race winner in Formula 2. It's great to see you with Red Bull. This is your first run in a Formula 1 car, is that right?
Yeah, on Friday was the first time, so what a place to do it. I've always wanted to come to this event. It's pretty cool, some pretty cool people here, and yeah, first time in the Formula 1 car, which was pretty epic.
What do you make of that RB7, the 2011 championship-winning car, no less?
I remember being 9 years old. I remember watching Vettel dominate in it, so it's pretty special to drive it here.
Cool.
Definitely no other car I'd want to drive more.
Right, mate. Have a great time.
Thank you.
All of you. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Thank you.
And there's our more recent element of the Formula 1 car park at the top of the hill, with the different liveries adorning the Red Bulls there from different seasons. The RB7, the RB8, I think it was, that Adrian Newey went up the hill with. The 8 pole positions, 7 wins in 2012 for Sebastian Vettel and Mark Webber in the Red Bull RB8. But again, showing how aerodynamics have changed, how engines have changed. You go from turbine to Cosworth to the more recent, smaller but hybridised turbocharged engines. So that's our last look at the Grand Prix greats presented by the FIA. We have got, of course, the supercars at the end of the day, touring cars and the pre-war cars to come. But the next action on the hill, you don't want to miss it. It's almost time for the shootout.
The display telling you where to look and when. Due to the low cloud today, the team will be performing a flat show. A flat show is determined by the cloud base that is under 1,500 feet. And we are very fortunate that the CAA give us special approval that allows us to perform lower. So arriving from crowd rear, in box formation, please put your hands together for the Blades Aerobatic Display Team.
Heading up the team is Andy Evans, Blade 1. Andy is a founding member of the Blades and back in 2006 and has flown in every position in the team, taking the Blades position 1 in 2017. Andy is a former Red Arrows and Jaguar pilot and has flown over 3,000 hours in the extra 300, performing 1,300 displays, making him one of the most experienced display pilots in the world. In total, Andy has a staggering 8,500 flying hours to his name. So here's Andy leading the team into box. He now calls the team into the swan formation, where blades 2 and 3 move to the back of the formation. Joining Andy for the display this year is Blade 2, Ben Murphy, Blade 3, Mike Ling, Blade 4, James McMillan. In Swan, Blades 2 and 3 aren't looking at Blade 4 aircraft, they are still using the reference on Blade 1 and trusting that Blade 4 will be in the right place, only 6 feet away.
So the shootout is not far away. Make sure you've got a good vantage point for it. But before we go to the shootout, all eyes to the sky. Let's join the Blades.
Are made up of former Red Arrows pilots and are proud to be the only aerobatic airline in the world, meaning that while they are bound by the same strict passenger carrying regulations of other airlines, the difference is that we can do aerobatics with passengers while flying only a few feet away from other aircraft. More about that later. The Blades parent company, 2XL Aviation, started with just the Blades in 2006 and is now a multifactional aviation company excelling in a wide range of industries. If you now look directly ahead, the team will head towards us at full speed for the first break of the display, and they will be putting up to 8G to perform the crossfire break. Cameras at the ready. Looking to your left and right, Blades 2 and 3 perform the first pair sequence of the display. Blade 3 on the left is Mike Ling, who is the longest serving Red Arrow pilot and joined us in 2018 after a long service of 21 years in the RAF. Mike will now lead the pair to perform synchronised wing-overs before turning towards each other. Get your cameras ready for Blade 3 from the left, Blade 2 on the right. Closing speed of 400 miles per hour. Pulling up away from us now, they perform synchronised rolls. Approaching from opposite directions, Blade 1 and 4 go head to head. Crossing the centre line speed before pulling up into the vertical. As they descend back down, the aircraft on the right, Blade 4, James McMillan, also known as McZ. James started his career as the youngest fast jet pilot for the Royal New Zealand Air Force and has an impressive history flying Hawks, Harriers and Typhoons for the RAF. He is now pulling up into a manoeuvre that we call the centrifuge because of the spinning around. Diving back down again to gain speed. Get your cameras ready as James starts the Blade slide. This is a personal favourite of mine that involves flying the aircraft sideways through the air.
Finishing the slide, James will now accelerate down the line for his next manoeuvre. As a member of the Red Arrows, James had the privilege of leading the synchro pace, so he's quite used to flying fast and low, normally with another jet coming the other way. Building energy up, he pulls straight up into a series of vertical rolls, and at the top he will attempt to stop and let the aircraft twist under the engine into what is known as a torque roll, before letting the aircraft fall backwards through the smoke into a tail slide. This is a torque to tail slide. Whilst this looks very impressive, this is actually one of my least favourite manoeuvres, as the aircraft gets covered in smoke oil and I'm the one that generally has to clean it. Look to your left now and you'll see Andy leading blades 2 and 3 into a crowd favourite, Crazy. Back for another season by popular demand, we have been performing this manoeuvre since 2006, since the very beginning. Slightly adapted from the original version, Blade 1 now flying inverted at the front to the formation, while Blades 2 working hard on the rudder to demonstrate an unnatural way to fly. Blade 4 rolls around the smoke created by the other pilots. This is our most photographed manoeuvre of the display, and if you get any good pictures, please tweet us using @TheBlaze Team, as we'd love to see them. This unique manoeuvre can be experienced with our Blades Flight Club. More information on this can be found on our website, theblades.com. Blade 4 has now rejoined the team into the box bend. The team start the formation loop by flying only 6 feet apart and follow the crowd line to perform the box bend. Dedicated to our prime sponsor for the 6th year, this manoeuvre gives you the perfect view of the logo on the underside of the wings. Aerobytes specialise in delivering aviation safety software, providing solutions to over 200 airlines. Andy now calls for the formation to change to Chango formation. For the next bend, this is simply named because of the T shape. Another great opportunity to picture the silver of the underwings. Blade forward will now move out to the right into a line abreast formation to perform the hammerhead. The team will perform stall turns in formation. All 4 pilots pull up to the vertical and perform tight stall turns to your left. I apologise about this. This is because the cloud base is rather low and they have changed the routine for the 3rd time so far. The blades are in the line of stone formation. They are stacked top to bottom. Blades 1 at the front, 2 second, 3 third, and obviously 4 fourth. The blades were created by 2 former RAF pilots, Andy Offer and Chris Norton. The company known as 2XL Aviation have now expanded into a range of aviation business streams, including search and rescue, private charter and oil spill response.
Look to your left, you'll see the 4-ship approaching, Blade 1 leading away, performing a set of synchronised aileron rolls in formation. The extra 300 can rotate 400 degrees in less than a second for what is an aggressive manoeuvre. The aircraft are low-wing, lightweight and highly manoeuvrable, which makes them perfect for aerobatics. They have a wingspan of 8 metres, with ailerons spanning the width of the wing, which results in rapid rotations like you've just seen. They have a range of 350 nautical miles and are certifiable plus or minus 10 G. The extras have 2 seats, one for the pilot and one for the passenger, so you can experience some of the manoeuvres and fly with the pilots on one of our experience days. See our website for details, theblades.com. Following the team now as they reposition towards the crowd centre to perform another crossfire break. This is in case you missed the first time round. You can get your photographs now. Looking to your left and right again as Blades and 2 set up for their final opposition pass. To your right you will see Blade 2, Ben Murphy. He is a former leader of the Red Arrows and of the Blades, now flying the Blade 2 position, and is also the team race pilot for the World Championship Air Race, which starts next year. Ben flew Harriers in the RAF before being selected to fly with the Red Arrows in 2006. Back down to treetop height, they fly towards each other at 200 miles per hour to cross and perform snap rolls to 45 degrees up.
Our thanks to the Blades for, as ever, a fantastic aerobatic display just to get you in the mood for what is coming up next, because it is getting time almost for the shootout. We're about 10 minutes away from getting the cars on the hill. If you've not been to Festival of Speed before, what is the shootout? Let me explain that it is man and machine against the clock. You get one run, fastest time up the hill, 1.16 miles of it is what counts, and it is going to be really interesting to see what pans out of this, because last time we had the festival 2 years ago, there was the electric Volkswagen IDR that was so much faster than pretty much everything else that it was that car versus the clock and a course record. Could it break the Goodwood record? That was the question, not could anybody beat it, because it was so much quicker. Everybody else was battling for second, but this year, Bruce Jones, it is wide open.
Really wide open. We had 4 cars covered by about half a second in yesterday's qualifying practice, but unfortunately this morning we lost one of those. Justin King, multiple former winner. We can only presume he won't be starting because his XJR 12D Jaguar went off hard, a little twitch, just got too close to the flint wall. There's a damp patch after overnight rain, and that was enough for it to whip away into the tyre wall across the field, and he stepped out, but the car is going to take more than a kiss on the nose to get it back into action.
You see some of the cars that are making their way down to the start, including James Wood in the Alfa Romeo P3 there with its back to us. The Fraser Nash single-seater, the Shelsley Walsh single-seater, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards, which is going to be a very spectacular car up the hill because of the way that Pat Blakeney-Edwards drives anything in a spectacular manner.
Fast and sideways, not always combined, but invariably spectacular. But just to reiterate, we've got originally going to be 40 cars. We think we may have 38, more likely 37, but in the middle of those we have a shootout dedicated to the British Touring Car Championship, with 10 of them clustered together.
That's right, with Rover, Alfa Romeo, Jaguar, Ford, Renault, Holden, which has raced in the British Touring Car Championship, even though it's an Australian brand, Mini, Chevrolet, Toyota and Nissan to look forward to. So the shootout will be getting underway very shortly indeed. We've had a shootout, of course, every year since the event began back in 1993. The very first driver that topped the times was Willie Green that year with the Surtees TS20, and then it started to get very competitive season after season.
The pace kept on picking up, and you look down the list of some of those early winners: Martin Brundle, Jonathan Palmer, and then Nick Heidfeld banged in that 41.6 second lap for McLaren.
Indeed, so you can see more and more of the diversity heading down towards the start line then. Touring car, spec BMWs, 1930s Formula 1 Grand Prix cars, and still they come from the holding area. As we've been saying, 37, 38 cars expected. The Cheetah there, the Chevrolet engine sports racer, heads down towards the start as we get set for the shootout for this Goodwood Festival of Speed presented by MasterCard. Let's have a look at what the Goodwood Hill entails. Away from the start, up through the gears, turn right, blast of acceleration, turn right again, onto Park Straight, speed building over the rise, brake hard for Molecombe, get that braking right, otherwise you'll be in the bales, past the Flint Wall, go right, go left, up towards Carnay Seat, turn right, head towards the finish, kink left. That is 1.16 miles, but it is all action, and it's a very, very busy 1.16 miles behind the wheel. The record holder is Nick Heidfeld, and he set that back in 1999. It's a course record that has stood, but whether anyone's going to get close to it in today's shootout, we'll wait and see. There's the independent competition just to be the fastest this year. The road is dry. We had a little bit of dampness on the road this morning, which caught out one or two, but looking now as though we are going to be in for a very fast shootout as we look at the great diversity of machinery still heading down towards the start. You can see the electric Ford Mustang Mach-E in the background, Ferrari Barchetta. We've got the touring cars there, the BMW just nestling into view. Sam Hancock here with the BMW M1 Pro Car Championship that at Selected Grand Prix was a support race on the Saturday, and the fastest 5 Formula 1 drivers for Friday's qualifying session would be offered the chance, mainly if they were Goodyear teams rather than Michelin teams, to drive the BMWs on Saturday in the race itself. And it was always a great spectacle.
It really was real scrap, and nothing like the incentive of prize money, of course, for Grand Prix drivers back then. Crowds really starting to line the hill. We've got cars from 170 years ago. That'd be the first one out. George Wingard, 1940 Mercedes Grand Prix, right up to contemporary. But looking at the course, the cars go down every shape and size, and that's the beauty. We had 4 cars really, really close yesterday afternoon. 4 entirely different cars. We had a Subaru WRX, we had a McLaren 720 GT3X, a Porsche GT3 Cup car, and that Jaguar XJR12D. Different cars for different purposes, except the purpose here was to go as fast as possible, and I think we're going to have a cracking hill climb.
And I think this could be a dark horse for the top 3. This is the car that Ian Gwynn is going to drive, the Pikes Peak Ford Fiesta, the turbocharged 800 horsepower car. You've got NASCAR technology there heading down to the start, British Touring Car current technology as well. Rory Butcher driving the Speedworks Motorsport Run, Toyota Gazoo Racing UK entry. There is the Mustang Mach-E 1400. Jim Farley, the Ford CEO, drove that yesterday, and he also drove Scott McLaughlin's supercar earlier on in the weekend as well. Now, we've talked about the fact that Justin Law in the Jaguar is missing from the shootout. He would have been one of the favourites. Let's just remind ourselves why he's not taking part. Riding on board with Justin Law this morning. This was before 9 a.m. The road was a little bit damp under the trees. Justin, a master of the Jaguar, but even he was caught out. He just lost adhesion. He tried to correct it, and bang! At pretty high speed into the straw bales. The car was up on 2 wheels, a lot of rear damage, and that sadly puts him out of the competition.
It was the smallest of slips, just that line of dampness right at the foot of the Flint Wall, and by being as good as he is, he was getting close to get the shortest line up the hill, and alas, that little loss of adhesion, but in fact he did so well to guide it away from the remainder of the flint wall. Of course, the blow was against the straw bales, but they did what they needed to do. They stopped the car, but one of the favourites, that was their reason for removal. They will be back another year because Justin Loeb doesn't take this lying down.
Yeah, Justin Loeb has won this, 5 times, so he'll be back, that is for certain. Right, let's just have a look back at some of the previous fastest runs up the hill. Back in 1994, it was Martin Brundle who was the fastest with the McLaren MP49 with the Peugeot engine, and the event in only its second year, still in its infancy, but it had really already established itself as a must-do event and a must-win event, and Martin Brundle's McLaren went fastest at 47.8 seconds. In 1999, it was another McLaren, Nick Heidfeld, with the car darting around Goodwood, finding every bump, every ripple in the road, and Nick Heidfeld did a 41.60 second time. Fast forward to 2008, and Justin Loeb with the Jaguar XJR 89, he was going to be the fastest. Sports car technology prevailed. He did a 44.19 to go fastest as the big cat purred over the line. In 2014, it was rally technology that would take the fastest time. The Peugeot 208 T16 Pikes Peak, Sebastian Loeb, world rally champion at the wheel. The car glued to the ground with that massive rear wing, giving it all that downforce and all that extra speed as the car hurtled towards the timing line. 44.60 seconds, putting it fastest. And 2 years ago, Romain Dumas set the fastest ever run up the hill at 39.9 in qualifying on Saturday. But after rain at lunchtime, the road wasn't dry enough to go quicker than that, but he did a 42.32 to win the shootout back in 2019. It was a very spectacular run. Some great memories from those earlier Festival of Speed shootouts.
And it was just a reminder, particularly looking at Romain Dumas, they still, even on clean runs, can clip those straw bales, and particularly that last corner. They've done a good climb, they don't want to blow it, and they cut left into the darkness. The run, very short run from there to the finish line, but I can just start to feel my anticipation rising. David, you're exactly the same, moving from foot to foot here.
Yes.
We're going to start with the older cars and build up to the cars through in a reverse order, exactly. We'll get faster and faster. We've got the separate batch for the saloon cars, the saloon shootout, and then the top 10 in qualifying will go out and see which one of them, which car will be top in 2021.
The categories that we have cars from: rallying, GT racing, one make GT racing, the 1980s Group C endurance racing, Pikes Peak cars, new electric cars without a category really yet in which to race, next year's rally technology in the Ford Puma, next year's British touring car technology, this year's British touring car technology, 1990s, 1980s, 1970s, 1960s British Saloon Car Championship, 1970s one-make BMWs, 60s GT cars, the Ferrari bread van, for example, 1970s Formula One machinery, and cars from just after 1900. There is so much diversity in this shootout alone, never mind the weekend as a whole, as the marshals now call forward the first cars.
So it looks like George Wingard with riding passenger will be taking the start. The first car onto the hill, Mercedes 60 HP, the 60 horsepower from 1914. Yes, I did say 1914, more than a century ago. Its performance, of course, will be light years away from the fastest cars that will be going up the hill last. But George, such a supporter. Travis Pastrana waiting to see him. He ought to be the last to go. He was the fastest qualifier in the Subaru WRX STI. And we watched him on board. Amazing footage, David. He didn't seem to blink the entire climb up the hill. We're not even sure if he got round to breathing.
Absolutely right. Now, George Wingard has done a bit of shuffling from what he was initially entered in, so it's going to be the Mercedes 60 horsepower, which is an even earlier car, can you believe? 1903. It's amazing what conversations go on in the Drivers' Club in order to do a bit of shuffling of cars.
I believe there was a cracked block that led to changing of the vehicle, but had to be driven in a similar way, a very visible way, because of course they're sitting atop rather than within.
The shootout underway. The first car to go. The Mercedes 60 horsepower. George Wingard at the wheel. Now, don't expect this to be the fastest time of the day. Far from it. But do not expect it to be slow. Remember, this car dates back to 1903. 60 horsepower. But it was still able to do impressive top speeds and average speeds. And this is how it would have been, apart from the full-face helmets. In other words, a riding mechanic. A driver working hard behind the wheel. Forget seat belts, forget roll cages, forget safety in a sense in that period, forget even a sealed surface, because they were bumpy roads with stones to cause hazards as well. And George Wingard, a master of this type of car.
Absolutely so, and riding passenger having to be a bit like on a motorcycle sidecar outfit. You have to lean with the car, but actually their principal role is to keep it four square on the track and to hang on. Quite simply, you can see the passenger hanging on behind George, the driver, and to with their left hand down to the side of their seat. And of course, parts this track are straight, but not really for very long. Suddenly you get to corners like the Flint Wall, hanging on, just diving through the shade, through the darkness. Then, as they approach Carney's seat, back out into the light. The run is nearly over, but at this point, they're really thinking every last tenth of a second has to be gained.
Indeed. Well, this will be the target time. It's a target that's going to be smacked, obviously, given the vintage of the car. But that's been a really committed effort as it comes up towards the timing line. So where are we at? About a minute and a half heading towards the line. Bear in mind that fastest times have been in some cases around just under 40 seconds. So a 1 minute 36.65, 60 miles an hour going over the timing line. And if you think, 60 miles an hour, that's not very fast. The car's from 1903. Give it a chance.
Yeah, sitting on top, hanging on, pressing on. Robert Blakemore, we saw his Aston Martin Ulster glorious in that the Aston Martin tribute moment just a short while ago, but now he's driving it on his own. This is no parade. This is driving as hard as he can. And the Ulster was the car that really put Aston Martin on the map in terms of which you can drive them on the road. Far better to drive them on the circuit and even on hill climbs. And Robert Blakemore pressing on very hard.
7 seconds faster at the intermediate, so it's going to be a much quicker time. It's a much later car by a decade, and he comes up towards the line now then. So 96.65 to beat. And let us see where Robert Blakemore drops in. As he comes towards the line, it's going to be about 90 seconds, is it? Breaks the beam now, 89.87, so 6.7 seconds faster. That puts Robert Blakemore quickest thus far. This is Sally Mason-Stirren with a beautiful Ferrari 166 Barchetta.
She hasn't missed a Festival of Speed. She was the first car up the hill in the inaugural Festival of Speed in 1993. Lucky cars from the family stable. Such an enthusiast, such a supporter. She doesn't expect to topple the big one. Barchetta, but she drives absolutely beautifully and is so enthusiastic. Really part of the scene here at the Festival of Speed.
And faster than the previous two. It's a much later car, so you can anticipate the times to drop. Sally Mason-Stirren heading up towards the timing line. This should put her fastest, 89.87 to beat. The Ferrari breaks the beam now. There's the checkered flag, and that is 80.95. Sally Mason-Stirren goes fastest.
Alexander Boswell really puffing away, has been all weekend in the Delage. It's been a delight to watch. He really pushes that Delage Secche very well. Of course, Alexander also out in that 1952 Ascari Ferrari, so he mix and matches, but this is such a dynamic car, the Delage. He's definitely going to take it, I would reckon, at least another 6 or 7 seconds out of Sally's time, and more.
If not, 9 seconds quicker at the intermediate, so the time to beat, 80.95. Lots of smoke belching out of the side of it, but Alexander Boswell is nearly at the end, so he sticks his foot to the floor. It's going to be under 70 seconds as he breaks the beam, 67.91, 13 seconds faster than the Ferrari.
That was so impressive, and you could really see how Alexander was working the car, hanging out of the side. Now, older in terms of age, but Ben Collins is really going to push on in the blitz and bends. This is a mighty car. It's sort of like looking at it like sort of almost really chitty bang in a way.
We're back at 1909 for this car, and Ben Collins with the 200 horsepower Benz is a real master of this. There's a lot of effort going on, that enormous steering wheel. He accelerates up the hill. Look at the skinny tyres, trying to find some adhesion against the road. Up towards Molecombe Corner now, looking down from the high shot. Drops it down a gear, turns in, on with the power, slides it, leans into the corner, back onto the power, and now heads up towards the line. The time to beat, 67.91.
And just look at, you can see every gear change. Of course, Ben has to lean out of the cockpit. He's down the lever forward. It's a very physical car to drive. But what he's got, which is hard when you go uphill, is momentum. He's carrying it. He's keeping the racing line every time. A little bit of a slide. He corrects it as soon as he can, and then he's going to be hurling it left for the final time, and then we will know what sort of time he's going to set.
And 67.9 to beat, gets ever so close to the Vales, breaks the beam to go second. 69.02 in a car from 1909, the 21.5 litre Blitz-Benz. That is fantastic, as you see now. James Wood on the start line in the Alfa Romeo P3. He is about to go. James Wood in the Alfa blasts away. Let's quickly join Tom Clarkson.
Lovely to hear your enthusiasm, and my goodness, it's mental down here at the start. So much excitement, listen to the noise. Everyone is loving it. We've just spoken to Travis Pastrana. He's excited. Go for it. Over to you, Adders. Enjoy.
James Wood at the wheel of the Alfa Romeo P3 heading up the hill. Another fantastic 1930s Grand Prix car, and James knows how to drive this.
James has driven this an awful lot, and he has the precision as well as the press on to really deliver a time from this glorious Grand Prix racer from the 1930s. Thus far, the best sounding car to pass that commentary box. He gets past the flint wall without a flinch. And I tell you what we saw from Ben Collins was a little twitch through the final corner. He had to come off the parapet, and that is why he's not top of the charts. But these times, I think, are going to be blown out of the water by James Wood.
Yeah, he's 2 seconds up on the Delage of Alexander Boswell. A little bit of a twitch from the back of the car. He wags the tail, heading to the line to go fastest. 65.27. James Wood goes quickest then, 89 miles an hour through the speed trap. This is Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser-Nash Shelsley single-seater. Pat Blakeney-Edwards is, as you can see, a very spectacular driver, and there's going to be nothing left on the table here.
I was going to say Captain Unsensible rather than Captain Sensible, but he has car control coming out of every pore in his body. Such an enthusiast, and I don't care what speed the car's going, it is such a spectacle. Drives every sort of Fraser-Nash you can imagine, and anything else. Sometimes he drives a Rover touring car, he doesn't care, but he's absolutely exquisite on hill climbs. What's he up to now when we get to the split? Waiting to see where he is. He's down by half a second. Can he claw it back through the twisters at the top?
Well, he's going to try, that's for sure. Look at all the effort being put in. That steering wheel is never idle. It's going left, it's going right. He's working the car is working him. He has got to try to beat a 65.27. It's going to be close, but it's not quite going to happen. It's a 66.55 to go second in the Fraser-Nash single-seater.
What he didn't lack was application. What he did lack was ultimate horsepower at the top of the hill. He really started to run out of steam there, but now a lot more horsepower on display because the Tyrrell, the DFV in the back.
From 1984's Formula One season, the Tyrrell 012 of Ian Simmons, and he accelerates with the Cosworth D&V engine in the back of it through that fast right-hander onto Park Straight now. It's a very successful race car in Ian's hands, and it takes you back, as I say, to 1984 and the Formula One season.
Looking to be neat and tidy, not to overdo it through Moulcombe. Certainly I spoke to Ian at the top of the hill, and he was trying to be contained and not to step out beyond. And as drivers say, you try to get the extra tenth of a second shaved off, you blow away far more than that. You can waste a second or even two if you get it wrong. So precision is what Ian Simmons is looking to achieve.
Well, at the moment, he is the fastest, and let's face it, that's no surprise. This car is from 1984. It's got to beat a car from 1935. So the advantage goes Ian Simmons' way. 65 seconds to beat, goes over the line, and he does it, but only by 2 seconds. So it was a gentle run, a safe run up the hill from Ian Simmons, but it's great to see the Tyrrell in action. The touring car that you see now is Matthew Holmes' BMW 320, Spa 24 Hours winning car in the hands of Eric Ellery, Marc Duet and Didier de Radiguez, the former motorbike champion, and Matthew Holmes attacks the hill right now.
You always expect the touring car drivers, their cars aren't as airy, but they've still got to bring the performance out of them. Tidy through Moulcombe, that's important, and then you try and build as much speed as you can before you get to the fearsome flint wall. Here he goes, dives into the shade. Nice, neat flick, a little bit of space on one side, a little bit of caution, but then back into the sunlight. And now the final sprint, he's 8.89 of a second up on the best time so far, pretty much where you'd expect him to be.
Yeah, but not a full second, so it's a more recent car, but a less powerful car. It's a touring car, not a Grand Prix car, so up to the line. 63.2 to beat. Is he going to do it? Yes, yes, yes! By just under 2 seconds. Matthew Holm goes fastest then in the BMW. Next away, Richard Westbrook, GT star for many, many years in Porsches, in Corvettes, in the Ford GT, and this is the Ford Mustang Mach-E GT.
He's learnt this car very quickly over the course of today and the last handful of days. Normally this year he's racing the Glickenhaus hypercar in the World Endurance Championship, so talk about changing the season around. Paul Swift is being listed as the driver of this car rather than Richard Westbrook. We'll get clarification on that, but Paul has been sharing the car through the course of the weekend, and we know he's a driver who can drive in a similar fashion to his father Russ Swift, can be spectacular, but right now he's not trying to be spectacular, and as he's trying to keep it four square on the hill.
Doing his best, isn't he? So yeah, stunt driver, rally driver, and right now hill climber Paul Swift accelerates towards the timing line, taking over the seat from Richard Westbrook, and he's dropped some time in the second intermediate then, so he's a little bit down on the BMW. Was quicker, he's now lost time against Matthew Holmes, so 61.23 to beat. Matthew Holmes' time stands up to the flag, 61.91, just under 7/10 split them, so he lost time heading up the hill. Paul Swift goes second.
So isn't this the glory of the competition? We've had a fantastic sign set by a car from the first decade of the 20th century. That was by Ben Collins, but then we've had the latest machinery with an electric engine guiding up the hill, but now somewhere in the middle, the Curtis Craft IndyCar racer with Geraint Iron at the wheel.
We are in 1954. It's a 2-speed gearbox, fast and faster effectively, and this designed to go round and round Indianapolis, not up and up the Goodwood Hill, but right now it's looking good in the sectors. 61.23 to beat the Curtis Craft Offenhauser, twitching up towards the flag. 61 seconds to beat. Yeah, done. 59.10. That goes quickest.
And just looking at the adjustment of the cornering line several times to get through the final corner, Geraint did not want to lift, but now if you want noise, here is the noisiest car on the hill.
Duncan Pittaway blasts away in the Cheetah Chevrolet. It's a very stubby little car, it's a very leery little car, it's a very noisy little car. Can it go faster than Geraint Owen's Curtis Craft Offenhauser? Well, let's see, because now Duncan Pittaway attacks the hill. He makes the climb then in this 6.9 litre V8 engine Cheetah.
And just bear in mind that Duncan's such an entertainer, but probably, I think, today the only driver competing in the hill climb wearing collar and tie. He has standards, you know. He also has plenty of horsepower, lots of grunt from that Chevrolet V8 lump at the front. There's nothing at the rear. There's a bit of colour. It's the back flap of the car and the tail lights. But Duncan Pittaway sitting literally over that rear axle, swinging it. He really attacks through the flip wall. David, is he going to go top? He's almost half a second down. Can he be brave in the ultimate sprint to the finish?
We know that he's brave, but has he got a heavy enough right foot as he accelerates up towards the timing line? Let us see. 59.1 to beat, and slightly down, 60.08 seconds. So second fastest for Duncan Pittaway, but a good effort nonetheless. Now this is Ewan Sergeson in the Shadow DN1, Formula One machinery.
So again, it just shows the mixture of machinery, Formula One, excuse me. And this is a car made famous by Graham Hill back in the day, tried to take it towards victory for his own team, but right now the focus for Ewan Sergeson, who has a whole host of people in the style of Embassy Racing. I love the support crew here, but how's he doing on the split? Just waiting to see. He's 59.1 seconds to beat. David, is he carrying enough speed into the final corner? I think he's going to come up just short.
It's going to be close, isn't it? 59.1, it's just the wrong side of the minute. 60.93, puts him third then. So it is Geraint Owen ahead of Duncan Pittaway, Ewan Sergeson third, Matthew Holm is fourth. This is one of the best cars here, the unique 250 GT Ferrari, so-called bread van. We're in 1962, it's 3-litre V12, and it's Emanuele Pirro at the wheel.
And from the engine note as it came past us, there wasn't a great distance between the floor and the throttle pedal because it was planted as it went through. The left-hander to lead up the hill, and he's keeping it neat, keeping it tidy, but keeping that throttle pressed. 59.1 seconds, he's going to be right in the mix. I think he's just going to steal it.
Goes fastest of all by just under half a second, 58.63 seconds. The next car to boom up the hill is Kenny Etchison with the Sauber Mercedes C9, a 1989 sports car from the Group C era, and this should go top.
It's got the grunt, and Kenny's got the desire. 25 years out of a competition car, but it's one he knows so well. He was a winner in the World Endurance Championship several rounds in that, and he kept the foot planted through the final corner. He's going to be close to 52.2 seconds. That's a 6.3 second advantage. Good to have you back, Kenny.
Drivers there, look, including Paul Swift, getting ready. To the line comes Ken Clark with the Rover SD1, the Rover Vitesse from 1983 that starts the saloon shootout here in the Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard Shootouts. The car is an original 1983 Rover Vitesse. Steve Soper raced it in what was then called the British Saloon Car Championship. He and René Mech shared it to win the Silverstone Tourist Trophy in the round of the European Touring Car Championship, and Ken Clark is the man who mechanicked on the car in period and is the man behind the wheel of it today. We have a standalone competition for the touring cars, and Ken Clark accelerates up the hill, the first of the touring car subset to go. Let's see what his target time is going to be.
There are going to be people he's competing against in this special subclass. It's class of its own. There are going to be people in faster cars, younger cars, but Ken Clark really putting the power down. And for so many people, that Rover 3.5 litre engine, when revved hard, is such an evocative sound. It'll be bouncing off the flint wall. Right now, he goes past it. Let's see what the split is, but we can almost wipe the slate on the split because this is its own class. 6.4 seconds down on the ultimate pace set by Kenny Atchison and Sauber. That's about 4 square, I would say. So Ken Clark, he'll set the first touring car time.
He will indeed. He's up towards the line. That V8 Grunty engine powering him over the line. The time that Ken Clark sets is a 61.80. So remember, that is a 1983 touring car. By the 1990s, we were into 2-litre engines as the upper limit, but much more advanced technically. And this Alfa Romeo 155 from the Italian Championship, the ex-Antonio Tamburini car, driven by Tom Andrew. It's in the livery that Gabriele Tarquini carried to win the British Touring Car Championship in 1994. And it's Forza Alfa Romeo as the 155 climbs the hill.
Surprised it hasn't got the Italian tricolore out of the window for tonight's football match, but right now Tom Andrew hasn't time for such niceties because he's trying to shave chunks of time off. So far, 1 time set by Ken Clark in the touring car class, fast enough to be 7th overall, but already we're seeing greater pace from Tom Andrew, so there should be. He's in a much newer car.
Absolutely, much more technology in this, and by the end of the Super Touring era, even more technology, but he's a little bit down there as well against some of the overall times. Kenny Atchison Sauber is the fastest outright, but he's got to beat 61.8 seconds. He's not going to do it, I don't think. The Rover looks like it's going to carry through the time. Yes, 62.94. Tom Andrew goes second in the touring car shootout in the Alfa Romeo. Ken Clark remains the fastest, and the Alfa Romeo goes to the holding paddock. Grant Williams in the Mark II Jaguar, blast away from the line. Now, don't expect this to be the fastest touring car, but you can expect it to be the most spectacular.
Sideways driving style, puff of tyre smoke, doesn't matter if it's on the Goodwood circuit or on the hill climb. The tail wagging the dog there, but Grant Williams keeps it as straight as he can. Second right-hander to go onto the straight to come. There's no straight when it's Grant Williams to come past the house. There's a little right flick under the left flick under the bridge, and then what you can't always see from outside, there's a little crest here, and then they get to the tightest corner on the circuit.
Look at that, loads of commitment, flicks the car into Volker. Correction needed, a bit of opposite lock coming out of the corner. He's on the loud pedal now, so Grant Williams with Jag 400 makes the run towards the timing line. The best touring car time he's aiming for is from the Rover Vitesse of Ken Clark, 61.8 seconds. He's not going to do that, I don't think, but bear in mind this is a car from 2 decades earlier. The tail wags, almost kisses the bails then as Grant Williams accelerates from Carnet seat up towards the timing line. It is going to be the slowest of the 3 touring car times thus far, but it's the oldest of the touring cars that we've seen. It is a 68.43. That puts him 3rd within the touring car shootout, as we now see the 1988 Ford Sierra RS500 blast away from the line. This, the ex-Andy Rouse car that took many a race win in the British Touring Car Championship in 1988. Julian Thomas at the wheel.
Well, Julian watched this car as a young lad and decided it was his favourite in the days of the RS500s when they were so spectacular in the championship. He then saved up his money, he bought one. This is his first visit to the Goodwood Hill Climb. He's been loving it. Didn't love it quite so much, David, with the RS500 when it was wet yesterday. Kept it on the straight and narrow, though, because he's been building up. He said, I just want to get faster on each run, learn a little bit more. Let's see if he's managing to put all those little sectors together to create a good time. We'll get that first relevant split anytime soon. Oh, yes, he's very much on the pace in the Sierra, and so he should be.
Absolutely right. So Julian Thomas then with the Sierra RS500 whistles towards the line. All of that power hurtling him up towards the checkered flag to break the beam, and he does a 54.08 second overall, fastest in the saloon shootout. This class within a class, but go forward a decade. The Renault Laguna blasts away from the line. This is Mark Jones at the wheel of the Laguna, a car from 1999, the Alain Menu Jason Plato chassis, and Mark Jones blast through the cars by the end of the Super Touring era. So technically advanced. The Williams Formula One team had a major input in this. Costs were spiralling. This was the peak, really, of the Super Touring era.
It absolutely was. The competition was red hot, and it's red hot here today. OK, we've got cars of different ages, but Mark Jones doesn't care about that. He just wants to come out top of this class, and at the moment it's looking very good for him. He's really attacked the first part of the course, very neat and tidy through Moulcombe, up to the flint wall, very close to Bales on the right-hand side, but staying suitably away from the hardest thing up there, which is that flint wall. But can he build the momentum for the rest of the course through Carnet's seat? He's almost at the end of the track. The last burst out into the brightness and then into the dark, David. The target, I think, has got away from him, so he will go second in the touring car class. 56.51, but still really respectable times.
The next car to go, Rick Wood in the ex-Rick Kelly Holden Commodore. He blasts away from the line. This 2008 chassis in the Holden Racing Team colours, but it was a Holden Special Vehicle entry from Rick Kelly, run by the Walking Shore team in a big accident at Bathurst in 2008 with Paul Radicic behind the wheel. But Rick Wood has rebuilt it, and he has put the HRT colour scheme on top of it. He's raced Holdens before. He's very, very quick and very successful in them. And this car that makes a great noise is also a great sight, and crucially, it is well driven.
Very well driven, and Rick Wood likes cars with a lot of horsepower, and certainly in comparison to the cars in the British Touring Car Championship, this has loads of grunt, oodles of grunt. That big V8 up at the front. The time, very, very good indeed. So Rick Wood ought to, if he can complete the course without making a slip up. So many times we see drivers blowing in this final sweep to the finish line, but he's looking good on. Oh, is he on the clock? No.
A little bit down, goes through on a 53.13, so he's quicker than Julian Thomas. He's fastest of the touring cars, and that is going to put him second overall behind Kenny Etchison's sound, 53.13. Nick Swift in the Mini 1275 GT, the recreation of the Richard Longman British Saloon Car Championship winning Mini from 1978 to 1979. This, if it's ever on four wheels again, I'll be surprised, because Nick Swift is one of the fastest Mini drivers. The car hopping and skipping its way out of turn one up the hill. Nick has the heaviest of right feet. This is going to be a joy to watch.
It was a bunny hop as the tail of the car hit the grass bank on the outside. Not the grass bank, the grass verge. He'd already lost a second to the Sauber, the fastest car off the start, finish straight, but he never ever lifts. This is the Italian job. It's red, it's white, it's blue, it's all rolled into one, and up the hill he goes. He is loving this hill climb.
He's never done the Festival of Speed before, and Nick Swift is absolutely flying. This Mini is being given a real workover. He heads up towards the line. The best touring car time is a 53.1. He's not going to be that far away from it either as he comes across the line. The little Mini does a 56.62. Fantastic from Nick Swift.
Does not deserve to be there. There is no horsepower in that car. It's just willpower, and it very nearly carried the day. But certainly in terms of entertainment, that was the car that was driven harder than any other thus far. Fantastic.
Let's go NASCAR. Jack Tetley blasts away from the line. This is the 2012 Chevrolet Camaro. It's 5.9 litres. It's V8. It is noisy, and it's a very spectacularly driven car as well. Jack Tetley had a bit of a moment in the damp this morning, but let's see what this run turns out to be. Jack has got the ability to go fastest here.
He knows this hill well, but when you've got this much power, it's about caution as much as anything, because it's far easy to put too much of the too much down onto the circuit and not get it down straight. Oh, very tight to the straw bales. He enters the flint wall section of corner. He's 0.7 of a second down on the fastest time at that split, and that, of course, was Kenny Atchison still fastest in the Sauber T9, hitting the edge of the circuit, and then sadly just a little bit more. The final corner, he's hit the straw bales on both sides. It was the smallest of kisses, but round went the tail, David.
Indeed so. Red flag comes out, so the shootout is going to be suspended. Jack Tetley just with a wheel onto the grass, but at that speed, shows the commitment the drivers are putting in, but that, I'm afraid, has been quite a moment, doing damage to the car. So the shootout is, for the moment, stopped, and the marshals will attend to get the car out of the way. Jack Tetley is okay, that's the good news, but he has done a huge amount of damage to that. Oh, no. Jack a little bit winded, understandably, because you're going at a very, very high speed, but just one wheel inches offline, centimetres offline, really, can do that to you.
So front damage, back damage, but the straw bales made to be solid, and that was a big hit. I'm just so pleased to see that Jack is out of the car and he's overseeing what the marshals are doing. But the car is diagonally across the track, literally nose against one set of straw bales, tail against the others. So for his fellow competitors at the top, they know that there, but for a twitch, they could have gone as well. But it'll take a while for this scene to be cleared up. The marshal's going in, but we need a flatbed truck and all the lifting gear, because this car, the finish line is probably from there 100 metres further on, if that.
So the Chevrolet very badly damaged. Now this is what happened. Jack was pressing on, the car just a little bit nervous into the corner, up towards the bales, and then here, just towards the dirt. Look, right-hand wheels onto the grass, that carries it towards the bales, and then it bounced across the road. Here from another angle, there, look, the right-hand wheels go onto the lawn, and that's it. At that point, Jack Tetley cannot save it. Clatters into the wall with the back, the front, spins, hits the bales on the other side. Bits fly from the car, and that was a big hit, and it was an incident that went on for quite some time. Look, spinning between the bales.
And really, it all came from a quarter of the width of the outside edge of those right-hand tyres, just touching the grass, and the difference between grip on grass and tarmac was enough for the car to snap to the right, and then it was history thereafter.
So there is Rory Butcher on the line. He's going to be the next one to go, but having psyched himself up, ready to go, he's now got quite a long wait while everybody goes to work to get the bits of Chevrolet off the road, to sweep the road from all the bales that have been destroyed, all the straw all over the road. So this is going to be a little while, I'm afraid, everybody. The medical car is there just to make sure the medical team will attend to Jack Tetley. We saw him out of the car, but they just want to make sure he's absolutely okay, because in any incident, large or small, driver safety is absolutely paramount, and the medical team will want to make sure that Jack's spot on okay. Well, there is our car park thus far, ranging from 1903 up to the 2008 season for the Holden Commodore of Rick Wood, and the very latest Ford Mustang Mach-E in there. If I can offer a highlight thus far, can I go for Nick Swift in the Mini heading up the hill, because that was some drive. Let us hear from one or two of the drivers. Rick Wood, Holden Commodore driver, and also the spectacular Nick Swift out of his Mini. They're both at the top of the hill, ready to talk to Ed Foster.
Rick Wood and Nick Swift. Now, I'm talking about the cars here, but we've got little and large. Nick Swift, let's start with you. Fully committed. What a great run.
Oh, I can't tell you how awesome that is. It's just fantastic. I managed to go through the flint wall without braking. I couldn't do it flat, but and I think that just picked up a little bit there. Bit more commitment in the second corner. Oh, it's mega. I love it.
If you had another run, is there any more time? Is there anything left out there?
Yeah, I think there is. I mean, if I was lucky enough to be invited back in the future, I think I can definitely give Rick a bit more of a run for his money.
Rick, let's come to you.
Yeah.
In the wonderful Commodore.
Yeah.
What a time, 53.13.
It's my best of the weekend. I've slowly been learning it, cutting corners as much as I dare. Kept it flat through the last corner, which I've never managed to do until then. So just a grip issue. You know, it's too much power and not enough grip. So, but how much fun? You can't have any more fun than that.
Isn't that what every racing driver wants? More power than grip?
I do. I do. Nick would love that. But no, I mean, it's just, I steer it off the rear wheels. It's just really hard to do here because we haven't got 10 laps to warm it up. So it brings another dimension to it. You can't push as hard as you like because you've got no grip. But that's what it's all about, hill climb.
Rick and Nick, well done. Beautiful drives.
Thank you.
Well done.
Fantastic to hear from Nick Swift about keeping it almost flat at the end. Let's just look at our saloon shootout then. It is Rick Wood fastest, 53.13. Julian Thomas in the Sierra second. Mark Jones, the Super Touring Renault Laguna, third ahead of Nick Swift's Mini and Ken Clark's Rover Vitesse. Tom Andrew next in the Alfa Romeo ahead of Grant Williams, and sad to say Jack Teckley's NASCAR Chevrolet did not get to the end. Big hit. Actually, you could argue bits of the car got to the end, because I think some might have bounced over the line, but that doesn't count. But that was a big hit, and sadly it's done a lot of damage to the Chevrolet Camaro.
It was, and just listening to Rick Wood there about how proud he was. He did the final corner without lifting, and I'm sure that's what Jack Teckley was trying to do as well. But just that little edge of the right-hand wheels onto the grass, round he went. But just how impressive is Nick Swift's time against Mark Jones's Renault Laguna? We're talking a tenth of a second is the difference. And you think of the lack of horsepower, the excess of years on that little Mini, but the joy from Rick Wood and Nick Swift at the top in the paddock. Look at the mix of cars. That's the beauty of this hill climb. Such an incredible mixture. Don't go far. Hopefully, as soon as the hill is clear, we will be getting the cars back up the hill. But so far, it's been fantastic.
But they've both been up the hill already, time after time after time, shaving tenths off the time, and they're still pushing. They're still pushing, even as we get to this final part of the day for them. More action coming up. Tom Clarkson, though, is out and about with more drivers. They're getting ready for their runs.
Well, it's burst my bubble. We had so much excitement down here at the start line. My eardrums were being deafened as people were warming their engines. They were warming, of course, the tyres to get off the line, and it's all gone quiet. Drivers out of their cars, as you can see, and everyone taking a quick bathroom break. But I did just want to catch up with Sam Hancock, big friend of Goodwood. And Sam, when you have a red flag like this, you've had the build-up, and then suddenly, where are you at?
I know, tell me about it. It's a weird feeling, because actually it's been such a relaxed weekend, and drivers in the changing room saying how nice it is to come to a semi-competitive weekend with no pressure. But there is a sense of pressured build-up for this final shootout. So I have to confess to taking it a bit more seriously. I was sat in the car, strapped in, helmet on, iPhone out, looking at onboard videos from my previous runs, thinking, oh, I could take that in a gear higher and that in a gear lower, whatever. And now you've just got to somehow let all that go, then find it again, build it back up, and I'm near the front of the queue, so I'm going to have to kind of zone back in pretty quickly,
like
I think.
Tennis players at Wimbledon, isn't it? The rain's come down, we go off the court, now we're coming back on the court. Look, tell us a little bit about this motor. It looks beautiful. What's it like to drive?
They're just fantastic. I think massively underrated. There's a core group of people out there that really appreciate the M1 Pro car for what it is, and I get it. You've got a mid-engine 3.5 litre straight six, open pipes, phenomenal sound. They throw flames out the back. You've got that induction noise that you hear from the driver's seat. The noise is superb. They've got a 5-speed manual gearbox. Quite wide track, quite long wheelbase, so plenty of grip. Wide slick tyres, although we're on wets today just to get a bit of traction, because we haven't got time to warm anything up. But it's just it's as analog and raw and exciting and sort of almost emotional, actually. I've been lucky to race a couple of these, and they're fabulous.
It's a big car to go up this hill as well, right?
Yeah, but it's quite well suited, because it's got a little bit of ride height compared to other things. A little bit of ride height, so some compliance over the crown and the road, and just enough weight to roll and kind of load up the corner that you need grip from. So they do work quite well. Yeah, I love it.
Look, it's great to speak to you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Now, look, we're just going to go back down the road here, because there's a car I want to speak to you about. Yes, we've got the front runners. We've got Travis Pastrana, obviously. Rob Bell in the McLaren 720S. Love that car. And Harry King, the future of endurance racing, I feel. But this car here, Ian, come in. Now, this is the Fiesta Pikes Peak, and it's driven by Ian Gwynn. Ian, tell me a little bit about the history of this car. It's finished on the podium at Pikes Peak, hasn't it?
Yeah, it did. It finished second in 2009. It was built by Olsberg's MSC in Sweden, and it was actually commissioned by Ford USA to do Pikes Peak. Their target was actually to do a sub-10-minute run in the car, which I think it's capable of doing, but it actually suffered turbo problems at the actual event, and Marcus finished second.
Marcus Gronholm.
Marcus Gronholm, yeah.
Now, look, what is it like up the hill here? Less than 10 minutes.
I hope so. I've driven the car once before, and then obviously 3 times here. It certainly gets your attention. It's a bit of a beast of a thing. It's all mechanical. It's mechanical diffs and everything in the car. It's absolutely fantastic fun. I mean, a really big grin.
Yeah.
Big
and
grin.
Ian, how competitive are you? We've got the red flag. How are you feeling? I did see you nip behind a tree. I don't know what you're doing.
We'll keep that to ourselves.
But how are you feeling? Are you nervous?
No, not at all. No, pretty relaxed, pretty chilled about it. So we're all here for fun, apparently. So
apparently you're all racing drivers.
We
as well,
are.
right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
okay. Well, look, best of luck.
Thank
all quiet. This is the quiet before the storm.
So the marshal's hard at work getting the course cleared. The car needs to be retrieved, of course. Then bits of car need to be retrieved. Then bits of car need to be retrieved. We don't need anybody running over and getting a punctured tyre and having yet further drama. So the course clear-up operation does take a little while, Bruce Jones.
It does, and of course the straw bales that were hit have to be removed because they'll have lost their core strength with the battering. They've battered the car in their own way. You can see great wooden posts being taken up to be thumped into the ground behind the bales. They get pushed backwards because you don't want the bales moving backwards for obvious reasons, because there are trees as you go up alongside the rally course up there at the top of the hill. But the ground staff here on the Goodwood estate have been trained in this, and they're really efficient. I mean, I think if you compared their early straw bale moving technique in the 1990s to where it is now, they have come on leaps and bounds. And again, you have to have a supply of straw bales, and they've found them. But one of the cars that has been the star of the show so far today is the Sauber C9. But for me, it's even more important because it's driven by Kenny Atchison. Let's hear from him.
Kenny, if I told you at the start of this weekend that you'd be leading the shootout halfway through with a time of 52.27, would you have taken that?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm really pleasantly surprised that I did a 52. I think my first run was 83. And the guy behind me caught me up on Thursday, but I've never been here, so I knew I would get quicker. But the car's just really nice to drive. It's got good downforce. I haven't raced or driven a racing car for 25 years, so it's way better than me. And I mean, Jochen won in a similar car, the shootout, but I think with a 47 4 or 5 years ago. So obviously there's more in the car than what I'm able to produce, but very happy, and it's in one piece. Yeah, it's cool.
The time with Mercedes, the C9, it was one of the greatest sports cars.
Yeah.
How is it bringing it up the hill?
Well, I think it was probably made more for Le Mans without the chicanes. I mean, back in 1989, Jochen won the race. I was very fortunate, we finished second. We had a good dive till about an hour to go, and then I got stuck in 5th gear. But the car was great. I mean, there we raced Jaguars, and we were doing about 385k. So I don't know, maybe I do 120 miles an hour here, so it's, it's not made for a hill climb.
Kenny, thank you very much.
It's been great, thank you.
25 years out of a racing car. It's quite remarkable, isn't it? But the twinkles in his eye, I think he's enjoying the competition, and he's getting faster and faster as the weekend goes on, and hopefully it won't be another 25 years before we have Kenny Atchison back in a race car. But from Formula Ford 1600 in the late 1970s, he achieved a great deal in his career. This is how we stand at the moment in the shootout final. Kenny Atchison the fastest, ahead of Rick Wood in the Holden Commodore, the Sierra Cosworth and Julian Thomas third from Mark Jones, Renault, and Nick Swift in the Mini. Emanuele Pirro's Ferrari, sixth from Geraint Owen in the Curtis Craft Offenhauser, and Duncan Pittaway in the Cheetah Chevrolet, eighth fastest. Ninth, Ewan Surgison ahead of Matthew Holmes' BMW. The Rover of Ken Clark next, ahead of Paul Swift and then Tom Andrew. Ian Simmons 14th. James Wood in the Alfa Romeo P3 15th, behind the Tyrrell but ahead of the Fraser Nash of Pat Blaney-Edwards. Then it's Alexander Boswell from Grant Williams. Ben Collins next from Sally Mason-Stirren, Robert Blakemore and George Wingard round out the 22 times set thus far. So we'll be back in action as fast as possible at the hill climb here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard, but there's still a lot going on elsewhere around the event this weekend.
Jamie Squibb. So make a big cheer as they launch skyward. High five for Josh Morris there. He liked a bit of that. Here we go, down with me. Yeah, tweaks it out, looks at the crowd. Some ladies and gents just swooned and hit the deck over there as they got eyeball Jamie's.
So gas or the Goodwood Action Sport Arena, it's phenomenal. They almost pierce the clouds. They get higher and higher year in, year out. It's not the sort of stuff that David and I get to see on a regular basis, but you can't help but be impressed with the stunts that they can pull on these bikes, the heights they can get, and just their consistency, their ability to do it, David.
And it's the balance and it's the precision as well, because some of it is almost acrobatic, but others, it's a bit like the old days of kickstart, being able to bounce a bike over rocks, over logs, over people we've seen as well. And the control and the balance you have over a machine to do that is out of this world.
It is, it's phenomenal. It's always a big draw. It's on the opposite side of the hill climb course from the house. You can come over the bridge or across the track when the track is open and go down and have a look. Always draws a crowd with obvious reason, and they have jump-offs and they get voted in and out, and it's a fantastic element, and you can see the crowd being whipped into a frenzy to keep them on board. So clearly a good little competition just between those two riders, and the next ones will soon take to that stage down at GAS, the Goodwood Action Sports. They go against the clock, but really it's for height and style for all these riders. And of course the rally stage has been fabulous ever since it was invented, up at the top of the hill just behind the top paddock, and then it dives down through the trees. And David, an amazing selection of cars from across the years.
Absolutely right, and they've been well used over the weekend. They're not looking quite as pristine as they did on Thursday when they arrived, but it's a proper rally stage. This created by the late Hannu Mikkola, and the drivers, however many runs they get across it, still can make the odd slip. But we've got a great diversity of cars from all ages, going back to the late 1960s up to the present day, and some star names have been there as well. Of course, Ari Vatanen has been on both the hill and the rally stage 40 years on from his World Championship success.
And if you haven't been up there, you can still ride up the hill on the back of a tractor-drawn trailer and get to look at this, walk back down, and you come past the rally course. It's very tight, it's very twisty, and the top layer in certain places can be super slick and slippery because it's got a layer of chalk in there. You can see the chalk just after the finish. If it rains, it just turns it into a skating rink. The drivers know that, but they still are surprised. They turn to a corner and find they're still turning, having gone on in a straight line. But a fantastic addition in recent years to the Festival of Speed.
And it gets better and better and better every year. Rick Smith and the Southern Car Club that operates the stage up there put a huge amount of effort into, of course, getting to this stage. This is the easy bit. Once cars are running, it's all the things you don't see, trying to find the entry, trying to get the stage sorted, trying to get all the officials to crew it for over 3 days. It's a great task, and everything from the Metro 6R4 to a Ford Escort Mark 1. So great diversity of car as ever. And this is another element of this very busy programme here at the Festival of Speed. Now, not only rallying, not only two-wheel antics, but also drifting, with some of them being less precise than others.
Well, the track conditions have changed all the time. Some of these cars have, well, get this, some rise to 800 horsepower. The most powerful of the drifters, 1,200 horsepower. And plenty of clout to knock the barrels over, but that wasn't the idea. The idea was get close, within a metre, you set off a sensor that triggers a light and you get points. So it's not just about sliding around corners, precision required as well. Extra points for hand out of the window while driving sideways. 2 points if you're sideways.
Whether you get extra points for keeping all the bodywork on is a moot point, because many of them have been arriving looking a bit second-hand, like Axel Hildebrand's car from earlier on in the weekend. And then you arrive at the top of the hill, and you certainly aren't expected to take a set of fresh tyres home, because almost on every run, everybody destroys a set of boots. Look at this.
Well, this is Kevin Quinn, who became one of the stars of the weekend, and certainly I reckon he kicked out the most smoke from the tail of his car. James Dean seemed to have the greatest precision with his fabulous BMW on the Falcon tyres, but Kevin Quinn, I couldn't tell what his tyres were when he got to the top, because there was very little left. Loads of horsepower, loads of style, and just so laconic.
Absolutely so. This is James Dean in a car that barely goes in a straight line. Precision was good, set off the sensors, and then blasted the car up the hill, but he's able to point the nose of that seemingly in the opposite direction and then flick it into the corner just when required. He wasn't shy at letting the smoke hang in the air either, was he?
He obviously ignored everything he was taught in physics at school. The dynamics of the car, phenomenal. His ability to make it change direction at will. And the drifter's always such a popular part, but I think this year with the extra drift Kana element. It's really added something to the show. It has added something to the bodywork bill as well, because particularly the tail panel offer on many of the cars. This is Bagsy, Steve Biagioni, a driver who's torn between who to support tonight in the football, but he's the one with 1,200 horsepower, and so many cars losing their rear panels against the barrels.
So fantastic action from the Drift Kana competitors, and we can't wait to see them back again on the hill in the not too distant future. Now this is where we're up to with our track clearance. Again, huge vote of thanks to all of our marshals and volunteer officials, because they've done a cracking job. The car's out of the way, the replacement bales are in place, what's left of other bales are being swept clear as well. And one driver who has been up the hill already in the shootout and many other occasions over the weekend already too is Emanuele Pirro. He's with Ed Foster.
Emanuele Pirro, you've just come up the hill in the beautiful bread van in a great time of 58.63. Well done.
Yeah, thank you, but I'm not really in the shootout mode, because this car, it's too beautiful to be, to be driven at 100%. But I enjoyed it. For me, especially with the historic cars of the 60s, you know, the very old ones, the aim is to drive the best I can, not really the fastest I can. So happy that the lap time is okay, but didn't really think so much about the lap time. It's just a beautiful car to drive.
Now, you drive it so beautifully at the Revival. It must be such a pleasure around the Goodwood Motor Circuit.
Yeah, and you know, these cars, or those cars, are perfect for the Goodwood circuit. You know, not so many heavy braking zones, just long corners that you can power drift, and this is what I mean, driving well, the best you can, and not so much the fastest you can. You know, you can really produce a beautiful power slide, a millimeter close to the apex, a millimeter close to the edge of the track, and this gives you a lot of satisfaction.
Emanuele, thank you so much. Let's go down to the start line and see how Tom is getting on.
So there is the start line. What you're looking back, this massive asphalt, this is where they warm all the tyres from here to the start to get ready to go. And as you can see, the drivers are now putting their balaclavas back on. The tension is starting to build. We heard from Sam Hancock a little bit earlier about what you do during a red flag. Well, it's all starting to happen. We're going to have the engines firing up and all of those donuts and wheel spin to get ready for the off. It's about to happen very soon, David.
So let us get set for the next batch of cars, because the shootout will be back underway very shortly. And up at the top of the hill with Ed Foster is the Duke of Richmond.
Your Grace, a few weeks ago, you probably didn't think this event was going to go ahead, but what a fantastic weekend. I think from all the Goodwood supporters, everyone here, a huge thank you.
No, well, we're absolutely thrilled it's happened, obviously, and the team have done a fantastic job to get it ready in the time we've had. So, and it's just great to see so many people back here, everyone having a good time, everyone smiling, and the weather's sort of behaved as well. So, no, it's been fantastic. We've really loved it. So pleased everybody else has.
Now, you're a motorsport fan. Surely this must be one of the most exciting parts of the weekend for you, the shootout.
It is. No, I mean, it's a big part of it. Right from the beginning, obviously, the fastest time of the hill has been the whole point of the whole thing. So it's great to see who can be quickest and where everybody is, you know, how they're placed against each other.
Your Grace, thank you very much.
Pleasure, thanks.
Great to hear from our host, who is up at the top of the hill, ready for the presentations to be made, of course, at the end of the runs, because we are still with something like a dozen cars still to go. The shootout restart, if you're lucky, is not that far away. The course is just about clear. Let's just remind ourselves what the hill climb is all about. It's only 1.16 miles long, that short blast down towards the double right onto Park Straight, and then climb the hill over the brow, brake, and then go left at Molecombe Corner. Head up towards the Flint Wall. There's that quick right-left flick right at Carnet's Seat, the left-hand kink, and then over the line. 1.16 miles, but it's oh so busy behind the wheel of the car.
Target time, still the hill record, 41.6 seconds. And it was that final left flick, of course, that Jack Tetley got it oh so wrong and put his Chevrolet across the course. That has now been cleared up, so fantastic work by the crews up there to clear the circuit. And if any of those gets home and is asked to sweep out the stable, they should say no tonight.
They've done enough. Right, so Rory Butcher should be the next one to go, because he's been sitting on the line for quite some time in the current British Touring Car Championship specification Toyota Corolla. The British Touring Car Championship, of course, Britain's premier race series, and is back in action at the end of the month at Alton Park. There, the Formula 1 Aston Martin safety car arrives, getting quicker and quicker all the time as Trevor Williams, the clerk of the course, rather urgently gets back to base so we can reopen the course. The Toyota there sits on the line, so Rory Butcher had psyched himself up. Now he's got to go through it all over again. The team fire up the car. Jack Coker, the mechanic there, is told to come this way. So following team principal Amy Dick off the course, and Rory Butcher drives the Toyota Corolla to the line. He's into position. We're talking two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, 2-litre turbocharged power in the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK Toyota Corolla, run by Speedworks Motorsport. Scottish driver Rory Butcher is at the wheel. Gordon Shedden's brother-in-law. He's a touring car race winner himself, and he is go down towards that first right-hander. Let's see how he fares against the top touring car time, 53.13 of Rick Wood.
Interesting little thing. Loses ground, of course, in a touring car in the drag through the first 100 metres, and actually wasn't as fast as the little Mini in Nick Swift's hands, but I'm sure he's going to make it up further up the hill. Let's see the application from the Flying Scot. Lovely line into Malcolm. Such a tricky corner, perhaps a little bit on the wide side. It just kept going deeper and deeper into the turn. He's got to keep his composure. He's only just got it back up to the flip wall. David, you can breathe again.
Yeah, we must discuss lovely line later, Bruce, because that I thought was a little bit close to the edge, but he's having a red-hot go, isn't he? Rory Butcher then heads up towards the timing line. The best touring car time to beat is a 53.1 from Rick Wood in the Holden, which has got bags more power, but the little Toyota is going to come across the line and just misses out, 53.89. So very, very good effort indeed by the Toyota Corolla. Now this is Jake Hill, who is another British Touring Car Championship star. He was 6th overall in the shootout qualifying session yesterday. It's a 1992 Nissan Skyline. It's got four-wheel drive, it's got bags of grunt, it's got a really fast driver behind the wheel. This promises to be quite a ride.
Well, it wasn't short of grunt, and only 0.08 of a second down on the fastest of the 100 metres charges off the line, so plenty of power. Jake Hill, such a fantastic young racer, using that very well for the drag to the first corner. Neat and tidy through the two first right-handers, up park straight, absolutely fine. Malcolm, let's have a look at his line. All very tight to the left, being very, very sensitive indeed. Can he carry this momentum, David, up to the flip ball? Then I'll hand over to you. Let's see where he is on the split, coming up shortly.
Close, doesn't it? But Jake has it all under control. He's very, very fast, very, very committed. The best touring car time to beat is a 53.13 through Carnet's seat, heading up towards the flying finish, close to the bales. Here comes the line, here comes the timing beam, and he goes fastest. 48.96 for Jake Hill. Fantastic effort. Fastest outright in the Nissan. Brilliant effort.
He was sixth overall yesterday, but that's not only one in the touring car class of the shootout. What a run.
Sam Hancock blasts away in the BMW then. So Jake Hill fastest in that saloon set. And Sam Hancock takes us then into the last 10 in the main shootout in this 1979 BMW M1. This is a brilliant car.
It really is. Sounds fantastic. And we heard from Sam earlier talking about the ability with a little bit more height to ride the camber in the hill, and the certain is that umbrellas starting to go. Or was that an old bit of footage? You don't want rain on the hill at this stage. We want constant weather conditions, and he's lost a bit of ground on that amazing run from Jake Hill in the Godzilla Nissan. But right now he's probably good for second overall. Just looking to see if any windscreen wipers are coming on. Looking out the window, can I see rain? But we did see that umbrella.
Well, 6th goes Sam Hancock, 54.34 then in the BMW M1 Pro car. But from here on in, we're going to just get faster and faster and faster machinery. Jim Farley, Ford's CEO, with the Ford Mustang Mach-E 1400 is next to whistle away from the line. This is electric technology. This might not look like the most obvious of competition machines, but this is incredibly quick. And in fact, a driver swap, Richard Westbrook takes over this car, and that's going to make it go even faster, because as more umbrellas do come up, Richard Westbrook is is now hunting for traction. If the weather is against us, this is going to turn the complexion of the shootout upside down.
Absolutely it will, because the drivers who are fastest in qualifying will be the last ones to go, and therefore they might have the wettest surface. But don't forget, here on the hill, we had rain yesterday, literally just at the finish line, nowhere else, and it was a deluge. I don't think we're heading there, but the track has to be giving the level of grip it can, and the drivers have to interpret that. When they often can't see it as they flash past the flint wall. But Richard Westbrook, very good run from him thus far.
Yeah, Richard, a very accomplished GT racer for Porsche, for Corvette, for Ford, and he heads towards the finish. It's not going to be the fastest, is it? It's going to be a 54.85 for the Mat E. Richard Westbrook then being given driving duties to go 7th. So now we look to the Ford Puma Hybrid Rally 1. This is next year's World Rally Car. Rally 1 regulations, and away blasts the Ford Puma. It is Adrian Formeau at the wheel. The time to beat Jake Hill's 48.96. Let's see what he can do.
Well, at the moment, Jake Hill sitting on that advantage of 3.3 seconds, but this is a car that should be fantastic on the hill. Matthew Wilson at the wheel. He's taking it over from French racer Adrian Formeau. Maybe he's pulled rank because, of course, M Sport, the family company, helping to develop this car, the hybrid power. Windscreen wipers on, even down here. He kicked up the dirt, a very strange line, trying to go too deep into Moulcombe, and then he had to rescue it. So certainly even below our commentary box, now we're just getting the first splashes. But is it wet at the top as well? But we normally get the rain at the top and nothing down here. Now we've got light rain everywhere.
Last to go, Travis Pastrana's Subaru, four-wheel drive, so it could be very much a Travis Pastrana run, this, as Matthew Wilson heads towards the line. I think he's lifted a little bit, hasn't he, just to be on the safe side with the conditions. So for Jake Hill, he got that time in at just the right moment. 54.55 for Matthew Wilson as he goes across the line. Next to go is this fantastic Ford Fiesta Pikes Peak. It's four-wheel drive. It's 800 brake horsepower. It's Ian Gwynn behind the wheel. Now, this could be a dark horse for the top three. Blast away, a little bit hesitant off the line, but he gets up to speed now. Up through the gears. Speed building. Power kicks in. Ian Gwynn hits turn 1.
Now, of course, when you're competing in Pikes Peak hill climb, it goes up to 14,155 feet. And the big problem at the top is that altitude really affects the engines. Don't think we have that concern here in the South Downs in southern England. But taking the shortest line possible, the little kick to the right over the crest. How can he get through Moulcombe? Neat, tidy. And then the 800 horsepower being released up the hill.
So he's a little bit down at that first sector point in the intermediate. How does he fare? Let's see, 36 seconds to beat. No, he's lost a bit of ground there as well against the standout Jake Hill time. So Ian Gwynn with all of that power, trying to be careful as to when he applies it. Now, can he claw back some of that lost ground here? No. A 48.9 is going to be very hard to beat right now. He skims the bales, coming up to the line. 54 seconds. Yeah, just 54.96. Goes 9th fastest, Ian Gwynn, in the Ford Fiesta Pikes Peak.
One of the hard things to assess is just how wet the track is becoming. It doesn't look out of the windows of the commentary box those almost any different, but for those at the top, most especially Jake Hill, suddenly the excitement is really building. Maybe the realisation from outside the top 10, 6th overall in qualifying, of course, he can take the big prize. But let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Anthony Reid in the Ford Escort Cosworth blasts away. Single-seater racer, sports car racer, touring car racer in a rally car. The ex-Carlos Sainz Escort WRC, but Anthony has been given driving duties in for the first time this weekend, and he has taken to it like a duck to water. Expect commitment here.
Well, that might be appetite, a duck to water, but no one tells Anthony it's raining. He comes from Scotland. He knows full well the value of rain, and therefore he would have spent his childhood driving in it before he moved down south. Bested himself near the circuit here in Goodwood in his Formula 4 days and pressing on really hard. He wasn't expecting to drive the car, and he is very, very quick and very committed. Let's see where he is on the split. 2 seconds down, bearing in mind how others who could have been quicker weren't. That means Anthony is not paying attention to the rain at all.
So here he comes up towards the line. 48.9 to beat. Again, close to the bales on the outside. It's a 51.6. Goes second fastest. It's Jake Hill's Nissan, Anthony Reid's Escort, Kenny Atchison Sauber, the top three. Jake Hill can't believe this. The Praga goes next. This is the Praga R1, and the time that it has to beat is 48.96 seconds. The Praga blasts away from the line, down towards the first corner. Alice Jirasek at the wheel.
Every single driver that fails to beat him raises the pressure on Jake Hill, sitting at the top, fastest in the Nissan. I'm so impressed with Alex Jirasek and the really immaculate little tiny sports race of the Praga R1. Look how neat and tidy it is, and that is the beauty of this car. But it's a question, can Jirasek, he's only 0.3 of a second down as he sweeps left through Moulcombe. This is the point at which, with flecks of rain on the camera lens, yes, where is the rain at the heaviest? Is it heavy, or is it just enough to make the track a little bit slick? There's not a lot of heat in the tarmac. He's good on the split, not enough to topple Jake Hill, but he could go into second place.
Let's not talk about the rain, it might go away. 48.9 to beat, Alex Jirasek up towards the line. 47.48 is going to be about 50 seconds as a prediction. 51 indeed, 0.38. Goes second, but Jake Hill survives. Another car goes up the hill. There is Jake. Great effort. Well done, Jake, so far. And he is the fastest. Now this could change things. From 1988, the Group C2, Spice, Cosworth, Jeremy Smith at the wheel. He had not driven the car until this weekend. He is always massively committed when he comes to the Goodwood Hill climb, normally in champ car machinery. Just watch this.
He always attacks. He's almost always in the top handful of the drivers here. Doesn't always have the ultimate machinery. This one even had a gearbox failure. He had to go up to Birmingham, get a new gearbox, come back down on Friday night, fitted it yesterday, been fast ever since. Fantastic through Moulcombe. What a line.
Faster than Jake Hill to that first intermediate, so this is looking good. All of a sudden, Jake Hill's time is in jeopardy. 48.96 to beat. He's a second quicker at the first intermediate point there as he heads now towards the finish. Absolute commitment into this car. 48.9 to beat. 45, 46, 47.1. Jeremy Smith goes quickest.
Well, fair dues, says Jake Hill at the top, but that took a drive of supreme focus, and his line through the flint wall, I think you might be looking at the timing screen, David, it was exquisite. Right, new target time. Who's the man who's going for it? It's Harry King, the young superstar in the Porsche.
20-year-old Harry King, the reigning Carrera Cup Great Britain champion. You're riding with him in the 992 iteration of the 911 GT3 Cup Porsche. Harry King is one of the most exciting young British drivers in a GT car. And just look at this!
That was to the edge and almost beyond in front of Goodwood House. Only two drivers to go after Harry King. The target time, we've just seen it being set by Jeremy Smith, 47.16 seconds. He's got more power, Jeremy Smith, than Harry King, but Harry King just 0.15 of a second down just before he flashed into Moulcombe.
He goes past the flint wall. He was a little bit close to the grass as he headed up towards Moulcombe. He's 4/10 down. It's going to be hard to pull that back. But Harry King fighting the car up towards the line. He's giving it everything. His foot pressed through the bulkhead then to try and get every last thousand out of it. He goes across the line, goes second. 47.65. Harry King goes second fastest. That was another run full of commitment. Harry King has become something of a Goodwood hero after his exploits this weekend and at Speed Week.
Now, go on, next one, last one, penultimate one.
This is the McLaren 720S GT3X. Rob Bell at the wheel. This is a GT3 Plus car in a sense, and he's got to try to beat a 47.16. The penultimate car to go.
Rob Bell said he was a novice here, he'd been here long ago, but this is his first time to attack, and what a car to do it in. It's not a GT3 car, it's GT3 plus, but precision is required to align that with power. He's faster by a full second before Moulcombe, so is it going to come down to a straight shootout between him and Travis Pastrana? Has that flurry of rain gone on? Look at the next split, he should be fastest in that as well. 1.25 seconds to the good.
This is going to put Rob Bell at the top of the times unless it all unravels in the last few hundred metres then. The time to beat is a 47.1 and he's blitzed it. 45.01, 2 seconds quicker, 135 miles an hour through the speed trap at the end. Brilliant stuff. One more car to go, Bruce.
That was just remarkable. He joined all the sectors he'd learnt through the previous 3 days and absolutely nailed it. Now, if you ever want to see concentration, look at an onboard shot of this man, Travis Pastrana. Let's check when he next blinks. We think it'd be when he crosses the finish line.
Psyching himself up. The last car to go in the shootout here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. It's go! Travis Pastrana blast away from the line in the Subaru WRX STI. Total commitment, total concentration through the first 100 metres. He's faster than anybody.
Nearly a second to the good before he even turned into the first corner. The acceleration of that Subaru, absolutely mighty. Even a thumbs up, that was for you, David.
Look at this. Heads up the hill. Malcolm corner beckons. He brakes. The nose dips. Charges through the corner. Flat out now. Back up through the gears. Another gear grab. He's heading towards flip wall. The time to beat, remember, is now 45.01 seconds. The back of the car is as loose as it can be. He's lost half a second. He's going to have to work hard to pull this back. He's concentrating like crazy. He's talking to himself almost, trying to find that last fraction of time as he heads towards the line. He goes across the line and he goes second. He misses out by just over a second. Travis Pastrana loses out to the shootout winner, Rob Bell.
Well, what a phenomenal run from all the drivers, but the last two in particular. I think Rob Bell nearly achieved perfection on that climb, 45.01 seconds. Travis Pastrana was certainly not hanging around. First half, he was nearly a second to the good, and yet it went away from him.
That was a very committed drive by Travis Pastrana. It was a very committed drive by Rob Bell. Actually, it was very committed by everybody. That was a brilliant shootout, and it was one of the most competitive that we've had in a long time. Travis Pastrana, take a bow, because that was a brilliant effort, but Rob Bell wins the shootout. Second, Travis Pastrana, and third, Jeremy Smith. Absolutely outstanding action. It's Rob Bell that wins the shootout for McLaren, and he is going to be delighted with that, no doubt. So, as Travis Pastrana parks, let's hear from the shootout winner. It's Rob Bell.
Rob Bell, a massive congratulations. You are the winner with a time of 45.01.
Oh, thank you very much. Absolutely delighted with that. We came here, so it's the first time I've been here doing time runs up the hill, and we didn't know what to expect. You know, we just didn't know how the track changed. And at the end there, it was a waiting game with. We knew that if the rain kept coming, then it hands the advantage over to Travis, but it just held off enough, and the McLaren was so nice to drive up the hill. An absolute pleasure. What a car, what a car.
And over 3 seconds faster than your qualifying time.
Was it? Right, okay. Must have pulled my finger out then. Yeah, just took a man uphill this morning, and I think it was a little bit damp in the quali run, and I took it easy. And we knew we had a fast car on the dry, so we were just heading to hoping it was going to stay dry. And look, I just put it together. Every run you get faster here, and like I said, what a car.
Rob, thank you very much.
Absolutely brilliant, thank you.
Wow, what a shootout. Let's look at how the order was at the end of all of that, with it chopping and changing. Rob Bell wins the shootout. Travis Pastrana second, and Jeremy Smith third. Harry King fourth. Jake Hill fifth in the end, ahead of Alice Jirasek, and then Anthony Reid, with Kenny Atchison-Sauber eighth fastest. Ninth went to Rick Wood in the Holden Commodore, ahead of Rory Butcher and then Julian Thomas. Sam Hancock 12th, ahead of Matt Wilson taking over the Ford Puma. Richard Westbrook 14th from Ian Gwynn, and Mark Jones Renault in 16th. Nick Swift's Mini, an amazing 17th, ahead of Emanuele Pirro's Ferrari. Geraint Owen 19th from Duncan Pittaway and Ewan Surgison. Matthew Holm 22nd from Ken Clark, and then Paul Swift. Tom Andrew next from Ian Simmons in the F1. Tyrrell, James Wood next from Pat Blakeney Edwards. Alexander Boswell 29th, Grant Williams Jag 30th. Ben Collins 31st, ahead of Sally Mason Stirron. Robert Blakemore 33rd in the Aston Martin Ulster. George Wingard bringing up the order, and of course spare a thought for Jack Tetley, who tried everything but ended up with a very damaged car, and spare a thought too for Travis Pastrana, so near and yet so far.
Travis, you didn't leave anything out there. What a fantastic effort, but it wasn't quite enough.
No, my goal, I mean, he definitely turned it up for sure. My goal coming into this, I was like, if I can get a 46.5 or better, I think that's pretty much where my driving ability is. I think the car probably had a little bit more in it, but I definitely didn't. We were maxed out, and I tell you what, I was just really happy to be here and be a part of it, and I did better than I had hoped on my time, so that's all I asked for.
And despite the rain, everyone seemed to go faster, and you found almost 2 seconds from yesterday.
Yeah, well, we knew we had to go all out because we were actually looking at the McLaren's time from practice. I'm like, holy cow, we picked up 3 seconds. I'm like, maybe we can get 3/10, but left it on the line, did a little donut before I did, got some tire warming, so my first 2 corners were a little quicker, but the crew at Subaru did such a great job, and thank Yokohama and everyone, and just everyone that came out. I mean, it's been raining, it's been sunny, it's been scary, but everybody out here came out and came to support. It was really cool.
Travis, we've loved watching you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, he's been a really big hit, hasn't he, Travis Pastrana? Come back, Travis. We want you back next year.
And anyone in their run when they're already a second up can do a thumbs up to their onboard camera. Maybe that's what cost him, but actually I think what we saw there was an exquisite run from Rob Bell.
Yeah.
He thought about this each session, but he really nailed it to the mast on that final run.
Did he ever? And there, the Duke of Richmond will present the champagne to the shootout winner, to Rob Bell, and a brilliant effort. Absolutely fantastic. Another new name goes to that illustrious list of winners of the shootout here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard. Factory GT driver for McLaren, Rob Bell. He thought he was going to take that home and drink it, but oh no, you've got to do some spraying. And this is something we've not seen a great deal of for a while in events, but we're going to have the champagne spray. And Rob Bell, well done. Rob Bell, the winner of the shootout final with what was a really impressive drive, no question.
And many drivers up and down the length of that table did as much as their machinery would allow them to do them. And just to reiterate, we had cars of a span of more than a century taking part in this competition. That high shot looking down at the variety of cars that were at the fast end of the field. Harry King just missed out on the top three right at the end, but third place to Jeremy Smith, second place, of course, to Travis Pastrana. And the driver who won for Rob Bell, he'll be popping and pinging at the moment.
Absolutely. Well, Rob is all smiles. He'd never been up the hill in anger until this weekend, so he's done a fantastic job. Let's have another look at it.
Neat, tidy is what you have to do, but really, really fast. Didn't have the ultimate grunt to the first corner. Travis Pastrana with four-wheel drive had the advantage to those first two right-handers, but this is the point at which Rob really raided the memory bank, how to get the perfect line through Molecombe, up towards the flint wall he went, not knowing how much grip there'd be. There'd been a flurry of rain, but was it enough to put him off his stride? No, it wasn't, but he knew he had to be inch perfect. Oh, so close to the hay bales, straw bales on the right-hand side. Now just one corner to go, knowing that Jack Tetley dropped it there. So difficult, but then onto the straight, over the finish line, 45.01 seconds. That was immense accuracy, precision, and determination.
It's fascinating, isn't it, to see somebody who is used to these days endurance racing, where you run to a pace for an hour or maybe 2 hours behind the wheel of a car, can turn it on for 1 mile of action. Now, another driver who's been a bit of a star in the course of the shootout, Jeremy Smith. He ends the day third, and he's with Ed Foster.
Jeremy Smith, what a fantastic drive in that Spice. You must be happy with third.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. So I don't think we left it all out there. I don't think we could have found anything else. So yeah, really pleased with that. Really pleased.
Now, we usually see you come up the hill in Indy cars. This must be a little bit different to those.
Yeah, it's still a Formula One engine. Yes, it's an awesome bit of machinery. Really quick, really slippery through the flint wall section. And obviously it's just starting to rain as well. We're on full slicks, so all that's the excitement.
Congratulations, a fantastic drive.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And just in the background behind the Spice, you see Harry King's Porsche. Harry again throwing everything at that and underlining while we keep going on about what an exciting young talent Harry King is, because that was another really dramatic run.
And he's looking and he's learning. He's just chatting there to Rob Bell, saying, what's it take to win? I'll be on your tail very shortly indeed.
Now, Jake Hill was another star, wasn't he, in that four-wheel drive Nissan Skyline. Star of the British Touring Car Championship, Jake Hill with Ed.
Jake Hill, for a moment there, it looked like you were going to win the whole thing, but you won the touring car category, so congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a real honour. You know, it's a fantastic experience. It's my first time doing the shootout at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and a massive thank you for Goodwood for the invite and to Rickwood Motorsport for providing me such an awesome Skyline.
Now, you drove that Skyline very quickly at Speed Week. You drove it very quickly here. It looks quite nervous on edge.
It is a handful, you know. It's a big power Group A car from period, you know, 1990 technology. So yeah, it's old in comparison to some of the things we're up against. But nevertheless, I just hustle it as hard as I can, and you know, with a bit of luck, we get a result which we have today.
Jake, congratulations, a fantastic drive.
Many thanks.
And you can see Jake in action in the next British Touring Car Championship races at Alton Park at the end of the month against Rory Butcher, for example, who was also in that last set. And as the course closing cars head up the hill, time to catch breath, because that really was very, very good indeed. The result of the saloon car shootout: Jake Hill, the winner in the Nissan Skyline from Rick Wood in the Holden, and Rory Butcher third in the Toyota Corolla. Fourth, Julian Thomas ahead of Mark Jones in the Renault. Nick Swift's Mini next from Ken Clark, and then Tom Andrew in the Alfa Romeo 155. great action all round. Great action by the saloon cars. Great variety from them as well. Nissan, Holden, Toyota, Ford, Renault, British Leyland, Austin Rover and Alfa Romeo, all taking on the challenge of the Goodwood Hill Climb. Let's look at the highlights then of the shootout. It all began with George Wingard heading up the hill ahead of Robert Blakemore in the Aston Martin Ulster as the older cars showed themselves first. Sally Mason-Stirren briefly went the quickest in the Ferrari 166, and also pressing on was Alexander Boswell with the Delage. Away went Ben Collins with the Blitz and Benz, all 200 horsepower of it, and he, as expected, was maximum commitment as he charged the hill. James Wood in the Alfa Romeo P3 next, ahead of Pat Blakeney-Edwards, twitching the wheel left and right. Opposite lock required as Ian Simmons blasted away with the Tyrrell 012 from the 1984 Formula One season. From the Spa 24 Hours, the BMW in the hands of Matthew Holm, the electric Ford Mustang in the hands of Paul Swift. From 1950s Indianapolis 500 racing, Geraint Owen in the Curtis, and this was Duncan Pittaway's Cheetah with the Chevrolet engine snarling up the hill, emulating Graham Hill. Ewan Sergison in the shadow, Emanuele Pirro going charging through in the Ferrari 250 short wheelbase. There was Kenny Atchison-Sauber that topped the times as Ken Clark kicked off the saloon set ahead of the Alfa Romeo of Tom Andrew. Grant Williams sideways as expected with the Mark II Jaguar. Mark Jones blasted away in the Renault Laguna, but it looked as though Rick Wood was going to top the touring cars because his Holden Commodore just managed to outpace Nick Swift, whose Mini was a joy to watch. Jack Tetley's run started well, ended badly. Jake Hill on the restart came blasting through to put his Nissan Skyline top of the touring cars and almost got himself onto the podium outright. Sam Hancock was worth watching in the BMW M1 Pro car, and then Richard Westbrook had a blast in the Mustang Mach-E. Matthew Wilson took over the Ford Puma rally car, and then it was Ian Gwynn in the Pikes Peak Fiesta that would charge through, just missing out on a place in the top 10. 15th in the end as Anthony Reid tackled the hill in the Ford Escort. He would be 7th in the end. Jeremy Smith, though, in the Spice, 3rd as spots of rain started to fall. And then we had Rob Bell attacking the hill. He would do a 45.01, the car on the edge. Last to go, Travis Pastrana. He tried to wring everything out of it, yelling at himself in his helmet to see what he could do, but in the end he just missed out, and it was Rob Bell that won the shootout here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. hill in anger until Thursday. He'd only been up the hill as a passenger before.
Incredible. Yeah, quick learners.
Amazing, isn't it? Now, the cars making their way down towards the start. Now, something that's been growing in popularity over the last year or so is esports. And before the festival weekend, there were the qualifying heats and then the final of the Goodwood Williams MasterCard Esports Trophy. Let's have a look at the final, which turned out to be full of drama. Here at Goodwood, we are getting ready for the final of the MasterCard E-Trophy. Drivers on the grid, getting ready for what promises to be a fantastic race. Kenny 3390, the fastest by just under a tenth of a second from Yerma 74. Play FedEx, third on the grid, ahead of Prima Almado and Prima Chambers, as we get set to go racing. All eyes on the lights. The countdown about to begin. It's pressure time, it's focus time. 3, 2, 1, go! Blast off, and a good start from pole position by Kenny 3390. He's the man that gets the advantage on the run down towards Majwick for the first time. Yerma 74 slots in behind him, and then third look, let's play FedEx as they manage to wriggle their way cleanly through Majwick for the first time, and now blast up towards Fordwater. Yerma 74 on the attack, on the defensive. Play FedEx right there as Yerma 74 goes to the outside look on the first part of St Mary's, and he does it. Way up the curb went Kenny 3390, but we've got a new race leader. Yerma 74 it is who hits the front. Play FedEx runs third, and Prima Almado dives up the inside, forces him wide, all over the grass goes Play FedEx, and he's off the road heading for the barriers. Just manages to miss anything solid, but that's a big, big delay for him. It's Yerma 74 then who leads the way. So Florent Pagende, who is the sim racing event admin man when he's not actually behind the wheel himself, he leads at the end of the opening lap. The French driver getting away from the opposition, but look, there's a great scrap going on now for second, third and fourth as they come across the line. In fourth place is Prima Almado, Maxime Delpech, the 18-year-old business student from Toulouse, and he's hard at work now trying to get onto the back of Prima Chambers. They're just up ahead of him. Now this three-way battle for second place is allowing the race leader to get away, no question. Yerma 74 pulling clear all the while. You can see how much effort is having to be put in by the drivers, and they're a bit of a moment just up the road. Prima Chambers hooks a wheel onto the dirt. More opposite lock applied. Coming through Lavant, again, trying to get the power down, trying to find the apex for the corner and not lose time to the traffic ahead. Fabulous noise these cars make as well. And down Lavant straight then now towards the Woodcote chicane at the end of the lap. There is Prima Almado fourth, hustling on, the car squirming underneath him, but in turn, he is being caught, look. The Conzio, Connor Healy, the man from Perth, the 23-year-old, runs fifth, and he's bringing down that gap as they head over the line. So Kenny 3390 runs second. But what he's not yet being able to do is get back onto terms with the race leader. Remember, he was fastest in the qualifying session. Kenny Hansen, the Danish driver, the sim racing event admin guy, he is the man chasing hard. He had the pace in qualifying, but because he's defending right now, he's not being able to do anything about the race leader. And all of this is playing into Yerma 74's hands. Florent Pagende, the 25-year-old, is building that lead all the while. Zefik Sitcam hard at work too as he tries to gain ground. Alexander Brown, the 18-year-old from Ocean Springs, the nursing home screener, getting closer and closer to that battle pack ahead. But look, you've got the race leader on his own, and then almost everybody else in a line now. Around the outside line there, look, tries to go. Prima Chalmers, but is it going to work for him? It's not. He's in danger of losing a place. He does lose a place. Prima Almado there goes through, up into third. You've got about 5, if not more, all tripping over themselves for second place, and that's enabling the race leader to get further and further away. The MasterCard E-Trophy here at Goodwood, giving great racing as predicted. Brocky 05. Dean Allen, the man from Glebe in Australia, full-time carer for his sister when he's not behind the wheel of the sim. And you can tell from his gamer tag that he's a proper Peter Brock fan, even to the number. And one of Peter Brock's last events was the Goodwood Revival, just the week before he was sadly killed in an event in Australia. But right now, Brocky 05 is hard at work, and look, he's closing on the traffic. Zefik Sitcam just up there ahead. Now where does Brocky 05 go? Can't do it at the King. What about this next right on the run down towards the Woodcote chicane? At the end of the 11th straight, he's closing. Is there a gap on the inside? Brocky 05 is right there. You can see the study of concentration, and it almost comes to grief ahead of him as the two get very close indeed. 4th, 5th, 6th, as one, out of the chicane, over the line now. So up front, it is Yoma 74 continuing to build the lead. And Prima Chambaz now under attack from Zifik Sitkem. There he is. He in turn has got Brocky 05 right up behind him. Dean Allen, Brocky 05, he's the oldest competitor on this grid. But he's biding his time. He's inching up onto the tail of this little scrap ahead of him, and he's looking ever more menacing. Prima Chambaz way up the curve. He's getting a bit ragged. Look, the pressure is starting to tell as they come through St Mary's. Drivers hooking wheels onto the curb, onto the dirt, as well as Kenny 3390 heads towards us. He's got Prima Albardo behind him. Kenny Hansen then in the black car. Kenny 3390, the 27-year-old Dane, comes from Hunderstedt. And he's got Prima Almado right up behind him. Maxime Delpech, the 18-year-old from Toulouse, dives through on the inside, runs out of road completely. Across the weeds, across the runoff area. One up and certainly one back. He's been very lucky to hang on to position. Now, where is that going to put him at the end of the lap? It's not third, it's not fourth, not even fifth. So sixth is where Prima Almado has fallen to. It was a good, bold effort on the inside, but while he recovered, he's lost chunks of time. Prima Chambaz then goes through up into third place now. Zifik Sitkem is fourth. And look, the black car in the background still in the mix. Brocky 05. So that takes a huge amount of pressure off Kenny 3390 for second. But the battle is on for third. Look, Prima Chambaz just ahead. Through St Mary's they come. And right now you'd put money, wouldn't you, on Brocky 05 getting onto the podium, because these two ahead are in danger of falling over each other. You've seen what can happen when you've got to be brave, got to be bold. It doesn't always work. Out of Lavin corner, down the straight through the King, heading towards Woodcote at the end of a lap. Third, fourth, fifth, as one. Prima Chambaz just at the head of this little group for the moment, but Brocky 05, for my money, is the danger. He's creeping up onto the tail of them. Yoma 74 still leads the way. He's done the fastest lap of the race as well. Not quite as quick as they were going in qualifying, but of course, race trim, race battles, all factor in slightly differently to the overall speed of a lap. So there, third and fourth, as one. Zifik Sitkem almost hidden behind the car in third place, that of Prima Chambaz. You're riding with him, looking back, fourth and fifth, not far behind now. From Madgwick on towards Fordwater, speed building all the time. Squeal of tyres, set the car up for the first element of St Mary's. Through the corner itself, way up the curb there, tries to go Zifik Sitkem to shorten the line. Also, he's got to defend from Brocky 05 in the black car right behind him. But Prima Chambaz coping really well with the pressure here. And that's Brocky 05 off the road. Into the wall he goes. And that is Brocky 05 effectively out of the race now. Even if he can get back on, massive time would have been lost. So just as he was closing, just as he was in a striking position, a tiny error puts Brocky 05 off the road, and Dean Allen's out of the race then. Second, third, fourth, into the chicane. Kenny 3390 furious in the sense that pole position has not translated into good race pace, because Yoma 74, having worked his way through right at the very start, is getting away now. Zifik Sitkem goes through out of Madgwick. Now he's running out of ideas, look. He is stuck to the tail of Prima Chambaz, but he can't find a way past him. Thinks about the inside, thinks about the outside, but Chambaz is doing a really good job of defending here. Everywhere Zifik Sitkem wants to go, Prima Chambaz has already positioned the car. From Lavin, the speed will build once again on the run down towards the chicane. Now, is this going to be an opportunity at the end of the lap for Zifik Sitkem to make that move? Prima Chambaz just being able to keep him at bay for the moment, elbows out, but he's not doing anything dirty in his defence. He's just driving a good line and positioning the car where it needs to be. Zifik Sitkem there with a little bit more movement maybe in the car, trying everything, coming through Woodcote now, out of the chicane. They both run up the curb and onto the dirt, coming up towards the timing line. Through they go once more, and all of this now is enabling Kenny 3390 to get away up front. Through Madgwick they go, still absolutely tied together. Prima Chambaz look hard at work, study of concentration. Grabs a gear through Fordwater, now up towards St Mary's. There's no gap on the inside for Zifik Sitkem to try, so he's got to think of something different now. Drop a gear, going to St Mary's. Through that left-hander, back on the power, over the brow, and then set the car up for Lavant. All of these drivers have worked oh so hard to qualify for the competition. They've had the final qualifying session to determine the grid for this MasterCard E-Trophy, and now it is the final part of the competition. Who is going to get on the podium? At the moment, Yomas 74 and Kenny 3390 look odds on for first and second, but third is anybody's. Look at this, they could not be closer. Hit the brakes into the chicane. Both of them run even wider than they did a lap ago, way up onto the dirt. And now it's Prima Almado up into fifth, recovering after his moment, and he too was way wide coming out of the chicane. Zifik Sitcam goes through then. Alexander Brown, the 18-year-old, comes from Ocean Springs in the USA, but Yomas 74 is well clear in the lead. Florent Pagendet, the 25-year-old driver, he works in sim racing as part of his day job, and therefore when he does get the opportunity to go on the sim, there's always one at hand, and he's putting his experience to really good use. Look at this, he's out on his own. He leads, he's got nearly 5 seconds in hand, and he's done the fastest lap of the race. Every box ticked so far. Now a slow down penalty there is being applied. Aconzio goes through, down in 8th place. Aconzio is Connor Healy, and that's for track limits, incidentally, that he's got that penalty. So if you're wondering why he's got the slow down, it's because of exceeding track limits. So the platform is able to offer up these penalties, penalise the drivers accordingly. He is also now, the Aconzio, being caught by Brocky 05, who has done the fastest lap of the race. So a really good effort this by Brocky 05. Dean Allen, after his earlier off, fighting back, and without any other cars around him for a few laps, he's had the road to himself and has been doing almost qualifying style lap times. Third and fourth is not done yet. Prima Chambars just ahead of Zifik Sitcam. Here they come through Lavant, again up the curb goes Zifik Sitcam, but he can't find a way by. Prima Chambars doing a really good job hanging onto the place right now. He's not cracking under the pressure. He's doing everything that's required of him. They come down to the end of Lavant Straight, heading towards Woodcote, then towards the chicane. But these two have been virtually as one, this 8-wheel car, for many, many laps. Here comes Brocky 05, looking for a gap. Has to make his own arrangements with 2 wheels on the dirt, on the outside of the Aconzio there. Can't do it on the outside, coming towards Woodcote. Now, what about for third place? We've had the change, haven't we? Zifik Sitcam has gone through, takes up third position over Prima Chambars. He's worked hard for that and finally has gone through. Zifik Sitcam now, he's done the attacking. Let's see how good at defending he is, because these two in lap time really evenly matched. Prima Chambars coming back at him. Up the curb goes Chambars. That just unsettles the car through the left-handed part of St Mary's. Over the brow now up towards Lavant. Germa 74 still clear in the race lead. And there is Brocky 05. Look on the back of the Aconzio now. A little bit of correction needed. You see Brocky 05, Dean Allen hard at work. Amazing to think that you've got a grid of drivers that when you look at it, they all appear to be in the same place, but of course they're all around the globe and they come together through the internet on track such as this, in this MasterCard E-Trophy final. Side by side, 8th and 9th, Dean Allen, Brocky 05. He's got the pace, so Brocky 05 looks quick, but another little slight error there coming out of the chicane, and he loses 1, maybe 2 cars' lengths over the line now. Starting lap 13, gap has widened. So there, look, Brocky 05 has got to do it all over again. Great action we're being treated to, and we're not done yet. The last place on the podium is still up for grabs. It may have changed in favour of Zifik Sitcam, but Prima Chambars has certainly not given up. Look, they turn their way now and through the right-hander of Lavant, speed building all the time now, down towards the end of the lap, through the kink and on towards Woodcote and then the chicane. Up front, Germa 74 it is that leads the pack, Kenny 3390 behind him. Down through the gears, hard on the brakes, tyres squealing in protest as third and fourth head up towards the chicane. Kenny 3390 hangs on to second place. Is he likely to be caught before the ends? If it's Sitcam, he's hustling on and looks a little bit nearer to him now. 1.2 seconds, splits second and third, and look, Prima Chambars in fourth place, starting to fall away just a little bit. There's the third place car, that of Zifik Sitcam, but certainly there, fourth, Prima Chambars no longer able to think about retaliating and gaining back that place that he's lost. It means that as far as second and third is concerned, Zifik Sitcam might be able to gain 1 more place, but he's running out of laps, he's running out of time. The pressure is very definitely on now. Through the kink they come together. Down in 5th place, Prima Almado, and then in 6th place, TNT FS Jorge 91, Jorge Ibars, the Spanish driver from Valencia. He's next in the queue, but not really making progress onto the tail of the traffic as they're getting a little bit ragged out of the chicane. Prima Chambars over the curb, over the dirt. That's not going to help his quest to get back onto terms with Zifik Sitcam, who is now totally focused, look, on what's going on ahead. Barely blinks. quick check of the screens to see what's going on around him. The gap is down. It was 1.2 seconds a lap ago. It's down to 0.9 between second and third. It's game on here. More tyre squeal through the second part of St Mary's, over the brow up towards Lavant. 0.8 of a second now. The gap is coming down and down and down for second spot. That double apex right of Lavant. Now, floor the throttle, back onto the power. The road straightens up. You've still got to get the line for here, the kink, and then set the car up for Woodcote Corner, this fast right at the end of the lap. Civic Cam still being chased by Primož Chambers, and Chambers putting together good lap times as well now. He's only, what, half a second or so back. He's just grown a little bit in that last timing point, but as second, third and fourth go over the line, the race leader is long gone. Germa 74 well clear in the race lead now. They work lap 16 here at Goodwood, the MasterCard E-Trophy, this grand final, and it looks as though it is going to go the way of Germa 74. But nothing is guaranteed. We've had plenty of drama, plenty of surprises in this race. There might be yet more to come. Brake hard, second, third, fourth. Concertina at Lavant, look. Primož Chambers coming back as if it's Sitcam just up ahead of him, and Kenny 3390 hangs on to that second place. The lead gap down slightly, 6.7 seconds, but try as he might, Kenny 3390 here, I just don't think he's going to be able to do anything at all about the race leader. It's too late in the race and the gap's not coming down sufficiently, plus he's still got that omnipresent threat of the traffic behind him. Second, third, fourth, fifth, one long line as they come past the pits now. Brocky 05 still has the fastest lap and he's up to 8th, Dean Allen. There then, Kenny 3390, Kenny Hansen, the Danish driver, accelerates towards Fordwater, keeping Civic Sitcam and Primož Chambers behind him. The gap second to third, though, is getting less and less all the time. Look at this, we're down to just 0.4 of a second from 1.2 seconds, a couple of laps back. So there you've got the second, the third, the fourth train. Civic Sitcam in third place, now in this invidious position of trying to attack and defend at the same time, and that is not easy to do. He's trying to push on, take a place away from there, Kenny 3390, but at the same time he's got to be mindful of exactly where the opposition is behind. And there's drama. Who's that getting it wrong? Civic Sitcam, I think, has spun coming out of the chicane. Regroups, gets going, but that's cost him 2 places. Just when he was closing for second, he's had a moment and falls back to 5th. So Primož Chambers once more is up onto the podium. We're on the last lap here of the MasterCard E-Trophy, and it looks as though it is going to be a win for Germa 74. Florent Pagendet leads the way, but here Kenny 3390 is hanging on for second place, and suddenly the pressure is taken away from him. He doesn't have to worry quite so much anymore after that spin for Civic Sitcam, but what about the race leader? Florent Pagendet, Germa 74, his gamer tag, and he is going to be the winner. The 25-year-old driver from Fumichon in France. He worked as a sim racing event admin assistant, and boy is he some sim racing driver. Honours in the MasterCard E-Trophy are going to go the way of Germa 74. He comes across the line now to take the checkered flag and win the MasterCard E-Trophy. What a drive. Second goes the way of Kenny 3390, and Primož Chambers is going to be third. So that was a very good race indeed, and a great drive as well by Germa 74. So Germa 74 the winner, Kenny 3390 second, and Primož Chambers comes home for third. Germa, how does it feel to be the MasterCard E-Trophy winner?
Well, it feels good, to be fair. I wasn't expecting to be that high up in the results. Of course, I did practice a bit for having the best results, but yeah, like I was afraid of Almado, Play FedEx, for example. I know they are pretty fast, so I was a bit like wondering if I would be able to catch them or beat them. And in qualifying, it wasn't the greatest run I had. I was P4 up until my last lap, so yeah, and not even pole position. So I was a bit scared, but it went way better than expected. So I'm feeling very good.
What inspired you to get into sim racing?
Well, that's a very good question. What inspired me is basically when I was a child, so like 5, 6 years old. I was just like playing Gran Turismo 2, I think, back then, or even 3. I don't remember, but like in that era. And I wanted to do like the real guys, if I can say so, like Formula 1 drivers or like endurance drivers. I was watching that with my parents. So I knew I could not be involved because, like it's fairly expensive to actually get, and I'm not even sure to have the talent, when you're like that young. So I just played, and apparently I had a decent level to do some sim racing. So here I am.
Have you had the opportunity to drive a real racing car, and do you think your skills on the sim would translate?
I never had the opportunity. I think the fastest car I drove was a Ferrari 458. Sorry, but never drove a race car. And I think the skills can transfer in general. But for me, I would need some time to adapt because the G-forces, being fit. Like I'm not fully fit, as you can see. So I would need some work to maybe get decent. But I think some skills could transfer, but also needs some practice to actually get up to like real life physics and real life like environment and everything.
Kenny, that looked like a real challenge today. How does it feel to have finished runner-up?
I'm really happy with P2. I felt like I was probably one of the weaker drivers in this lobby. There were some really tough guys in there. So qualifying on pole with a little bit of slipstream from Jamas was just mind-blowing to me. Then he obviously got past me pretty quick, but I managed to actually defend pretty well against the other guys, I think. So I'm really happy with P2.
There was plenty of action on track. How important was it to qualify well?
Good qualifying was everything. It's really, really tough to overtake here, especially in this car. It's so fast for this track. If someone is defending on the inside, it's very hard to pass. You have to be very good on the outside and be able to keep it for a couple corners in order to make the overtake happen.
How will you reflect on your performance in the event overall?
I think it was out of my skill level. I think I managed to play well on the track and use some tricks for qualifying to actually get some good laps in without being too nervous and messing up or something. So I think I did really well for my skill level.
Shambaz, how does it feel to finish P3 today?
I feel very happy because it's very hard track and very hard race with a great racer, and it's really very difficult, and very happy to my result.
Did you do a lot of preparation for this event?
Yeah, I'm very prepared because I never drive the Ford GT before, and so with the medium tire it's very hard to Goodwood because any mistake will be the race is finished. So yeah, I prepared the race many hours before to be prepared.
You had a long battle for the podium. How did you stay focused for so long?
Yes, I'm so focused. It's a very great battle, very clean battle, and congratulations to the winner and to second because I enjoy it, and thank you for the organization.
Congratulations to our top 3 drivers. The MasterCard E-Trophy is won by Germain 74. Florent Pagendet celebrates victory here after a great performance at Goodwood.
And after the Williams Goodwood E-Trophy final presented by MasterCard, we're back at the hill, and we have one batch of cars to go. We had 2 batches combined just now, Chris Druitt, and a real mixture of cars from the very earliest pioneers right through to some of the top rally cars of today. So a real mixture, almost rounding out the full event here.
I loved seeing Archie Collins, having a 16-year-old, having another go alongside his dad in the 1903 Mercedes. The ERA looked lovely. The C-Type Jag looked lovely. But there were cars that you know more about than I do.
Oh, I'm not entirely sure, but the RS200 rally car still catches my eye. And, of course, Ed Foster's very own Chevrolet Impala SS filling most of the top collection area. on its own. So for a lot of these cars, they've had 4 days of running here, enjoyed every single run up the hill. The Goodwood House has had some incredible celebrations with the Lotus moments, the Aston Martin moments, Mario Andretti here to be celebrated this weekend and achieving an ambition to drive an ex-Alberto Ascari Ferrari that he would have seen at Monza with his brother back in 1952 before they emigrated to the States, and what followed led to our celebration, an illustrious career. Roger Penske celebrating too all of his magnificent success across such a broad range of sport.
I bet Alexander Boswell was thrilled to let Mario sit and drive that car. I'm sure he signed it somewhere.
Oh, you'd have to say so. And I mean, it is moments like that when you mix people together who don't expect to come together, and then when you see something is so special, then it really adds to the whole engagement.
We lost one car during the batch. I think there was a slight excursion after Moulcombe. I'm sure the driver's okay. Hope the car's not too bad.
Yeah, I think it was James Cole in the hybrid technology Toyota, but I understand that the car pulled off rather than went off. It
good.
Pulled to one side, yeah.
So, the penultimate batch of cars about to leave the top paddock, and that's an area that's been worked very hard. If you're looking at the big screens, you can see how the drifters have left their own inimitable signatures, great big rubber loops at the top, and some of this great mix of cars, the Belanger Special, IndyCar just coming into view, the pea green ERA behind, and a Bugatti. This is the sort of mix we so enjoy at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And there's been a lot of running, and if it's your first look at the course, it's narrow, and most of the cars, Chris, dwarfed by those big straw bales. This is just coming under the finish line, but going in the opposite direction as they trickle back down with gravity at hand. There's Jochen Mass in the Belanger Special, just maybe heaving out a sigh of relief.
Yes, those straw bales take a bit of moving, don't they?
Well, a couple have given it a good go, haven't they, over the course of the day?
They have.
Managed to get all the way to Sunday morning without drama, and then we've had
well, I can give you a bit more drama.
Go on.
Because the Lola IndyCar has appeared to have stalled on the rundown from the top paddock, and he's blocking everyone else. And right now, obviously, we need to get through the final batch. We've got the Michelin Supercar batch coming up, first glance, and some road bikes too. So no further delays. But has that one fired up? Yes, it looks like it has. So no, it's still being pushed. Not quite. It's quite hard in that foreshortening effect the cameras show. But it's been a fantastic weekend so far. And Gemma has been out and about, working furiously as ever, trying not to lie under any more motorbikes, Gemma. But let's catch up with what Gemma's been doing this afternoon.
Well, I've got Tom and Bertie with me right now, who are having a rather lovely day out. Tom, Bertie, hang on. Bertie and Tom, it is, in fact.
Yes.
Bertie, have you been to the festival before?
I've been actually a couple of years ago, but it was like young years ago, so I can't really remember.
And are you enjoying it this year?
I'm really enjoying it. I love seeing all the cars here. It's genuinely just incredible, especially coming with someone who's a massive car enthusiast just like me.
Oh, brilliant. So you're clearly a huge enthusiast, car fan as well, Tom. A huge grin on your face. What have you enjoyed seeing?
Sorry?
What have you enjoyed seeing?
It's just everything, from the supercar paddock to the F1s. I saw Jenson Button, Ricciardo, all those, Alexander Albon, obviously, who was driving last year for F1. Just everything, really.
Were you a bit starstruck?
I was. I printed out the list of basically all the cars going up on Friday night, and I was looking through all the F1s to see who was famous, and I basically just printed out a whole load of photographs to try and get autographs, and unfortunately, because of COVID, Daniel Ricciardo couldn't do any signatures, but I got close enough to him, so it was good.
Did you get some photos, boys?
We did. We've got various videos of the cars going by. I even got a lot of pictures of Aston Martins because I'm an Aston Martin enthusiast, as well as my dad owning an Aston Martin. But the thing is, just seeing the cars go by, and also the noises of the engines is generally amazing. And the great news is that because we've captured a lot on film, Thomas here can actually airdrop them to me.
Yeah. Brilliant.
And also, pretty much just enjoying it.
Fantastic. Well, it's lovely to meet you both, and keep enjoying your day.
This is my third year here. I came in 2019 and 2018. Supposed to come last year, cancelled, so I'm here.
We'll see you again next year then.
Yeah, I'm here next year.
Brilliant. Have a great rest of your day, boys. Thank you. Well, I'm a big fan of spinning, and I spin regularly on my bike at home, but I'm not entirely sure I'm very well practiced at spinning a hill climb. Let's find out. went too fast, apparently. Way too over-competitive and over-enthusiastic. Too fast, and then too fast. Not as easy as it looks. Oh, okay. Touchy-feely. Interesting. After the day we've had.
We're going to time this.
Oh, gosh, they're going to time me now. Right, tell me when to slow down.
3, 2, 1, go.
How quick was it? 6?
56.
That puts me 5th. 6th.
Very good. What's your name?
Gemma.
Gemma. With a G or a J?
With a G.
G.
If you could just change that 6 to a 4, put me at the top, I'll buy you a beer. We have, of course, this weekend been celebrating the life of Roger Penske, the captain, one of the most successful people in motorsport, not only as a team owner. And let's face it, Penske are probably one of the biggest and most successful teams across the sport, but also as a driver. And we can see around us, look at these features, some beautiful boards. Here he is, a picture of Jack Sears in the Roger Penske Tourist Trophy at Goodwood here. The Trans Am and USRRC, the Can-Am, there's NASCAR, there's Formula One, there's Le Mans, you name it, Penske Motorsport and Roger have been involved in it. I think somebody said to me this weekend that, I think it was John Watson, in fact, that said to me this is the first time that Roger's ever taken a day off. That goes to show how hard he's worked in motorsport, to show how he's achieved such greatness and such success. And if you make your way over to the grid, you'll be able to see this wonderful celebration of Roger Penske's career to date and how many moments there are to celebrate. So make your way on over and have a look.
So a great day we've had, and one more batch of cars is still to go because the supercars are going to have one last blast up the hill. They've put some miles on the clock this weekend. They've been busy since Thursday, although I think before that we're going to have a little bit more out of batches 1 and 2 because although we had a group of cars up at the top of the hill, more are still there. So although I was told batches 1 and 2 would be combined, I think they kind of are in as much as they're running together, but we've had a break in between, possibly to let a few more get down to the bottom of the hill. Anyway, Duncan Pittaway leaping from Cheetah to the Beast of Turin.
I think that's Duncan's given a drive to a friend.
So he's taken the car there, you mean, and now he's about to hand it over. Let's see. Anyway, this is not the first glance. These are not necessarily supercars. The Beast of Turin is a super car, but I think there's a drift car in the background there as well, isn't there? So I think we're still just finishing off 1 or 2 from that earlier batch.
Well, unless it's a sort of general catch-all they're put on the front of the final group, because of course some of those, the previous 2 batches were combined, some may have been caught out. Now, is there anything untowards that's stopping the Fiat S76 from going? Or, well, Duncan likes to fiddle below the engine, so now it's time to fire it up. Maybe they just said, Duncan, we'd like to see some fireworks, and he's always the guy who can supply that with the flames that lick out of the side exhaust on the Beast of Turin. But right now, no, he's not trying to fire it up.
Look at that 28-litre engine. It's a shoulder level, isn't it?
Yeah. Just one moment. I'll just try this.
I think that is Duncan. Of course, he's been in the Cheetah, so he's in a race suit rather than shirt and tie.
Yeah.
He'll be wearing a shirt and tie underneath his race suit.
Of course.
He is Duncan.
Absolutely.
He's starting to look a bit perplexed.
There's a lot of heat coming out of that engine.
That might be what we call a non-starter at this rate.
Well, he certainly entertained an awful lot of people with his runs up the hill across Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Always good to have here, and it's become a crowd favourite. Good to see the crowds, and so many has remained here towards the end. We know a lot of people have headed off home, and if you had far to travel and you wanted to get back to watch the football, we fully understand you departing earlier than normal. But still, the supercar batch to come at the end of the day, possibly with the Beast of Turin at its nose. But the final batch was due to start at 6:15. It's 8 minutes past 6, and all the cars in the previous 2 batches that were combined have been brought back down to their various paddock areas. So as soon as we get the cars released, we'll get them up the hill And right now, actually, the day is improving again. Got a little bit grey, Chris, but now we had that little flurry of rain just towards the end of the shootout after 4 o'clock, and that seems to have blown clear.
Added a certain frisson, didn't it?
It was just a question of where you hit the frisson.
Exactly.
Yes, Rob Bell sent me a text and said it got a bit lively towards the end. Yes, I'm not surprised. That was a great run by him, wasn't it?
I think it was absolutely phenomenal. You know, when you look at someone's lap time and their best lap time actually could have been achieved out of 3 different laps slotted together, I think he nailed every single one of those sectors, and I'm sure he's going to pop and ping for a long time after that run. He didn't just win it by a small amount.
Did you see Pastana had a slight rear end twitch and then had to lift, and I think that cost him the win.
But it was, I keep banging on about it, but one of the most competitive we've had for a long, long time, because there was no one car that was the absolute favourite.
And don't forget, we could have had Justin Law in that mix as well. We lost him this morning when he went off, so we had 4 cars in qualifying covered by half a second. In the end, in the changing weather conditions. Now talk of Rob Bell, there is, as if on cue, because of course it's due to be in the supercar badge.
Exactly, it's his lap of honour.
Which will be the McLaren 720S GT3, but that's not enough. It's the GT3X. It's got extra special stuff that wouldn't enable it to race in various GT3 categories around the world. It's even more for their nearest and dearest customers.
Of course, coming back, course is clear. We'll be underway very soon.
So what's going to go first? Is the McLaren going to go and do a final blast?
Look, the flaming Fiat is fired up. That's good news.
Not so much Rob Bell who's sitting alongside it.
Singeing America.
Got any marshmallows?
His car was matte black before, it might be a little more charred black afterwards, but anyhow, I joke. It's above the height of the McLaren, that's why I joke.
Rob Bell's thinking it's got hot.
He probably hasn't seen it through his window, he would have heard it by now.
Yeah, the flames are probably on top of it, they'd be above him, so low is the McLaren.
Is this paint being singed a bit?
McLaren's been wheeled back, actually.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
The value was falling while it was sat there, getting charred.
This phone call from the owner.
Yes.
So the bonnet straps being tightened, and one has to presume the Beast of Turin will be the first car up the hill, and then the NASCAR will follow. And in fact, Rob Bell's car seems to be being pushed back down the quite long run to the turnaround. It's pointing the right way, but every good reason for not being there in time to assemble in the regular order, and we appear to be underway.
Chris.
Yes, what more is there to say about the Beast of Turin? All 28 litres divided by 4 cylinders, so 7 litres per cylinder. 7-litre Cobra, eat your heart out. Giving, I think, a charity auction winner a ride. 2-wheel brakes, good at going, not so good at stopping. Duncan said at the members meeting that he has to brake for Madrid just off the finishing line on the circuit. It was designed to go, not to stop.
I find it extraordinary that it went about in Australia.
It absolutely went.
Yes, you'd have to wander the sort of course of its particular voyage to get there. How did someone in Australia go, that's the car for me?
But it's a big old place, isn't it, to find a rare old car?
I think he was a Russian aristocrat, and I think he travelled with the car out to Australia. Probably emigrated, and that was his asset. Well, I need my little car for shopping.
Yes, of course. Yes.
I'm just off to Alice Springs. Oh, hold on, I've got enough fuel for that voyage.
Probably enough fuel for the end of the drive. It is brilliant, and it's beautifully restored and kept, isn't it?
It really is. And it's astonishingly reliable. I think Duncan's had a few issues with the clutch, unsurprisingly, but he travels long distances in it.
A lot from the sublime to the ridiculous, just another way of putting the power down. Simon Chalkley's been entertaining us this weekend. Ford Mustang NASCAR on the hill, and that's another car in a different way that makes the hill look so small, so tight, so narrow. Of course, one of the most famous corners on the circuit, just been through Moulcombe. Now he comes up to that flint wall that just presents seemingly impenetrable object for the drivers. And he's going to have to get a bit of a move on, because the Camaro Evo 37 is coming up behind the Lancia 037 sort of tribute car, if you will, and that's travelling very fast indeed. The supercars being released there is the Glickenhaus. It's very elaborate and extravagant on the outside, and then the gull wing doors open, and it's got giraffe skin prints for the upholstery.
Central seat, rather like the McLaren P1.
Yeah. It is, isn't it? Great shape. Gleason House means business in the automotive world with a hypercar and a road car as well.
Yeah, and again, it's one of these cars when you stand up close and start looking at the details, then they really just keep coming at you. But if small is beautiful, then the Aston Martin Valkyrie is an extraordinary car, and it really showed with the Adrian Newey creation being shaped and developed over the past handful of years. Darren Turner says it's like a pussycat to drive, but I think you have to be a professional racing driver to come up with that as a synopsis on this car.
Designed to do F1 speeds at Silverstone, but go down to Tesco without too much trouble.
Yeah, and of course with the all-enclosing bodywork, it would be faster in a straight line than a Formula 1 car. Aston Martin, though, it's about grace as well as power. I don't think that's exactly what it's for. Smoking the rear tyres as it gets away, but plenty of grunt with that DB11 blasting away. Let's have a look. It's the AMR model, and of course that's the top of the range in terms of the sporting end of Aston Martin, and really being established and pushed very hard as Aston Martin gets into Formula 1 all over again.
Lovely pale green calipers shining through the wheels.
There's no lack of commitment, is there, in the runs the supercars have had over the weekend? They're all being worked hard.
Well, one of the big differences is now you are expected to have proper registered racing drivers at the wheel, rather than just people who think they can. We'd rather have people who know they can. They've taken a lot of passengers up the hill, given the ride of their life. And it's great to see that so many marques, and Aston Martin almost in particular, having so many different new models, limited edition ranges, but giving everybody something they may like. And this Vantage F1 edition, there we are. We wanted to know what the connection was with F1, and there it is. Same livery. Robert Gray driving this very well indeed, but just that harder edge for those that want the competition taste, Chris.
Yeah, I don't know if it's mechanically quicker than the standard Vantage or whether it's a paint job and...
Oh no, it'd be more than a paint job, because you'd be parting with a fair bit more money for one of these, but it'd be a limited edition, super special, and I'm sure it's marginally lighter, marginally faster, and just that little bit more special and desirable.
Got the McLarens coming through, and McLaren seems to now have a huge range as well, and you wonder, how does a supercar brand sustain so many different models? It is a supercar, isn't it? Well, no, not anymore. There are very quick, even quicker still models. That's not the 720S, that's one of the GT570s, isn't it?
Correct. So many different models, but it's effectively a limited edition. You want a bit more power, you want a bit more comfort, or something in the middle. And McLaren definitely responding, but almost universally since the days of the McLaren F1, the McLaren supercars have been prodigiously good handlers. So, serious drivers. The Maserati MC20, I think, is very understated, very, very pretty indeed. To me, it's been one of the stars of the show.
You can see the MC12 in the front of it, can't you? But then take the rear wings off it, that's what it should have been, and it does look really, really nice, really modest shape.
And I think in a day, a lot of other cars have got lots of extraneous wings and aerodynamic devices. They're subtle, they are actually there, but being black with the blue bodywork, they rather sort of disappear into the mix, and I think that's a good thing.
Ed Morris at the wheel of it. Sports car racer. And the Maserati heads towards the flying finish. We've got Kenny Brack in the McLaren Elva, who was just taken to the hill. Now, there it is. This has been one of the more spectacularly driven cars all weekend. I think this time he's going solo, with only himself to scare.
I know that might mean he's going faster, but certainly every single passenger he's taken up in this evocation of the McLaren Elvas. Oh yes, tyre noise, flicking it sideways. Scandinavian flick. Well, he is Scandinavian. Wave yellow flags. I don't know if that's because they reckon he was about to have an accident, but then he
think that was somebody's hat or a T-shirt.
I think this is the quickest of the 3 speeds just that have recently been announced.
Well, it has to be. I mean, not just the way Kenny drives it, but the others are rather based to look like 1950s racing cars and speeds, and this one very much a 1960s. But with Kenny on board, it's clearly going to be super quick. And this time he kept it in a straight line. Certainly when the track was wet yesterday, he was flicking it from side to side. Ferrari F8 Spider, that's been a very popular car in the bottom. I think that's James